Chapter 701, Fortune and Misfortune. So, Tina Scamander said, choosing her words carefully, listening to you, before entering Hogwarts. The environment in which Elena lives in, you may occasionally take these into account. A Mallow orphanage on Loch Lomond in the Scottish Highlands. Elena said calmly. Mallow orphanage? Sorry, honey, I don't know. Mrs. Scamander did not hear any embarrassment in Elena's voice. However, the girl's answer was still beyond her expectation. She originally thought that even if the girl was not from an ancient wizarding family, she was at least a non-magical family with a good family background. Tina rarely met such an elegant and decent little girl. Yes, Elena said, looking calmly at the surprised faces of the Scamanders. A private orphanage run by the foolish priest himself, but there is nothing to apologize for. Instead, I feel lucky. Huh? But you can't even eat meat, right? Newt frowned in confusion. If you say meat according to your definition, then it is indeed the case. Elena smiled slightly, and even if Newt might not understand some of the words, she continued quickly. But in a strict sense, I think that as long as it is rich in protein, it can be regarded as meat, such as pork loin, pig brain, pig intestine, pig heart. In a sense, the cholesterol-rich offal can be regarded as eggs. Alternatives to Class Eastis is actually a good choice for everyone in those orphanages. While talking, the chopsticks in the girl's hand lightly tapped the hot waste in front of her. Indeed, at the very beginning, this would be a more unacceptable thing. Elena shrugged. A very rare soft expression flashed in her eyes, but maybe because there is no choice. Everyone is gradually falling in love with this cheap and unique ingredient is something I didn't expect. Even more than I like normal pork. Regarding this matter, Elena is actually a bit distressed. Due to the difficult conditions, before Hogwarts Kitchen took over the food and beverage supply of the orphanage, the 3 meals a day in the orphanage were almost exclusively managed by Elena. It is natural that the taste of these children will inevitably become somewhat different. Strange. Whether it's flying in the sky, running on the ground, growing on the ground, buried in the ground, let alone normal-looking pig entrails, pig heads, pigtails, even some weird insects such as silkworm pupae and termites. In the eyes of the children in the orphanage, they all belong to the range of recipes that cannot be mistaken. All in all, this is not a sad thing. Elena turned her head, looked at Newt Scamander, and said seriously, just like your interest in exploring the field of unknown magical animals, I am just using the surplus value that has not yet been developed on your base edible, medicinal, commercial. These normal human social behaviors are inevitable. This will cause the death of plant and animal life, which is part of the natural cycle, but waste is undoubtedly the worst. On the other hand, where you can't see, hunger still threatens the lives of many people. Elena nodded the waistband in front of her, and said solemnly, it's just that some people are not as lucky as I am to be able to accurately find the food that can sustain life in the vast nature. As for cooking them delicious on this basis, it is an unrealistic luxury. The reason why Chinese cuisine is so inclusive is that a large part of it is due to the continuous attempts of people generations ago. Among them are cultural changes, wars, and even diseases and natural disasters. In order to continue to survive, the predecessors of those flower growers used their lives to lay a path for future generations. In comparison, this is also the biggest difference between Europe and China: the cultural heritage of food. Vertex. Sick. It may be a little burned, not a big problem. Go to bed early tonight, and get up tomorrow again. Fat chicken is alive and kicking. Fat chicken has very strong immunity. Chapter 702, The Future of the Magic World That Has Gone Astray. In short, as my culinary skills improved, everyone discovered that it's okay not to eat meat. Elena gently supported her chin with one hand. Her eyes were a bit of helplessness and nostalgia, and she said softly, especially when you find that the ingredients you like are actually very cheap on the market, this is actually very good news. As long as you have a little more money, you can eat a big meal every week. Meal. Of course, I sometimes think of ways to go to the lake to get some fish back. If I'm lucky, I can catch some wild birds. The happiness of the children in the orphanage is much simpler than most people. They eat liver and loin stir-fried once a week, or stewed pig's feet with white beans, and sometimes they can have grilled fish, fish soup, and chicken soup. Taste, isn't it great? Can't buy normal meat, it doesn't matter. Newt Scamander was stunned. His dinner knife was still on his pork chop. This was an assumption that he hadn't thought about before. It was not even in the non-magical world. So eye-catching small corners on the edge. The closure of the magical world is only relative, and the secrecy law restricts more of the products and ideas after the Industrial Revolution. For most wizards, the definition of poverty is usually limited to the number of Jinjialong, as well as the difficulty of some magic props and magic items, and rarely fall to a situation where even basic food and clothing cannot be guaranteed. Whether it is using magic to achieve basic self-sufficiency, or bullying and teasing a mole, even a crappy third-rate wizard can find a way to survive in this world. Although the era of the Ministry of Magic may come to make trouble. But for those wandering wizards who couldn't pay the fine, as long as they didn't enter Azkaban, it didn't matter. So, if you have time, Elena shrugged, perhaps you should go to Africa, or the shadows of cities in places such as Russia, Ukraine, and Czechoslovakia may have a hard time understanding. Just it's like everyone in our orphanage before in this world. Some people have tried their best just to live. Elena can see the confusion and thinking in the eyes of the Scamanders, which is not much different from the expressions on the faces of Hannah and Luna. Although they may be shocked by this, it is more from a look down from a height in amazement or sympathy. The girl squinted her eyes, and did not continue to explain and render the content of the story. As Dumbledore said, she will never be able to become a person like Grindelwald, Tom, or even Dumbledore herself, because Elena was born in a quagmire and worked hard on the edge of life. People who have struggled. It is difficult for wizards who have not experienced the low-level society or even the life of ordinary people to understand the meaning of that resilience. Well, okay. Newt Scamander hesitated for a few seconds, nodded, and said slowly, when you go for training in a few days, I will take the time to find out about those places. If so many places, so many people, and people have a hard time, I will reconsider the Animal Husbandry Association you mentioned before. Proposal. Newt lowered his head, looked at the pork chop on the plate, and suddenly felt that the dinner seemed not as delicious as before. Although Elena's description sounds very relaxed, and from her current performance, she really likes dishes made from pig offal and cornet tissue. But Newt can still vaguely imagine the behind this. Portions of bitterness. This concludes the topic of internal organs. During the follow-up process of dinner that day, no one took the initiative to talk about the hot kidney and spicy roast pig brain. Everyone is silently eating the dishes on their plate. After a busy day, everyone is indeed starving. The Scamanders had a bit of an idea to try some waistbands, but on the one hand, Elena did not mention the shared waistbands and brain flowers again. Moreover, as the elders, the two of them were too embarrassed to take the initiative to ask the three little girls for the dishes on their plates, especially when the girls are still vying for it from time to time. However, on the other hand, it is mainly because, even if there are some surprises and shocks, but for Tina or Newt, this psychological hurdle is not so easy to pass. Regarding this, Elena didn't have too many surprises. If you want the Scamanders to eat those dark dishes like Hannah and Luna, then it's best to start with something that looks normal, such as pork entrails or mixed meats, pies, or perhaps marinated pork tongue, cold pork ears, marinated pork heart, and marinated pork liver are all good choices. For any dish, the first impression is always very important. Not to mention Europeans who mainly cook 3 meals a day by frying, roasting, and cooking. Even many gluttons from big food countries are not very able to accept the heavy oil and spicy traditional Szechuan cuisine. The estrangement also includes the physiological level. A large part of the reason why Hannah and Luna have such a high level of acceptance is also due to the subtle influence of the past Yuri Uno, The three of them enjoyed the top-level cuisine of the chef every day, regardless of it was the taste, and preference that had long been felt by Elena, almost completely transformed into Elena's shape. As for the Slytherin college that grows devil pepper, it has even been excavated with attributes hidden deep in the body. The human body is a very wonderful existence. With the help of magic, the little wizards of Slytherin, as long as they bite the bullet and carry through the first few rounds of hotness, they will soon fall in love with the hot thrill of dancing on the tip of the tongue. Compared to the momentary uncomfortable, being able to have some unique features that distinguish them from the little wizards in other academies is obviously a greater joy for the little snakes, especially when they found that the Gryffindor cubs were completely unable to beat them in terms of spicy food. Before you know it, no spicy no love has even become a new label for Slytherin College. Fortunately, no matter which family they are in, underage children do not have much say at the dinner table. Those adult wizards from purer blood families should have not noticed these subtle little details for the time being. They don't know that the tastes of the little gentlemen and little ladies in their own family have become unusual. Children in the rebellious period will be picky eaters. This is not a weird thing, after all. They are not the one who is responsible for buying vegetables and deciding the recipes. I hope those Slytherin graduates in 7th grade are still getting used to outside the school. Perhaps the first batch of stable users outside the school of round-face fat chicken takeaway can consider starting from among them. But those are things that need to be considered later, and now we still have to find a way to solve the problem of food supply. Elena shook her head slightly, retracted her divergent thoughts, and returned her attention to the dinner table near the end. Mrs. Scamander, Elena turned her head and said with a smile, "I will take care of the follow-up in the kitchen later. Besides, I still have some ingredients to deal with, and I may have to borrow them. Take a look at your kitchenware." "Elena, today's dinner is already very good. Leave the rest to Newt and me. Besides, you are the guests now, and the guests should take a good rest and enjoy the holiday." Tina Scamander frowned, a trace of displeasure and condemnation appeared in her amber eyes. Before Mrs. Scamander could finish her words, Elena quickly picked up the apron behind the chair, walked to the kitchen workbench, picked up a long strip of white lard oil, shook it, and vomited. Tongue out explained, "I'm not robbing a job in the kitchen, but you see, fresh lard oil should be boiled as soon as possible, so that after the lard has solidified a little bit, you can use it tomorrow morning or noon. I still have to do the work in this regard, otherwise it is easy to be mixed with scent or muddy color." As for the helper, Elena paused for a while, her eyes drifted away from the dining table, and fell on someone looking down at the ostrich on the dinner plate. "After Hannah and Luna are set up, let Mr. Scamander come down to the kitchen to help me." Newt's knowledge of animal organization is still quite trustworthy. Ow! The update is resumed. Sorry for the wait. Chapter 703, The Chef's Way of Conversation. 10 minutes later, under Elena's insistence, Hannah and Luna left the kitchen under the leadership of the Scamanders and went to the study on the second floor. Only AI was left in the empty living room on the first floor. Luna and the sizzling pan. Now, the happiness that the two little Lili get from a good dinner is quickly fading. According to Dumbledore and Elena's previous arrangements, after finishing their daily Quidditch training, they still need to complete some interesting Hogwarts summer life under the supervision and guidance of the Scamanders, such as summer homework to consolidate the content of the previous school year, and a preview of the course for the next year. And when everything went on the right track, the white-haired dumpling of a certain culprit would naturally not be able to hide from the pit he dug. Of course, at least tonight, Elena only needs to face the sizzling oil pan for the time being, waiting for the clarified lard to be boiled out in the pot a little bit, and the lard oil becomes chunks of crispy and delicious lard. The slag becomes the raw material for frying crisp whistle. No need to think about the trivial society and the future. Cook your favorite food as you want, without being disturbed by anyone, and all your energy is devoted to the ingredients in front of you. This is the highest cure for a food lover. In the empty kitchen, looking at the pan in front of her in a daze, Elena hasn't had this kind of relaxing rest time for a long time. Since coming to this world, she has to struggle to live in this strange world most of the time. Before entering Hogwarts, Elena's energy was mainly on how to maintain the basic 3-meal guarantee for the children in the orphanage with Benitez, and after entering Hogwarts, her responsibilities were on her shoulders, and look forward to more magnified countless times. But Elena's rest time didn't take long. After a while, Tina Scamander's voice came upstairs. She is urging her husband to go to the kitchen downstairs to help. Although in Tina's opinion, Newt may not be able to do anything other than washing the dishes and handing things over, but at least he is in the study room upstairs. It's much better to be in a daze. Immediately afterwards, there was a creak of feet on the steps from the wooden spiral staircase. This is Newt Scamander's unique walking frequency. It is fast and light when landing, but there is a little pause in the interval. If in the wild environment, this can be said to be the easiest friendly way for animals to let go of their vigilance signal. In other words, the way of action of the top hunters at the top of the food chain. Sorry, is there anything on my face? Newt scratched his cheek uncomfortably. Nothing. I just turned my head and glanced subconsciously when I heard the footsteps. Elena shook her head meaningfully, and regained her gaze into the sizzling frying pan before her. There is no such thing as a master ball in the magical world. As a master of magical beasts, Newt Scamander recycles the super high success rate of the magical beasts scattered all over the world. There are too many things that make people think. Grindelwald once commented this way when he was in class in Newmont Guard: no one knows how to hunt magical animals better than Newt. Elena knows clearly that one of the reasons why the wizarding world values Newt's opinions so much is because when there is an uncontrollable magical animal disaster, Newt is definitely more trustworthy than Dumbledore. Helper. The fact is indeed the case. Under Newt's initiative, the progress of the various associations has been much smoother than Elena expected. Newt Scamander is indeed a hidden treasure wizard with infinite potential. Only, Elena glanced at the golden lard oil in the pan, and raised her eyebrows thoughtfully. Just like boiling pork suet, don't overdo it too quickly in some things, and cook it with a little bit of patience step by step, so that you can get mellow and creamy lard, and the crispy and delicious lard residue that can be used to make crisp whistle. Therefore, although the precious time to be alone in a daze is gone, Elena doesn't have much lost emotions. So, Elena. Newt Scamander went down the stairs and stood on the edge of the open kitchen for a while. Seeing that the girl didn't seem to have the intention to speak actively, Newt's eyes hovered between the frying pan and the pork belly and pig skin that were placed on the counter in different categories. After a few seconds he hesitated, asked actively, "Is there anything I can help, or do you want to talk to me?" Although according to Elena's previous statement, it should be hoped that he can help break down and cut the pork tissue, but Newt knows that it is just a cover after Elena's transformation. Most of them, the tissues and organs, have been perfectly segmented, and there is not much need for him to perform secondary processing at all. In fact, when he returned to the kitchen again, even the dishes and utensils in the sink had been cleaned. Undoubtedly, there is no such thing as helping to clean up the kitchen. What awaits him is just a private conversation from the underage Demon King. Oh, I haven't figured it out yet. Elena raised her mouth slightly and blinked slyly. As you can see, I have done most of the finishing work ahead of schedule. As for the content of the conversation, this question you should ask me, not me, right? If I guessed correctly, there should be a lot of confusion in your mind at this time. Elena stared at the iron pan in front of her carefully adjusting the size of the fire below, turning it into a gentle fire. If you want to boil the lard to show the most perfect color, it is absolutely necessary and important to add water to control the temperature with high fire, because the oil is easy to turn yellow and paste after boiling, and the temperature can be maintained after the water is poured. In Baidu, when the water is about to boil out, it's the stage where the oil is slowly turned and the oil is slowly released. For Elena, The cooking of another piece of lard suet has just begun at this time. So, Newt said with a weird face, you are actually helping me create a chance to ask questions alone? Yes, Elena said. For a moment just now, I almost thought it was Professor Dumbledore who was talking. Newt was stunned, and then shook his head chuckily. Is there any question I need to ask you for alone? The Fantastic Beasts Association hasn't yet. The official launch. As for the cooking skills, and your past experiences, I am not one of those curious young people anymore. Oh, what you said makes sense. Elena stir-fried the lard in the pot a few times, recovered the lid, and looked at the old freckles quietly. Pork skin will affect the efficiency of boiling oil, but this is not a very important factor. Compared with ordinary lard suet, it just takes some time. And time is precisely Elena's wealthiest at this time. That part. Don't look at me with that look. Newt's commander looked away unconsciously, and said with some shame, although I don't know who you learned from, this kind of communication is not suitable for an 11 or 12-year-old girl like you. Don't you really think you will reconsider what you call the devil's plan? Well, Elena shrugged and the smile on her face became brighter. Actually, as you can see, I didn't say anything just now. Is this what Newt's commander cares about? It was easy to set it out. Sure enough, ginger is still old and spicy. The elderly advice that Grindelwald asked to send over grain reserves is still quite worthy of reference. In the face of an autistic person like Newt, it is best to let the other person speak actively, otherwise you will be ignored no matter how much content you say. Well, if you really say something I want to ask. Looking at Elena, who was smiling but not smiling, Newt sighed silently with a sense of helplessness in his heart. Is this the little guy that Gellert Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore brought up together? It was a fusion of the worst part of the two old guys' personalities, especially when she was still a mixed-blood Veela. Elena, Newt said after thinking for a while, you think we have been working to hide the existence of magical animals from moles for so many years, and erase the traces of magical animals. This is actually a mistake. Something? It's not a mistake, it's just a mistake, Elena said. Then, she glanced at Newt, who was a little bewildered, and felt that she should explain in more detail. After all, compared to the human spirits like Grindelwald and Dumbledore, the nearly 100-year-old grandfather obviously has lower billion points, whether it is for the magical world, the non-magical world, and the magical animal world. This is true. All? Newt frowned. I don't intend to discuss anything about the integration of the non-magical world and the magical world here. The International Wizarding Secrets Act may be unpopular, but it does maintain both the stability of this world. I thought at first that you turned your attention to magical animals to solve people's food problems. Oh, yes, Elena nodded, to live. This is the most basic appeal of beings. It seems that we have reached an agreement on this point at least, but maybe you have a little bit misunderstanding. Elena narrowed her eyes, raised her index finger and said softly, this is not one of the reasons. On the contrary, in my opinion, it should be the end point that most behaviors and thoughts ultimately lead to. Fantastic animals are part of the natural ecology, and they are artificially treated as wizards. Splitting. This is originally a very strange behavior. The food chain. This is just the easiest way for everyone to understand. I understand, Newt said. Ms. Caslana, do you think that eating magical animals can solve the food problem of human society? Well, I mean, if the situation in the non-magical world is as common as you described, if it exists. Elena turned off the fire, carefully poured the lard into the pot prepared in advance, and used chopsticks to poke some soft lard residue in the pot. Due to the lack of pre-marinating process, they are difficult to make. The standard is crisp. However, if you add cooking wine, salt, soy sauce, brown sugar, and spice powder at this time, put it in an iron pan and continue to stir-fry. When the lard residue turns from golden yellow to dark red, add a little extra cold water to hide it. The remaining oil in the meat is chased out. Although it is not as delicious and crisp as the authentic crisp whistle, it can be regarded as a delicacy on the qualified line. I can only say that this is a possibility. The discovery of the edible value of magical animals is indeed a road that no one has walked in the strict sense, but at the same time it is not without reference in human civilization. New things. Elena glanced at Newt, and briefly cleaned up the oil residue left over from the pork suet in the pot, picked up the pork neck that was placed on the side table, and took out the cute little black cross. Poke lightly. Via Reverto Hecate of the Polar Night, unfolding. In the next second, the piece of pork neck meat in the girl's hand disintegrated instantly, turning into small square pieces of only centimeter square meat that fell into the iron pot below, and the cross in her hand was finally shaped into a dark metal spatula. As long as we can slightly verify the feasibility of some of them, then we can go back to the source and try it at some earlier points. For example, for the production of crispy whistle, that is, we are removing the ingredients from pork suet, replaced with pork neck meat with more suitable meat quality. The amount of boiled oil has been changed from 90% to 60%. Then, cooking wine, light soy sauce, aged vinegar and 0 kinds of prepared spices are constantly being added. Fried roux. In the increasingly rich meaty aroma, Elena skillfully pulled the handle of the pot with her right hand. The brightly colored, salty and refreshing crispy whistling meatballs rose into the air with the girl's spoofing motion, and then fell back into the pot like a waterfall and stirred and rolled. Newt, who had just finished dinner, swallowed subconsciously. Hell, he was a little hungry again. This kind of magical example is beyond Newt's imagination, and what I have to admit is that with the girl's skillful cooking techniques and the rich meaty smell lingering in the kitchen, the persuasive ability seems to be quite effective. In any case, although Eleanor's description was a bit sweet, it also answered Newt's doubts. Regarding the food shortage you mentioned, I will go to Russia tomorrow. When I was fighting against Grindelwald decades ago, I still had a lot of old friends over there, and then we will continue to discuss magical animals. That question. Huh? Don't you think that the fat chicken has to grumble again, do you? No way, no way. Chapter 704 is dominated by summer homework. In any case, the second half of summer life began to get on track. As the Hogwarts curriculum reform plan was put on the agenda, the shadow of summer homework was finally shrouded in the future of the wizarding world. The silver white wing pattern package that comes unexpectedly every morning has almost become the thing that every student fears the most. You know, even the overwhelming underage Dark Lord and the Supreme Gringotts Goblin Queen cannot escape this fate belonging to Hogwarts. Studentiously detailed assignments and a course preview plan. Dear parents, whether you were a high-profile campus star, or a mediocre ordinary student, whether you are from an ancient pure-blood wizard family, a mixed-race family, or a mole-family, adults who know the hardships and ups and downs of society are here. This time, on the issue of children's education, they all showed a similar attitude of approval and high enthusiasm. In the Ministry of Magic, it has even become a new trend to compare the homeschooling of their children. For example, Arthur Weasley likes to show off his children from time to time, being one of the few families with children who were selected by Hogwarts to return to school. This undoubtedly gave Mr. Weasley a great deal honor and pride. Fortunately, the current courses in the magic world are generally simple and basic. For most young wizards, they only need to spend 2 to 3 hours a day earnestly to complete the summer study plan arranged by the school. In the magic world where extracurricular workbooks are scarce, it is difficult for parents to give more details, more arrangements. Therefore, after a few short complaints, the little guys quickly discovered the benefits. Compared to staying at home with nothing to do before, they may be called to help with things at any time, or they may not study and preview well. The sentence "I have finished today's homework" has become their most reasonable reason for rest and play. Regrettably, the above situation is only for those top students. For most scumbags, if you want to complete the standard daily summer homework, you usually need to spend 1 to 2 times the normal time to look up textbook information, or to seek help from parents. This is the most terrible place. The fact that many students had been lazy and partial in school was fully exposed under the inspection of summer homework. Of course, almost every little wizard at Hogwarts began to miss the days at school, and yearned for the last month of summer vacation to end soon, so that they could return to the relaxed and happy Hogwarts castle as soon as possible. However, not all young wizards felt that the last month of the summer vacation was terrible. At least to Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy, the time spent in the old house of the Black House was obviously much more interesting than they were in their respective homes before. The life at 12 Grimmauld Place is very different from the life at Privet Road and Malfoy Manor. The Dursleys like everything to be organized, and Lucius Malfoy emphasizes the etiquette of the ancient pureblood family, and these are precisely the places that Sirius Black is least likely to observe and reproduce. In fact, the most important rule of living in the old house of the Black family is to learn to adapt to changes. Whether it's the Dursleys or the Malfoys, they are usually used to telling Harry what they don't do, what they should do, and what's right. This is also the case with most adults. The child's way of getting along. Sirius Black is the opposite. He is more inclined to ask Harry and Draco for their opinions first, and then put forward some suggestions for improvement based on his own experience. In the eyes of both Harry, Sirius is more like a friend slightly older than them, not a godfather or uncle with absolute authority. Of course, this is limited to time outside of study. Before Harry and Draco completed the assignments sent by Hogwarts, Sirius Black's harshness almost reminded them of Professor McGonagall, and even more so Azkaban. 10 years of imprisonment has transformed Sirius from an impatient dog into a patient lone wolf, especially when he supervised the two children's homework. This is what prompted Professor McGonagall to make an exception and agree to Sirius joining Hogwarts as a teacher. Superb transfiguration skills are only one aspect. As the most troublesome student ever, Sirius Black can greatly share the daily management pressure of the professors and Filch after becoming a faculty member. However, regarding Sirius Black joining Hogwarts to teach, there are still some less critical and dissatisfied voices among the Hogwarts School Board and Hogwarts professors. For example, Harry and his father are two very different people. Blake. On the night that Sirius Black took the two little guys to Grimmauld Place, Severus Snape, under Dumbledore's guidance, broke into Sirius's bedroom aggressively. Caveat: if you want to find the shadow of James Potter from this kid, then I advise you to give up early. Harry will never become his father's arrogant stupid. Perhaps Dumbledore, I think you've learned enough lessons and won't be as reckless as before. But I'll still stare at you. Sirius Black squinted his eyes and resisted the action of reaching out to draw his wand in his arms. Can't take the initiative and restrain his emotions, secretly told himself. As a member of the faculty at Hogwarts and the dean of the Slytherin Academy, Severus Snape does not have the right to directly oppose Dumbledore's decision, but if Sirius Black behaves outrageously, then he can question. Severus, I'm Harry's godfather. You don't need to worry about these things. Blake turned his head and glanced at his bedroom door, confirming that the two boys sleeping in the room on the other side of the corridor did not wake up because of their dispute, or eavesdropped on their conversation outside the door, and continued in a low voice. If you have an opinion, you can ask Harry directly during the day, and ask him whether he wants to follow you to the Cold Potions basement or stay here for the summer vacation with his godfather and classmates. It has nothing to do with you. I have other things during the day. Facing Sirius Black's rhetorical question, Snape's face became stiff, and he waved his hand in shame. Speaking of which, regarding Mr. Malfoy, when you hid him in the Black family's old house, did you ask his father, Lucius Malfoy, for advice? I don't think indulging minor wizards running away from home is a good idea, especially when you might become an official professor at Hogwarts. I think it's necessary to remind you, Draco Malfoy. Sirius Black raised his eyebrows, looked at Snape, and said ironically, after so many years, I didn't expect you to still like to be nosy. Severus, what does the housework between my nephew and I have to do with you? Is it possible to be the dean of Slytherin College, yet are you responsible for the temporary residence of the students in their parents' homes during the holidays? You worry too much, right? Lucius Malfoy is now a member of the Hogwarts School Board. Snape narrowed his eyes and said casually, because of your behavior, the old Malfoy has formally filed a complaint with the school board and the Ministry of Magic. I hope that Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic can deal with this kind of kidnapping of minor wizards, don't you think? As everything, should you take the initiative to explain the source of troubles and conflicts instead of hiding here? Explanation? Why do you need an explanation? Sirius Black grinned and waved his hand nonchalantly. Severus, Draco Malfoy is more than just a father. I have written to his mother about him. At least judging from my dear cousin's reply, she chose to respect Draco's idea. Very well. It seems that you are indeed much smarter than before. After Snape was silent for a moment, he gave a non-committal hum. After returning from Azkaban, Sirius Black was more difficult than he thought. Then, I hope you can shoulder the responsibility of a mature wizard, Professor Black. Snape took a deep breath, turned and walked directly to the burning fireplace in the room, and left the Black House. He originally thought that the other party was still hot-headed, and acted recklessly with sudden thoughts. He did not expect that he had prepared countermeasures in advance and resolved all his problems in a tit-for-tat manner. This was indeed beyond Snape's expectation. How nosy knows. Seeing Severus Snape disappearing into the flames, Sirius Black cursed inwardly and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Professor Dumbledore wrote a few words, and helped him reassure Mrs. Malfoy in advance, and filled in the places he hadn't considered thoughtful in time, otherwise he might be ridiculed and jokes by this old opponent. Today, up, only. Sirius Black took the letter out of his arms and looked back and forth a little confused. Why does Professor Dumbledore's handwriting look a little strange? It always feels a little bit different from before, and, this kind of dripping responsel, it always feels weird. The man rubbed his hair and sighed helplessly. It seemed that Professor Dumbledore was still a little concerned and worried about what happened back then. Vertex. Chapter 705 The Disappearing Past. In the magical world, pureblood families have relatives with each other. After all, if a wizard only wants his children to combine with pureblood people, then his options are very limited. The pureblood concept is like an invisible barrier, simply and rudely separating the wizards into two sides. This is also the reason why Snape, although powerful, has not been truly recognized by the Death Eaters. As a hybrid of Mullen wizards, Snape didn't even have the qualifications to become a godfather of a pureblood wizard, let alone intervene in the complicated family conflicts and relatives between the pureblood wizard families. This damn, arrogant black dog. Snape returned to his house, leaned against the wall by the fireplace, and took a deep breath. From the day he lost Lily forever, he thought he would no longer be excited about certain things until Harry Potter re-entered school last year. This stubborn little guy made him feel a trace of long-lost affection for the first time. This reminded him of the time he and Evans depended on each other in Hogwarts many years ago. The appearance of Sirius Black brought back some bad memories of Severus Snape. He broke with Evans because of that unforgivable impulse more than 10 years ago. This time he will not let this happen again. This kind of thing happened. The censure of Lucius Malfoy is not the most worrying issue right now. If Black's behavior really violates the law, the Ministry of Magic will naturally trouble him. But that is what Snape would like to see. Harry was just a minor wizard who had just turned 12 years old, and he was easily influenced by others in distinguishing right from wrong. You know, Sirius Black is not a gentleman. Black may be serious and responsible for tutoring Harry's studies, but he will definitely instill some bad ideas, especially taking the opportunity to smear his image. For Snape, watching Harry become close to his godfather was undoubtedly an extremely bad thing. To make matters worse, Snape, who failed to apply for the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor again, had long received the name from Dumbledore to be the professor of this course in the next semester. Remus Lupin, Breaking Special 4 Think Tank of People Group. With Sirius and Lupin successively becoming professors at Hogwarts, the situation will only get worse. As Sirius Black said, in the whole incident, he was just an outsider with no position. At best he was an old classmate of Harry's mother and a professor who liked the course. It's just limited to liking. There are too many amazing peers in Hogwarts. Even though little Harry has worked very hard, but as a playful boy by nature, a less enchanting little wizard, even with Snape's makeup lessons, Harry's potions class grades are only second to grade, floating between fourth place. Whether it's Hermione Granger or Draco Malfoy, they are extremely strong competitors for little Harry, not to mention above these two, and the one who is located in pure moonlight in the clouds of Hogwarts. Perhaps. Snape groaned for a few seconds before moving his gaze to the stone platform on the top of the fireplace. Subconsciously, there was an old textbook he had just turned over from the storage cabinet in the potions classroom some time ago. The potions textbook he used at Hogwarts decades ago. If not because finding this old textbook, Snape almost forgot. He also had a dark history of shame and S2. According to Snape's original idea, he originally intended to seal the past from now on, as if it had never existed. But a paragraph that Elena had inadvertently said in Snape's mind suddenly appeared. No one likes a subject that he is not good at. For students, the subject they like the most and the subject they are best at are actually the same. A meaning. The former Half-Blood Prince raised his finger and tapped the old potion textbook, muttering to himself thoughtfully. Perhaps in addition to regular classroom teaching, Harry needs some inconspicuous but very important little secrets that can help him to stand out in the potions class, and best to defeat Elena Castellana. Hogwarts professor's evaluation of Elena is no longer a 1-in-100-year magical genius. The future is not easy to say for the time being, but if only Elena is the same age for comparison. Even if you look back at the history of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry for nearly 1,000 years, there is no wizard who can compare with this girl. Severus Snape can be said to be one of the most touched professors of the evil of this potions assistant teacher. Whether it is rigorous, creative, and knowledge absorption, Elena has reached the level of half a professor. There is no doubt that for now, no student can beat Elena Castellana. This is especially true in the potions class. An ordinary student is an impossible professor. Even if the opponent is just an assistant, it is also one of the in-depth participants in the course and the exam, and the referee is almost invincible. But if the opponent is replaced by another official professor, the result is hard to say. Snape raised his eyebrows, put down the old textbook in his hand, raised his wand and waved it slightly in the room. Click. A crumpled copy of Magic Potion and Potion flew out of the bookshelf and fell into his hands. Hogwarts first and second grade potions classes will use this textbook written by Professor Arsene Geiger. Although in Snape's view, many of the potion concepts are outdated, and there are many improvements that can be made in the preparation and material handling processes of some basic potions, but as an introductory potion lesson for children, it's barely qualified. This book, it seems too new. Snape frowned and carefully compared the two potions textbooks at hand. The wand knocked on the cover of the Magic Potion and Potion, and the pages of the book he bought as preparation materials turned yellow in an instant. All kinds of folds and creases spread little by little in the cover and pages of the book, as if decades had passed in an instant. Well, it looks more normal like this. Now there is only one mysterious former master of the textbook missing. His brows eased, and he glanced at the tattered advanced potions making. The wand was clicked again, a small, dense line of magic potions and potions at the bottom of the back cover. This book belongs to Half-Blood Prince. In this way, even if Elena discovers Harry's secret later, it doesn't matter. Compared to losing to the peers around him, being crushed by the notes left by a mysterious senior decades ago, this may be a more uncomfortable blow to the proud Elena Castellana. Snape's finger lightly nodded the textbook in his hand, showing a meaningful smile. As long as he doesn't tell the answer, even if Elena goes through all the student files at Hogwarts over the years, or even asks Albus Dumbledore, it's impossible to know who is the half-blood prince. The unknown is the most terrifying opponent. The next day, early morning. On the other side, Moscow. Newt Scamander, holding an address left over decades ago, stood in a daze on the hurried, depressed and deserted streets of Moscow, frowning, carefully looking at the share he had just bought in his hand. Map of Russia. Decades have passed, and too many changes have taken place in this distant eastern country. Newt tried several times, but he couldn't connect directly to the city where his old friends lived through the Flu network. In desperation, he could only arrive in Moscow first through the official passage of the Ministry of Magic, and plan to check it against the latest maps of the local moles, and then use apparition to travel to the cities where old friends live. Only, looking at it now, the map seems unable to help him. Newt sighed, looked around the hurried street, and walked to a small stall selling metal badges, handmade products, cigarettes, and various foreign magazines with revealing women on the cover. "Good morning, friend. Would you like to buy something?" The stall owner was an old man with white temples, and his mouth was full of calluses. The old man looked at Newt's British trench coat. His eyes lit up suddenly, and he spoke enthusiastically in poor English. "Look, here is the Playboy magazine that has just arrived. Although it may be a bit outdated, it is still quite difficult to buy in this city. You will love it. It only costs $2, and of course the pound will do. By the way, there are many good badges here. I guarantee these are rare things you haven't seen." In this era, foreign tourists are the most popular customers. The most important reason is that these tourists from Western countries usually use the US dollar and the British pound to buy goods, rather than the former Soviet ruble, which is changing the price of toilet paper every day. "I'm sorry, I'm not here to buy things. I'm here to ask for directions." Newt scratched his nose in embarrassment, and pointed to the map in his hand in the old man's disappointed eyes. "Ask for directions? Well, do you go to Citibank for business or go to the Kremlin to take pictures?" The old man put down the magazine in his hand and the pile of metal badge boxes in disappointment, and waved his hand. "Citibank follows this road and you can see it all the way back, but the Kremlin is in the opposite direction." After a short pause for a few seconds, the old man tried to squeeze a not-sauce kid smile on his face. He raised his head and looked at Newt Scamander expectantly, thinking about it and adding another sentence. "By the way, if you need a local guide, you can hire me. $15 a day, or pounds sterling. I'm definitely cheaper than the unreliable young people in the square, and not just in Moscow, but in most parts of Russia. I know how to go." "Really? That's..." Newt let out a sigh of relief, took out £20 and handed it to the old man, and asked in his less proficient Russian, "Hi, comrade. Do you know where Leningrad and Stalingrad are? I can't find them on the map." The old man's outstretched hand stopped in midair. The £20 printed with the queens fell lightly on the stall between the two, covering the silver badges with the sickle and hammer that the old people were trying to sell. Above, Vertex. Chapter 706. I have a friend. Street. Petersburg, Pskalev Cemetery. As the largest cemetery in human history so far, Pskalev Cemetery has no gates. There is only a giant sign with 19,411,945 as the dividing line of this area, reminding that period of history. Newt Scamander stood in front of a tombstone, silent. Next to him is the stall owner with white temples and his guide on this trip. After chatting all the way, he already knew the name of the old man and some simple information. Alexander Ivanov, a veteran of the 20th Tank Destroyer Brigade of the 62nd Army of the former Soviet Union. According to the regulations of the former Soviet Union, Ivanov, who had been in the military for more than 40 years, was originally eligible to receive a pension. However, with the disintegration of the Soviet Union, the hastily established CIS countries fell into chaos in the fields of economy, politics, and people's livelihood. The authorities have no extra financial resources to continue to maintain and subsidize the welfare of veterans. The former heroes have become social cumbersome, in comparison. Ivanov is already in a better position. Last Christmas Eve, I think you should have heard about it. In short, the mayor of Leningrad initiated a vote and finally decided to restore the name of the city to St. Petersburg. Ivanov glanced at the old Englishman next to him, and introduced with mixed emotions. As for the Stalingrad you asked about, it was renamed Volgograd 10 years ago. There have been too many changes over the years. Sometimes I even have a sense of unreality, as if I was dreaming. But, did you really find the person you were looking for? I didn't mean to offend, it's just this tombstone. After a short pause for a few seconds, Ivanov turned his head and looked at the tombstone in front of the two of them. Like most tombstones in the cemetery, this is also an unnamed tombstone without any words. Most of the people buried here have no names. In that era, it was impossible to complete archival work. Therefore, Ivanov's soldiers did not understand why Newt stopped here so surely. Ivanovich. Newt sighed and reached out and patted the tombstone in front of him lightly. In Piskolev Cemetery, there are some slightly different tombstones. Perhaps in the eyes of moles, they are no different from ordinary unnamed tombstones, but in the eyes of wizards, they are each branded with magic words. The text that only wizards can see simply records the name of the tomb owner, the date of birth and death, and the cause of death. Novat Ivanovich graduated from the Kodos Dores School of Magic Russian, in Pripyat in 1986. Seriously violated the International Wizarding Federation Confidentiality Act and accidentally contaminated non-magic, the unknown curse created by the world. After the treatment fails, it is buried here secretly by the non-magical government and its own wishes. Yes, it's him. It's just that I didn't expect it to be like this when we meet again. Newt's commander shook his head. He had heard of the disaster that happened on this land 6 years ago. Even if it was far away in England, moles were not their power because of playing with them, and paid a heavy price. And according to the practice of the International Wizards Federation, all disasters caused by non-magical factors have nothing to do with wizards. In fact, most of the wizards living here chose to evacuate. Long-distance travel is not a difficult task for wizards who have no nationality or geographic restrictions. Only a very small number of former Soviet Union wizards chose to blatantly violate the regulations of the International Wizards Federation and took the initiative to go to the vicinity of Pripyat to participate in the rescue and aftermath work in the non-magical world. Among them was Ivanovich. After that, Ivanovich had his wand confiscated for violating the Secrecy Act and was kept under house arrest near his home. So, you and Thiswell are Mr. Ivanovich friends? Ivanov hesitated, turned his head and looked at Newt's commander seriously, and asked in a deep voice. Well, we fought together more than 40 years ago. New Zealand nodded. In order to prevent Gellert Grindelwald from ruling the magic world, almost half of the wizards of Europe, America, and Asia were united at that time. The magic world was divided into two distinct factions, and the war spread from Britain to Siberia. Compared with the war in the non-magical world, the battle between wizards is more cruel and extensive. When the First Wizarding War was about to end, there were almost no professors over 30 in the Kodos Dores School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, so that there was a serious gap in the inheritance of magic in the former Soviet Union. As the backbone of the resistance against Grindelwald, Newt's commander naturally fought in this land. 40 years ago ever fought together? Ivanov looked at the wrinkled Newt carefully for a while, then looked around the surrounding tombstones. After a moment of silence, the old man let out a sigh of relief, as if he had made up his mind. He stretched out his hand to take out the carefully folded £20 from his pocket and put it back in Newt's hand solemnly. Then, Mr. Scamander, I'm sorry, I can't collect your money. Mr. Ivanov, what do you mean? Newt frowned and looked at the old man beside him with some bewilderment. This is the guide fee we agreed on before. Now we have just left a place. If you think there is a problem, we can discuss more about the price or other places. Besides, you have to. After more than half a day of conversation, he already knew that the old man's condition is not good, and more importantly, Ivanov also needs to help several other comrades who were disabled in the war, and the pressure in life is extremely huge. The medals Ivanov sold on the stall before were the only valuable things around these veterans. It's not a question of money, this is the last thing we have left. Ivanov struggled for a few seconds, sighed helplessly, and pointed to the surrounding tombstones. Although I don't know which battlefield you are in, I definitely can't do this kind of guide fee from my comrades who used to fight side by side to go to the cemetery to find someone, otherwise I might have no face to come and offer flowers later. After a short pause, Ivanov showed a touch of shame on his face, gritted his teeth and said bitterly, "But if your financial conditions permit, maybe you can consider buying more medals. I can help you ask more questions. I can find most rare medals for you." The guide cost it. "No, you may have some misunderstandings." Newt was taken aback for a moment, and was about to refute, but when the words came to his lips, he suddenly stopped. There is no doubt that this former Soviet veteran should have misunderstood something, but due to the restrictions of the International Wizarding Joint Secrecy Act, Newt couldn't explain the subtle differences. Besides, Newt glanced at the text on the tombstone. Pripyat violation of confidentiality law. The stories Elena told him last night suddenly appeared in Newt's mind. After a few seconds of silence, Newt collected the paper money in his hand, nodded particularly seriously, looked at Ivanov and said, "Okay, I still have a few old friends to visit. In the next few days, I may need to continue to trouble you to guide you. After these things are over, I will also trouble you to collect what you can collect here. Give me a list of the medals. I have a friend who is very interested in collecting these medals." Sorry, this story is not very easy to write. It may seem a bit abrupt after writing it up until now. After all, it's just a branch and the reason. It's too detailed and I'm afraid the book is gone. But if you don't write it out, the emotional and behavioral changes will be somewhat inexplicable. Grave accent alas. End of this chapter. The transition story. Important notice. Ask for leave. Well, it's more difficult to write the story of the recent transition. There are more things to consider, so take a day off. If you can't wait for the book, friends, you can raise them for a while and then read them, or read other books that are updated and diligent. Humble. If you ask for leave, you will be told if you delete the leave note, and if you don't write the leave note, you will have to say a silent grunt. Fat chicken is also very helpless. Chapter 708, Father and Son. Grand chapter. Unknowingly, is it already so late? Outside Piskolev Cemetery, Newt raised his head and looked at the darkening sky. Moscow is still some distance away from St. Petersburg. In order to avoid revealing his identity in front of Ivanov, Newt finally chose to take the train here with the old man, instead of adopting some more wizard methods. In fact, it now seems that this is actually a very lucky and extremely correct choice. After all, in a strict sense, Ivanovic was finally convicted by the Wizarding Court as a criminal for violating the secrecy law. As a well-known top wizard in the magic world, Newt will inevitably cause some suspicion if he is too high-profile. Sorry, Mr. Ivanov, I still have some things to take care of. Or we will stop here first tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. We will meet here again. Of course, in terms of accommodation fees, I will help you pay for it. Newt took out his pocket watch from his arms and took a look, and pointed to the Motherland Mother sculpture at the entrance of the cemetery. While talking, Newt drew a small stack of banknotes from his wallet, ready to pass it to Ivanov. Since the disintegration of the Soviet Union, the ensuing Great Depression has severely impacted all areas of Russia and even the entire European country. The Piskolev Cemetery, which was once crowded, has become the most deserted one. Local foreign tourists rarely come here to mourn. St. Petersburg has many more interesting and historic attractions than here. As for the residents who live in this city, they rarely come here. The heavy pressure of life has left them no time to miss the past. Just maintaining the most basic food and clothing is already a very difficult task. Therefore, Piskolev Cemetery has become the most secluded and safe corner of St. Petersburg at this time. Mr. Scamander, you thank you. Ivanov was about to subconsciously refuse, and then he stopped in the middle of speaking. After hesitating for a few seconds, he gritted his teeth and bit his scalp and took the stack of banknotes from Newt Scamander, somewhat embarrassed. Smiled. I don't have any medals for sale anymore, but I will definitely find another batch for you tomorrow, and the guide fee for the next week will be included in it. As long as it's in Russia, even if I'm not so familiar with it. City, I will definitely help you find a reliable local guide. All the medals before Ivanov had been given to Newt when he was in the cemetery. Although theoretically speaking, Ivanov may be able to sell higher prices to other tourists if it is split and sold separately, but in the eyes of the elderly, these medals can only become medals in the hands of specific people. Decoration. You know, dozens of pounds is a considerable income for Ivanov now. By the way, Mr. Scamander, if you don't mind, I would like to ask one more question. After hesitating for a few seconds, the old man lowered his eyes slightly. His eyes missed Newt's look at the collar of his windbreaker. His lips moaned, and he asked gently, like a mosquito, your friend, how many medals does he expect to acquire? How many medals? Scamander frowned and looked at Ivanov with some confusion. Well, it's like this. Ivanov's originally straight waist seemed to bend a little further, and his gaze faltered and explained. I still have a lot of comrades in arms, and they have many different medals. I mean, if your friend has sufficient funds, I can actually help him ask more questions and collect more, of course. Also, it doesn't need to be too much. I know it's enough to collect one medal of the same kind, just in case you have more friends. Funds? My friend. Newt was taken aback for a moment, and a certain little white-haired Lalai came to mind subconsciously, surrounded by a group of Gringotts fairies who were a little shorter than her, surrounded by scenes of Jinjialong. After thinking about it, his tone was calm. Replied, don't worry, Mr. Ivanov. Besides, all my money is with her. If it were her, it would be fine. She was. Ivanov glanced at Newt, then shook his head in a dumbfounded manner. Hey, these lucky and poor old English gentlemen. In contrast, although he was a bit embarrassed, at least he didn't have to face the terrible Shebia when he went home. Of course, if Natasha didn't. Ivanov's eyes trembled for a moment, and then he quickly shook his head to come back to his senses. Now is not the time to be sad and to remember the past. He will have more important things to do later. Ivanov carefully folded the stack of pounds in his hand and placed it in the pocket lined with his clothes, as if he had dealt with the bullets he carried with him in the past. He took a few serious shots with his face, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you very much, Mr. Scamander. Tomorrow at 8:30, I will be here for you on time. After a brief pause, Ivanov looked around the light yellow street lights gradually lighting up around him, and turned his head to look at Newt Scamander, who was thinking about something, with an embarrassed smile on his face. I'm really sorry, sir. Next, I guess I will have to visit some old friends' houses quickly. If you don't have anything else that needs me, then I'll go ahead. Huh? It's okay. The same for me. I want to ask about something. Newt Scamander took a deep breath, and subconsciously clenched the parchment he was holding in his hand that recorded the current address of Ivanovic's house. It was better if he asked his friend at the Ministry of Magic easy to find information. The two elderly people with their own minds nodded absently, and separated under the street lamp. Then, Mr. Scamander, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Mr. Ivanov. At night in St. Petersburg, the air is fresh and cold. Hey, old man, what I brought back today is good news. I didn't expect it, right? Ivanov raised his head, his gaze crossed the dilapidated wall, and landed on the upper floors of a building in the distance. It was an apartment building for soldiers on duty at a nearby military base. Once this five-story building was filled with soldiers and their families. But since the disintegration of the Soviet Union and the official dissolution, they have been hurriedly moved to other places in this vast country to be stationed. In just a few months, the building was empty, and only a few people who couldn't find their home were still living here. At this moment, the whole apartment building was immersed in a kind of old age darkness. Only a few windows showed dim light, as if stubbornly telling people around that there were still people living here. Ivanov skillfully found the location where the wall had collapsed, and stepped forward and collapsed. Although it was only a hurdle that was not as high as his knees, he actually felt that it was very laborious, just like piercing the enemy's barbed wire on the battlefield 40 years ago. He walked in from the front door of the apartment, and under the faint moonlight, he came to a door on the 3rd floor. He was about to knock on the door, but a hoarse female voice came from the room. "Ivanov, is that you?" Ivanov pushed the door and walked in. The only light in the room came from an old kerosene lamp. In the dim light, Ivanov saw old picture frames hanging on the wall, dinner plates with broken edges, rusty heating racks, and people standing at the dining table groping to pour water for Ivanov. Hostess. Her name is Sonya. It is the wife of Ivanov's old comrade Yuri Zherkov. Yuri, Ivanov's old comrade in arms, participated in the Great Patriotic War and subsequent large and small wars. The cold winter in Stalingrad a few decades ago failed to kill him. The general disarmament of Khrushchev did not crush him, and even poverty, disability, and disease did not make him succumb. But just last year, when news of the disintegration of the Soviet Union was broadcast throughout the country, Yuri Zherkov, who was shocked by the bad news, fell headlong in the canal by the side of the road and never woke up again. In 1991, this was a hurdle for many people. The history of this country is like being cut into two pieces abruptly, like a red sausage. After Yuri Zherkov died, the lives of his wife and children became a problem. Fortunately, Ivanov and several other comrades in arms often helped them. But later life became more and more difficult, and several other comrades in arms also lost their source of livelihood one by one. In the end, Ivanov, who was barely regarded as a low-ranking non-commissioned officer, was the one who was in a better position. His Natasha could not stay with him until the end of the war. In those days, love was too extravagant. Because of this, without a family, Ivanov, who has nothing to worry about, will naturally have much less pressure to survive. By the way, how about little Zherkov? Why didn't I see him? Ivanov asked as he took the cup from Sonya. He went out to work. Sonya sat down opposite Ivanov, propping up the table with difficulty. Her face was haggard, but her voice was raised unconsciously, speaking of the pride of the parents of the child. He works as a stevedore at the railway station, 15 kilometers away, and needs to be on duty at night. It is not easy to find a stable job now, but fortunately Valkyrie is very strong, just like his father. Yes. What a great boy, strong and tough. Ivanov saw in him the shadow of his comrades in his youth. It is a pity that the times have changed, and the difficulties of the current situation have made personal efforts futile. In a country where the economy, politics, and people's livelihood are completely chaotic, even a good child like Zherkov, who goes out early and returns late and works hard, in today's world, he and his mother are only at the lowest level. Food and clothing line. Ivanov took a sip of the water in the cup with emotion, and frowned subconsciously. It was cold, with a slight sour taste. It reminded him of the terrible days of hiding in trenches and ruins decades ago. Immediately afterwards, he realized in an instant that Sonya had managed to save this glass of water with a rain collector. Since this apartment was abandoned, water and electricity have been cut off. People living here can only buy the cheapest and most smoky kerosene as lamps if they want light. They can only get rainwater if they want to drink water. If you want to turn on the heating in winter, that's a fantasy. In such an environment for a long time, the human body will suffer spoilage. In fact, Ivanov has discovered that Sonya's physical condition is worse than when he came last time. The sight of Sonya groping for the cup in the dim light just now reminded Ivanov of a disease, night blindness. Ivanov didn't know the specific cause of night blindness, but only remembered that it seemed to be related to malnutrition. Thinking of this, the figure of the British veteran appeared before Ivanov's eyes. The appearance of Newt even gave Ivanov the idea perhaps the brothers who were sacrificed in the Great Patriotic War and even the following wars were the lucky ones. They died holding their ideals, and at least they were true heroes in people's eyes. while other veterans who were still alive would only be regarded as a burden. Ah, yes. That British veteran named Newt Scamander. Ivanov finally remembered the purpose of this trip. He pulled his hand out of his pocket and placed a few pounds that had been flattened out in front of Sonia. Then placed a 3-level Medal of Bravery awarded by the Soviet Union next to the pound sterling. Sonia didn't look down at the things on the desktop, but touched the 2 things on the desktop one by one. When her hand touched the angular surface of the Grade 3 Valor Medal, her face clearly showed a look of confusion. When we met last time, Sonia personally handed the medal to Ivanov, and asked him to sell it for a good price. But now Ivanov has returned the medal to himself. Where did the money come from? Soon, she figured out the whole story. Ivanov, you sold your medal, right? Haha, you must know that my medal is more valuable than yours. Mine is the 2nd level bravery medal, and your husband's is the 3rd level. It's not the problem. No, I can't collect the money. You should help me sell my husband's badge. Sonia pushed back the badge along with a few pounds. No, Sonia, you must keep it. This is proof of Yuri's bravery in destroying a Tiger tank alone. You should leave him to Valkyrie, or give it to him when Valkyrie's child is born. Instead of trying to sell it. The moment I said this, Ivanov regretted it. Yes. The Soviet Union has disintegrated. In this new world of market economy, everything is clearly priced. The glory and sacrifices of a battle hero's life can be packaged away and usually in US dollars. The price is not expensive. Buyers only care about whether there is a legend behind this medal, because at their tea party, it will be an excellent conversation. The sacrifice and price paid for this medal are considered unimportant. The wife of a second-class patriotic war medal winner, if it weren't because she was desperate, how could she have thought of selling it? But on the other hand, Ivanov's intention to do so is not a temporary motive. It is difficult for the youngest generation in Russia to understand the generations of Ivanov and Ivanovic. This is not because they have received capitalism or communism, nor is it because of their age difference. Even if the younger generation of ordinary people reach Ivanov's age, they will pursue very ordinary things: bisque, vodka, warm home, kind wife and healthy children. But Ivanov, they want a strong motherland. Has the Soviet Union disintegrated? This seems to be an unquestionable problem. But in Ivanov's view, it was not the case. He always believed that the motherland did not fall. She was just too tired. She just needs to rest. One day she will stand up again. Yes, she will. When that day comes, what will be used to tell the younger generation? What kind of person is their father's generation? Should we put the right to speak in the hands of those capitalists? At that time they will say that in Chernobyl we had to be held by the commissar with a gun. They would say that in Berlin it was the Americans who replaced the flag on the Capitol. They would even say that it was the Soviet Union provoked the Second World War. It is easy for people to get old, and even great countries cannot survive forever. But the medal is not easy to change. Its edges and corners contain courage and glory. In the hands of capitalists, its value is only a small amount of dollars. But in the Soviet Union or in the hearts of former Soviets, it is priceless. At least it can tell the younger generation, the fathers, and even the older grandparents. What kind of person was it? They were once eagles spreading their wings over Ukraine. They were ghosts who hung among the ruined walls of Leningrad. They were the gods of death rushing out of the sea of fire in Stalingrad. They were giant bears charging on the Kursk hills. They were once Pripyat's unhesitating back. It is definitely not a burden to this country. Sonia, keep it. There is still some money. You need it more than I do. But, your medal. Ha, it's useless for me to keep those things, and I have no children. When saying this, Ivanov tried to make himself look lighter. Sonia thought for a while, then nodded with guilt. Thank you, Ivanov, thank you. Only then did Ivanov really feel relieved. He knows that many diseases seem to be very serious, but in fact only a few nutritious meals, or a period of normal work and rest, can quickly restore the body. The money Ivanov gave Sonia is not a huge sum, but it can help her spend the next period of time, such as buying some meat or finding a doctor. In short, At least Ivanov will no longer have to worry about her for some time in the future. After sitting for a while, Ivanov got up and said goodbye. Newt's commander gave him a total of £85, which is not a small sum. Ivanov divided the money into many shares, ready to help a few old men. The places where these people live are not close to each other. If Ivanov wants to go to the old place and meets Commander on time tomorrow morning, then he may have to hurry up, and besides he also needs to help Newt go and collect some medals. When leaving the apartment, Ivanov went on to the physically dim light and saw that there seemed to be some colorful graffiti on the walls of the corridor. Those graffiti were not in Russian letters, but in English, so colorfully, Ivanov was very irritable. These graffiti look like young people's handwriting. After 1991, the history of this country seems to have been cut off. The first half seems to be full of dictatorship and tyranny, while the second half is full of light and hope. Against this background, some young people seem to take an oath of determination to take sabotage actions, as if this can erase the reality of their birth in this country. Ivanov raised his chin contemptuously, as if he didn't want to lose his momentum in front of these graffiti from the Western world, and walked forward with his head high. Compared with the spoiled British, French, and Americans, the Soviet army will always be the number one. Slowly, Ivanov, carrying a large sum of pounds, felt as if he had gone back 40 years. They tensed their nerves and fired in all directions. Tanks, replenishment troops, flare and artillery were defeated. Then they crowded forward to attack with the next charge. He strode forward. His stiff spine seemed to slowly ease away, and years seemed to return the youth that had been taken from him. At the same time, he returned to his body, as well as the faith that has long been worn away by time. Ivanov walked forward step by step, imagining that he once again put on the Soviet military uniform and walked on the Red Square. In fact, they are walking in a world flooded by colorful graffiti. He firmly took one step, another step, until the lonely back disappeared at the end of the mottled corridor. And at the same time, the other side. As a wizarding family, Novat Ivanovic's family is not easy to find. With Ivanov's help, Newt tried to inquire about Ivanovic's address in government agencies in the non-magical world. But at this point in time Russia is rebuilding the government, and the efficiency of various departments is horribly inefficient. Whether it is in the non-magical world or the magical world, everyone's energy is devoted to sharing the little bear meat in the feast. Fortunately, Newt has several reliable acquaintances in the Ministry of Magical Interior of the former Soviet Union. Besides, for some reasons, Nova Ivanovich himself is considered a celebrity in this land. In addition to being urged to proceed with caution, news about the Ivanovich family arrived soon. Fortunately, Novat Ivanovich's children still live in St. Petersburg, which saves Newt's commander the trouble of traveling back and forth to find his way. After separating from the former Soviet veteran, Newt followed the street signs and went to Ivanovich's former residence alone. When Newt knocked on the door of that magnificent single-family building, the sky was completely dark. When the door was opened, Newt saw the door opener and made sure that he had not found the wrong place. He confirmed the identity of the other person from the door opener's deep facial features, tall figure, and the pair of sharp eyes. That is Nova's son. He is almost exactly the same as Novat when he was young. Who are you looking for? A smile appeared on the face of the door opener. Newt nodded slightly and smiled and asked, "Is this the home of Novat Ivanovich?" The smile on the face of the door opener disappeared. He looked carefully at Newt's commander's eyes, frowned slightly, and yelled something behind him. Immediately afterwards, Newt saw a woman behind him upstairs with a little girl under 10 years old. After confirming that the little girl had left, the other party opened the goalkeeper Newt and welcomed them in. In the living room of Ivanovich's mansion, Newt officially met the son of the deceased. His name was Yermak Ivanovich. He was a Soviet wizard, and of course, he is now a Russian wizard. What's worse is that Newt doesn't feel the sense of relaxation that a visit to an old friend's house can bring. Although Yermak told his wife to make tea for Newt, since the two sat down on the chairs in the reception room, apart from a simple greeting, They almost drank tea without saying a word. The atmosphere in the entire meeting room was very subtle, and the other side's faint guard made Newt feel uncomfortable. There is no doubt that Newt's visit does not seem to be popular. When the opponent did not take the initiative to speak, Newt also wanted to avoid provoking a topic related to Nova first. Newt's commander looked away from little Ivanovich and began to observe the furnishings in the room quietly. Soon, his attention was attracted by a picture frame hanging above the stove. Up, a delicate medal is hung in the frame. There is a red drop-shaped thing on it, like a blood that is dripping. On this drop of blood, there are 3 dotted lines staggered with each other, marked with comma, and respectively. Suddenly, Newt felt little Ivanovich pull out his wand, but it didn't seem to be directed at him. Snapped. With a clear click, the frame with the medal was turned over, revealing the grey underside. Newt frowned, retracted his gaze from the frame, and moved his gaze back to little Ivanovich, who was putting his wand away. Yermak didn't seem to care about the extremely rude behavior just now, and lightly dusted his clothes, and said in a not salty tone, "Newt's commander, the famous magical animal expert in the magical world. What are you doing here?" Newt put the teacup on the table and gave a kind smile. "Your father Novat Ivanovich and I are old friends. I don't know if Novat mentioned it to you, although we haven't seen each other for many years. Actually, I wanted to meet my old friend today. Since you can find it, I think you have already been to Spikamov Cemetery, right?" "Yes, it is." "Then your purpose has been achieved." Yermak raised his eyebrows and said in a flat tone, "But I don't know exactly what happened. Everyone is very secretive about Novat's affairs. I can only come here to ask what happened." "What happened 6 years ago and why?" Yermak Ivanovich waved his hand roughly and interrupted Newt impatiently. "It's really nothing to say. The story is very simple. Chernobyl nuclear accident occurred. The wizards believed that this was the fault of the moles themselves and wanted them to solve it by themselves. So they ordered all the wizards in the Soviet Union to evacuate. Don't get involved in this matter. But my father violated the ban and was blatant. The end result was that he got radiation sickness and was taken away from his wand for violating the wizards' secrecy laws." "Radiation sickness?" "Yes. In other words, changed to a name that you can definitely understand. Witch's sorrow." Newt did not answer. He knows the death of the wizard, which is an insolvable curse. He doesn't know how to prevent it, and he doesn't know how to heal the cursed. The wizards have healed and rejuvenated the cursed, but in the end it makes the latter more painful. Although it has long been known that the Soviets paid a huge price in that catastrophe, it is all from the newspaper. It is only until today that Newt gained a sense of reality about the term huge price through the news of his old friend's death. Newt took a sip from the teacup. The slightly bitter tea did not calm his heart. He thought for a while before he said, "Your father, the last time we fought together against Grindelwald, he was very brave. He was a very amazing man." "Amazing person?" Yermak sneered. "He did all this because a bunch of low-powered moles couldn't clean his ass. Do you know what he got?" Yermak pointed to the medal Newt saw just now and snorted coldly. 1,000 rubles in compensation and a broken medal. "To be honest, I really don't know if the broken copper and broken iron is a trick used by the mole government to tease us. Oh, by the way, and the Weisengama verdict. And do you know what the price he paid? He disregarded the rules of the wizarding world. He quit his stable job at the Kordos Doros School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in private. He even abandoned his own family without saying a word! Exclamation mark. And all this just for a bunch of stupid moles. You call him a great man? Oh, sorry, I really didn't know that in your English dictionary, the definition of terrific is to abandon responsibility. Yermak's sudden excitement made Newt more than just what to do. Newt's commander's hand rested on the ear of the teacup a little awkwardly, but he didn't know whether to put it on the table or pretend to be nonchalant. "Pick it up and take a sip." At this moment, the door of the meeting room was suddenly pushed open. Newt saw the little girl who had just gone upstairs standing in the doorway. The little girl looks less than 10 years old. Her voice is milky, but very determined. Grandpa is not a bad guy. Grandpa is a great hero. Irina Ivanovich's appearance was caught off guard. He opened his mouth in astonishment, and then his voice suddenly became stern. Irina, we have discussed this topic many times. Your grandpa is not a big deal. What a hero. Now, obedient, go back upstairs. No, Dad. The little girl shouted in a louder voice. Grandpa is a hero. He has saved many innocent people. I read the book and said that without their efforts, we will die more people. Even the whole of Europe will die, become a dead place. I knew I shouldn't have let you read those mole books. Yelmak said, your grandpa is a wizard. His world is the magic world, and the group of people he saved are just moles. Very old school speech. Newt thought in his heart that the person in front of him is the person Alina said needs to be changed. But then little Irina's speech made Newt's eyebrows raised. But what grandpa saves are all people. You'll understand when you go to the magic school. Anna, take her back to the room. Yermak Ivanovich stagnated slightly, then waved his hand violently, raised the volume and said to the woman standing behind Irina, but before he could finish speaking, suddenly appeared in the living room. There was a loud and deafening noise. Then he immediately exclaimed, damn, Irina. The woman was shocked and flew aside. The furniture in the reception room began to vibrate violently, and the flames in the stove made a crackling explosion, and then suddenly exploded, and the fire began to spread around, like an angry behemoth. Yermak drew out his wand immediately, and a blue light emitted from the tip of his wand, restraining the soaring fire. He turned to Irina and shouted, Irina, calm down. Loss of control is a phenomenon caused by emotional agitation when children with magical gifts have not been trained. The easiest way to solve this loss of control is to divert the child's attention so that the child no longer thinks about things that make them emotional. Fortunately, Newt has several friends who are very good at solving this matter. Newt raised his cuff slightly. One looked like a dragonfly, but the whole body was red, with 3 pairs of feet, 2 small horns on the head, and the little guy with the structure similar to the tail wing on both sides of the tail and flew out. The red dragonfly flew a few times around Irina Ivanovic. With an inexplicable wave of magic, I saw that Irina, who was still full of anger just now, suddenly couldn't help but yawned, and a touch of sleepiness quickly appeared on her face. The flames by the fireplace and the abnormal noise in the living room were also it gradually dissipated. The woman who was shaken up just now also stood up again. Seeing that she was okay, Yermak Ivanovich took a sigh of relief and ordered her to take Irina upstairs again. Soon, the door of the meeting room was closed again, leaving only Newt and Yermak in the room. There was another long silence. Newt could feel the complex emotions in his heart from the way Yermak looked at him. Sir, I must thank you. Yermak spoke up, his tone softened a lot compared to before. I heard about your reputation in the field of magical beasts, but I didn't expect magical beasts to do this kind of thing. How did you tame them? It's my friend. Newt laughed. While talking, Newt put a little water from his teacup on the cup and saucer. The red dragonfly circled around in the living room flexibly, and finally landed on the cup and saucer, drinking with mouth parts in small sips. Tea. Yermak sighed and put his teacup aside. Take out a bottle of wine from the cabinet and shook it to Newt. Newt waved his hand, and Yermak took out another cup and poured it on his own. Yermak took a sip, then stared at the clear and transparent liquid in the glass, and said slowly, on that day, the news from the Ministry of Magic arrived first, and the Mole government's broadcast was slow for about half an hour. When the ministry's order came, my father immediately began to pack his luggage and was ready to evacuate, but when the Mole government's telegram when it came, he still left through the Flu network. He went directly to Chernobyl and became one of the first people to go to the nuclear-contaminated area. Others say that the people who went to Chernobyl used shovel to fight the atom. There is also a joke that the machine came to Chernobyl to work on the roof for 5 minutes and then it broke down. But the Soviets drank it. Add some volts and it will take 2 hours to do it. I can't laugh. I really can't laugh. Yermak drank the wine in the glass, then poured himself another glass. His voice was cold, but it showed a trace of loneliness. My father's last days very painful. Acute radiation sickness. His whole body is necrotic. This kind of illness cannot be cured with spells, and it will only make him more and more painful. Finally, the people from the Ministry of Magic came, announced in front of his hospital bed that he had violated the secrecy laws and took away his wand while he was dead. The Mole government awarded him a medal badge for a participant in the Chernobyl nuclear power plant accident. But after the collapse of the Soviet Union, a large number of the same medals flowed into the market, making this medal suddenly worthless. Yermak laughed and shook the bottle, his voice full of mockery. This is what he bought with his life. Is it really worth it? Newt didn't know what to say. He could only say one thing: your father is a great man. Yeah, of course he is great. He is my father, how proud I was of him. But he finally abandoned the magic world, abandoned me, abandoned Irina, so I will never forgive him, forever and always. There was no longer resentment in Yermak's voice, but a deep pain and helplessness instead. I'm very sorry. Newt suddenly felt a little flustered in his heart, and opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. After another long silence, Newt's commander looked around the messy living room and the door of the living room leading to the room upstairs. After thinking about it, he took the initiative to break the silence and divert the conversation. Speaking of which, your daughter's magical talent is quite good, and she will definitely become the most popular student in the school. School? Huh? Yermak Ivanovich grinned, and a hint of irony appeared on his face. Kodos Doris School of Witchcraft and Wizardry will never forget her father's betrayal. Irina is now 11 years old, but now August is almost over, but she has not received the school's acceptance letter. You should know. What does this mean? Mr. Scamander, don't forget, witch's sorrow is contagious. Irina, and the children of Theteritas of the magic world, are plagues in the eyes of most people. Do you think the noble and decent Kodos Dorisi School of Witchcraft and Wizardry will allow such cursed children to enter their school gates? How could this happen? Absurd. It's been 6 years. Newt frowned tightly and looked at the white marks on the side of the fireplace that had been burned by the heat. This kid has such a great talent for magic. If he can't go to school, it would be too. Hey, there is no such old guy like Albus Dumbledore here. Is it possible that I can still let Irina go to Hogwarts to study? Is there any way I can only teach it myself? Teach Irina. As for the future, Yermak Ivanovich smiled bitterly, put down the bottle in his hand, and sighed. Wait, what did you just say? At this moment, Newt's commander was taken aback. I can only teach Irina by myself. No, it's the previous sentence. Of course, Hogwarts, if, let me think. If it's this year's Hogwarts, maybe. The re-employment contract for Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry appeared in Newt's mind. If he agrees to the Little Witch's request, then as a formal professor and former Hogwarts principal and current vice principal, he naturally has the right to add a few names to the Hogwarts student list this year. Only. Really? Do you have a way? Mr. Scamander. Yermak Ivanovich stood up, looking at Newt with excitement, and said incoherently, Irina is very obedient. She is really a good boy. By the way, her English is also very good, and she is also very familiar with the slurred spells. When her father was alive, she would often take school exams. Amuse Irina with the textbook. I'm not sure. Newt squeezed his fists a little distractedly, and subconsciously avoided Ivanovich's expectant gaze. He also stood up and picked up the grey top hat placed on the table, as if someone had cast a tongue-in-cheek curse, said, I will try my best in a few days. I will give you an answer in a few days. If Irina is alone, maybe Dumbledore can make an exception and do him a small favor by virtue of his friendship. But, if this is the case, Newt recalled the file that the Ministry of Magic official who helped him find the Ivanovich family showed him, in 1986. The large-scale leakage case in Pripyat. Storage time, permanent. Crimes, violating the International Wizarding Federation Confidentiality Act, ignoring the evacuation order of the Wizengamo Tribunal and the International Wizarding and Magical Federation, seriously affecting the restoration of teaching at the Kodos Doras Magic School, and causing the death of multiple wizards. Number of wizards involved: 231. This is more than 200 families. Walking out of the door of the Ivanovich family, Newt raised his head and looked at the sky that had been completely dark, and stomped his feet distractedly in the sparse blue-stone streets of St. Petersburg, feeling lost and irritated in his heart. The magic world, or the world. And what happened to the laws they once believed and guarded firmly? Return. For the next 3 days, one 4D chapter every day. Make up. End of this chapter. Chapter 709, a different dialogue 4D chapter. In the next 3 weeks, Newt suddenly became the busiest person in the whole family. As long as he had time, he would take his hat and cash to various cities in Russia and Ukraine to visit his old friends. Many times it was late at night when the old wizard would drill out of the fireplace with a tired face. Come out. There is no pleasant reunion of old friends. In most cases, what Newt has experienced is just one sad journey after another. In the First Wizarding War, the magical world of the former Soviet Union was arguably the place where the magic civilization suffered the most. As the last position to resist Gellert Grindelwald's attack, the Kodos Doras School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was almost razed. Flat ground. Tens of thousands of wizards died in the war that lasted for more than 2 decades. And there was a serious fault in the inheritance of magic. Rising from the ruins and regaining the glory of the past is not an easy task, especially when this process is often interspersed with natural and man-made disasters. It is even more difficult. If the decade-long dark shadow of Voldemort has stagnated the British magical world for nearly 2 decades, then the loud noise that occurred at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant 6 years ago almost extinguished the former Soviet magical world. The last trace of fire. Perhaps the death toll is not that many, but the old wizards who have experienced wizard wars almost all fell to that land. Just like the cause of death recorded on the tombstone of Ivanovich, the high-risk curse, or nuclear radiation. The magic world defines this situation as the sorcerer's death, and the radiation area is marked as the witch's restricted zone. In the face of high-intensity radiation, wizards are not stronger than muggles, especially when cancer cells appear. Conventional healing magic not only cannot relieve the condition, but will further accelerate the wizard's death. In fact, even if the healing magic is not used, the magic in the wizard's body will spontaneously carry out similar self-healing. High-intensity radiation hurts wizards far more than muggles. This is a force that wizards cannot understand, and it is also the most disturbing force of Ministry of Magic officials. The influence of Gellert Grindelwald still remains on the European continent. Many wizards still believe that this is a weapon specially developed by muggles to deal with wizards. Therefore, after the Chernobyl accident, the International Magic Association immediately issued a proposal to evacuate the entire territory. Most young wizards chose to leave the territory of the former Soviet Union, or set up layers of magical protection and physical barriers next to their residences to ensure that they would not be implicated by the foolish actions of the muggles. Only a very small number, certain stubborn old guys with special beliefs, chose to violate the Ministry of Magic's prohibition. Of course, they all received a joint trial by the Wizengamo International Wizarding Court. Even though they had erased the memory of most of the Soviet soldiers, they were still convicted of blatantly violating the secrecy law. Considering that most of these stupid wizards are already contaminated with witches' sorrow. In addition, most of these old wizards were war heroes who had participated in the First Wizarding War and protected the International Wizarding Federation Secrecy Act from being destroyed by Gellert Grindelwald. The magical world had no choice. They were sent to the death penalty room or prisons like Azkaban for processing, and there was no large-scale publicity about the trial. In this process, all trials and sentencing were conducted in secret. Therefore, With the exception of a very small number of wizards, most people in the magical world have received news similar to Pripyat has become a forbidden area for wizards, and several followers of Grindelwald have been arrested for violating the secrecy law. Ivanovic is just one of them. After confiscating the wands of the stubborn old guys, the eras of the Ministry of Magic everywhere put them under house arrest in their respective homes, and then let them fend for themselves. Their achievements are known, but their names are all known. It was recorded in the first level danger list of the Wizarding World, alongside Gellert Grindelwald and others. On the other hand, most of their wizards who are willing to stay in this land are also fire passers who support the inheritance of magical civilization in Russia, Ukraine and other places. Their death and imprisonment were a very fatal blow to the magical civilization in this area. Even in the eyes of many wizards who know the inside story, the actions of Ivanovic and others still sacrifice the interests of wizards to help muggles, especially to help those who try to play with the dangerous power of witches' sorrow. Muggles. However, Ivanovic has betrayed the magic world. I will never forgive him. My grandpa is not a bad person. He is not the kind of person you say. In the past few weeks, Newt Scamander's ears will be heard from time to time that the middle-aged wizard's indignant voice, as well as the childish and stubborn retort of the little girl, makes his whole person look a lot more haggard than in the past. To make matters worse, this situation is just a microcosm of more than 200 criminal families. However, no matter what Tina asked, Newt didn't give the reason. To be more precise, as long as Tina began to ask what happened in the past few days, Newt's mind began to constantly appear in the cold tombstones. This coping method worked well, although it made him look more tranced, because Tina Scamander began to worry whether her husband had Alzheimer's. Newt Scamander knew exactly what he was facing and the meaning of that answer. This is not about defeating one or two evil wizards, or a small problem that can be solved by going to the Ministry of Magic to discuss it. Perhaps Elena's method is more gentle than Grindelwald back then, but the resistance faced by the two is essentially as consistent. If the Ministry of Magic for a long time is like a high wall between the non-magical world and the magical world, then Elena and Grindelwald are like people on both sides of the high wall, with completely different goals and behavioral concepts that ultimately point to the same result: breaking the high wall that exists between the two worlds, but one is domination and the other is fusion. As time went by, Newt's heart became more and more shaken and worried about gains and losses. On the one hand, he is afraid that he will become an accomplice of the next Dark Lord. On the other hand, he is worried that stories similar to Ivanovic will repeat itself. In fact, from the current state of the non-magical world, people's lives are about to arrive. It's the limit. One more, another. This world shouldn't have become so difficult. Newt seemed to be caught in a certain kind of demon, constantly wandering about that land, searching for the information of those old friends, hoping to find one or two evidences that could refute Elena, or a trace of what he didn't know. Hope. Finally, this day has finally arrived. In the daytime, Newt's friend visiting work finally came to an end. It is also a journey without meeting, but it is slightly different from before. The Lotnikovs, who previously lived on the outskirts of Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, were not affected by the disaster 6 years ago. On the contrary, their lives were better than before. According to news received by Newt Scamander, the Lotnikovs moved from Ukraine 6 years ago. The record of Lotnikov's last appearance in the magic world was in the appalling Pripyat city illegal rally involving hundreds of well-known wizards. However, he was a prosecutor and important the identity of the witness. After that, the Lotnikovs completely disappeared in the magical world of the former Soviet Union. It is said that someone has seen Lotnikov in the countryside of Louisiana in the United States, but it seems that their family changed their name when they moved, so that person is not sure whether it is Lotnikov, husband's family. But in any case, the Lotnikovs should be doing pretty well now. After all, they just received a very generous bonus from the International Wizarding Association a few years ago. It is said that there is even a Merlin Class II medal. This is for Lotnikov's guardian of the International Wizarding Association Confidentiality Act. Reward. Oh, the second-class medal of the Sir Merlin. Newt stood in the study room, turned his head and glanced at the Merlin Class II Medal of Merlin on the bookshelf. It was in recognition of his contribution to magical animal research and magical zoology by the Magic World, and the medals awarded. I don't know why, for the first time in his life, he felt that this medal looked a little dim. And beside this golden medal, there are now a bunch of medals that look a little rough and shabby. Most of them are medals of the Great Patriotic War with a sickle and hammer pattern. Most of these are medals in the hands of Ivanov and his comrades. A small part is a cut with a drop of blood and 3 curves. The Chernobyl Rescue Medal, these are more from the hands of the descendants of the old wizards who have passed away. Newt's commander raised his hand, sliding his index finger across the medals, a trace of hesitation in his eyes. Can the non-magical world and the magic world really not coexist in the sun? If one wants to gain something, does one have to make sacrifices? Or, Newt, what are you still doing upstairs? At this moment, Tina's commander's roar came from the living room downstairs. The children are waiting for you at the table. If you don't come down again, don't eat at home for the next week. Go to Russia and Ukraine to find your old friends for dinner. Today is also the last weekend that Elena and others spent at Newt's commander's house. Tomorrow is the last day of August. After the girls bid farewell to the British Quidditch national team, they must start to return to pack their bags, and then return to their homes to hug their parents, and then set foot on the journey to Hogwarts. The train is out. Tina's commander prepared a very rich dinner for this. There are only 4 or 5 kinds of fish. In fact, as early as a few days ago, Tina had already started to collect the ingredients that Elena, Luna, Hannah and others wanted to eat. Whether it was the pre-marinating work or the dressing of the sauce, fermentation is the same. Because of this, Newt was able to fool around in the past few days, and was not forced to lock himself in bed by Tina's serial interrogation. However, judging from his wife's increasingly warm expression these days, it's clear that Tina's patience is on the verge of reaching her limit. After sending off the children, she may start to clean up on him in turn. Newt has a lot of experience in this regard. Enriched as the former, Tina's commander has quite deep magical skills in torture. So if you have any issues, it's best to solve them while the children are there. Otherwise, he'll come down here. Don't worry, don't worry. Thinking of the scene that might appear afterwards, Newt trembled, quickly closed the medal box, and walked quickly downstairs. And on the desk behind him, in the address book of Newt's commander's old friends in the magic world over the years, Lotnikov's name and address are slowly fading, gradually disappeared on the parchment. The dinner on the last night was extraordinarily rich, and there were almost 10 dishes in total. Considering that I will be leaving tomorrow, Elena rarely has any comments on the preparations for a bit of extravagance. Anyway, the Scamander family has no shortage of mopping up animals. It is really not good, and the small Lomite can get bigger at any time. On the other hand, Elena also wanted to use this last time to demonstrate some daily cuisine to Mrs. Scamander. Therefore, when Newt came to the kitchen, the cooking of the evening was not over yet. The honey bread has been baked, and today's side dishes are fried carrots, crab cakes, spicy vegetable crisps, yogurt cheese. Well, let me think about it, there's still a portion of pan-fried portobello mushrooms. That's it. Elena wrapped an apron and counted the dishes that had been cooked, while calculating the remaining ingredients in her heart. Different from the common shiitake mushrooms in China, the British Culinary Circle prefers portobello, a large mushroom with a larger size, flatter umbrella, and more sap in the selection of edible mushrooms. It is only limited by the times and has not yet. The development of portobello mushrooms in the awakening British cooking world is still quite rudimentary, and is often limited to the simplest grilling. When preparing side dishes, the thinly sliced portobello mushrooms are undoubtedly the best choice to set off the meat main course. Accompanied by the girl's voice, Tina's commander's wand lightly moved, and she directed her kitchen knife to cut the mushrooms into perfect half-curved slices. After a month of getting along, she was in this fine skilled a lot in operation. In the pan, The 2 tablespoons of cream and olive oil put in advance have melted under medium-high fire, emitting a fascinating creamy aroma, and fresh sliced mushrooms leapt one by one under the command of magic. Put it into the pot, stir and fry in the butter and olive oil for a few minutes. Most of the butter and olive oil are absorbed into the thick mushrooms. So, the next process is up to you. Elena glanced at the slightly reduced mushroom slices, turned the fire down, set aside a small space in the middle of the pan with a spatula, and then added the prepared cream, minced garlic, and salt to it. Pepper and thyme, while waiting for them to mix and stir, turned to look at Mrs. Scamander, who was standing next to her. In fact, in the later part of this month, Elena will not choose to complete all the processes alone. As a food lover, she is able to appreciate the pain of having tasted the delicious dishes cooked by others, especially after witnessing the cooking process with her own eyes, only to find that she can't cook the same delicacy according to the gourd. After all, after they left, the kitchen still belonged to Miss Tina Scamander's domain. "Don't worry, dear, let me take care of it here." Tina Scamander glanced at her husband, who was walking down the stairs, and motioned him not to lean over to make trouble for the time being, then turned her head and smiled at Elena, nodded, and replied confidently, "They have eaten this dish of pan-fried portobello mushrooms several times these days, and Tina is no stranger to this dish. According to previous experience, at this time, she only needs to continue to stir-fry for 10 minutes. The portobello mushrooms will release a lot of delicious mushroom juice, and then sprinkle 2 spoons of flour, and fry them patiently. Move the juice and wait until you can't see any obvious lumps of flour. It's almost half done. Don't forget to add beef stock this time, and Worcester sauce." Elena shrugged and added an extra sentence with a smile. With more than a month of getting along, the relationship between the girls and Tina Scamander has become very familiar. Elena knows that this seemingly capable Mrs. Scamander is cooking. The degree of confusion mixing up salt and sugar is just the most common situation. More often, Mrs. Scamander waited until the dishes were in the pot, or when the dishes were about to be cooked, only to discover that 1 or 2 key steps were missing, and then began to use all kinds of strange magic to remedy. Although a lot of ingredients were wasted, on the other hand, Elena also learned a lot of novel cooking magic from Tina. For example, after discovering that she accidentally put too much salt, she immediately uses the transformation spell to empty the salt grains. This remedial efficiency, if the purpose is clear, even ensures that the amount of seasoning she cooks every time is accurate to the milligram error. I have to admit that compared to top chefs in the non-magical world, magic cooking may not increase the upper limit of dishes as much as expected without medicine, but as an auxiliary correction method, it can greatly raise the minimum cooking limit of wizards in the kitchen, allowing most people to reach a level above the pass line. After at least 1 month of Elena's cooking class, according to Elena's visual observation, Mrs. Scamander's daily British cuisine cooking level is almost close to the master chef level of most mid-level restaurants. Of course, I won't forget this time Chef Caslana's exclusive secret recipe. Tina Scamander replied with a smile, cleverly tapping the wand in her hand. "Beef stock, with a little Worcester sauce. This is a cooking combination I haven't thought of before." Not far away, the Worcester sauce bottle on the condiment table flew over and landed next to the pan she was in charge of, ready to add sauce at any time, so as to make the sauce of pan-fried mushrooms thick and thick with the beef stock. Tasty. This kind of origin in Worcestershire, England, can be said to be one of the iconic condiments in the UK. Although the sweet, sour, slightly spicy, dark brown Worcester sauce seems to be somewhat similar to the common soy sauce in the East, in fact, the two are quite different in terms of raw materials, use, and taste. Unlike the soybean soy sauce used in Chinese dishes today, Worcester sauce is undoubtedly much more complicated in the process. If Elena remembers correctly, a standard bottle of Worcester sauce requires barley vinegar, white vinegar, molasses, sugar, salt, anchovies, tamarind, onion, garlic, celery, horseradish, ginger, pepper, and large nearly 30 kinds of spices and seasonings, such as fennel, are heated and boiled, filtered and fermented, and then the finished product can be filled. In fact, as Elena lived longer in the UK, she became more and more innocent. Even the United Kingdom, known as the gourmet desert and European dark cuisine world, actually has a lot of imaginative and thoughtful top condiments similar to Worcestershire sauce. What they lack is just too general. All these wonderful discoveries are just people. Just as simple soy sauce is not delicious, but it still holds up a big sky of Chinese food. At this point, the magical world is the same. Elena Yiguang glanced awkwardly, standing outside the kitchen area, as if she had something to say, but due to the authority of her wife, Newt Scamander, who dared not approach, curled her mouth with a hint of fullness. The arc of expectation. On the last day, she finally waited until Newt took the initiative to speak. The goblins at Gringotts Wizarding Bank have already sent her Newt's bills. During this month, Newt Scamander withdrew cash from Gringotts Wizarding Bank 23 times a week on average. Moreover, in most cases, Jin Jialong was converted into British pounds, US dollars, and rubles. After contacting his recent activities, he would almost know what happened. Mr. Scamander, you are right here. Can you come and help me with this? Elena turned her head and smiled sweetly at Newt Scamander. Huh? Me? Newt was slightly taken aback, and pointed to himself hesitantly, although he does have something to talk to Elena. But, in his keen intuition like a beast, he always felt that the little silver horde mixed blood veal in front of him seemed to exude a tinge of unkindness, just like the hell succubus who spread its wings and swayed its tail in the mole legend. Except for him, neither Mrs. Scamander nor the other two girls obviously felt this way. Without giving Newt Scamander too much time to hesitate, I saw Elena spread her hands, pointed around the kitchen counter, and then explained in a slightly distressed tone. Yeah? Look, there is also a clam chowder and a nice flavored salmon to cook. If I am alone, it is inevitable that there will be some incompleteness. But rest assured, what you need to do is not complicated. It would be great if you could help me watch the fire a little bit and do some simple timing work. But Newt Scamander glanced at his wife and burned his lips. Newt, the children are leaving tomorrow. Mrs. Scamander turned her back to Newt, and while concentrating on her pan-fried portobello mushrooms, she let out a gentle hum, and said calmly, well, okay, so what do I need to do? Newt sighed helplessly, walked over to Elena, and asked with some caution. In the previous few days, Elena seldom invited him into the kitchen area. In Newt Scamander's impression, he spent most of the time with Hannah and Luna, sitting quietly at the table together waiting for the meal. Therefore, regardless of the angle of view, Elena's invitation seems full of weirdness. Just when Newt was still hesitating, I saw that white-haired Dumpling seemed to be unable to wait, and jumped over and took his hand towards the kitchen workbench, at the same time like a general patrolling the territory. Introduce it. Oh, it's very simple. The clam chowder can be said to be the best soup. The most important thing about this dish is to make the rich and delicious flavor of the salted pork and the unique aroma of seafood complement each other to achieve perfection. Balance. From the perspective of Tina Scamander, Elena started talking about cooking again with joy. This may be one of the very few places where girls feel helpless. Even if the other party is Newt, who knows nothing about cooking, this cute and serious little chef will still not miss such an essential link. I have almost finished the preparation of the soup in advance. I have spread the diced salted pork on the bottom of the pan, then spread the potatoes on top, sprinkle with herbs, diced onions, black pepper, and finally spread another layers of clams, stewed salmon stock, added water to cover all the ingredients, and simmered for almost 30 minutes. But, the above is just what Tina Scamander and the little witches have heard. As Elena's hand touched his palm, Newt felt as if he had passed through a thin layer of ripples. No. To be more precise, it should be that his whole body was enveloped in an extremely thin invisible barrier. In Newt Scamander's ears, this voice was much smaller, vague, like background music from a long distance. What really sounds clear is another paragraph, and at the same time it becomes clear, and Elena's face is like a little devil. So, have you finally made up your mind, Mr. Scamander? Huh? You are. Newt shook his head subconsciously, and turned his head anxiously to look at his wife, who was a few steps away from him. Not far away, Tina Scamander was still concentrating on the pan-fried portobello mushrooms in the pan. Due to the inhalation of a lot of cream and olive oil in advance, the fresh and juicy portobello mushrooms need to be stir-fried in the subsequent cooking process. Otherwise it is easy to cause only one side of the mushroom juice to be boiled out, and the other side. The juice accumulates unevenly in the mushroom umbrella, resulting in a bad situation of half greasy and half light when the plate is finally loaded and eaten. Relax, Newt, don't be nervous. Unless it touches my skin, at least within half an hour, all they see and hear are all created by me using the dualistic reverse transformation magic phantom. Elena smiled and said softly, opening her arms and turning around flexibly, with me as the center, within a space of about 1 meter. It is completely within my control. All sounds and light have been processed and isolated. Even the mouth shape has been simulated and recorded in advance. No, there will be any flaws. This is the extremely advanced phantom magic that you researched yourself. Newt looked at the surroundings thoughtfully, not seeing any inconsistencies at all. However, judging from the reaction of his wife not far away, Tina obviously hadn't noticed what happened here. Unless Tina Scamander would cooperate with these little girls to make bad jokes. There is no doubt that even Newt has raised his vigilance and prediction for Elena countless times in his heart. However, countless facts have proved that this little witch, trained by Gellert Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore, has already reached a new field of magical talent that he cannot understand. Sorry, I don't understand. What's the point of doing this? Newt Scamander frowned, watching Elena from time to time fiddling with the workbench in front of him, while looking at him with an interesting look, which gave him a kind of as if he was the girl on the cutting board. The illusion of a salmon. I mean, if you are going to chat with me alone, don't take the risk and talk about something that is not so appropriate at such an inappropriate time. Maybe we should sit after dinner. Come down and have a good discussion. Looking at the workbench full of various ingredients, Newt suddenly felt a headache again. The cooking in the kitchen is indeed his weakness, so he really doesn't understand why Elena insists on talking about business when eating or cooking, especially important things that are so serious and sad. At least as far as Newt knows, neither of the first two Dark Lords had such bad habits. The first thing I need to correct is that it is the most appropriate time to talk about things when eating and cooking. Elena raised her finger and shook it lightly, and continued speaking quite seriously. More importantly, only in this way, Scamander will not be suspicious. If I am not wrong, you should have not confessed to your wife where you are going these days. If you don't explain clearly tonight, wait until tomorrow. After Hannah and Luna leave here, your situation is estimated to be quite dangerous. Huh? Danger? Why? Newt was taken aback. It's not obvious. Well, forget it. Anyway, you just listen to me. Elena glanced at Newt Scamander, who was still a little confused, and shook her head helplessly. He is really a hopeless guy. If it weren't because he had saved the world, and he was a powerful wizard, let alone getting married and having children, he might have been shot to death in a secluded alley before he could live in middle age. Right. Anyway, you still have a quarter of an hour. Elena pointed to the clam and salted pork stock that had been simmered for 30 minutes in front of her. Just before the two of them were talking, she had already added milk and soda cracker crumbs in it, just simmered for about 10 minutes, and then added the melted butter and wheat flour in another pan and stir-fried it. The thick paste is just fine. At the same time, a small and exquisite timer has appeared on the workbench. What the dualistic retrofit architecture magic changes is only the optical phenomenon. Even with Elena's optimization, it can constrain the sound within a local area, but in essence it is just a more sophisticated illusion magic. On the other hand, at this level of Elena time, she hasn't been able to maintain it for too long now. After a quarter of an hour at most, she needs to disarm the magic and restore everything to its original state. Therefore, if you have anything to say, I suggest you not hesitate for too long during this quarter of an hour. If you have any questions, I will answer you truthfully as a thanks to you and your wife this month. The return of care. Elena Lake's blue eyes glanced at Newt. The corners of her mouth raised, and she said meaningfully, "But even if you miss this opportunity, I don't think it will have too much impact on your life. But I am a little worried that those people who have put their expectations on you may not wait too long." "How do you know this?" "You sent someone to follow me." Newt Scamander's pupils shrank sharply, and a look of shock appeared on his face. "Tracking?" "Please don't get me wrong. I won't do such boring and inefficient things. Besides, I don't think I can monitor your whereabouts all the way without being discovered by you. It's just a little simple based on big data. It's just analysis." Elena stirred the cream in front of her, shrugged and explained casually. "The principle is very simple. Every pound and gold coin flowing out of Gringotts will be recorded and numbered. We can trace it back to all transactions within the scope of business of Gringotts. You should not think that there is the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, which has a history of nearly 1,000 years, is only involved in the most basic currency custody business, right? So you actually knew those a long time ago, but you keep watching on the sidelines?" "No, I have been selling them potatoes at a fairly reasonable market price. This is a once-in-a-lifetime market monopoly opportunity. In the past 6 months, Gringotts Wizarding Bank has recovered nearly 120 billion rubles. Elena shook her head slightly, and said proudly, "Why?" Newt Scamander frowned. His face was a bit ugly, and he blurted out subconsciously, "Why do you want to do this? You are already so rich." From his point of view, as the fairy queen of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, if Elena wants to save people who are in difficult circumstances, she can do it at her fingertips. £20 can sustain a family for a whole week's expenses. What makes him even more unacceptable is that at this time there are still people who want to squeeze wealth from those poor people. "So, do you think Gringotts Wizarding Bank should give them a monthly relief?" Elena raised her head and glanced at Newt weirdly, and raised her eyebrows. "Mr. Scamander, the relief you have shown in the past month is very noble, but I think you should have gradually realized that little pound sterling is just a drop in the bucket for the whole world. For twice even non-magic families, 29 magical families, this is your relief this month." But the potatoes provided by Gringotts Wizarding Bank, Destiny Group, and Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in the past 6 months have allowed 10.2 million people to spend the most difficult winter and spring. They only accept rubles as payment. "Of course, I think you are now don't understand," Elena explained calmly, without a trace of pride on her face. By the way, even if there are still about an 1/10 of the potatoes and bread in Ukraine and Russia, they are provided by the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and the personal mobile farm space of Professor Dumbledore. From 1989 to 1990. This was a year of poor food harvests all over the world. What followed was a sharp rise in international food prices. At that time, the former Soviet Union had no money to buy food internationally. In order to break through this dilemma, the only solution was to allow farms to sell food freely at market prices. Profits are used to motivate farmers to grow grain, thereby increasing grain production as a whole. However, the largest country in human history failed to reach the moment of seeing the dawn. With the advent of the footsteps of 1992, countries such as Ukraine and Russia that have just welcomed freedom within a month have begun to face a very serious problem. The food reserves are extremely short of food. This is also why, although the Soviet Union collapsed in the eyes of the world is a bit weird, neither the majority of the people of the former Soviet Union nor the rulers in the following years have considered one of the reasons for returning everything to the past. No one wants to maintain a government that keeps oneself hungry. Compared to remembering the glory of the past, more people must first find a way to live in this terrible world. I think you are afraid of the idea of personal change because you and most people always have a strange idea that you must sacrifice or give up something if you want to get something. But, Elena glanced at the silent Newt Scamander, took out her wand and poked the pan in front of her. The batter that was stirred into a paste rose out of thin air and fell into the iron pan that was about to finish cooking. It was quickly stirred into a thick and smooth soup. The aroma of seafood and bacon blended together beautifully, floating in the air. But as wizards, one of the few human beings who hold wonderful powers, we are so good at creating and challenging the seemingly impossible things in nature. Chapter 710, Greed and Meat. At night, the Scamander's kitchen. Gringotts Fairy Queen, Miss Destiny, chef at Hogwarts, the third generation of Dark Lord. After Elena Kaslana had finished speaking, she turned around and concentrated on completing it. Holding the clam chowder on hand. After pouring the milk-scented batter into the soup, simmer for at least 4 or 5 minutes on low heat, which will make the soup thicker, and taking advantage of this gap, she can just the diced bacon is fried in the cream until golden, and then onions are added. After the onions are soft and transparent, sprinkle these sporadic side dishes into the soup. As for Newt Scamander, Elena has seen the end since the moment he took the initiative to ask. This pot of delicious soup, which she has boiled for so long, finally arrived at the table to taste. Miss Kaslana. After a long silence, Newt sighed softly and said softly, "If I'm not wrong, you have violated more than one law of the magic world in this process. Even what the Gringotts Wizard Bank did in the non-magic world of the former Soviet Union greatly exceeded the International Wizarding Federation. Bottom line, if the Ministry of Magic learns what you did, Azkaban may be imprisoned for life. The International Wizarding Federation Confidentiality Act stipulates that every magic government and wizard has the responsibility to conceal the existence of the magic community in which they live. In addition, they must also control the magical animals around them and deter minor wizards from working in expose magic in front of Melnsny behavior that affects the non-magical world and may expose magic will be punished." There is no doubt that Elena and Gringotts' interference in the non-magical world has far exceeded the normal scope. Elena Yuguen glanced at the old wizard standing next to her, and continued to stir the thicker and thicker clam chowder unmoved, as if she had never heard the name of Azkaban before. With Lake Eblua's intriguing bright colors shone inside. "So, Mr. Scamander," she said, "now are you planning to report me to the British Ministry of Magic? In this way, you should be able to add another Golden Merlin siren to your collection. Medal, right?" "No," Newt Scamander sighed. "Order and law are ways to help people live better, not what we should pursue. Professor Dumbledore's assessment is not wrong. Sooner or later, will become a great witch far beyond him. No, to be precise, you are now more respectable than most people. DSK. Don't make a conclusion so early. I'm just a greedy capitalist." Ms. Kaslana. Newt shook his head. "I have already thought about it. I plan to. Now is not the right time to make a decision." Elena stared at the rumbling clam chowder in front of her, and interrupted with a chuckle. "If you really think about it, then ask your wife's consent first. As for us, we can wait until we meet in Hogwarts Castle and talk slowly, at least not when we are hungry. Because for a while make a decision on impulse." "Huh? But didn't you just say?" Newt was stunned. A look of sorrow appeared on his face. "Facts have proved that young people should listen more to the teachings from the elderly." Elena blinked her eyes playfully, with a sly look in her eyes, and said with a smile, "Now I suddenly feel that what you just said is right. When you are cooking and eating, it is really not suitable to talk about some particularly important things. This is an evil organization that violates the confidentiality law. You'd better consider it carefully." So that's it. Today's topic is answering questions rather than swearing oaths. Elena tilted her head cutely and said with a chuckle, "Do you have any questions? If not, I will put the magic barrier. It's relieved." "Wait. There is one more thing." Newt recovered quickly and said quickly, "Grindelwald is subverting the original magical and non-magical order. What he wants is to make wizards the ruler of this world. Voldemort is to allow pure-blood wizards to dominate the magical world, and to let those impure wizards and moles become a plaything. What about you, as the granddaughter of Gellert Grindelwald? What is the purpose of all this you have done? Where is the end? Is it the end? My ideal. Elena hesitated for a few seconds, and then raised her head. A very bright smile bloomed on her face. I intend to keep going on like this, to turn this imperfect world into what I expect. Let this world become what you expect. Like, what do you mean? Newt Scamander frowned and asked subconsciously. Oh, it's time. So, Elena shrugged helplessly, raised her right hand and snapped her fingers lightly. Snapped. Not far away, the sound of Tina Scamander's cooking gradually became clear, and the Elena time that had originally enveloped the two of them disappeared silently, and the magic ripples on Newt's body also. Then it broke apart. So save this question until next time. Elena picked up the pan in front of her, and when she walked past Newt, she stood on her toes and whispered, "Don't let your guard down, Professor Scamander. I'm not a good obedient boy. If you regard me as a noble savior, it will bother me and Professor Dumbledore." I do not understand. Newt Scamander opened his mouth and his face was filled with confusion. However, Elena obviously has no plans to continue explaining. "Oh, Mr. Scamander, let's do this for today." Elena swept past Mrs. Scamander, who was looking curiously not far away, and raised her volume slightly. Cooking dishes and making potions are actually the same. Both have to rely on a lot of time and practice to accumulate things. Although this clam chowder may seem simple, it needs to be pondered several times in private to figure it out. The trick. Elena, I said long ago, Newt can't help me. Mrs. Scamander chuckled and shook her head. While she was talking, she walked over to take the pan from Elena's hands and helped Elena scoop out the clam chowder in the pot and distribute it to everyone's small bowls. By the way, she gave a blank look. The husband who froze aside. When dealing with the pan-fried portobello mushrooms just now, she still divided her energy to pay attention to the situation of the two of them. Although Newt did not cause any trouble in the cooking process of Elena, but in the same way, Newt did not help in the whole process. Instead, he kept asking some particularly stupid and low-level kitchen novice questions. Apart from this, there is no other communication. Only, sitting at the dining table, Tina Scamander looked at her husband next to him with a little worry. It was only less than 10 minutes later. Newt, who seemed to have let go of his burden just now, became a little worried again. You know, today's dinner can be said to be the richest meal these days. Not to mention the delicious and juicy pan-fried portobello mushrooms, the more flavorful and refreshing vegetable crisps than ordinary potato chips, the soft and spicy parsley crab cakes, and the sweet and salty sauce. Stir-fried carrots, rich meaty and seafood clam chowder. These are just ordinary European-style home-cooked dishes. Just as the main course of tonight, the ice-fire salmon and Wellington steak carefully cooked by Elena, it can make most senior gluttons unable to restrain the saliva that is constantly secreted in the mouth. Warm spices and cool the juniper berries fight in the mouth, just like putting salmon from the glacier on the hot volcanic rock. The tender and juicy steak is wrapped in the sweet and crispy pastry, and the fragrant mushroom sauce is mixed in the middle, and it can't be ignored. The bacon and scents. However, even in the face of these incomparably delicious dishes, Newt still shows a look of unwillingness. In Mrs. Scamander's memory, even when facing Gellert Grindelwald, Newt had not been in a trance for such a long time. In the past few weeks, Newt must have encountered something very serious things. Tina secretly made up her mind that if Newt didn't plan to confess tonight, the bottles of age-reducing potions and vitality potions that she had finally bought from the market might be delivered after the children were gone tomorrow. Useful. At this moment, Newt suddenly raised his head to look at Elena, and extremely rarely took the initiative to speak at the dining table. By the way, Elena, I don't know if you have heard of it before. In the non-magical world, there is a strange disease called night blindness. Do you know any way to treat this disease? Or there is magic? Is it possible to cure it? Night blindness? Of course I know that most of them are temporary night vision loss caused by a lack of vitamin A. Elena smiled and gracefully sliced the juicy Wellington steak on the plate. As for the solution, it is quite simple: eating meat. In the early stages of the development of this disease, you only need to be able to eat a few more meals, and you can quickly recover from temporary night blindness. It's just that, compared to the magic world, it's not easy to eat meat in the non-magic world. Elena glanced at Newt meaningfully and said softly, "If the leftover internal organs of animals cannot be used efficiently, the only way to solve this problem is to find ways to expand the access to livestock meat." Although in today's economic environment, many places in the non-magical world even people are a little nervous about the food they eat, let alone have spare time to feed large livestock. Is that so? Okay, I see. After Newt was silent for a while, he nodded calmly. End of this chapter. Chapter 711, The Mysterious Hogwarts Letter. The last day of August, St. Petersburg. When Yermak Ivanovich was still on the bed in the bedroom, he heard the surprise screams of his daughter Irina in the living room, as well as a strange sounding laughter and rustling. The sound of flapping wings. "Irina, what happened?" Yermak grabbed his wand and walked into the living room somewhat confused. In addition to Irina Ivanovich, there is an unexpected guest in the living room. A little owl about the size of a fist hops happily on the coffee table in the living room, flapping its wings from time to time. I slapped Irina. And his most precious little daughter, Irina Ivanovich, was sitting on the sofa in the living room with a smirk. The girl clutched a thick yellow parchment envelope with the words Emerald, written in green ink. "Our letter from Hogwarts. My name is written on it." Hearing the sound next to the living room, Irina quickly turned her head and waved the envelope in her hand excitedly. "Dad, Mr. Newt's commander didn't lie to us. Does this mean I can go to school?" "Our letter from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry?" Mr. Ivanovich's remaining sleepiness was wiped away in an instant. He walked quickly and took the thick parchment envelope from his daughter. There was a very delicate wax seal on the back of the envelope. It is branded with the shield heraldry, and the capital H is surrounded by a lion, an eagle, a badger and a snake. That's right, this is the school badge of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and he has seen it in a book about magic heraldry. The content of the letter is very simple. In addition to informing Irina that she has been approved to study at Hogwarts and asking her to take the Hogwarts Express train from King's Cross Station to Hogwarts on September 1st, the letter also lists the book list and equipment that Irina Ivanovich will use in the next year. In terms of magic books, uniforms, and equipment, Hogwarts requirements are similar to those of Kodos Doric, a magic school near Moscow. All students must prepare the following books: Standard Spells, Elementary by Miranda Gozak, A History of Magic by Bartilda Bagshot, Theory of Magic by Ad Boiflin, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emery Switch, Thousands of Miraculous Herbs and Mushrooms by Felida Spool, Magic Potion and Potion by Arsene Gig, Where Are Fantastic Beasts by Newt Scamander, Black Magic, A Guide to Self-Defense by Quentin Trimbo. In fact, up to this point, Mr. Ivanovich didn't have much confusion. The pure English magic textbooks are still in an absolutely authoritative position in today's magical world. Only, continue down the book list, and things start to get a little bit wrong. Course of Calculus by F.H. Oltz, Mathematical Analysis by Zoolikai, Advanced Mathematics Course by Smirnov, Mathematics Analysis Exercise Collection by Jimidovich, Fun Physics by Berliman, Physics, Principles and Problems by Paul Zeiswitz, Feynman Lectures on Physics, Richard Feynman, Biology, The Power of Life, Alton Biggs, What is Life by Erwin Schrödinger. Reading the names of the familiar Russian books and authors, as well as foreign textbooks that they had never heard of, Ivanovich and his daughter looked at each other, and there was a sense of confusion in their eyes. "Dad, is this the legendary Hogwarts? Why does the textbook look like our middle school or high school?" The excitement on Irina's little face gradually disappeared. Judging from the current situation, there seems to be 100 million differences between the courses in the mysterious Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and the curriculum set up by the Kodos Doris School of Witchcraft and Wizardry where Grandpa taught before. At least in Irina's impression, there is no separate math class in Kodos Doris. And if the names of those mathematicians in the former Soviet Union seem to be so kind, then the series of subjects and titles that she has never encountered before make the girl feel a little unconfident. Fortunately, the names of those textbooks all sound quite interesting, especially the textbooks written by foreigners in the back sounded a lot more cordial than Mr. Jimadovich's mathematical analysis exercises. Irina vaguely remembered that Perelman's brother next door complained more than once. This book, I don't know, maybe this is the difference between the world's top and oldest magic school, and the magic school that was rebuilt after the war like Kodos Doris. Yermak Ivanovich touched his nose and replied with some uncertainty. As a native Russian wizard, Mr. Ivanovich didn't know much about the mysterious magic school on the other side of the strait. Most of his knowledge of Hogwarts was limited to Dumbledore and Scamander. The only certainty is that no matter how American wizards have emphasized the improvement in teaching quality of their Ifamoni School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, how many outstanding wizards they have cultivated over the years, but in the concept of most wizards, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry still represents the top magical education in the entire magical world. No one. And the current Hogwarts freshman textbook list, which is nearly twice as long as the first-year admissions purchase list of Kodos Doris School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, undoubtedly once again strongly supports this point. Obviously, in terms of academic opening and educational reform, Hogwarts is far more inclusive than any magic school. This freshman book list is a very intuitive comparison. In Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, in addition to the traditional magic spells, potions, transfiguration, magical zoology, herbal medicine, these wizarding courses, even those Ivanovich looked like the mole knowledge of the heavenly book. And there would be no place for Hogwarts favorites. Yermak Ivanovich carefully read the list in his hand and turned his head to look at his daughter. Irina, don't worry, you will definitely be the best students in the school, he said. About a quarter of these are the original Russian textbooks. Maybe I can find a way to get it for you. Several academy manuscripts with notes and notes have a natural advantage over those British kids. As the son of a senior magic professor, Ivanovich understands the importance of language in magic and even in learning in various fields. This is why the British and American magic circles are generally stronger. Although I don't understand the use of mole subjects such as mathematics and physics in the magic world for the time being, since Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry included them in the compulsory subjects, it certainly makes sense. As for the specifics, the influence and significance of Irina will naturally be known when Irina returns home next year. These textbooks are not easy to buy. Irina glanced at her father quickly, and said with some frustration, "There is only one day left before school starts. We don't even know where to buy these textbooks and so many. The book must be very expensive." "Oh, don't worry, my dear, we can do it," said Yermak Ivanovich. His angular face unconsciously climbed into a bit of melancholy. "I will write to my former friends and colleagues in a while. I believe they should be able to help us at least get some second-hand textbooks." Gahahaha. At this moment, a strange, harsh laugh interrupted Ivanovich's conversation. The little owl from Hogwarts suddenly flapped its wings and flew over and landed on Irina's knees, looking at the girl with big swollen eyes, raising its wings and rubbing her arm affectionately. "Huh, Dad, look at this." Irina was taken aback for a moment, and then rubbed her eyes vigorously. She fumbled out another letter from under the wings of the weird little owl. It looked very short and small. It was more like a note torn from somewhere than a letter. End of this chapter. Chapter 712, Passwords and Tokens. Russia, St. Petersburg. In the early morning, the weather was a little bit chilly as always, but today's weather looks pretty good. After Ivanovich and his daughter simply ate a few bacon sandwiches and a slightly burnt omelette on the edge, they quickly put on their coats and prepared to ask for help according to the instructions on the note. The Danming Group potato shop located in the northwest corner of the city is not hard to find. Although the Ivanovich father and daughter got up very early, when they arrived here, there was already a long line outside the store. People looked forward to the closed store door not far away and waited. The shop opens at 9 o'clock. No one has seen the real owner of this shop. It is just like its name, silently appearing in important cities in Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, etc. Just like its name. The acquisition records and registered trademarks were completed more than half a year ago, and there was no violation of the law. As a large multinational group from Austria, Danming Group's business scope is simply pitiful. No matter it is in the Danming Group potato shop in any city, there are always potatoes on the shelves, and the ruble code that occasionally fluctuates slightly. Apart from this, there are almost no other things. At the very beginning, most of the cashiers were middle-aged and elderly people who were distracted from time to time. It's just that, compared to the bank managers in suits and leather shoes and gold-rimmed glasses at Citibank, these elderly people are obviously much better at calculating the price of potatoes, the amount of change, and the exchange rate of different currencies. Of course, this is not surprising. After all, with the passage of time, people gradually discovered that most of the cashiers in the Destiny Group Tudor store had their last jobs either in a disbanded research institute or in a university that is undergoing large-scale layoffs. As for the source of the potatoes in the shop, the story is about to become more confusing. Some people say with certainty that all potatoes are grown from the frozen soil of Siberia, others say that they are foreign varieties shipped from a few private large farms in Austria, and some even say that these are actually from the past. The grain reserves secretly stolen from the Soviet secret war preparation food base. But in any case, this medium-sized shop, which has just been established less than half a year ago, has become an even more important place for the middle and lower class citizens living in St. Petersburg than the Peter and Paul Cathedral in the city center. Because only in this place, the ruble in their hands can be called currency, not colorful waste paper. The mayor of St. Petersburg even specially arranged a team of police officers to maintain law and order in the vicinity, so as to avoid some bad situations that might lead to the departure of this Destiny Group potato shop. It is said that similar things have happened in Kiev, and the local police patrol the police. It is planned to take over the store forcibly for inspection reasons, and to charge a high amount of fines for public security management. The most direct impact is that the shop directly announced that it would close indefinitely the next day. Until now, if the citizens of Kiev didn't want to go to the store to buy expensive potatoes for $12 a kilogram, they had to get up early at 4 or 5 in the morning and drive to the Danming Group potato shop in a small town dozens of kilometers away to buy potatoes. In places not seen by ordinary citizens, many banking institutions and large food and light industry import companies from Austria, the United Kingdom, the United States, France, and Germany have also increased their investment in Ukraine, especially in the Kiev region. Import and export, military-industrial cooperation and other aspects of audit standards. In terms of sharing the huge dividends left by the former Soviet Union, the interests of all capitals are common. Gringotts and Danming Group only need to push a little behind and give a little impeccable reason, and immediately there will be a large number of vultures swarming, and jointly squeezing more benefits from the crumbling Ukrainian government. All in all, the importance of today's Destiny Group in the eyes of the St. Petersburg government is no less important than that of the Citigroup Group and other well-known large foreign groups that open in the city's most prosperous commercial street. Compared with those bankers who look noble and elegant, the Destiny Group, which focuses on operating cheap potatoes and is willing to hire local citizens, has a higher reputation and mystery among the citizens of St. Petersburg. However, Ivanovic had not been here before. Although he heard a lot about the Magical Destiny Group from the surrounding malls, he had never connected such a basic mall food retail outlet with magic before receiving that note. Together, as a wizard, he has not yet fallen into the dilemma of needing to queue up to buy cheap potatoes. Ivanovic looked around the surrounding streets. This is just an ordinary long street, and the queues on the side of the road are also ordinary malls. No matter where you look at it, it doesn't seem like it's possible. A place as a meeting place for wizards. Hey, sir, please line up at the back. Thank you. Just as Ivanovic was about to get closer and take a closer look at this strange shop, two police officers wandering on the side of the street suddenly came over, stopped in front of the man, and pointed to the person not far away. Alongside to the team. These mall guards are really nosy. Ivanovic frowned, subconsciously stretched out his hand and touched it in his pocket, thinking about whether to secretly release a confusion charm to cross the blockade while Irina accidentally released a confusion spell, and suddenly his face changed suddenly. The two guards took off the baton from his waist at a faster speed than him, and aimed at him in a very familiar posture. From Ivanovic's perspective, he could clearly see a wooden wand inlaid in the groove from the center of the brown wooden baton. Judging from the reaction speed of the two guards, it was mostly Excellenter who has just graduated. Sir, please go to the end of the line. Thank you. Your talent is not used to jump in line. The younger wizard guard nodded his chin toward the team not far away, and said blankly, his eyes flashed with a trace of contempt and pity for this kind of plan. He came to fish in troubled waters with a bit of crappy magic. The wizards, although they haven't encountered too many in these days, it is definitely not the first time. Although the existence of magic gives wizards a lot of convenience in life, it is not omnipotent. In fact, not all wizards understand or are willing to use magic to grow crops and complete the self-sufficiency of daily life. For many more crappy wizards, they prefer to use the surrounding mall neighbors, borrow. Ivanovic frowned, pulled his daughter behind him subconsciously, and said in a deep voice, wait, we are not here to buy potatoes. I'm very sorry, no matter what you are here for, please line up at the back of the line. This is the rule. The young guard shrugged unmovedly, said calmly, and pointed again to make the line longer. With the three people arguing, there were already many people who were waiting in line to buy potatoes and looked over curiously, and several other guards who were patrolling farther away also noticed the situation here. You guys, are you really not going to get out? Ivanovic was taken aback for a moment, and a look of anger appeared on his face. Undoubtedly, the two wizards disguised as guards mostly regarded him as the kind of crappy wizard with only weak mana, or the marginal man who was almost dumb. They treated him the same as those mulls. More importantly, this made him lose a lot of his father's face in front of Irina. However, before Ivanovic could reorganize his words, there was a clear voice in his ear. Password. We have a password. Irina suddenly got out from behind him, raised her head to look at the two wizards, and said openly, Aklibi we are here for help. Someone told us that as long as we say this password here, we can get help from Hogwarts. We're in trouble. Passwords are fine, but what about the token that proves your identity? The two wizard guards exchanged glances. The older wizard frowned. He took out a working notebook from his pocket and looked at it carefully. He looked at the group of wizards and fathers and daughters in front of him with a little bewilderment. His expression slightly relaxed. Some certificate. What token? Mr. Ivanovic asked with frowning. Each foreign special enrollment student does assign a facilitator, but at the same time you should also have a letter of introduction or some other magic item. After activation, we will know who should be notified to be responsible. But we only received a note. I don't know. Irina was stunned, and anxiously took out the small note from her pocket, and was about to hand it out. At this moment, a small furry head came out of the girl's neckline and let out a fierce cry. Gahahaha. Okay, okay. Exclamation mark. The faces of the two wizard guards changed. This is Chapter 713 Special Situations Part 1. After hearing the little owl's call, the expressions of the two wizard guards were instantly stunned. As perhaps the last laughing owl in the world today, Vico is too recognizable both in terms of sound and appearance, plus the appearance that it had drilled out of Irina's chest just now. It almost made them look like that. Suddenly thought that it was the eldest lady who had come to visit. The two looked at each other, and the elder wizard reached out and took the note in Irina's hand. "You just said that you are here for help." "Yes, sir, my daughter received a letter of admission from Hogwarts." Exceptionally, Ivanovic recovered and stood in front of his daughter, using his burly body to block the somewhat rude gazes of the two strange wizards in front of him, and straightened his back and said in a very proud tone, "Oh my God." The elder wizard looked at the note in his hand, then looked at the little owl with its head from Irina's neckline, and nodded solemnly to the young wizard nearby. "Yes, this is definitely." Before the older wizard had finished speaking, he glanced vigilantly at the crowd around him, his face solemn. He quickly put away the truncheon in his hand, turned sideways and pointed at the closed door of the potato shop not far away, tried to suppress the excitement on his face, and said quickly, "This is not a place to talk, let's go." The first, accompanied by two police officers, Ivanovic's next trip was naturally unimpeded. Following the two wizard guards, the two effortlessly entered the potato shop that was not open for the time being. This is a shop that looks no different from a normal shop. There are 3 checkout counters near the door. Several elderly people in their 50s and 60s are sitting together arguing fiercely. Behind them are 4 or 5 movable blackboards filled with white chalk. A little farther away, there are piles of potatoes, each of which is at least as big as the fist of an adult Russian man. Ivanovic swears with his magic wand, they are all potatoes from other places. He has never seen potatoes of this quality in St. Petersburg. As several people entered the door, the heated discussion suddenly stopped. In the next moment, the old people quickly turned the blackboard around them over with agility that was not suitable for their age, revealing the other side. "Today's potato price. Gentlemen, don't be nervous, it's us." The young wizard carefully closed the door of the shop behind him, blocking the eyes of the people waiting outside from the door of the shop, smiling and shook his head and explained. "What's the matter, Mr. Walter?" An old man stood up and patted the chalk dust on his body, looked at the big and small Ivanovich father and daughter behind Walter and the others, frowned, and said unceremoniously like a cannon, "Also, who are they?" "There are still 28 minutes before the official opening. If I remember correctly, we hadn't made an agreement before. Every day before the opening, we will leave it to us old men to discuss some simple things. The question, no one will bother us. As you can see, a special guest came to ask for help. According to the regulations in our manual, we must respond in accordance with the guidelines. In other words, we need to borrow here temporarily, the same as the previous few times. The wizard named Walter stretched out his hands helplessly and pointed to Irina, who was holding the little owl behind him. The old man raised his hand, grinned openly, and asked in a smart and neat tone, "So we need to avoid it for a few minutes this time?" "Sorry, today's situation is a bit special." Walter shook his head and exchanged glances with the elderly wizard next to him, who was checking the surrounding windows and vents. "Next, we need to clear the venue. From now on until the end of our affairs, this area will be in the highest level state of martial law. In fact, even I can't give you an accurate answer. The highest level state of martial law. Is the level of confidentiality high enough?" The old man glanced at Irina thoughtfully, and Ivanovic, who looked silly, shrugged non-committal, and greeted the rest of the old guys around to stand up, and moved toward the side of the shop very skillfully. "Walk in the direction of the hut." As an old guy who retired from the former Soviet Research Institute, one of the things he learned in most of the past years is that he must learn to restrain his curiosity in areas that are not related to research and science. Chapter 714, Father and Daughter. Understood, but if it may affect normal business, I suggest that you better separate someone out in advance to explain in the queue outside unplanned waiting. Every second is an emotional outburst. Kolmolov, the old man who first turned the blackboard over, thought for a while, and added another sentence. There are supernatural phenomena in this world. For most of the former Soviet Union scientists, this is not an unacceptable thing, invisible and inaudible. This is just a veil-like barrier. The magic world may be able to erase all information, but it cannot erase the desire to transcend nature from the human soul. In the past 6 months of getting along, Kolmilov and others have long used a series of traces to infer something that the Ministry of Magic is trying to hide, but whether it is employees of the Destiny Group such as Walter, or it is the group of scholars from the former Soviet Union, Kolmilov kept the last wall between each other in a tacit understanding. Also, don't touch our blackboard. After Kolmilov gave one last injunction, he disappeared in the room with the other scholars. Seeing the figure of the last former Soviet scholar disappearing behind the door at the end of the room, Walter drew out his wand and tapped it towards the door lock. Accompanied by a few crisp clicks of the lock cylinder, a heavy metal curtain wall slowly moved. Slide. At the same time, the slightly older wizard finally returned to Walter. Every corner of the entire room was now flashing with a faint magic wave. The electronic scale originally placed on the cash register began to display abnormally. The light on the ceiling flickered and finally stabilized after the wizard's wand was waved. Safe, everything is normal. The elderly wizard said seriously. I have also confirmed that it is correct. Then I will trouble you next, Mr. Sprout. Don't worry, just leave it to me. Sparrow nodded, and waved his magic wand. The blackboards that had been placed beside the cash register moved silently to the corner, and moved away with the shelves and potatoes, revealing the bluestone floor in the center. Immediately afterwards, the floor began to rumbling, and a rectangular stone gradually began to rise. It was a fireplace sunken underground, with several mysterious runes engraved around it. Walter grinned at the Ivanovich father and daughter. Being cautious is not a bad thing, right? Under the eyelids of the non-magical world and the Ministry of Magic, we had better not leave too many marks off course, in my opinion. Even if they find out, they will pretend to be cannot see. Is it so difficult to go to Hogwarts to study? Mr. Ivanovic frowned and looked around the walls of the surrounding room. This was completely different from the scene he had imagined before. It was just a normal admission guide. How could he now have the illusion of an admission ceremony as if some kind of extremely secret magic gathering was going on? Oh, for you. Yes. Walter shrugged, tapped his wand lightly on the fireplace in front of him, explaining casually, the magic world of the former Soviet Union has now been redivided into multiple independent jurisdictions. If you want to follow the normal process to go to the UK, you need to obtain a lot of approvals. The door key is under surveillance, and you must use some for long-distance crossing border a more special way, such as Big Ship if you don't want Miss Ivanovic to miss school. Cross borders? Big Ship? Yermak Ivanovich became confused as he listened. At this moment, Split had already pulled out his wand, and began to jog the magic runes on the edge of the fireplace in a strange order. Accompanied by his jogs, one by one rune. It goes out when it's dark. Encrypted channel. ILD, 831. He was muttering words, staring at the continuous runes with great concentration. Okay, the network is smooth, and the authorization code is verified. Huberian has opened the login point. He inserted his wand straight into a small hole on the edge of the fireplace, and then, a blue and white flame suddenly rose from the center of the fireplace, and a metal nameplate was looming in the flame, with something written in gilt text on it. Okay, Sprout said, turning his head. The temporary connection has been established and we can start. Glancing at the confused faces of Ivanovich father and daughter, the middle-aged wizard grinned and pointed proudly at the beating blue and white flames. He took out a small bag of glittering powder from his pocket in a calm tone, explained. The Flu network is connected. Then you can say goodbye to your daughter. Rest assured, she should be back before 9 o'clock in the evening. Farewell. Sir, I think I must have misunderstood you. Yermak Ivanovic frowned, let out a sneer without a smile, and narrowed his eyes. It sounds like only Irina can pass here. This is not a good time to make jokes. I'm not kidding, you can't pass here, Mr. Ivanovic. The middle-aged wizard Sprout drew his wand from the fireplace and said solemnly, Yermak Ivanovich, according to the records of the Russian Ministry of Magic, you are a restricted entry and exit person. If people find you appearing in London's diagonal alley thousands of miles away, it will cause a lot of trouble for all of us. Confused. London, Diagon Alley? Well, a very famous wizard business street, where Miss Ivanovic can buy most of the teaching materials and teaching aids she needs, including wands, magic robes and other miscellaneous items. Hogwarts. The students of SI like this. Walter grinned and explained with a smile. Are you teasing me? Young man, do you think I'm the kind of crappy wizard with a three-legged cat? Yermak looked at the fireplace carefully, with a ridiculous expression on his face. Using flu powder to go to London, England? How is this possible? It is thousands of kilometers away from London, with so many fireplaces and secret networks. How do you know when and which chimney should come down? FluNet can be said to be the most common way of travel for wizards and wizards in the wizarding world. In the magical world, the fireplaces in the homes of almost every wizard and wizard are connected to the Flu network. Only in the whole of the United Kingdom there are nearly 1,000 fireplaces connected to the Flu network. Through the Flu network, the wizard and wizard can easily communicate with each other at home. The Ministry of Magic, Wizard Bar, and Wizard Shop travel back and forth, but this kind of travel is limited to one country. The Flu network in each region is managed by the Flu Network Management Bureau under the Magic Transportation Department of the Ministry of Magic. Long distance, cross-border Flu network travel is simply impossible unless all magical societies are completely opened up, forming a complete unity, undefended. Like a behemoth like the former Soviet non-magic world, no one can walk through the fireplaces of completely different jurisdictions. Of course not directly to London through the Flu network. Walter pointed to the metal nameplate in the fireplace, and said with a smile, it's just getting on the boat. The address is that. Just read it out. If you don't read it right, it doesn't matter. This fireplace is only connected to one location. Boat? What boat? The time is only 5 minutes, and now 1 minute and 15 seconds have passed. Sprout took out a pocket watch from his arms and looked at it, interrupting Walter who was about to explain, and gave Yermak Ivanovic a meaningful glance. Also, we are only responsible for guiding. There is no subsequent explanation authority. Huberian, reactor number 7? So, Yermak Ivanovich raised his eyebrows, looked at the handwriting on the metal nameplate in the middle of the magic fire, narrowed his eyes and said softly, is this how Hogwarts' new student's guide? The location is unknown, even reasonable. Has no explanation? Yes, if you are sure you want your daughter to enter Hogwarts. Walter nodded happily, playing with a magic wand between his fingers. Obviously, this is not a completely legal way. This is a grey area of international law. You have the right to refuse, if you have any doubts. No problem, Dad, Irina said, subconsciously hugging the little owl on her chest. This is an opportunity that we finally got. I want to go to the magic school. I won't let those who laugh at and look down on my grandpa read jokes. This world is not the only magic school in Cordos Dorits that can teach magic. There's something wrong here. Irina, go back with me. I will think of a way. No, you always say that. Irina shook her head vigorously, a trace of stubbornness flashed across her face. I can definitely go to Hogwarts to study. I want to be the best witch as my grandfather said, and then enter the Wysingmau International Court of Justice after graduation. Let them admit that Grandpa is not a bad person. He is an amazing hero. After speaking, the girl rushed to the fireplace while Yermak was not paying attention, and took a pinch of powder from Sprout's hand and threw it into the flame. With a scream, the fire turned green, like a gate to hell. Irina Ivanovic went straight into the fire, and in accordance with the instructions on the gilt metal nameplate in the flame, she yelled Huberian reactor number 7 inches in a blink of an eye. Disappeared. Irina, come back. Damn it. Yermak Ivanovich reacted quickly, yelling and reaching out to grab his daughter. However, before he could get close to the fireplace, The two wizards standing by the fireplace suddenly reached out and stopped in front of him. In just a few seconds, Yermak Ivanovich lost the last, seizing the opportunity of her daughter. I could only watch Irina's figure disappear into the flames. Immediately afterwards, Split lightly waved his wand and directly extinguished the flame in the fireplace. Passed the test. It is worthy of being selected for special enrollment. Get out of the way. It's best not to block my way, otherwise. Seeing Irina disappearing into the flames, Yermak Ivanovich's eyes instantly turned red, and he quickly pulled out his wand and panted to look at the two wizards in front of him. He gritted his teeth and gave out a burst of likeness, a low growl like a bull. Walter stared at the wand in Ivanovich's hand, without a trace of fear on his face. Otherwise, I have to say that your daughter is much better than you. And you seem to have forgotten that there are two people here, 2 to 1. Your odds of winning are actually not too high. If I didn't guess wrong, you haven't dueled with anyone in a long time, have you? At least there is no problem dealing with you, Yermak Ivanovich said coldly, and the wand in his hand was aimed at Walter's chest. Well, I surrender. Walter shrugged, sighed, and said helplessly, but unfortunately, even if you threaten to kill me with a death curse now, I can't help you. The Huberian should have entered the transition state at this time. No one can do without the authorization code. Log in under circumstances. Of course, if you are very angry, you can point to me like this all day, until your daughter comes back from Diagon Alley. After a short pause, Walter took the initiative to put away his wand with a calm face, and took out his pocket watch to check the time. Hey, before you know it, it's almost 9 o'clock. Or let's go to the back room and wait. You know, this potato shop is about to open. Do you want tea or coffee? Have you eaten breakfast yet? Big chapter. Made up the second half of yesterday, plus normal updates. Chapter 715. Let the World Feel Pain. On August 31, 1992, Overstreet, Petersburg, the cloudless sky is a bit unreal. People walked out of their houses and walked through the slightly cool streets. Almost 8 months have passed since the disintegration of the Soviet Union. The bright red sickle and hammer flag has long been turned into history. The enemy of life makes everyone unable to stop looking back. Fortunately, the devaluation of the ruble has not been as rapid as people think. With the entry of Destiny Group and some scattered foreign banks and enterprises, these kind international friends from foreign countries have accepted and purchased a large number of rubles, light and heavy industries, and among them, those are located at the bottom of the financial transaction chain. The food trade in China has extremely powerfully supported the crumbling ruble system, allowing it to still be called a currency. On the other hand, Bank of America's high-interest commitments and unbelievable financial returns have allowed most former Soviets to enjoy the sweetness of free capital, and everything seems to have begun to get better. Only, no one has ever wondered why in a freely traded market, there will be a beautiful situation in which everyone's assets have skyrocketed at the same time, or even if someone has worried, they are mostly covered up by the unassailable reason for the disintegration of the Soviet Union. Under Gringotts and the Destiny Group's almost crazy sway of funds, all the non-magic currencies in the magic world for nearly 1,000 years have now all turned into the front waves of the economic bubbles of Russia, Ukraine, Belarus and other CIS countries. In the bidding and interest rate wars, the American goblins and financial hot money led by the United States also had to grit their teeth to follow up. Compared with the era of big data economy decades later, this is the last financial dark forest period. Each capitalist force is a hunter with a gun, sneaking in the forest like a ghost, gently pulling away the branches that stand in the way, trying to keep the footsteps from making a sound, and even breathing must be careful. They must be careful, because the forests there are hunters who sneak like them everywhere. The only difference is that they don't worry too much about the future at this time. Although you can't see all the body, in this dark forest, there has always been a reckless and huge mysterious beast circling through the forest, and the moment it can't hold back the hunt, it is everyone who buckles. The moment the trigger is down, an exhausted behemoth cannot guard its prey at all, and even has the potential to become a prey on its own. Unless, at the same time, thousands of meters above the spire of the St. Petersburg Central Cathedral, with the assistance of Arthur Weasley, the optical invisibility of the stratosphere on the surface of the Huberian hull is quite stable, and the non-markable magic perfectly makes this metal behemoth disappear from anything that can be marked and displayed by radar interface. Time is up. Are you ready, everyone? Elena stood by the window of the Huberian bridge with her hands on her hands, looking across the thin clouds to the city below. Behind her, Kurt Mayer, Gidro Lockhart, Frank, Fairy Douglas, Fairy Leos, these core executives from the Destiny Group, Saints, and Gringotts Wizarding Bank stood silently next to Your Majesty. Everything has been arranged, the Goblin Douglas said respectfully, with a bloodthirsty expression in his eyes. Gringotts, Russia, Belarus, Ukraine, all protections have been removed, and the magic trap is ready to be blasted. Mr. Reza, all members of the Danming Group are ready for evacuation and combat work. Kurt Meyer hammered his right chest hard and said with a grinning smile, all the weapons of the Huberian are ready to be launched, and a total of 21 reactors have been opened. If anyone attempts to attack this mothership at this time, even if the opponent is Albus Dumbledore, he can't be completely destroyed. Back out. The Men in Black team are all in place, and we can support any attacked Flu network at any time. Gidro Lockhart's slender fingers shook his wand flexibly, grinned confidently, revealing his hearty, sunny smile that helped him get the most charming smile of Witcher Weekly 11 times in a row. As long as all actions are over in half a day, even Professor Dumbledore will not find any clues. As the top war fortress of today's human civilization, the transfer of the Huberian requires a reasonable excuse, and it is obviously a logical reason to use the Huberian's jump and flyway network construction capabilities for excellent student recruitment. You know, Dumbledore has never been a rigid guardian of the law, especially when this matter still comes from Newt Scamander's request, and it involves dozens of wizard families, as well as several young wizards with very potential. Dumbledore will not be short of a little law. And flinched. Not to mention, the official registered use of the Huberian was originally a means of transportation for Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Mr. Reza, I still have a puzzle. Frank looked at the wizards and fairies around him, bit his lower lip vigorously, and said with courage, those are the wizards still living in this land. I mean the respectable wizard families. Why don't you consider trying to contact them and let them participate in the whole plan together? I'm worried. Huh? Mr. Frank, that's a good question. But it's not smart. Elena raised her head and glanced at the stunned young wizard behind her through the reflection of the window. According to Frank's level, he was not eligible to join today's meeting directly, but because the reputation of the Mr. Alexei he was responsible for was more important in the follow-up actions, he was allowed to board the bridge. In fact, the appearance of this kind of stunned green is what she hopes to see. At this point, Elena and Grindelwald actually have many similarities. She needs partners who are willing to take the initiative to think and have the courage to confide in her own thoughts, not the kind of unstable elements who are frightened by authority and violated. I think you may have confused the two issues, Mr. Frank. First of all, it is an individual who is always worthy of respect, not his family, team, or his children. In my opinion, those who have suffered unfair treatment, the descendants of those respectable people, may be even more dangerous after experiencing the dark and hardships of society. Secondly, no matter what you have seen or learned from your elders, I need to remind you. Elena paused, glanced indifferently at the town below, and said in a complex tone, the name of the city under our feet is now St. Petersburg, not Leningrad. Most of the adversaries with respectable convictions are no longer there. Those who stay in this land now, either in the upheaval, he chooses to be a smart man who is wisely safe, or he is a coward who is excluded but cannot change reality. Only those who have the consciousness of stepping into darkness but yearning for the light are qualified to set foot on the Huberian. Listen, I don't want to bet everyone's fate and future on the fragile beauty of human nature because of a little bit of pity and possibility. Besides that other guy, There are hundreds of non-magical scholars, dozens of wizards under house arrest, and thousands of tons of equipment are waiting for our signal to escape from this ideal and wither land. Do you have any other questions? Elena glanced at Frank, who had returned to the queue, and nodded in satisfaction. Well, Grindelwald couldn't help her delay too long. She needed to return to London as soon as possible as agreed, and then, like a caring senior sister or acting professor of the same title, help those children who have not yet enrolled in purchasing supplies. Similar to such a large range of people and equipment smuggling back and forth, there is only this opportunity. After Albus Dumbledore reacted, this large-scale transportation of manpower and combat power would definitely be brought into the highest level realm by the elderly. Regarding this, Elena had no doubts. So, the girl raised her right hand indifferently, spread her 5 fingers as if she was clenching the land within her sight, and slowly pressed down. Let's get started. Everyone as much as possible to save those worthy of saving. As for the remaining coppersmilly capitalists and selfish traitors, send them to hell as promised before! Chapter 716 The war began. At first, no one cared about this disaster. This is just a period of food failure. The collapse of an unbreakable alliance, a series of changes in securities numbers, a shrinking business of a multinational food company, and an unexpected looting, until the disaster swept across the world. It was the last day of August, and the sun was shining on the dusty streets of St. Petersburg as always. John Dow Jones, the business director of Citibank in the United States, woke up early in the morning. The clear air and cloudless sky outside the window did not indicate the slightest sign of something bad about to happen in this place. John took care of the breakfast prepared by the beautiful Russian maid, and only paid $10 for a full day of service, which is simply unimaginable in the United States. He did not notice that the sparse clouds in the sky outside the window appeared to be fragmented. At 8:40, Mr. John picked up the handbag and skillfully squeezed the maid's plump body. "When I come back tonight, I have another big deal today." Accompanied by the scared scream of the Russian woman, John chuckled and walked out the door and got into his beloved Ford car. The old Russian guys in the southeast corner of the city finally let go. Not surprisingly, if he does, he will reach an expensive loan order. In this world, perhaps there is no easier transaction than this. Although I don't know which party will do it first, everyone knows that the day of harvest is not far away. The ruble has persisted for more than half a year. The exchange rate has finally begun to decline, which means that this wave of false economics has finally reached its peak. Those greedy and stupid former Soviets who yearn for freedom and hope will soon wake up from their dreams. Up. As he drove past the corner of the street, John saw a group of down-and-out crowds hurrying on the road. And judging from the direction they are walking and running, if not surprisingly, they should be planning to go to the potato shop on the fringe of the city. An Austrian fool group that sells nothing but potatoes, and it still collects rubles. Poor fellows. John murmured and shook his head slightly ironically. Obviously, even under such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, there are many stupid people who do not understand the infinite charm hidden in financial capital, and still use the ancient trading methods more than a dozen centuries ago to make money through retail products. It is a pity that all this is simply vulnerable to advanced American financial theory. As an outstanding banker, John Dow Jones has 10,000 ways to squeeze out value from these honest businessmen through carefully designed wealth management products, fluctuations in securities, and loan package combinations. John settled down and swept these thoughts away from his mind for the time being. Before the U.S. headquarters sounded the offensive clarion call, perhaps in the eyes of those former Soviets, they might not have been equally generous and kind-hearted international friends who provided high returns for everyone in close and detailed manner and absorbed free deposits at high interest rates. Only, even among hunters, there are extremely strict food chain levels. In the face of these poor grass-eating private enterprises, Citibank, JPM Bank and other venture capital institutions will not have the slightest pity and hesitation. At the moment of waiting for the avalanche, These basic industries that maintain surface peace will be worthless. A few minutes later, when John arrived in the spacious Citibank parking lot, everything began to become abnormal. Is the Citibank branch in St. Petersburg established in the most central commercial street in the city? The people who usually travel here are mostly professional managers in suits and leather shoes. Even if one or two Russians who come to mortgage the real estate occasionally, they will try their best to tidy themselves up. The shabby appearance, at least, does not look like a beggar who came to beg. Just as John Dow Jones stepped out of the car door and was about to enter the bank gate, he suddenly saw a large group of people in fancy clothes walking by the side of the street not far away. Most of them were wearing cloaks, and everyone looked extremely nervous and expressions talking in a serious and low voice, as if something terrible happened. As a bank manager, John's keen ears heard some sporadic fragments intermittently. Bank, explosion, attack, large-scale looting, gold, their civil war, retaliation. John suddenly stopped and turned his head in fear. This is a terrible land. He knew it for a long time. According to legend, the former Soviet Union had a large-scale, ruthless internal cleanup organization. All Americans sent to this country were worried about this all the time. Could it be that these demonic proletarians are plotting to rush into the bank and hang them all? Exclamation mark. But when John turned his head and watched carefully, the group of people suddenly disappeared. An illusion? John took a deep breath and walked into the bank store uncomfortably. He planned to emphasize the bank's security work later to ensure that no one would attack the bank for robbery. Their vaults are now full of hills of rubles. These are the most precious weapons they plan to use for financial harvests in the near future. Loans, bonds, exchange rates. As long as the ruble can still be used to buy things, they have enough time to roll the snowball bigger and bigger, and then the bank's magical form of assets and liabilities turns this debt into a temptation in an instant. People's cake. At the same time, an altitude of several kilometers. Iberian Bridge. Her Majesty, Russia, Ukraine, Belarus. A total of 11 Gringotts Bank branches have all sent out a request for help to the local Ministry of Magic, and the Destiny Group combat team disguised as Death Eaters has completed the evacuation. The Goblin Douglas reached out, took a note that looked like a bird from the air, glanced at it and said, half an hour later, the headquarters of Gringotts Wizarding Bank in London will urgently hold a press conference to declare war on the traitors in the Americas. At the same time, they will temporarily freeze all their assets in Europe on the grounds of suspected collusion with the Dark Wizards. Before the financial order returned to normal, those officials had no time to take care of what happened in the non-magical world. Well, Elena nodded lightly, and glanced casually across the miniature town below. In countless small corners that she can't see, the Destiny Group potato shop from Austria opened its door on time as usual, welcoming the people of the former Soviet Union who were waiting outside the door to rush to buy potatoes. It's just that they don't know for the time being, starting today the rules have changed. In the financial battlefield, the so-called zero-sum game and positive-sum game are nothing more than a beautiful fairy tale. The greed and cruelty of capital is no less than any cruel battlefield faced by human beings. There is no victory or defeat here, only life and death. Negative-sum game. This is the most terrifying battle. Using one's own continuous output of capital, making all profits seem easy, so as to induce batch after batch of investors to continue to inject capital into the market, creating an illusion that the market can continue and be prosperous. And when a large number of market illusions make investors enter the market by mistake, the winner will survive the collapse. Open up all warehouses, release all the rubles we have, and repay loans. Starting from the Tanmin Group completely refusing to redeem and use this currency within a week, completely destroy the value of the ruble as a base currency. Elena waved her hand indifferently, showing a cruel smile. From now on, with potatoes as a reward, let them spread tons of waste paper on every street, every house and shop in these cities, as well as the door of those American banks, and then apply bankruptcy protection, As for us, Elena glanced out the window one last time, turned round without reluctance, and sat back in her seat. Huberian, prepare for the jump. Oh, this may be a bit complicated, so forget it. Problem is not big. Chapter 717 Perseverance and Restart. Science is a way of life, and it can only flourish when people have freedom of belief. The belief that is forced to obey based on external orders is not a belief. A society built on this false belief will inevitably lead to destruction due to paralysis, because in such a society, science has no basis for healthy growth. Regrettably, as a science dependent on the existence of human society, it can never achieve real freedom. Whether it's the cosmic center dispute that started from the cognition of celestial bodies, the Newton and Hooker dispute that has lasted several worlds, or the popular phrase God does not roll dice in the last century. Facts have proved that allowing social authority to replace scientific authority to judge scientific disputes is often the first step in a tragedy. If the tragedy in physics and mathematics is limited to one or two people at most, or the gloomy fate of scholars of a certain faction, then the Lysenko incident that happened in the former Soviet Union decades ago is undoubtedly it has set a very eye-catching warning for all scientific research fields in future generations' politics. It is best not to interfere in science. Andrei Mendanlov, now in his 70s, can be said to be one of the people who have felt the deepest feelings for all these tragedies. Unlike his teachers, Vavilov and Muller, Mendanlov is a very lucky person. Perhaps because of his young age, the secret police didn't pay much attention to the clumsy intern who was in the Hermann Joseph Muller laboratory. They simply cross-examined the intern. He let it out. After a few years of failure in the vernalization struggle, Andrei Mendanlov began to change his way of working, left the core scientific circle of Moscow and came to a place near Leningrad, to pass some of the simplest and basic planting experiments and use the dumbest methods to preserve the achievements of the Soviet biological community. This is indeed a very effective method. Andrei Mendanlov finally waited until the day when Lysenko was completely down, and was gearing up to reinvigorate the Soviet biological world with those scholars who also had the chance to escape the purge that year. It's just that this day came too late. With the disintegration of the Soviet Union, all their efforts and dreams all vanished overnight. The molecular biology and genetics of the Soviet scientific community, after all, they came to an end. Today's Andrei Mendanlov is just an ordinary potato shop cashier. In his free time, apart from studying the big potatoes from foreign countries and watering them in the experimental plot in his backyard, there is nothing left. Andrei Mendanlov sighed lightly, stroking the documents of several suitcases in front of him emotionally. He never thought that one day he would become the kind of person he hated and despised the most. Like Mr. Muller, he carried decades of research results and secretly left the country to find a place where he could continue his research. The old man looked around the empty shop, touched the wooden table in front of him with reluctance, raised his head and glanced at the young guard, or wizard, who had been in charge of his personal safety and daily life for this period of time. Andrei Mendanlov knew very well in his heart that there is no giving in this world regardless of return. As a scholar who has survived the academic cleansing wave of the former Soviet Union, Andrei is not the kind of naive academic school who knows nothing about the world. In fact, he has a better understanding and clarity than most mathematics and physicists. But whoever can compete with capitalists in the financial market will always be another capitalist. However, compared to the Yankees who devote their attention to the fields of currency, securities, heavy industry, these wizards have only one goal from start to finish. That is, they are the old guys who control the scientific system of the former Soviet Union, or to be more precise, the non-magical world has accumulated nearly 1,000 years of wealth, which are called the treasures of human civilization. This is a desperate gamble. He bet all the future on the will of the magic civilization. The magical world is mysterious and powerful, and what he sees now is not even the tip of the iceberg. Perhaps he will only understand what the other side of the world is after he really enters the place called Hogwarts School City. Look like. If it were not because the Great Soviet had completely turned into history, The white bandits and capitalists once again rode on the people of this land, and the conditions offered by the other party were difficult to refuse. In this land, those who were hit hard were hit hard. The capitalists who tried to lay down on the former Soviet Union to share the flesh and blood, and in this coldest spring and winter, to rescue those hard-working people who were hungry and cold. Because of this, even if he was full of curiosity about the mysterious magic planting in his heart, Andrei Mendalov still restrained his eager heart, holding on to the last moment in that small potato shop. Although I am not sure how much weight I have on the balance, I can still add a little bit of insurance. In fact, the scholar who holds this belief is not only Andrei Mendalov. Even if he knows that he may have signed the legendary devil contract, as long as it can save the fire of hope for the world, that is also it's worth it. Science knows no borders. But scientists have their own country even if she is no longer there. It's just that the stipulated time has finally arrived. Andrei Mendalov silently glanced at the rubles piled up in the warehouse behind him. Even if he is not a professional economics talent, he also knows what it means for tons of rubles to appear on the market from now on. All the currency on this land will be completely reduced to waste paper, and there is not even a chance for a buffer. Not far away, the special dispatcher of the Tanming Group had closed the door of the potato shop and walked towards him. "Time is up, Mr. Andrei, we are about to prepare to evacuate. After I leave, will they continue to recruit old guys like me?" After hesitating for a few seconds, Andrei took a deep breath and asked calmly, "Of course, if this involves some confidentiality, you can refuse to answer. I mean, I actually have a lot of contact information for old friends. Maybe I can help you recruit another round of new employees. Don't worry, we have a very complete and systematic transition plan, and Tanming Tadu will not disappear." The young wizard grinned, patted Andrei on the shoulder, and replied in a relaxed tone. "As for the follow-up personnel arrangements, there are actually some differences. Taking into account the safety of the store and the reduction in digital accounting requirements, we may consider hiring some veterans. In fact, you and those gentlemen, it's almost the last batch. As for the issues you are worried about, there are already commissioners on the group's side who are discussing with the government." The young wizard scratched his nose and carefully recalled the QA skills specially compiled by the young lady during the pre-job training not long ago, and said hesitatively as if reciting a jerky magic article, "The real world will never be shattered by the collapse of the virtual currency market. The most stable cornerstone of any society and civilization will always be agriculture. The Tanming Group's potatoes have never come for destruction, and plunder. Times have changed. It is time to say goodbye to the glory and scars of the past, and the new order of freedom will return to the hands of the people of this land." At the same time, Administration Building of Tanming Group, St. Petersburg, Russia. In a spacious conference room, financial officials from the Russian government and regional leaders of the Tanming Group sat together, arguing fiercely. The core issue of the discussion was the potato remuneration program just announced this morning. Potatoes, which were supposed to be goods, became rewards, and the ruble, which was supposed to be currency, became a kind of useless waste paper that was squeezed into a warehouse and required a lot of manpower to clean up. For all ordinary people in the former Soviet Union, it was simply the same, a strange thing that looks like the world is turned upside down, and the most funny thing is that it seems reasonable to think about it. "I'm very sorry, sir, we can't support it anymore." As the words fell, Gidro Lockhart stood up and said calmly, "In the past 6 months or so, the Tanming Group has shipped trillions of potatoes worth of potatoes to this land. However, as the international economic situation continues to deteriorate, the buying power of the ruble in the international market is getting lower and lower. It is not a pure exchange rate issue, but it is becoming more and more difficult to be accepted. This has seriously affected the normal production and operation of the group. Especially this morning there were a lot of looting incidents, which made us realize that as long as we still use the currency from the credit of the former Soviet Union government as the cornerstone, then we will never be able to resist external maliciousness. Gentlemen, I think maybe we should work together to start a new era. A group of officials from Russia looked at Lockhart and remained silent. Chapter 718, Cross-Era Capital Cooperation. What's more serious is that as a currency based on the credit of the former Soviet Union government, the ruble banknote master can now be said to be spread throughout Europe. If we continue to recognize the old ruble, our risk is too great, and we will reshape and take over the ruble. Credit is also an extremely difficult thing, unless governments unite to pay for the old ruble. But Gidro Lockhart didn't finish speaking. A strange expression appeared on his face, and he shrugged. Give up the ruble. The Russian Federation should have its own currency. The powerful and independent Russia does not need to continue to pay for the laziness and backwardness of the former Soviet Union. It is time to bring order back again. Yes, Mr. Lockhart, we agreed on this very early. The new Russian deputy finance minister held his glasses and tapped his fingers lightly on the document in front of him. As early as half a year ago, the in-depth commercial cooperation between Danming Group and the Russian government, the Ukrainian government, and the Belarusian government had begun. Regarding the issuance of the new currency, this was originally planned for the past 1 or 2 years. It's just that the capital hot money from the United States and the United Kingdom greatly advanced the time when the ruble bubble reached its peak. The middle-aged officials knew very well that if there were no Danming Group potatoes to maintain the ruble exchange rate, the current Russian government would have long been in debt and was exhausted for food imports every day. Frankly speaking, the ruble is getting weaker and weaker. Under the circumstances, the Danming Group has been able to support it so far, but in fact it has far exceeded their expectations. The only thing that makes them a little hesitant is actually something that has nothing to do with the macro situation, but is extraordinarily important. After a pause, the middle-aged official glanced at the phone placed in the center of the desk. All the discussions that took place in this conference room passed through this dedicated line, and were transmitted to the Kremlin in Moscow. In fact, regarding your campaigner's application for bankruptcy and reorganization and the merger with the former Central Bank of the Soviet Union into G&H Central Bank of Russia's proposal, we don't have too many disputes and doubts. It's just. The middle-aged man searched for words, slowly tapping on the wooden table in front of him, and said meaningfully, President Yeltsin also has another concern. The redemption coupons of the potato-based system can certainly allow us to pass the gap between the old ruble and the new currency issuance relatively smoothly, but because the value of the ruble instantly returns to zero, for some industrious people who are thrifty and have finally accumulated some assets, will the price be too heavy? No politician will cherish the glory of the Soviet Union's past, destroy the ruble, and erase the traces of the behemoth's existence. Even without the Mandate Group and American bankers, the Russian government itself will do it. The changes brought about by the Danming Group just happened to obscure the process of turning rubles into waste paper. For the politicians who have already known everything, this can be regarded as a sincere gesture of goodwill. Taking advantage of the time difference of the past 6 months, the Russian oligarchs have already hoarded huge amounts of assets in advance, waiting to be realized, compared with those American bankers who cannibalize people and don't spit out their bones. An agricultural company like Danming is obviously much safer. Diligent and thrifty, hard-working people, are these stupid and insatiable mole officials. Gidro Lockhart glanced at the official in front of him in an exquisite handmade suit. A humble contempt flashed deep in his eyes, the smile on his face became brighter, and he took a smile from his arms. A document that has already been prepared. Oh, don't worry, you guys. Here are a number of anonymous international currency exchange permit holders of these documents can go to the cooperative banks in the documents and convert their assets into corresponding shares of US dollars and pounds. If you are not in a hurry, when the G&H Central Bank of Russia was officially reorganized and established, it would not be difficult to add a part of the accounts from past historical depositors. If I guess right, even in this great country, there are not too many people who are thrifty and have accumulated objective assets at the same time. right? It's just that our only request on this side is, Lockhart stood up and leaned slightly toward the telephone receiver in the center of the desk. I hope you can provide assistance as soon as possible. Don't give too much time to evacuate and respond to giants such as Citibank and JPM Bank. At the same time, our group can also provide you with professional tax audits and audit outsourcing, so as to avoid those from the United States. The savvy bankers took the opportunity to default on their loans and even do some damage. Most of the cards have been played out, and apart from potatoes, there is still some real currency in the hands of the Destiny Group. According to Elena's previous sand table deduction process, after the Yeltsin government is relieved of worries, there is at least a 95% chance that it will choose to cooperate with them. The unchanged history of later generations has proved that even if the conditions are more demanding, American capitalists in the United States, they will all choose to compromise. Today's cooperation method is obviously much better. A mere victory in a financial war is meaningless, especially a war under this negativism game. For Elena, no matter how terrible the Eagle Source and the elves of America have suffered, and how much precious blood recovery ability they have lost, they are all meaningless bonus gifts. Her purpose is from beginning to end. 1. When the ruins were at their most empty, they became the voice of the reconstruction of economic and social order. Unless the Americans or the wizards of the former Soviet Union conjure up stocks of potatoes that are enough to feed billions of people out of thin air, and use dollars, gold gallons and other currencies to guarantee the crumbling ruble at any cost, no one is hers opponent. There has never been a free lunch in this world. The only difference is the time and form of payment. Since half a year ago, the first Destiny Group potato retail store opened in Moscow. The greedy CIS government and the arrogant foreign capitalists allowed the exchange rate of potatoes and rubles to form the closest in order to divide up the former Soviet Union's property. After binding the relationship, the outcome of this financial war has been determined in advance. Now what's left is just a little bit of illogical sharing of benefits. After waiting for a while, a little noise suddenly came out from the microphone in the center of the desk, and then a man with a strong spirit and a strong voice came from it. This was a reply from the current supreme ruler of this country. As Elena expected, this is not such a difficult choice. After ensuring that their property would not suffer losses, and after studying the two proposals in detail again, the Yeltsin government hardly hesitated for too long and gave their final answer very readily. Within this week, the old ruble will be completely halted in redemption and production. According to the recommendations of relevant economists, the securities market in Russia will temporarily stop trading. G&H Central Bank of Russia will issue new currencies immediately. Jiang Xinbi can go to a potato shop jointly controlled by the Russian government and Tanming Group to exchange for a specified amount of potatoes. As a central bank that exists independently of the government, the Russian government uses future fiscal taxes as collateral to grant creditors' rights to G&H Central Bank of Russia. After the bank purchases creditors' rights, it will issue a corresponding amount of new currency or provide potatoes of equivalent value, used for payment and social circulation. The police system will cooperate with the tax inspection and audit work of the Tanming Group. Since those insatiable bankers have promised high interest rates, they need to pay for this and become the security backing of the Tanming Group. The Destiny Group will always be a friend of the Russian people. Let the Yankees go to hell. Chapter 719 The Demon King Who Subverted the World. People can get nothing without sacrifice, and in order to get something, they need to pay the same price. This is the principle of alchemy in the eyes of non-magic people. In a world where magic does not exist, this is the reality of the world. Wealth is not born out of thin air. The biggest role of the financial market is to redistribute wealth, not to create value. Compared with the former Soviet Union, which can only rely on incomplete historical data, the economic situation and market development of the United States, China, Japan, Germany, Britain, and France are all too familiar to Elena. At the same time, it is also the world's largest economy in the next few decades under the original historical trajectory. The US macroeconomy has no secrets in the eyes of Elena, unless there is a second traverser. In this era, no one knows America better than Elena, whether it is the embarrassing node of the economic bubble, the direction of capital flow, the sub-financial crisis that has not yet erupted, or even the wave of unemployment tens of thousands of miles away. The lack of social capacity after the end of the Cold War, these are all under her control. With the establishment of the Gringotts Hogwarts Central Reserve System of the Russian Federation, all free capital that intends to distribute bear meat was plunged into this terrible quagmire almost overnight. Referred to as Binkoits, let all capital return to the most primitive state. Bartering, currency and daily necessities are directly linked. In the face of a completely closed-loop market economy and the most primitive trading system, all military sanctions, financial sanctions, technological blockades, and trade sanctions imposed by the Federal Reserve and other established capitalist countries do not even have room for implementation. The domestic economic situation in the United States and the United Kingdom at this time is not as optimistic as it appears. In this summer, when the red afterglow of the former Soviet Union has not yet dissipated, no force dared to initiate a hot war on this land. Rather than facing the terrible red steel torrent, they would rather temporarily freeze in the bean coin trap. Then, there is only one way to hedge the economy and release domestic pressure. Gary Vickers, do you know what is the most effective way to form an alliance in this world? Elena leaned on the back of the exclusive chair of the Captain Huberian, gently shaking the pomegranate juice in her hand, watching the red liquid slowly flowing on the glass wall, pretending that she was tasting the most high-end red wine, carelessly asked indifferently. Beside her, Gary Vickers, who had just been promoted to the head of Gringotts External Liaison, shook his head and replied hesitantly, "An interest that is difficult to refuse." "Or do you mean a common enemy?" "Yes, but not right." Elena smiled slightly, her blue eyes gleaming with danger. "If you just have a common enemy, this is far from the most appropriate time under unfair confrontation, a little bit into desperation, desperately looking for allies in order to survive. This is the most stable, efficient. Even if it is to deal with the Magic Congress and the American goblins, the magic side should never be the first party to attack. Agent war. This is the mode of intervention that the magical world should have. The British magical world is strong, but the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland is no longer the empire that never sets in the sun. Elena drank the crimson in her glass gracefully, put down her glass, stood up and walked to the Huberian window. Outside the window, Hogwarts Castle in the Scottish Highlands has just woken up. The bright and soft morning light passed through the clouds and fell on the surface of Lake Hogwarts, glowing with layers of bright water. Elaine opened her arms and let the warm sun shine on her body. On the thousands of miles behind her, breakfast smoke had just risen from the chimneys of countless families. The Bundesbank announced that it was considering reconfiguring the European exchange rate mechanism. Further afield, in the White House in Washington, D.C., a top-secret document marked as the highest priority appeared on Reagan's desk: Maastricht Treaty Vulnerability Analysis and Sniping Draft. In the next few hours, it will become the focus of everyone's debate, along with the news of the establishment of the Russian Federal Central Reserve System, and it will start to activate in less than a week. It's just that no one knows. As early as half a year ago, before the official terms of the European Economic and Monetary Union Treaty were finalized, Gringotts Wizarding Bank had conducted a very comprehensive sand table deduction for the same situation. Elena took a deep breath. As if smelling an extremely alluring fragrance, a look of intoxication appeared on her face. Ruble crisis, British pound crisis. This summer may be the most exciting moment in the history of human finance. The capital world under the blood loss. This time is not a sniper war that can be ended by surrendering defeat. It's really excited. Is this the feeling of subverting the world? Gee, it's really an addictive thing. Gary Vickers, give my order. Elena lifted her hand slightly, and flicked her fingers in the air casually. From now on until the end of September, all financial operations of Gringotts Wizarding Bank in the non-magical world have been reduced to a neat-tenth of the original frequency, and instead, it will try its best to collect evidence of the American magical world and American goblins interfering in the market. Yes, Your Majesty, your will is the will of the entire Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Gary Vickers stroked his chest with his left hand and bowed respectfully. After more than half a year of getting along and witnessing the terrifying power contained in the capital of the new era, there was no voice questioning the young fairy queen in the entire Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Very well. Then I'll leave it to you all. As for me, Elena nodded with satisfaction, and stroked her hair carelessly. The silver hair gleaming with light golden light slashed across the air, and a wave of ripples suddenly appeared in the originally still air. In the next moment, countless dense magic runes appeared in front of Elena. Red, green, black, and blue lines are quickly interlaced and outlined in midair, forming a miniature version of the Huberian hull structure, and the names of rice grains are hovering in the grid. For Gellert Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore, it is not too difficult to cast a range of name magic. As an aerospace carrier that took 6 months to build, it almost represents the highest level of the magic world today. Elena carefully looked at the monitor in front of her, compared the notes next to each room, and carefully sorted out the wrinkles on her own clothes against the windows that had turned into mirrors, and said softly, "Open the Flu network of number 3 reactor, number 9 reactor, number 11 reactor, and number 19 reactor. Open the fast passage from the number 7 reactor to the bridge, raise the main reactor of the bridge, retract the main gun, and reduce the alert status of the Huberian to level 3, remove the invisible magic on the hull, and raise the solar energy." The board begins to accumulate energy. As a senior sister at Hogwarts and an assistant in the potions class, it's time for her to meet this year's freshman. Ask for leave, organize the plot. I have written a partial topic, and the next volume is Hogwarts of a Certain Science. The plot of this volume has been written here, and I have to find a way to finish it. I will regret it for a long time after skipping the fat chicken. Sorry, I will sort out the outline and content, and make up tomorrow. The 720th chapter, Silver Wolf Tooth Plan. Bolshevik Iron Fist Tavern, Moscow. The old fireplace in the corner of the kitchen suddenly burst into green flames. This is one of the secret strongholds of the Destiny Group. A few minutes ago, the fireplace was automatically activated and connected to the Huberian hundreds of miles away. Although the Russian magic world has fallen, it does not mean that it has become a grey area beyond the jurisdiction of the magic government. In fact, due to the weakness of the local Ministry of Magic, the International Wizarding Federation's ability to interfere and control this land is much stronger than that of the British and American magic circles. However, any signs of behavior that may expose the magical world are almost always detected as soon as possible. After all, there have been more than one vicious incidents of deliberate violation of confidentiality laws. In order to protect the safety of the contact point, Stanming Group employees rarely stay in this bar. In most cases, this bar serves the native wizards living in this city, as well as a small number of foreign wizards who come to travel, or vampires, dominatrix, veils and the like magic creatures. But today, this silent fireplace is fully activated. The old mottled masonry shell faded to dust, hundreds of magical runes swirled around the fireplace, blue and white pillars of fire spewed out from the fireplace like the breath of a fire dragon, and dozens of grim-faced wizards arrived through the flyaway net. Here, these wizards are not the wrinkled old saints as imagined. In fact, most of them are young wizards of the age similar to Gidro Lockhart. They look no different from the elite eras of the Ministry of Magic, whether they are dressed, Heigl a grey windbreaker, clean white. The only difference between shirts and the most fashionable top hats is the strange logo on their chests. It is an unfamiliar logo that has never appeared in the magical world. It seems to be 3 arrows pointing to the inner circle. There are 3 smaller and confusing words printed next to the pattern: secure, contain, protect. The pillar of fire in the fireplace lasted for nearly 2 minutes. and the number of wizards who arrived in the room reached about 30. This can be regarded as a very large number of people in the magic world. If you don't consider a large wizard rally similar to the Quidditch World Cup, this number is almost equal to the total number of RAs in a general magic department. As the person in charge of the Destiny responsible for maintaining this security point, Isaac Essen frowned and looked at the strange wizard force in front of him in silence. He did not understand the origin of these people. The only orders he received were it was just to open the fireplace and connect it to the Huberian to ensure that these wizards would not be discovered by the local Ministry of Magic during their arrival. On the other hand, these wizards showed no signs of trying to explain to Isaac Essen. As the fireplace closed again, these wizards simply counted the number of people, and then drew out their wands to cast apparitions and moved out of the room. There was hardly any extra information and communication during the whole process, as if they were all magical dolls. I don't know what Grindelwald is planning. So many young wizards are the direct descendants of the eldest lady. Is this planning to attack the Russian Ministry of Magic and by the way end all the power points of the International Wizards Federation in Russia? Isaac Essen murmured, and subconsciously grasped his sweaty palms. Compared with those arrogant and stupid Death Eaters younger generations more than 10 years ago, the oppression brought by these young wizards is simply not the same level. Isaac Essen felt as if he saw a close spite. Metal Gear machinery. Among this, the thing that made him feel the most uneasy was the ordinary man standing at the forefront of the team. Although the man just stood there silently, in the feedback perception of Isaac Essen's magic, there seemed to be a long repressed volcano, containing infinite heat and power as before. For many years, the situation like this is not too much, and it is only slightly weaker than Gellert Grindelwald. On the outskirts of St. Petersburg, in a long abandoned house. Judging from the magical photo frame wiped clean in the living room, it used to be the residence of a certain wizard, but it was suddenly abandoned for some reason. A dozen people stood neatly on the repeated magical photo. Located at the far left of the photo, a young man with a long and thin body wearing a blue old coat, some freckles on his face, and an obvious British appearance is constantly being taken back to the queue by the wizard next to him. Except for him, the photo is all Russian. The group of wizards who disappeared in the Bolshevik Iron Fist Tavern just now appeared in the living room of the room. Unknowingly I have so many years passed. Sorry, I am late. The strange wizard who made Isaac Essen feel a little uneasy raised his right hand, and gently stroked his young self in the photo with his fingers. At that time, he was still a naive and innocent magical animal lover, and right now, Newt Scamander sighed lightly, pressed his mixed thoughts, and looked at the people around him. These are all subordinate to the Gringotts Wizarding Bank. After a layer of screening and assessment, the formation of the Number Zero Curse Team, or, to be more precise, this was created by Elena, a secret organization that protects the world from the outside world. Foundation Special Containment Procedures Foundation. Whether it is the Destiny Group, the Gringotts Goblin, or even the Devil's employees of Mr. Lovegood's family, most of these people are under Dumbledore's deliberate or unintentional surveillance and attention. Even if it is Elena. Clever use of the Huberian for ultra-long-distance jumps could not ensure that Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic's line of sight could be bypassed. In the wizarding world, the destructive power of every adult wizard is not easy to underestimate, especially after they form a certain organization. This is a very worrying thing. No matter what reason they exist, as long as they appear under the sun, they will definitely cause fear and hostility from other forces that do not belong to this group. Although in theory, Elena has the right to mobilize all the saints, but she does not intend to put everything on Grindelwald, and in terms of some special things about this land, those saint grandfathers do not suitable for handling hatred. This is where people lose their sense and judgment most easily. End of this chapter. Chapter 721, Undercurrent and Betrayal. Calibration time. Ready to act. A wizard standing next to Newt waved his magic wand, and a huge clock phantom appeared in the air. It is not an easy task to launch a large-scale rescue operation in the territory of the former Soviet Union. In this vast land spanning an entire 11 time zones, even a small fallacy can lead to extremely serious consequences. Accompanied by the wizard's voice, all the wizards present raised their wrists and began to adjust the time of their watches. This is a custom-made fairy watch specially created by Gringotts Wizarding Bank. It will not be subject to any magic or electromagnetic interference. At the same time, after referring to the field support magic of the Austrian Ministry of Magic, it will also record the mental and physical conditions of the bound person during the period of carrying it. Once it is controlled or seriously injured, it will report to the nearest local Destiny Group contact point, send early warning information, and send current position information in real time to provide long-range strike coordinates for the Huberian. Although it is under the jurisdiction of the Russian Ministry of Magic, after half a year of secret development, the Tanming Group has already established several reliable and secret teleportation points in various cities. According to the worst deduction result, even if an all-out war breaks out, they can also be broken into pieces at any time, silently blending into any non-magical city. However, everything seems to be carried out in accordance with the most perfect script. Gringotts and the Destiny Group caused chaos on the front and perfectly attracted the attention of the Ministry of Magic and the non-magical world. Their large-scale teleportation trajectory just now was extremely successfully hidden in the immobilization of the Russian Ministry of Magic. London time. 9:21. It seems they didn't detect our infiltration, Newt Scamander said quietly, watching the pointer slowly passing by, and let out a soft breath. The Russian Ministry of Magic has the largest wizarding action team. In fact, the imaginary enemies they need to face are not just the errors on the surface. This land will be called the Grey Forbidden Land for its own reasons. The power of the International Federation of Wizards in Russia and Ukraine is no less than that of any single Ministry of Magic. This is different from the UN Security Council in the non-magical world. As a wizard with extraordinary power, this is not restricted by national interests. The Wizarding Federation has an independent ruling power and an independent wizarding action team at the same time. In fact, this is where Newt Scamander and Elena are most afraid. Compared with the politicians of the Ministry of Magic that can be discussed, these old world aggregates that maintain the International Wizarding Union Confidentiality Act are the most troublesome existence. Any act that provokes the laws of the old world is without compromise. Declare war. After a pause, Newt took out a mobile phone and dialed the number of the Gringotts Fairy Liaison Officer in Russia. The name Elena Kaslana will not have any connection with the SCP Foundation. The elves of Gringotts are undoubtedly the most suitable contact middlemen. The most obvious advantage is that the wizard does not know how to identify one. Goblin. On the other hand, perhaps the International Federation of Wizards and the Russian Ministry of Magic will consider revealing the existence of the wizarding world to the leaders of the Mole government, just as the British Ministry of Magic has done. But the proud and noble wizards will obviously not take it seriously. The novelties of moles don't even think about listening to the radio waves in the air. 051. Project Silver Spike, the field security officer is in place. When can the containment begin? About 20 minutes later. The exact time is 9:40 London time. From then on, this channel is half abandoned, and the whole area is silent. 051. When this number is dialed for the second time, it is deemed a containment breach. Please perform cleanup. Clean the scope to confirm whether there are illegal personnel on your side. Newt Scamander recalled the secret words that Elena left him, and said in a deep voice, according to the allocation of His Royal Highness Boulangya, illegal personnel will not appear in the frontline position. If illegal members appear, it means that a traitor has appeared in the organization. Please complete the clearing work as soon as possible. All files have been adjusted to the Americas. Unit. I see, I will. I hope I won't hear your call. Thank you. Me too. I hope I won't hear from you. Goodbye. Looking at the receiver in the busy tone, Newt was silent for a moment. He was very aware of the serious consequences of this operation. Compared with the premature outbreak of a war between wizards and wizards in the magical world, sacrificing part of the Gringotts goblins, letting the incident be characterized as a civil war between the fairies, no matter from any angle, it is undoubtedly the most ideal and effective solution. This kind of extreme coldness, yet difficult to refute, really fits his understanding of the two demon kings. Fortunately, the scope of rescue this time is actually not too big, and there are only 25 wizard families in total. Moreover, these are all the old guys who participated in the first-line rescue in Chernobyl and were contaminated with the witch's sorrow and were deprived of their wands and placed under house arrest in their respective homes. The Ministry of Magic's warning for them is also through magic rather than artificial. In Newt's commander's eyes, these arrangements of Elena are nothing more than exaggerated backhands. Some time ago, he had visited from house to house, and received a definite answer from everyone. Besides, the terrible and bureaucratic procedures of the Russian Ministry of Magic and the International Wizards Federation, Newt really knew too well. Destiny. The smooth progress of the group for most of the previous half of the year undoubtedly supports this point. This is just a collective move. They only need to play a time difference, successfully board the Huberian, and they can completely disappear in the magic world. It's just that Newt's commander didn't know that the situation was different this time. Russian Ministry of Magic, interrogation room. A round table was placed in the dimly lit room, and inside it was seated the newly appointed Minister of Magic of Russia, Minister of Magic of Ukraine, Minister of Magic of Belarus, consultants of the International Federation of Wizards, and officials of a few important departments of the Ministry of Magic. At the other end of the round table, there were two people sitting, and the corner of the room was hidden in the dark. In fact, it is not accurate to say that it is a person. Except for a wizard who looks a little cringe, the other sitting in a chair is a middle-aged fairy with a suit and leather shoes, sharp eyes, and a bald eagle on his chest. Then, the emergency meeting begins. The Russian Minister of Magic gave a light cough, and the quill on the side of the table floated automatically and began to write. Mr. Rulinfron, you hope that the Ministry of Magic will temporarily take over the business of Gringotts Wizarding Bank in Russia, Belarus, Ukraine and other countries, and arbitrate the contradiction between the American goblins and the European goblins. We do this because they betrayed the interests of the magic world. They intend to undermine the secrecy laws. The middle-aged fairy straightened up and said harshly, betrayal of the magic world. This is a very serious accusation involving the collective actions of a race of intelligent magic. The consultant of the International Federation of Wizards tapped his finger on the table and said softly, where is the evidence? Fairy, I think you should understand the fate of teasing the International Federation of Wizards and the Ministry of Magic. If you intend to make wizards a weapon for conflicts of interest within the fairies, then you are quite wrong. Everyone looked at the middle-aged fairy and the wizard whose eyes were dodging, and waited quietly. Someone intends to rescue the group of sinners who were put under house arrest. That's right. It is the group of wizards who seriously violated the International Wizarding Secrecy Act a few years ago. There is no doubt that the European Gringotts elves are doing it helps. The reason? Sir, we don't have much time to listen to the story, the Ukrainian Minister of Magic snorted. I've written half of it. I will make up tomorrow. Don't wait, go to sleep first. Maybe there will be a mega chapter to see tomorrow. Life of this Sleeve 2020.7.189.00 Chapter 722 Special Containment Items 017. Oh, sinner. A voice of disapproval came from the nose of the Russian Minister of Magic. He narrowed his eyes and said softly with a strong disgust, Goblin, you better understand that no matter what crimes the wizard commits, it is not your turn to speak up. The reason why you are here is simply because the Magic Congress of the United States told us that you have extremely important information to report to the Ministry of Magic and the International Federation of Wizards. I hope it is not just such a vague accusation. Yes, Mr. Minister, I just feel sorry for the appearance of some traitors among our fairies. The middle-aged fairy straightened up as much as possible, the viciousness in the voice gradually dissipated, and a flattering look appeared on his face. Unlike the original guys at Gringotts Wizarding Bank, we American Goblins are very willing to work for the Ministry of Magic and the International Wizarding Federation in maintaining the stability of the magical world and maintaining the authority of the Secrecy Act. We will try our best to assist. Okay. We don't care about your internal conflicts, Fairy. The Wizard Commissioner from the International Federation waved his hand, interrupted the middle-aged goblin, and said coldly, "You said that you have definite evidence that can prove that someone is plotting to destroy the balance of peaceful coexistence between the non-magical world and the magical world. Then say the name of the master and the evidence in your hands, and we will verify it." "Bronia," the middle-aged goblin said with a stiff complexion, "you should have heard of this name. It is the Goblin Queen who has just taken charge of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank not long ago. After she came to power, she made a lot of terrible things in order to consolidate her position. She secretly executed many innocent fairies." "Stop talking nonsense." The Ukrainian Minister of Magic knocked on the table impatiently and said mockingly, "Sorcerer, understand. What we want is the name of the wizard. If the Fairy Queen is really an accomplice of those who are trying to subvert the peace of the magical world, we will naturally deal with it together. Now, please say something we want to hear. We don't know who is her Behindthessen's agent. Since the Fairy Queen came to power, the Gringotts Wizarding Bank has carried out a very bloody cleansing, and core business news has been blocked to death. It looks like this Fairy Queen is really powerful, otherwise it won't force you to ask us for help, right?" The Russian Minister of Magic sneered and glanced at the middle-aged goblin in front of him playfully. "Didn't you say that you know the names of some wizards?" The Commissioner of the International Federation of Wizards said coldly. The middle-aged goblin said nervously, "The wizards who are preparing to abscond. They recently withdrew a lot of cash from the Russian branch of Gringotts and dealt with some assets in the black market." "Why, a friend saw with his own eyes that a commissioner from the Gringotts headquarters came to help them deal with it. This is a very unreasonable situation, because the scale of their assets has not reached the level that they can have an exclusive business commissioner at all. Speaking of the point, and the name." The commissioner of the International Wizarding Federation became more and more impatient. The middle-aged fairy took a deep breath. "Yermak Ivanovich, the son of the famous Mr. Nova Ivanovich, we saw with our own eyes that he had exchanged a large sum of pounds in the bank not long ago. This is obviously a very something unusual. In other words, are you monitoring the wizard's daily financial activities?" The Russian Minister of Magic narrowed his eyes and let out a threatening snort in his nose. "Novat is dead," said the Wizard Commissioner of the International Federation. "As for Yelmak, his daughter received an invitation to enroll at Hogwarts, and the British Ministry of Magic submitted the corresponding documentation, and we are evaluating it." "Really?" The middle-aged goblin's eyes widened. That's really good news. However, judging from its expression, this is obviously not a pleasant thing, because it means that all the research and investigative work they have done before on Yermak Ivanovich has been lost. Meaning, the most intuitive impact of the change of rights of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank is that almost all of the tentacles buried in the interior of Gringotts by the American goblins have been cut to. Every in-depth report excavation work usually means several insiders, personnel exposure and sky-high intelligence costs, of course, and the most precious time cost in the financial market. "Anything else?" the Wizard Commissioner of the International Federation asked coldly. "Yes," said the middle-aged goblin. "The Lomonosovs, the Sumarokovs, the Lermontovs. There are at least 7 or 8 families that have been marked as sensitive persons by the magical circles of the former Soviet Union. Frequent capital flows have occurred during this time. I swear by Jinjialong that more than one person has heard the news that they plan to board and leave secretly sometime today." Obviously, this time the intelligence mentioned by the American goblin finally worked. The wizards sitting behind the round table exchanged glances and whispered. "Roman Lozov?" The Russian Minister of Magic turned his head, glanced at the Ukrainian Minister of Magic who was sitting next to him, grinned unkindly. The one who intends to sue you for crimes against humanity, the Sanjamo International Tribunal guy. If I hadn't personally arrested Sumarokov, do you think you could still sit here? The Ukrainian Minister of Magic responded quickly, with a somewhat mocking tone. If you really deal with the scene according to the first-level magic disaster response, there are probably not many people left in your magic disaster department now, right? Board. The commissioner of the International Wizarding Federation repeated thoughtfully. I'm sure this is the case. The middle-aged goblin nodded eagerly. In order to confirm this news, we lost 3 reliable goblin employees. They deliberately avoided transportation in the magical world and planned to leave by boat. So, use mule transportation? The commissioner of the International Federation of Wizards nodded. Very well, we will pay close attention to the ports of Mole City. This is not a difficult thing. The time floating on the sea is enough for us to catch them hundreds of times. As for the wizard families you mentioned, we will also verify them later. Let's do that for today. Wait. Then the Gringotts Wizarding Bank inspired. The middle-aged goblin subconsciously opened his eyes. Didn't I answer you just now? If it turns out that they are indeed deeply involved in this matter, the Ministry of Magic and the International Wizarding Federation will naturally handle it, but this is not something urgently needed to do now. The wizard glanced at the name on the parchment and shrugged casually. But this is different from what we said before. Gringotts Wizarding Bank has illegally frozen our assets. As the authoritative organization of the wizarding world, facing this vicious business organization that flagrantly violates the confidentiality law, you should. Huh? Fairy, are you teaching me to do things? The commissioner of the International Federation of Wizards had a cold face and snorted softly. It's just some wizards who intend to smuggle. Similar things happen every day in the magical world. Don't you think that these news alone are enough for us to interfere with the normal operation of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank? Compared with these small problems, the stability of the magical world is more important. In short, thank you for your information. If there is nothing else, then we need to wait a minute. The middle-aged fairy gritted his teeth and stood up. Wait a minute. There is one more important thing. This fairy representative from America subconsciously clenched his fists. The back of his skinny hands burst into blue veins, and began to sweat on his forehead. The Gringotts Wizarding Bank exerted too much pressure on them this time. This kind of frenzied negativism game war, based on the current capital base of the American goblins, cannot last long. It only takes less than half a month, and their investment in this piece of land will all be in vain. Unless they can make Gringotts Wizarding Bank fall into the same quagmire. Grindelwald, it whispered. Gellert Grindelwald. There is Grindelwald behind the Gringotts Wizarding Bank. I swear there is a relationship between the Gringotts Wizarding Bank and the followers of Grindelwald. Very close contact. Grindelwald is still imprisoned on the Tower of Newmangard, the commissioner of the International Wizarding Federation said contemptuously. Albus Dumbledore had specifically submitted information to the Ministry of Magic a few months ago. Information about Grindelwald's recent situation. No, you were all deceived by him. The middle-aged fairy flashed a vicious look in his eyes, and said in a desperate manner, in fact, Grindelwald is no longer in the castle of Newmangard Castle, and Dumbledore has secretly released Grindelwald a long time ago. Anyway, apart from him, no one in the magical world can see green. Duo. The followers of Gringotts and Grindelwald have planned long ago to create chaos today and cover up their actions. Regarding the news of Grindelwald, the American fairy didn't know much about it. Most of the content is actually from the aggregation of news from all corners of the Magic Corner, as well as some fragmented gossip that flowed out of the original Gringotts Wizarding Bank before the Fairy Queen was in power. However, with the establishment of Hogwarts King along, to a certain extent, the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and the Gringotts Wizarding Bank have become a community of interests. Even if it was not a wise choice to fight Albus Dumbledore, they couldn't manage much in order to pull Gringotts into the muddy water. Okay, Fairy, stop here. The Russian Minister of Magic waved his hand and interrupted the goblin's words. Recently, all kinds of rumors about Gellert Grindelwald have indeed appeared in the magical world. We have repeatedly confirmed these things. Moreover, just last night, there was another one. A wizard with the same status as Albus Dumbledore entered Newmangad and gave us feedback on the state of Grindelwald. As for what you said, the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, or something that some ill-intentioned people intend to create chaos, we have already prepared a response plan, and that gentleman will arrive here today to maintain order with us. Same status as Dumbledore. How could anyone in the magical world today? The middle-aged fairy's face became stiff, and his expression was deeply suspicious. You are right, I think so too, Mr. Minister. I said not to introduce me like that. At this moment, a helpless sigh came from the shadow of the corner. Newt Scamander stood up, walked to the side of the round conference table, thought for a while and continued. But I think Mr. Rulinfron is right in one thing. We really should act as soon as possible at Mulport. The chaotic places, and the families of wizards who are seriously suspicious, it's best to go separately. Investigate whether there is a black wizard whereabouts. Under the dim light, Newt Scamander's eyes flickered quickly, and a meaningful smile crossed the corner of his mouth. There is no doubt that no matter what era, there are dark wizards who try to subvert and create chaos. Only, just as there is not only Albus Dumbledore in this world who can be called the patron saint of the magical world, similarly, the dark wizards in this world are not only the followers of Grindelwald. At the same time, somewhere in Moscow, the Russian branch of Gringotts Wizarding Bank, an ugly gold ring inlaid with black gems was placed on the clearing not far away. Dozens of wizards with cloaks, hoods on their heads and masks on their faces surrounded it nervously, their wands pointed at the ring. If there are students who have participated in the Hogwarts Defense Against the Dark Arts final trial here this year, they can definitely be identified immediately. Those Death Eaters who once exuded horror in the British magical world. Along with the chanting of the Death Eaters, a vague phantom gradually formed in midair. A wizard hiding behind the mask tapped the magic metal watch on his wrist and said softly, "Time the 31st of August 1992, 9:45. Special containment item 017, Marvelo Gunter's ring, temporarily unblocked, ready to be recycled." Chapter 723 Round 2. The town of Quibble, near the village of Ottery St. Catchpole, Devon. Compared with the usual lively scenes, this house surrounding Lovegood's house, or the wizard's settlement centered on the headquarters of the devil, is extremely rare today to appear deserted. Except for a few personnel stationed nearby to maintain basic protection, most of the personnel have followed a Huberian jump to the outskirts of Moscow, thousands of kilometers away, ready to perform their respective tasks. In the office of the editor-in-chief of Diverse Singing, Xenophilius Lovegood looked seriously at the movement not far away from thousands of miles away. As a member of the SCP Foundation 05 Council, the plan to release Special Containment Item 017 at the Russian branch of Gringotts Wizarding Bank was jointly formulated by him and Elena. With Special Containment Item 017, as long as we can complete the evacuation work as soon as possible after the unblocking is completed, the success rate of this plan can be almost 100%. For a long time, the International Wizarding Federation and the US has no time to pay attention to us. Xenophilius shook the quill in his hand and said confidently, "Yes. The long-lost black demon reappears in the magic world, intending to destroy peace." The old goblin Leos, who served as the chief advisor of the Foundation, gave a chuckle and grinned. Whether it is to the Ministry of Magic or the International Wizarding Federation, this is very shocking news. Everyone knows how to choose. The traitors in the Americas are too immature, but they are a group of people who have never seen it before. The blood salesmen slandering each other for colluding with the dark forces is arguably the most common way to attack each other. Since the Gringotts Wizarding Bank chose to take the lead in launching a public opinion offensive, it would naturally not be defenseless against the counterattacks of the American goblins. In fact, the The reason why Gringotts Wizarding Bank took the first step was to completely muddy the water and let the situation fall into a pointless war of words of dog-pitting. In this way, it would be difficult for the American goblin who lost the first-hand advantage to use this handle. Go to the Gringotts. The American goblin naturally knew the plans of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank. But unless they are willing to give up all of their business in Europe, they will have to fight back based on the statement of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, even if they seem to be throwing dirty water at each other. In the magical world, it is not illegal to provide financial services to dark wizards. Whether it is the Gringotts Wizarding Bank or the newly established Magic Federal Reserve, theoretically, there is no reason or position to refuse to provide financial services to wizards. For the International Federation of Wizards and the Ministry of Magic of various countries, they don't care whether the dark forces that the two goblins identify with each other are Gellert Grindelwald or Voldemort. It's just a group of greedy goblins competing for Jinjialong's bite. In essence, it is no different from some gossips in the world fake news. Next, it is impossible for the magical government to be shocked all day for a vague rumor. Unless a certain dark king swaggered into the streets of the magic world, just like wandering in his garden, blatantly causing panic and chaos in the magic world. Diagon Alley, London, England. On the winding streets paved with cobblestones, the young devil is patrolling his territory while acting as a travel guide for his future junior school girl. Oh, Irina, you need to start changing your habits now. Elena shook her finger and smiled inexplicably. The times have changed. In the magical world, there will only be fewer and fewer occasions to use cash when you enroll and complete the sorting ceremony. You will get your own MID, which is the magic identification number. At least for Jiuxiang, MID payment is much easier to use than Jinjialong. They just got out of the fireplace of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, standing on the sunny street outside the Gringotts with their empty hands, preparing to purchase school supplies according to the enrollment list. And not far from them, stood a capable middle-aged fairy. Just a few minutes ago, this fairy salesman named Douglas just opened a bank account exclusively for Irina Ivanovich, and helped her carry it with her to prepare to purchase school supplies. All of the British pounds and Jinjialong were deposited into the account. As a special benefit for opening an account for the first time, in the next half day, this kind Mr. Douglas will accompany them to purchase supplies in Diagon Alley. Compared to holding a press conference, it is obviously more important to ensure that Her Majesty the Queen will not get lost. But, Irene's sister Kaslana, Professor Kaslana, in case there are shops that only charge Jinjialong, if you don't keep some cash, wouldn't it be? Irina Ivanovich looked at the girl who was as tall as her and changed several names back and forth with a little hesitation before asking in a soft voice. Except for her father, Irina hasn't come into contact with many other wizards. Most of the knowledge about the magic world comes from the descriptions of Grandpa and Father. Ever since she mustered up the courage to cross the Flu network and arrive at the steel room named Huberian No. 7 reactor, everything in the magical world seems to have become unfamiliar. Elena, just call me Elena. Glancing at Irina Ivanovich, who was a little nervous and cramped, Elena smiled, raised her hand and patted the girl's head, and said contentedly, "To be precise, I am not a few years older than you. Besides, I am not an official main course professor, just a part-time teaching assistant in potions and defense against the dark arts." As for refusing to use mid-quick payment, Elena paused for a while, a look of inscrutableness flashed in her eyes. Trust me, most of these shops that lack market acumen have been forced to close down or move to other places to open stores 6 months ago due to poor management. The book is completely different. Dad will be surprised if he knows it. Irina looked around the surrounding shops and nodded seemingly. Among Hogwarts, is it possible for a minor wizard to be a professor? Of course, as long as you are good enough. Elena nodded with a smile, glanced at Irina, and said meaningfully, whether it is the prefect, the chairman of the student union, or the representative of each subject, or even part-time professors, substitute professors, These are all possible in Hogwarts. Perhaps because of malnutrition since childhood, Irina is even thinner than Elena, who just started school, and her shriveled body is not enough even if she is stuffed with a reserve of food. However, Elena will not be deceived by Irina's expression at this time. Except for Luna Lovegood, who is naturally confused and optimistic, Elena has never thought that a little witch of the same age would be so calm on the Huberian. Even if the little witch from Russia did not see the full picture of the Huberian, when facing a strange environment alone, Irina Ivanovich showed a lot more calmness than Elena. All the children I have seen in a similar situation. Irina is not the only one at Hogwarts this year. After gathering the top wizards and scholars in the world of magic and science, and recalling some outstanding graduates on a small scale, there is no shortage of geniuses in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry today. The talent is not here the most important factor. If you only have talent, it's not worth Hogwarts risking an exceptional admission. There are not many little wizards in this world who have magical abilities, but there are not many children who are eager to explore their own potential and have a strong will and clear purpose. Hogwarts, or the general environment of the British magical world, is too stable. If you want to bring the magic world to life again, you need to continuously add catfish to the water, and Irina Ivanovich is undoubtedly the cutest little catfish. If you have any questions, we can discuss it slowly later, don't worry. As for now, let me see magic wands, books, instruments, wizard robes. There are a lot of things to buy today. Elena glanced at the food reserve on Irina's chest with satisfaction, and smiled slightly. Let's go. Let's buy you uniforms first. At the same time, a magical street in the center of Russia. Boom. The air is full of dust. Green and red lights flew in the middle of the street. The asphalt and slate streets had just suffered a terrible attack, and countless wizards screamed, shoved and surged out. Gidro Lockhart dexterously waved his magic wand and directed the half-broken wooden door to float up, blocking the oncoming spell beam, and the crimson spell hit the broken wooden door with a thud. It was blown into 4 or 5 pieces of different sizes. Not far away, 4 or 5 fairy guards lay in the ruins, unconscious. On the street more than 10 meters away from Lockhart, dozens of wizards hidden behind their hoods and masks laughed brazenly, brandishing their wands to a large extent, and dark purple magic flames continuously dart through the air, hitting the surrounding streets, street lights, and shop doors. Who the hell are you? Stop it! I will never allow. Gidro Lockhart waved his wand angrily, and faint blue rays of light flew out of his wand, hitting the evil wizards, forcing them to defend. However, even so, Lockhart, who was weak in power, continued to retreat. Fear, shake. The great Dark Lord is back. Noting that the power of Lockhart's curse began to weaken, the laughter of the black-robed people became more and more complacent and sharp, and they slowly began to approach like a cat playing with a mouse. A green cloud of smoke flew quickly towards the sky. Then, in just a few seconds, it enveloped a small half-block. It was a huge skull, and a large python emerged from the skull's mouth like a tongue. Behind them, a cloud of black smoke gradually condensed into a human form. Accompanied by the voice of the black-robed man, a pale face first appeared in midair. It was a hideous and terrifying face that most wizards had never seen before. The color was even paler than that of a skeleton. The red eyes glowed. Below are 2 slender nostrils like snakes. The only strange thing is, there seemed to be a trace of dazedness on this face. A cold and sharp voice said in the smoke and dust, "Who is calling the great Dark Lord?" At this moment, among the crowd who had fled, pushed, and screamed in a hurry, some people suddenly stopped and turned slightly to face the demon shadow that was making a sound. The wands were drawn out from all directions, from under the cloak, from the sleeves, from the newspaper, from the belt. Each wand pointed at the dark shadow in midair. Powerful blasting. Dozens of voices roared at the same time. Rumbling. The dazzling explosion light almost enveloped the entire block. As if a strong wind swept through, countless burning red lights shot out from the wizards' wands. intertwined, collided, and burst into deafening sounds in midair. Damn it, it's the era of the Russian Ministry of Magic. Amid the deafening roar, a certain black-robed man with a loud voice yelled aloud cursingly, and then a series of popping air bursts sounded in the air. A few seconds later, more than 30 wizards descended from the sky and appeared in the block. "Stop them!" an angry voice shouted. "Stop them! Don't let these damn bastards run away. I'm going to catch them all, and feed all the dementors." It's just that as the dust disperses, in the empty, dilapidated street ruins, there was no longer a figure in a black robe. Only an ugly ring of black jewels remained, and not far above the ring, a cruel wizard who was constantly twisting and gradually returning to his human form with a twisted face. Among his long, thin fingers like a few dry branches, a trembling wand showed the anger in the heart of the most terrifying Dark Lord so far in the magic world. Voldemort. Tom Riddle. Among the group of wizards who arrived later, Newt Scamander walked out of the crowd and looked at the young junior floating in midair, with a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. "Unexpectedly, you were really doing the trick. It seems that the fairies are not all lying. Is this the so-called Horcrux? It's a sad guy." Voldemort's red pupils shrank violently, like a snake, ignoring the ministers of magic around him, turning his head slowly, looking at the old wizard not far away who dared to call him by this name with a look of disgust. No one has ever dared to tease the great Voldemort like this, except Dumbledore. The next moment, before everyone recovered, Voldemort's phantom suddenly raised his arm without warning, and nodded towards Newt Scamander. A green light shot from Voldemort's wand. Killing curse. Really nothing new and creative. Newt Scamander couldn't help but yawned and looked at the oncoming green light calmly. He didn't even move his fingers, as if he didn't intend to pull out his wand for protection. In the next second, a huge figure appeared in front of him, blocking the curse just right. Wow! 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 A terrifying behemoth full of dark blue flames appeared on the street, and 3 hideous heads swayed from side to side, looking down at the black riddle in front of him. Call. The 6 eyes of the 3-headed hell dog turned, and gently spewed out a few snorts that surrounded the flames, breaking the strange tranquility. "Leave it to you next, Louis." Newt Scamander did not appreciate the ugliness of the Ministry of Magic officials who fled around in a panic, waved his hand, and said casually, "Don't let this guy run away." Chapter 724. The Disappearing Surname. The magical streets of Moscow, Russia. A big hole in the middle of the street was so deep that the sewers below were also broken. The nearby shops were mostly in a mess, with broken slabs and walls everywhere, and street lights and street trees lying on the ground, as if the end of the world had just come. The belated Ministry of Magic officials repaired the streets, and some took out paper and pen to ask the wizards who had witnessed it all. As for the more wizards, they gathered around the 3-headed dog Louis with serious expressions. Everyone held up their magic wands while looking at the black jewel ring held under the dog's paws. At the same time, they looked around uncomfortably, as if they were always around. There may be a vicious dark wizard. Clouds of black smoke popped up from the surface of the ring from time to time. It's just that most of them were sprayed by the scorching nose of the 3-headed dogs before they had time to take shape. On the other hand, the Russian Ministry of Magic officials' inquiries about Jidro Lockhart were almost over, and the surrounding reporters finally found a chance to get in front of Lockhart. "This gentleman, you don't seem to be a Russian wizard. May I ask if you are here? Did you know some news and tracked it down? Your appearance just now is amazing. Are you an eliter of the Ministry of Magic?" "Sir, if you can you tell us your name?" "Oh, don't worry, we'll answer them one by one." Facing the rush of reporters, Lockhart tidied up the pointed wizard hat on his head calmly, raised his hands skillfully and pressed it, and said with ease, "Jidro Lockhart." As for occupation, Lockhart blinked flexibly, grinned, and greeted the wizard holding the camera to take a photo on the right front. His smile showed his bright teeth just right. As I have introduced before, I am just a writer with a little achievement and interest. I came here this time mainly to find inspiration for the next book. So, don't you know the specific situation? Yes, in fact, I just passed by. Lockhart blinked his blue eyes and said modestly and decently, as for what you call the great things, they are actually nothing. Any wizard with a conscience and ability will make the same choice as me. There are so many Mysterers present. They will deal with it more than me. Okay, but I just happen to. Oh, the Ministry of Magic doesn't have that many errors of the Merlin Order 3. Before Lockhart could finish speaking, the Russian Minister of Magic raised the information he had just obtained, shrugged his shoulders slightly, and walked over. It looks like you may have another chance to win a Merlin medal. I have to admit, if you and Mr. Scamander weren't here today, then the Russian magic world, no, or rather, magic the world's trouble is big. The Russian Minister of Magic frowned, looking at the ring that exuded an unknown aura. My goodness, here, in Moscow. It's unbelievable. What the hell is this? Why does that guy appear here? He's not long ago. There is no doubt that, as Professor Dumbledore said, Voldemort is not dead. Newt Scamander said calmly, I have some vague guesses about the reasons, but I may need to ask Professor Dumbledore for details. Looking at the pouring at random, the old wizard raised his eyebrows, a trace of pity and joking flashed under his eyes, and said softly in a complicated tone, but to be sure, it is neither a ghost nor a living person. It seems to be a fragment of soul dwelling in an object. Soul is not my area of expertise. I suggest that this area be temporarily sealed off and martial law until get rid of it. Can you destroy it? The commissioner of the International Federation of Wizards asked in a deep voice. Maybe but it's hard. Newt Scamander stared at the ring and said thoughtfully, the hot flames of the three-headed dog of hell and the magical talent of the trembling soul cannot make it completely collapse. Voldemort's soul attainments are indeed terrible. I suspect that it may even have some weirdness that confuses people's hearts and even penetrates into the souls of others. Ability. Bewitching! Exclamation mark. Into the soul! Exclamation mark. Accompanied by the voice of the old wizard, the Ministry of Magic officials who were listening attentively stepped back for a while with the underground consciousness, and their eyes became more serious when they looked at the ring. Okay, Mr. Scamander, thank you very much for your reminder. The commissioner of the International Federation of Wizards nodded solemnly. As an official who has experienced the Dark Power period, he is well aware of the horror of this second-generation Dark Lord who has been raging in the British magical world for more than 10 years. If Gellert Grindelwald is considered to be a careerist with a clear purpose, then Voldemort is a completely arbitrary lunatic. While advocating pure blood theory, he promotes a chaotic and disorderly atmosphere of terror in the magical world. Only. The middle-aged wizard looked around a messy magical street, his cheek twitched violently, took a deep breath, and said viciously, it's a pity that I couldn't catch the tails of those Death Eaters. Even if there is a little clue, I will pick them all out along the way and send them all to Azkaban to feed the Dementors. The trial of the Death Eaters came to an end as early as 10 years ago. Whether it is the Ministry of Magic or the International Wizarding Federation, it is impossible to open up the old files at this time, and at the same time interrogate and offend so many families of wizards with a long history. Unless, speaking of clues, this gentleman. At this moment, Gidro Lockhart, who was standing not far from the middle-aged wizard, blinked suddenly, tapped his lips lightly, frowned and said softly with some uncertainty, I seem to vaguely hear their voices when they talk to each other. However, there are only a few words. I guess it should be the name of one of them. What name? Who? Wait, this is no joke. Why didn't you just say it? The Minister of Magic of Russia, the Minister of Magic of Ukraine, the Commissioner of the International Federation of Wizards, and a group of officials of the Ministry of Magic suddenly turned their heads and looked at the handsome home. Of course it's just some fragmented information. Gidro Lockhart touched his nose uncomfortably, after hesitating for a few seconds. He drew his wand to his temple, paused for a few seconds, and then removed it. The tip of the stick brought out a long silver thread like memory. It stretched longer and longer, and finally broke, gleaming silver on the tip of the stick. Jidro Lockhart gritted his teeth and waved his magic wand. The silvered memory instantly hovered and unfolded like gas, turning into a fuzzy light and shadow. Amidst the screams of the crowd and the explosion of curses, a fragmented sound came out. "Leave the ring alone." "Go ahead, Lotnikov." Lotnikov, the name. The Ukrainian Minister of Magic frowned and repeated thoughtfully. Immediately afterwards, the faces of the ministers and commissioners of the International Wizarding Federation changed their faces, and exchanged a solemn look at each other if they were really that person. Then, "I see. Thanks for your information, this is very useful." The Ukrainian Minister of Magic gave a light cough, and said quickly and calmly, "However, for confidentiality considerations, I suggest that Mr. Lockhart you do not give this memory to others for the time being. We will check with the other wizards present." "Sorry, we may be lost for a while. We need to have a meeting here to discuss a bit." Lotnikov is not a common surname in the Russian magic world. It stands to reason that this surname had already ended with the judgment 5 years ago, completely disappeared on this piece of land, and appeared on the other side of the ocean. Unless some goblins did not lie. End of this chapter. Chapter 735. Irina and Elena. As if a long time has passed, Irina Ivanovich raised her head and looked at the brightly colored sun umbrellas outside the coffee shop and the wizards of all stripes walking through the streets of Diagon Alley. A trance flashed in her emerald green eyes. In the past, when Grandpa was still she would often sit in that cold drink shop in Moscow, listening to Grandpa telling stories. As Professor Walter Ivanovich's favorite little granddaughter, what kind of story she wants to hear, the old Walter can tell what kind of story, no matter where she wants to go to play or what she wants to eat at, perhaps because the mother has not been there since she was a child. As long as she obediently and read carefully while at home, her father and grandfather would try their best to satisfy her wishes. Whether it's books about moles or textbooks in the magic school, Grandpa will find ways to help her find them. Irina Ivanovich will often look forward to it. After she enters the Kodos Doros School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, she must strive to become the number one in the school, get more awards to make Grandpa happy, and then enter the Ministry of Magic after graduation. Work with father. It's just that on Irina's 5th birthday, all the visions of the Ivanovich family about the future have all vanished. At the dinner table that morning, my father and Grandpa had a fierce quarrel that they had never had before. In the evening, officials from the Russian Ministry of Magic and the International Federation of Wizards came to the house and announced that Grandpa had become a criminal. Immediately afterwards, his father lost his job at the Ministry of Magic, and most of his family's savings paid the Ministry of Magic fines. Those uncles and aunts who used to visit the house often never came again. Irina's former playmates also avoided her like the plague. Old Ivanovich was placed under house arrest in the cabin behind the house. Except outside of the daily meal delivery time, Irina hardly had any chance to see Grandpa, and her father's temper became more and more irritable. According to the magic world's decree on the witch's sorrow, as relatives of Walter Ivanovich, they cannot go to any dense wizarding place, even if the old Ivanovich has passed away for several years. This prohibition remains not lifted. She and her father are as if they were banished and forgotten by the entire Russian magic world. Until, "Hey, what are you thinking about?" a nice voice interrupted Irina's thoughts, and the girl recovered. 2 big ice cream balls appeared in front of her eyes. The snow-white cream ice cream balls were drizzled with red strawberry jam and sprinkled with some crushed rock sugar. Just a glance made people feel that the heat was gone. Try it now. This is the specialty of Florin Desserts Altdorf. His raspberry crushed nut ice cream tastes good. I still prefer this new strawberry cream ice cream. Huh? Okay. Thank you. Irina stayed for a while, and hurriedly took the ice cream cone in front of her. I don't know why, since they came out of the Mrs. Morkengown specialty store, this senior sister named Elena Kaslana was in a very good mood, and even offered to ask her for dessert. Maybe because the two of them are closer together. Since most of the family's savings were used to pay fines, the Ivanovic family's financial situation has been so bad over the years that Irina is thinner and thinner than most of her peers. 11-year-old Irina is only 118 centimeters tall, a little shorter than Elena. However, Irina will not be underestimated because of Elena's height. When buying the powder on the list at a pharmacy in Diagon Alley, Irina Ivanovich heard the manager call Elena Professor Kaslana, and the two talked for a while regarding the supply of basic materials for the potions class at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this year. There is no doubt that Elena did not lie on her introduction. She is indeed a professor at Hogwarts. As for why the girl looks so small, Irina is not too surprised. As the granddaughter of the vice principal of the Kodos Dorek School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Irina has heard many wonderful magical stories from her grandfather. Although half-blood wizards are rare, they are not shocking in the magical world. However, after comparing Elena a little, Irina suddenly lost confidence again. In the legendary Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry where monsters gather, is it really possible for her to become the best student in the school as Grandpa expected, even if it's only the first grade? What's the matter? Elena asked. It's nothing. Irina shook her head slightly, turned her head to look at the opposite street, and quickly changed the subject. By the way, Elena, what shop is there? Not far from the Florin dessert shop, dozens of young wizards of men and women gathered around the door of a shop, discussing with all their faces excitedly. Even if they were across the street, they could vaguely hear the discussion. Well, if it's that direction, it should be. After Elena pondered for a few seconds, she glanced casually over the Goblin Douglas who was standing next to her. Oh, that's a Quidditch boutique. Capturing the eyes from Her Majesty the Queen, Douglas, who is the chief financial officer of Gringotts Wizarding Bank, gave a sensation, leaned gracefully, and continued to speak very naturally after receiving Elena's words. The Gringotts Wizarding Bank, in conjunction with the Destiny Group from Austria, has launched a new concept of high-speed flying broomsticks. Today is the first day of the new flying broom samples. Hey! Do you fairies also make flying broomsticks? Of course, there are many well-known wizards in history who have one or two tools made by fairies. In the field of smelting and forging magic items, we fairies are much more powerful than human wizards. Douglas straightened his waist, grinned open, showing sharp teeth, and said proudly, with the introduction of the Goblin Douglas, Elena and Irina left the Florin dessert shop and walked in the direction of Lyhan bookstore. Irina was still short of the textbooks needed for school. As they passed by the Quidditch store, they heard the owner introducing them in a very proud voice. This SU-91 developed by GH Design Institute can be said to be the fastest broom in the world. It combines the most advanced streamlined design in the world today, and uses a mixture of metal and wood forging on the broom material. Not only is braking performance is far superior to that of any model, but also the protection can withstand the impact of a wandering ball at a speed of more than 150 miles per hour without any physical deformation. The British national team has just placed an order, and a total of 14 such broomsticks have been ordered. If nothing else, you should be able to see its performance on the field at the opening ceremony of the World Cup next week. For safety reasons, orders from outside professional teams will not be accepted for the time being. The fastest flying broom in the world exclusive to the national team. Irina stopped subconsciously, tried to stand on tiptoe, crossed the gap in the crowd, and curiously looked at the beautiful flying broom in the Quidditch boutique window. It was the most majestic broom she had ever seen. She remembered that Dad liked Quidditch very much. If he were here, he would stand here and couldn't walk, right? Irina, first-year students are not allowed to bring flying broomsticks. Elena glanced at Irina, who was looking forward and curious, raised her fingers, and said seriously, "If you have played Quidditch before, I can recommend you to join the Hogwarts first-year team as long as you pass the selection test. I can give you a good broomstick." When I was very young, my grandpa gave me a toy broom. Irina replied subconsciously, Her voice suddenly lowered a bit. However, when the Ministry of Magic came to our home for investigation, all the flying broomsticks and flying fans were taken away by them. I don't know if I will fly now. Everyone in the school is very good, right? It's hard to say. Elena shrugged. In fact, Hogwarts also has wizards who can't fly, and there are many powerful ones. There have even been cases in history where first-year freshmen swept the Academy team and won the championship. Academy team? Well, you know, Hogwarts is divided into 4 colleges: Gryffindor, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and then, starting from the 2nd grade, each college will form a separate. The Academy team participates in the Quidditch competition for 1 academic year, and finally decides the victory based on the points and the relationship between victory and defeat. Are all the freshmen in Hogwarts so good? Irina said in shock, and with Elena's introduction, she became more and more nervous. The current students acted as professors, the junior students swept the college team, the freshmen defeated the senior students in a magic duel with more than one enemy. They taught themselves the senior courses and got full marks. It's not Albert in the past 2 years. It seems that there will be some every year. Elena touched Xiaodu with some guilty conscience, and casually explained. I don't know how her 7 people under the moon was going on during this summer vacation, and whether she followed the study plan she had made in case she aroused Irina's crisis consciousness and waited for the girl. After arriving at school, it was very embarrassing to find that there was no one who could fight. Fortunately, Luna Lovegood is still in the 1st grade this year. Although Little Moon, who had been making up her lessons for a year, was a little confused occasionally, Luna Lovegood has undergone earth-shaking changes from the original book in terms of strength and family background. At the same time, on the other side, Chapter 726. Longing is the furthest distance from understanding. For those gentlemen living in the United Kingdom and the United States, the last day of August is no different from usual. But in the eyes of the people of the former Soviet Union, this day is like a dividing line, which clearly divides the past and the future into 2 worlds at this point. Regardless of the moles living in this land, or a wizard, it's the same. At 10 o'clock in the morning of this day, the Russian government, the Ukrainian government, the Belarusian government and other CIS countries unanimously announced the temporary suspension of the old ruble. Dozens of large grain supply companies and small and medium-sized banks went bankrupt and reorganized, merged with the original central banks of various countries to form a semi-independent financial institution, and then began to issue potato credits secured by tax credits in their respective countries. Voucher as a transition. Immediately afterwards, most of the stock exchange markets fell into a state of suspension. Before the new currency is fully launched, the banknotes on this land have only the most primitive function as a general equivalent, exchange basic materials in the physical market. At the same time, in places invisible to people in the non-magical world, the Russian Ministry of Magic, the Ukrainian Ministry of Magic, the British Ministry of Magic, dozens of authoritative magic departments, including the International Federation of Wizards, announced at the same time. The Black Wizard, Tom Riddle, who claimed to be the devil, returned, and this time his scope of activities spread from the original British area to the entire European continent. In view of the horrible acts he had done, the international magical world defined him as international terrorist. Judging from the current intelligence, in the quiet period of the past 10 years, the most terrifying dark wizard in history is very likely to have redeveloped in places including but not limited to the United States, the United Kingdom, Russia, and Ukraine. Criticize your own follower group. The Ministry of Magic and the International Federation of Wizards call on all people in the magic circle to be vigilant. At the same time, ARAS from various countries will also conduct a second investigation of those suspected of Death Eaters. These shocking news, accompanied by newspapers and radio stations like a blizzard, quickly swept every corner of the magical and non-magical worlds. But the storm it rolled up would take several months before will gradually spread and affect the entire human society. However, on the contrary, for some people living on the edge of the world. The long snowstorm season is finally coming to an end. Novosibirsk, the capital of the Siberian region. A secluded street on the outskirts of the city. Holding the documents in his arms, Alexei hurriedly walked towards the rented apartment. As the former deputy director of the Budka Institute of Nuclear Physics, every second he stays on this land increases the risk of being arrested by the Russian secret police. He used to be in charge of security information coordination in the research institute. He never thought that one day he would become the most disgusting appearance. Under the introduction of the wizards, the house where their family lived was sold in advance and converted into stacks of pounds. In fact, according to Alexei's status level, he should have been the first group of researchers to be transferred to Hogwarts, including his family, all on the A-level list. However, due to some special reasons, he voluntarily chose to evacuate in the last batch. It was still too hasty. After the institute was closed, even the files of the same project were torn apart. However, with these materials, more than 70% of the research content can still be restored. No, if there is magic, maybe. Alexei's eyes were in a daze, and he remembered the steel-cast sky city that he had seen above the castle before magic. It's really enviable. As an ordinary mole, Alexei knows very well that no matter how hard he tries to understand, he may never be able to personally touch the truth of this world. Fortunately, Alexei walked out of the alley and looked up to the somewhat old apartment not far away. A tall and plump woman was checking her luggage. On the steps beside her, a little blonde girl was holding her. I read a heavy book with gusto. Alexei's eyes instantly softened. It was his wife Natasha and daughter Danilova. Since the Soviet mother ceased to exist, protecting the two most important women in their lives has become his only wish. Unlike him and his wife, Danilova's future is destined to go further than any of them, because she is a witch, or, to be more precise, Danilova has the right to become one. Special talents that a wizard must possess. About a month ago, a barn owl visited Alexei's home. A magic school named Kodos Dorozy School of Witchcraft and Wizardry located somewhere outside Moscow issued an invitation for admission to Danilova. After consulting Mr. Frank, who is also a wizard, the Alexei family, they answered quickly, "Dad, Buck." "So are we finally leaving?" Noting the movement across the street, Danilova raised her head in surprise to look at Alexei, who was walking quickly, closing the big book in her arms quickly, standing up and stretching her waist. Even if she was just 11 years old last month, the wicked heart peculiar to Russian descent has already begun to take shape. No matter in height or figure, she is like a 13 or 14-year-old girl. It's just that from the girl's childish face and her curious and excited look like a child, it can still be seen this is still a child who has not grown up. "Well, it's time to gobbet. Danny, are you ready?" Alexei nodded, looked at his daughter quite seriously and said, "Tomorrow is the school day. If you fail a basic entrance examination, then you may have to take the class as an auditor. This is not a joke. According to the lady, you can't even have your own magic wand." "Don't worry, Dad, those are much easier than your homework." Danilova stuck out her tongue and answered with a proud chest. "You have also seen it, mainly about language tests, as well as simple mathematics, physics, biological knowledge, and a small part of magic knowledge tests. In 1 month, I have already finished all the tests. Let's rest and relax now." And on the steps next to her, there was the recreational book that she had read back and forth several times. Hogwarts, a school history. Since Frank learned about part of the Wizarding School's courses and the differences between two or each school, Danilova almost has no hesitation in rejecting the invitation from the Kodos Dorozy School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and turned to Hogwarts, submitted an application for admission. Even if entering Hogwarts requires passing an additional preschool exam and participating in regular work-study activities every weekend, Danilova's determination has not been shaken. Speaking of which, you really don't think about staying in Russia and going to the magic academy called Kodos Dorozy? Danny, if you just want to accompany. Alekai sighed helplessly, and said hesitantly, even if the person in charge of the other party is just a little girl who is shorter and flatter than his own daughter, it will not let Alekai reduce any guard and vigilance. You know, this is a person who has grasped the lifeblood of the former Soviet Union quietly, and easily wiped out all foreign hot money in just a few words. It has at least one flying nuclear-powered aircraft carrier and hundreds of elite agent-level wizards. The mysterious power of the member. Alexei would not naively believe that this is a peaceful, scientific, harmless and friendly civil organization or some kind of international charity. Although from his personal point of view, in this situation, teaching at that Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is a good choice. But if his family were all under the control of the mysterious wizards, it would still make Alexei feel a little uneasy. I'm not a 10-year-old kid anymore, Dad. I know what I want. Danilova shook her head, a slight look of disdain flashed across her small face. As I told Uncle Frank before, if the courses of a famous magic school don't even have the most basic Fourier transformation, how can people believe that the transformation magic they teach in class has no hidden dangers? The girl pointed to the book Hogwarts, a school history 1992 edition beside her. In the last part of the book, a detailed introduction to Hogwarts' 1st to 7th grade curriculum, the camp tasks of each college, irregular daily activities, final assessments, and so on. In the Hogwarts curriculum, you will learn this in the 2nd year. Speaking of which, this is indeed the truth. Alekai was taken aback for a moment, and he sighed a little helplessly. Just as there is a huge technological gap between China and countries in the non-magical world, there are obviously very obvious intellectual monopolies and technical barriers in the magical world. He still remembers that in the mysterious Moscow Wizard Tavern, the chief executive officer of the Destiny Group who claimed to be Teresa Apocalypse, the small, majestic eldest lady once said very proudly, In today's Hogwarts, I can easily name at least 3 or 4 first-year students who are proficient in advanced mathematics, can easily break down compounds into simple substances, and complete first-level first aid on the battlefield with bare hands, and this is just the standard of Hogwarts first-year students. It's hard to imagine Alexei, if he were an official professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, or a wizard at the top of the magical world in the legend, how much terrible knowledge beyond the age, the magical world. It is too mysterious. So, Dad, where are we going now? Didn't you say that we were going to England by boat today? The nearest port should be in St. Petersburg. Is there really time now? Just when Alexei was slightly distracted, Danilova had put the books around her in her big school bag, walked up to the man, raised her head and asked curiously. In the girl's hand, she held a card coupon with the head of an abstract yellow rabbit who mew. It looks about the size of a common phone card, with a few lines of simple text description written in English and Russian, and it looks like a gift card that can be seen everywhere. A new-way ticket on the Huberian. Boarding time Novosibirsk 17:00. Note, please be sure to bring your belongings, so as not to lose them. Oh, boat. Alekai came back to his senses, with a strange look on his face. Compared to the graffiti paper that brought him from Novosibirsk to Moscow a few months ago, this door key is obviously much better, although if nothing else, the experience might still be just as bad. Alexei shrugged and said calmly, if we don't go to the port, we can board the boat with this ticket. According to my experience, as long as we hold this ticket, we will be on the boat when the time is up. That's our own boat. Chapter 727, Containment and Whitewashing. Moscow, Russian Ministry of Magic. So, Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of the British Ministry of Magic, rubbed the top hat in his hand distractedly. The steadiness that he was accustomed to in people's impressions disappeared. At this moment, he seems to be back to the way he was when he first became Minister of Magic. Hesitating and nervous. Is everything true? The man who can't even name his name really came back? Yes, it is. Not far away, Newt's commander nodded. In addition to this magical animal master, the Russian Minister of Magic, the Ukrainian Minister of Magic, the Belarusian Minister of Magic, and the Commissioner of the International Wizarding Federation are also in the room, and the look on everyone's face is a bit solemn. Just a few minutes ago, they had just synchronized the Black Demon Parade that took place on the magic streets of Russia to Cornelius Fudge and Albus Dumbledore, who had rushed the no doubt. This time it was just a signal, or rather, it was a blatant provocation to the incompetent Ministry of Magic of various countries and the International Magic Circle. It's a pity, Connelly, to be precise. Dumbledore sighed lightly and said solemnly, Voldemort has never left. The defeat 10 years ago did not make him disappear. He just lurked in the magic world in a different form, quietly accumulating power, and waiting for the day when the East Mountain will rise again. That's a Horcrux, isn't it? That extremely crazy and extremely evil black magic in the legend? Newt Scamander Day-2 expunged, frowned and asked thoughtfully. Dumbledore nodded solemnly, staring at the black jewel ring, his face a little gloomy. So could you please explain first, what is a Horcrux? The Ukrainian Minister of Magic hovered between Dumbledore and Newt for a few seconds, and shrugged his shoulders in confusion. At least in my opinion, it's just an evil magic item created by a dark wizard. Destroy it, and then grab the dark demon named Tom Riddle and his gangsters. I don't understand why such a big fanfare. In fact, we have caught him, but it is also the most worrying thing. Dumbledore turned his head and pointed to the ring on the stone table in the room, with a gloomy tone in his tone. Horcrux. This is an extremely evil thing. It refers to an object that hides part of a person's soul. In this way, even if the person's body is attacked or damaged, he cannot die because he still a part of the soul stays in this world for damage. Of course, in this form, it is neither a human nor a ghost. However, there is only one way to split the soul through the most evil acts, murder on the soul level. The extremely evil and crazy wizards can do this, killing others while tearing up their own soul storage and sealing it up. So that's why the mysterious man didn't die after attacking little Harry, because he had this Horcrux. Cornelius Fudge couldn't help but fought a cold war, and said uncomfortably, in short, let's destroy it as soon as possible. According to your statement, as long as you destroy this ring, does it mean that the mysterious man was completely wiped out by you? If it is you, there must be a way to destroy this evil prop, right? It's not that simple, Connelly. Dumbledore hesitated, looked around at the Ministry of Magic officials around, and said in a deep voice, about half a year ago, I found a similar item. It was an item copied from a Death Eater vault. Connelly, you know what I was talking about, and I have been since then suspecting Voldemort split his soul. Dumbledore listened, collected his thoughts, and said slowly, if a wizard kills many times and splits the soul many times in order to escape death, it will form a very bad situation. We can never be sure whether he will really be wiped out. The appearance of this ring undoubtedly proves this. 1 point. He is closer to immortality than anyone else. The appearance of this ring is actually a very unknown sign. In other words, I don't think that destroying it directly is the right choice. Following Dumbledore's suggestion, the confusion on the faces of the Ministry of Magic officials grew thicker. However, before they had time to speak, another old wizard's voice sounded in the room. I see what you mean, Professor Dumbledore. Can I understand it as? Newt Scamander's eyes flickered, then he continued softly. This may also mean that for Voldemort, the number of this evil Horcrux originally used for defense and life extension is already large enough that he can use this as a weapon without worrying about being destroyed? That's right. That's what I think. In the face of such an unprecedented threat, the magical world needs to unite. Dumbledore nodded. No matter how crazy Voldemort is, he is only a person after all. With the fragmentation of his soul, his reason and character are gradually becoming irreversibly broken. So instead of constantly destroying Voldemort's soul, we might as well set up a reliable organization to seal and contain these Horcruxes alone. Gentlemen, I believe that everyone present is a trustworthy and respectable person. Dumbledore looked around at the wizards in the room and said seriously, but apart from this room, If the scope involves the Ministry of Magic and the International Federation of Wizards, then there is likely to be a serious situation of leaks, or even theft of Horcruxes, so I propose to create a brand new one that is limited to a small part. An international organization where reliable ministers of magic can know all the content. In fact, it's not just Horcrux. Anything that cannot be directly destroyed but is dangerous, we can all be included in the joint containment list and be contained and sealed together. As for the name of the organization, I suggest. Dumbledore thought very seriously for a while, then said softly, Special Containment Procedures Foundation, SCPF for short. A special item prison independent of the Ministry of Magic and the International Wizarding Federation, but at the same time under the supervision and jurisdiction of the entire magical world. As for the more detailed rules, I think whether everyone is here, we will draw up a draft together today. By the way, we will also unify the caliber of Voldemort's incident and issue a warning throughout the magical world. This is different from any enemy we have faced before. It originated from wizards, but in the strict sense it is no longer human. A little earlier, Devon, near the village of Ottery Street, Catchpole, Quibbletown. The office of the editor-in-chief of Singing and Singing, on the desk of Lovegood's home. Understood. Has Professor Dumbledore passed? Xenophilius Lovegood glanced at the flashing golden fire in the living room, took a deep breath, and solemnly picked up a golden-red quill from the desk. The wand in his hand lightly clicked, and started writing little by little on a translucent fuzzy book. Item number, SCP-0172. Item level, Euclid. Name, Marvolo Gunter's ring. Data expunged. Special containment procedures. Not visible temporarily. Description: not visible temporarily. Appendix: data expunged. Completed initial containment in Gunter's old house. Transferred to SCP-SCPF agency on August 31, 1992 in Russia, Moscow. Data expunged, and all relevant records have been cleared and personnel information, reports regarding SCP-0172 are suspended updated. At the same time, Lyhan Bookstore, Diagon Alley, London. With the help of the Goblin Douglas, Irina Ivanovich took a long list and walked through the crowded bookstore with some effort. A local book carefully checked and looked for her in Hogwarts this semester. Books that may be needed in the Witchcraft and Wizardry School. And on the wall outside the bookstore, Elena squeezed the square black package in her hand, a meaningful smile appeared on her face, and excitement gleamed in her lakeways. Yes, that's it, Draco. End of this chapter. Chapter 778. Diary and Malfoy. Horcrux, the most dangerous and evil black magic item in the world. Compared with most black magic, the most terrifying point of Horcrux is that the cost of making it is not only that it is evil, cruel, but that it requires a wizard to break and split its own soul. No matter how powerful a wizard, once the soul splits, it will become extremely unstable. Perhaps every piece of its soul fragments will show a seemingly complete personality and memory, but from the moment the soul is broken and split, the person, as the Dark Wizard has also become fragmented. It is closer to a phenomenon, not people. Even the most dangerous Dark Wizard in history, few are willing to make Horcruxes, and they are more willing to die happily. Therefore, in a sense, Voldemort's Horcruxes are very rare and precious in the magic world. Except for the respectable Mr. Tom Riddle, it is difficult for Elena to find another top wizard who is willing to shatter her soul, inject it into each item, and form an eternal and tireless Horcrux. If there are no errors or omissions in the original book, there should be only success CP-017 series under this timeline. According to the order of manufacture, they should be Marvolo Gunter's Ring 02, Tom Riddle's Diary 03, Salazar Slytherin's Locket Number Vacancy, Helga Hufflepuff's Gold Cup 01, Rowena Ravenclaw's Crown Number Vacancy, Boy Who Lived Harry Potter. Data expunged. Among these, the only Horcruxes that have a higher safety factor and lower modification difficulty are actually diaries and rings. because only these two Horcruxes were born in Tom Riddle's school days. The remaining 4 Horcruxes were gradually made after Tom Riddle graduated from Hogwarts and became Voldemort. However, compared to Tom Riddle's diary, Marvolo Gunter's ring is obviously much more dangerous. As the first Horcrux, the spells and curses imposed on the ring inlaid with the Resurrection Stone are likely to be left by Voldemort, who was at the peak of his strength. This does not require much complicated reasoning. If that is the case, little Tom Riddle, who was studying at Hogwarts, could not leave a curse on the ring that would endanger Dumbledore's life. Because of this, after roughly assessing the risks and the difficulty of containment, she chose to hand over the Marvolo Gunter's ring to the International Wizarding Federation and the Ministry of Magic of various countries to jointly manage, and instead looked for others scattered everywhere. Horcrux. And the most important one is naturally the weakest diary among all Horcruxes. After all, the senior Tom Riddle was just a 15 or 16-year-old ordinary juvenile delinquent with a nose and face, and a little language. He couldn't even take a straight punch from Hannah. Compared with the majestic 3-generation Meguro demon, it was too weak. London, Diagon Alley. So what the hell is this? Draco Malfoy looked at the tattered, thin diary in Eleanor's hand, hesitated, and finally couldn't help but ask, "Also big sister, how do you know me?" "Dad has this." When I first received Eleanor's letter, Draco was still a little hesitant and uncertain. After all, no matter what point of view, as the contemporary patriarch of the pure-blooded Malfoy family, it is impossible for his father to have any communication with the Mole world, and there is no reason to specially collect an ordinary diary produced by the non-magical world. Without the help of Dobby the house elf, he didn't even know that his father had a secret storage room. As the young master of the Malfoy family, as long as his orders do not directly conflict with his father, then Draco Malfoy can naturally ask Dobby to perform some simple search for objects tasks, especially if there is a clear description. It's just all of this is really terrible. As time passed, Draco Malfoy found that he was getting farther and farther away from Elena. This Elena Moonlight Castellana, who was the same age as him, seemed to really look like a bright moon. The sky is rising higher and higher, becoming more and more mysterious. This, as you can see, a diary book bought on Vauxhall Road. Elena replied softly and casually, glancing at Draco, who was hesitant to speak. "Very well, it seems that you haven't read this book in advance, otherwise you won't be asking this question. Didn't you tell me in your letter that this thing may be dangerous? Don't open it arbitrarily after you find it. Contact you through the owl immediately, and hand it over to you as secretly as possible." "Yes, and don't use honorifics, Draco, we are friends." Elena raised her eyebrows, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. "I have to admit that the Malfoys do have innate advantages and savvy in serving the Dark Lord. Compared to Harry, who has not been able to find the Slytherin locket in the Black House so far, Draco Malfoy's efficiency is very satisfying. On the other hand, he is restraining the curiosity is also very good. Maybe it's time to think about getting Malfoy to join the 3 generations of Demon King army in advance. Look at the name, Draco. I think you should know what it means." While talking, Elaine opened the notebook casually and pointed to the indistinct ink on a line on the first page. "Riddle? Wait, the name, I remember." Draco cautiously leaned forward and glanced at the position of Eleanor's fingers. First, he was stunned, and then the expression on his face quickly changed. Finally, it became a panic and shocked look, and he subconsciously stopped speaking. Since the public trial a few months ago, almost half of the people in the magic world have known Voldemort's real name. As for his father's previous identity, Draco Malfoy couldn't be more clear. Besides, there are not too many duplicate names in the magic world, especially the Mole surname name, in the magic world. Among them is even rarer. "Hush." Elena put her finger to her lips and said softly, meaningfully, "That's it. More and more detailed situations. Now you are not able to bear it for the time being. Knowing too much is not a good thing for you. However, Draco, there is one thing you must understand. The mysterious man has not disappeared. One day he will come back. At that time, His first target of revenge will never be the enemies he used to. The betrayer will always be the most hated. If you love yourself, parents, then you and the mysterious person are destined to have only one person alive. In this regard, you and Harry are the same. As for this thing, Elena shook the notebook in her hand and said softly, "Perhaps it sounds weird, but according to Peter Pettigrew's secret confession, this is the prop that the mysterious man intends to use to threaten, control, and monitor your father. It hides the most evil black magic in the world." "Black magic? Threat?" Draco Malfoy asked nervously. "This kind of thing is so common. I just want to say that if you know it, you can understand it. If you don't understand, I won't explain much now." Elena shook her finger, and whispered inexplicably. "In short, as long as you are clear in your heart now, and then you can slowly think about it. Don't ask me the specific reasons. There are too many people and things involved in this, and it is not good for you now." "I don't know." "That's it. The details are hard to find by yourself. The corresponding books in the Hogwarts library have been emptied unless." "Unless what?" Draco Malfoy asked subconsciously. End of this chapter. Chapter 729. It's time to show down. London, Diagon Alley. Outside Lyhan Bookstore. Make father and mother reconcile with Uncle Black. Draco Malfoy looked at Elena blankly and repeated it in confusion. At the moment before, he even secretly made up his mind, even if it is necessary to study the dangerous dark magic and become a sharp blade in the shadow of Sister Elena, as long as he can get his parents out of the control of the Black Devil, he can do anything. Yes. If you can do this, it means you have the qualifications to welcome the magical world. Seeing the surprised look on Draco's face, the third-generation Dark Lord couldn't help smiling. "Draco, do you know why Tom Riddle failed? As a wizard, he went the wrong way from the beginning. Magic never exists for the pursuit of power. If Voldemort has something to do I don't understand, that's it. His spells are nothing more than witchcraft, and they can't be called magic from beginning to end." "But, what does this have to do with father, mother, and Uncle Black?" Draco Malfoy frowned. Elena raised her eyebrows, smiled and shook her head, and said meaningfully, "This is a good question, but I don't intend to tell you the answer directly. I can't today and I can't in the future. You will understand one day in view of this diary. I can give you a little hint and memory. What Professor Apocalypse said in his first defense against the dark arts class. Now, you should go home." While talking, Elena pursed her lips and smiled, raising her right hand and snapping a finger lightly. "Try to grow, Mr. Malfoy. I look forward to the day I meet you on the Huberian Bridge." With a sound like a bubble bursting, the light and shadow of a small space beside the window of Lyhan Bookstore flickered, gradually revealing the figures of Elena and Draco, and the noisy people in the surrounding streets. It seemed to be suddenly near. At the same time, a heavy metal badge fell into Malfoy's palm. "Hogwarts trainee investigator Draco Malfoy, level D. Huberian." "What is that?" "Hey, what is this?" Draco Malfoy was stunned, not even paying attention to the change in Elena's name for him. However, before Malfoy could finish speaking, the elf-like figure had shattered in the afternoon sun, and appeared like a firefly in the midsummer night sky. It appeared at the cashier of Lyhan Bookstore 10 meters away, next to the girl. Judging from the expressions of the surrounding pedestrians, it is obvious that no one has noticed the conversation that took place in this corner before. If it weren't for the disappearing diary, the mysterious metal badge that suddenly appeared, and the faint fragrance remaining in the air, Draco Malfoy would almost think that everything was an illusion before. Judging from the performance of Sister Elena, this time the secret joint should be over. Only, Draco Malfoy shook the metal badge in the handshake, raised his head and looked at Elena, who was talking intimately with a strange little witch not far away, not sure if he should just leave like this, or go up and ask. A clear, "Hey, recovered, newcomer." At this moment, a voice suddenly rang in his ear, which shocked him. An unfamiliar red-haired young wizard stood in front of him at some point. His tall, Long hair was tied into a ponytail behind his head. He also had an earring on his ear with a small dangling from above, something like a fan. All in all, no matter how you look at it, a very cool wizard. Draco Malfoy noticed that in the left breast pocket of the red-haired wizard, which was covered with various ornaments, there was a metal sign similar to the badge in his hand, except that the content on it was slightly different. The style is also different. Gringotts Wizarding Bank Senior Researcher Bill Weasley Level B. Malfoy. Hey! The red-haired wizard looked at the metal card in Malfoy's hand, raised his eyebrows curiously, and immediately looked straight, straightened his waist and proactively extended his right hand towards Draco Malfoy, and said solemnly, "Introduce yourself. Bill Weasley, Bleeville Personnel, your guide. For the next period of time, all questions, induction guidance, and tasks will be my responsibility. As for the formal explanations and answers." Bill Weasley raised his head and glanced behind Malfoy, and curled his lips playfully. "Obviously, now is not the right time. See you on the train tomorrow." "But Mr. Weasley, Draco Malfoy frowned and was about to ask a few more questions. "Draco, where did you go before? And, you, stay away from my son." Draco was shocked, and saw Lucius Malfoy approaching angrily, putting a hand on his shoulder and pulling him away from Bill Weasley, with a face hanging on his face. An obvious repulsion and aversion. At the same time, the warm smile on Bill Weasley's face gradually disappeared, turning into a touch of sarcasm. "Dad," Draco said in a panic, "I just want to find a book in the bookstore." "Nothing." "Draco, be quiet. I'll talk about you later." Lucius Malfoy glanced at his son, flapped his nostrils, and said crudely, "Wait, I remember you, the eldest son of the Weasleys." Lucius Malfoy paused, looked up and down the red-haired wizard in front of him, narrowed his eyes, and spoke slowly and coldly in his usual, slightly arrogant tone. "Whatever you plan to do, I advise you to stay away from my son." "Of course, I will remember your suggestion then. Goodbye, Mr. Malfoy." Bill Weasley nodded politely and grinned at Draco Malfoy. Immediately afterwards, Bill Weasley didn't say anything, turned around and walked straight into the crowd of Diagon Alley. As one of the wizards who was invited back to Hogwarts for research this year, he has a lot of time to bring newcomers to familiarize themselves with the organization, and there is no need to waste time arguing with Lucius Malfoy. Draco will not spend time with the Weasleys in the future, I have told you several times before, Lucius Malfoy said. His light-colored eyes rolled and landed on Draco. "This scum in the wizarding world has almost fallen to the extreme. I don't want the shame of Sirius in the Malfoy's family." After half a summer, I think you have seen what the breakdown of the Black family looks like. Don't worry, Dad. I won't let that happen. Although I still don't understand how vast the world is behind Eleanor's head, one thing can be determined from the decline of the Black family. Whether it is to follow Voldemort or resist Voldemort, it is not a wise choice. If you want your parents to completely get rid of the shadow of the past, there is only one way to eliminate it. Draco Malfoy took a deep breath and repeated it again in a serious tone. Absolutely, absolutely not. At the same time, Malfoy and his son were out of sight. With the help of the goblins Douglas and Elena, Irina Ivanovic finally put the large stack of books neatly in her newly bought cauldron, and followed the crowd with the heavier cart. Walked out of Lyhan bookstore. Books, potions, clothes, equipment. Standing on the street on the side of Lyhan bookstore, Elena carefully checked Irina's list. "Then your wand is left now." "Well, that's right. I almost forgot. Speaking of which, regarding the wand, I specially prepared a small gift for you as a gift to the first Hogwarts special options for special enrollment." Irina waved her hand awkwardly. "No need, don't rush to refuse." "That's it. I intend to lend you a magic wand for the time being, an old wand. If no accident, it should not be so easy to use, and there is no way to fully display your talent. If you go to Ollivander at the Magic Wand shop, you can definitely find a magic wand that is more suitable for you than it, and the one that will always belong to you alone." Irina was taken aback for a moment, and looked at Elena with a bewildered face. Magic wand. This is the most important and precious partner of every wizard. To some extent, every wand sold in the magic world is almost equivalent to a part of a wizard's life. I know you must have a lot of doubts now. Listen to me first, Elena said softly while pushing the trolley. I have learned part of the situation in your home from Mr. Newt Scamander. If you temporarily conceal it, or leave it out, Ivanovich, this surname, with your talent, knowledge, and hard work, can start a whole new life at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Elena, I don't understand what you mean, Irina stammered, sounding a bit like Professor Quirrell before. Selena Clumin. What do you think of this name? Elena's voice became softer and softer, with a strange emotion in her tone. This is the new name and identity I prepared for you in advance. If you want, you can use this name to register your wand. The Gringotts Wizarding Bank will also help you change all the information Russian in the process of translation into English. A slight deviation occurred. This is normal. While they were talking, they had already arrived in front of a small and run-down shop. The gold letter sign on the store door was remounted, and it read, Ollivander, a sophisticated magic wand has been made since 382 BC. However, the grey door frame still makes the whole shop look shabby and old. In the dusty window, a magic wand lay alone on the faded purple cushion. This is the legendary best wand shop in the UK. Contemporary Mr. Ollivander can be said to be one of the top wand craftsmen in the world today. You only need to step into this wand shop, and you can have a wand shop with you. A new magic wand that fits perfectly. Elena slowly stopped, pointed to the Ollivander wand shop a few meters away, and said softly, or. While talking, Elena took out a long and narrow paper box from the inner pocket of her robe. You can choose to continue to bear the surname Ivanovich and use this not-so-easy wand to defeat and subdue those of your age who are not weaker than you in Hogwarts, which is full of thorns. Become a great witch. Of course, if you can complete some small tests, then I can also lend it to you permanently. In the paper box, lying quietly, is a black magic wand made of black marble glass, covered with various nicks and abrasions. It seems to have been used for a long time, and has experienced a lot of fierceness to fight this. When I saw the box in Elena's hand, Irina Ivanovich seemed to have been pierced by a needle, and made a strange cry like a small beast. The girl covered her mouth and stared at Elena's hand. The magic wand. For Irina, this wand is too familiar. In her best memories, she has seen Grandpa waving this magic wand countless times, directing the tea set to dance on the dining table in the living room at home, or conjuring up a lively little animal and brightly colored animals in front of her. Flower ball. Only, impossible. Grandpa, the people in the Ministry of Magic are not. Oh, indeed, it took a lot of effort to get it out. Elena shrugged and said casually, fortunately, the Ministry of Magic of the Soviet Union was disbanded, and the officials of the Russian Ministry of Magic who had just taken over this area were obviously much easier to talk about compared to eating ashes in the cabinet of the Ministry of Magic and earning some extra money to subsidize the household. It must be more cost-effective. Up, grandfather. Irina bit her lip and carefully took the wand from Elena. In the lower right corner of the wand near the end, there is a shallow dent, which seems to be a mark of some kind of rodent bite. It was when she was 5 years old, because she was frustrated with her grandfather and deliberately bit the wand. Mark of. This is something that even my father doesn't know. It's just a little secret between her and Grandpa. This is not Hogwarts. Hogwarts will not do such a dangerous thing. Irina took a soft breath, wiped the corners of her eyes, carefully put her wand in her close-fitting pocket, turned to look at the little white-haired devil standing next to her, and took a deep breath. A touch of perseverance appeared on his face. In short, thank you, Miss Elena Kaslana. Although you and the forces behind you do not know what you and the forces behind you hope for, Grandpa once said that there will never be free gifts in this world. You have paid so much many thoughts and arrangements, then, what is the price? And, what are the trials in your mouth? It's really amazing. Frankly speaking, I didn't expect you to be so unique before. Elena raised her eyebrows unexpectedly, and looked at the little Russian witch in front of her with interest. According to her original idea, she only wanted to put a reliable little catfish in Hogwarts, but from the current situation, maybe she could consider cultivating a potential adjutant, whether it is Hogwarts. Minutes, Hannah, and Luna. Their personalities are a little weaker after all, and they are more suitable to act as positive spokespersons in some sunny occasions. As for the price, Elena flashed her eyes and said meaningfully, "Don't worry, let me go to a date on the Huberian." "Don't worry, Irina, we are not bad guys. We are just thinking and acting style, with some old rules. It's not much the same." Russia, the other side of the world. Roman Lozov's house outside St. Petersburg. The old Lomonosov sat on the sofa in the bedroom, looking at the very familiar room, and imagined how he arranged the furniture in the bedroom a little bit at the beginning, which furnishings have been updated, and which things have not changed. As the last group of evacuees, he still has enough things to remember. In the living room, a familiar voice came upstairs. "Mr. Lomonosov, it's Amos who should go now." This is the Wizard Commissioner from the Destiny Group, who is responsible for the transfer of their group of old guys. These days, he and a few other young guys have been helping their family handle the property and liaise with them. Although the old wizard has a good disguise, his appearance has changed a lot. But from the second day after he arrived at this home, the elder Lomonosov recognized his identity, decades ago, in the ruins of Moscow, in the ruins of St. Petersburg. The fanatical follower of Gelat Grindelwald, who had fought against him, was a hardcore member of the Saints. "Kurt Mayu." The old Roman Lozov took a deep breath, stood up slowly, and walked towards the living room downstairs with his crutches. His chest began to show dull pain again, and it began to get more and more these days. The more frequently. His energy is getting worse and worse. The witch's sorrow has almost completely diffused, and there is not much time left for him. If nothing else, he will soon be able to fight with Nova Ivanovich again. And before that, it's finally time for the showdown. Big chapter. Gwa. P.S. The following words are free. Princess Link. Redive. B. Service. The Backrow Leisure and Elderly Care Association. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is recruiting. Just search for Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The only requirement is to go online every day. Live Fat Chicken Book Friends exclusive guild benefits. Random 3-month card quotas will be drawn every month. At the same time, there is also an online plot discussion of Fat Chicken. End of this chapter. Chapter 730. Long time no see. Roman Lozov walked slowly down the stairs. In the living room, his favorite log old sofa has been put away, leaving only a piece of dust. The utensils and knives on the kitchen workbench are all placed in the luggage in the middle of the living room that has been casted on the traceless stretching curse. In the box, not far away, several wizards from the Destiny Group were inspecting the fireplace, and his daughter Lavia was leaning against the window at this time, tilting her head and talking quietly with her husband. Lavia put one hand on the windowsill, and the other hand gently puts the other hand on the slightly raised lower abdomen. If not unexpected, at most 3 or 4 months, there will be a cute little life join this big family. Seeing the happy expression on his daughter's face, Roman Lozov was in a daze as if he saw his wife again. "Dad, we are all packed up, just waiting for you." Lavia looked at the old man's empty hands and frowned in confusion. "Where's your luggage? Didn't you just say that you want to get something from the bedroom?" "Why?" The old man didn't answer his daughter's question. He raised his head and looked around the empty living room. His gaze flicked across the wizards wearing dark-style trench coats, and finally fell on the wrinkled and spirited old wizard. In addition to Kurt Mayer, the other 5 young people seemed to be young, perhaps a little younger than Lavia. However, judging from their subconsciously maintained tactical positions and uniform and neat movements, with the same number of people, even the most elite magic strike team of the Russian Ministry of Magic may not be able to suppress these young people. "Excuse me." Kurt Mayer raised his eyebrows when he noticed Lomonosov's gaze. "As for the next short trip, Do you have any questions, sir? Short drip. Oh, yes, you guys are quite good at finding pretty words, Roman Lozov murmured, squirting rough air in his nose. Not me. Kurt Meyer grinned and shook his head, went to the window and looked outside. This is the statement stipulated by the eldest lady for you and your family. Now you only need to meet the Sumarokov family and the Lermontov family in the safe house through the vehicle we prepared in advance, and then go on time. The boat will do. What about you? That's a compound decoction, right? Roman Lozov glanced at the tin pot on Kurt Meyer's waist and squinted his eyes. This is the one-size-fits-all plan you mentioned earlier. This is a little different from what I imagined. As a potion master, even though he was so far away, he still smelled the familiar smell in the air. You know, during the First Wizarding War, the large-scale infiltration of the compound decoction left a very deep impression on both sides. For a wizard, it couldn't be easy to collect a few hairs. Yes, after you leave, we will temporarily become what you look like. Kurt Meyer nodded readily, without any embarrassing panic on his face. As I said before, you will be used as bait to firmly attract all the forces on this land that may prevent your smooth evacuation. After 10 minutes, the Sumarokovs and Lermontov family will also arrive here through the Flu network, closely monitored by the Russian Ministry of Magic, to participate in the barbecue party tonight. Kurt Meyer gave a thumbs up, compared to the lawn outside the window behind him, and explained with ease. Look, we even set up the barbecue, just waiting for the sky to darken. In the past month, the Gringotts Wizarding Bank has carried out capital control with great fanfare, and selected some wizard families willing to act as bait to deal with magic assets, exchange currency, and create traces of possible absconding. People always believe in what they reasoned out. This is a common problem for all smart people, and when they pay a certain price for this, this will affect this subjective judgment 10 times 100 times. American Goblins, American Wizards, International Wizarding Federation, Russian Ministry of Magic. The interest entanglement in this land is too complicated. Any one omissions in small links are very likely to trigger an unimaginable chain reaction, and ultimately lead to the exposure of the overall plan. Because of this, Elena chose to actively detonate multiple realities to increase the stability of the evacuation plan. So are you going to sacrifice yourself and break it for us? Roman Lozov frowned, as if he had been pierced by something sharp. Please rest assured, we are professional. Regarding follow-up actions, we have a complete response plan. Kurt Meyer waved his hand nonchalantly and tapped the watch on his wrist. Anyway, the time is coming. I suggest you get in the car as soon as possible. Counting the time, the chaos in Moscow is almost over. Officials from the Ministry of Magic or someone else may appear nearby at any time. Okay, I see. Wait a few minutes for me. Roman Lozov took a deep breath, walked to his daughter, and said calmly, Lofire, lend me your wand again. I'll pack a little baggage, and it will be fine soon. Huh? Actually, I can help you. Lavea blinked, and said in confusion, I'm a wizard. Lavea, I didn't lose my magic ability anymore. Roman Lozov frowned, hummed a little displeasedly, and repeated it. The magic wand. Well, okay, you can take it. Lavea looked at the stubborn father in front of him, sighed in a good and amused way, drew out her wand and handed it to Roman Lozov. Since her father's wand was confiscated by the Ministry of Magic, he has always been concerned about this matter. Somewhat emotional. At the same time, the wizards standing by the hearth stopped and looked at the father and daughter. A young wizard moved his lips slightly, making a mosquito-like sound. Mr. Kurt, we Kurt Meyer raised his fingers and hissed lightly. A strange look flashed in his eyes. The fig tree, 13¼ inches, unicorn hair core, is a copy of your mother. Not far away, Roman Lozov stroked Lavea's wand and said softly, You know, Lavea, you are so much like your mother when she was young. Of course, your personality is very similar to me, stubborn and willful. After you become a mother, you should remember to be mature. You've said it many times, Dad. I know, but Mum's one should be shorter. Lavea sighed helplessly. Well, now is not the time to recall the past, we should set off. No, it's you. Without me. Roman Lozov smiled and shook his head, looking tenderly at the daughter who was about to become a mother. Love, I remember I promised you before that I won't lie again. Sorry, I broke my promise again. What? Faint. Before Lavea could react, she saw the magic wand in Lyuzov's hand lightly tapping. A dazzling red light silently submerged into her chest, and Lavea fell softly as if losing strength. She was firmly caught by the old man who had been prepared, and placed it carefully on her face full of confusion in the arms of the forced son-in-law. Andrei. Lavea, and my granddaughter, I will ask you from now on take good care of them. Yes, but Dad. The young Andrei looked at the unbelievable wife left in his arms, and said bewildered, listen, I can't go with you. Roman Lozov raised his wand and pointed it calmly at the immature Andrei. Now swear to me, you will take care of and protect their mother and daughter at all costs, and then disappear from my eyes cleanly like a man. You are going to give it a try. Will you be hit by my curse? Did you pull out your magic wand before? Father. A struggle appeared on Andrei's face. Mr. Andrei, the time is almost up, it's time to go. Kurt Meyer took out his wand and tapped Andrei on the shoulder, reminding him with a smile. As for here, leave it to me, the old man, and I promise to send your father-in-law back safely. If you and your wife are in a coma, well, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. Can. Andrei swallowed, looked at his father-in-law who suddenly became unfamiliar in front of him, and the old wizard behind him who was faintly exuding a dangerous aura, then looked at his wife in his arms, did not continue to argue, and nodded silently. Then, the next thing, I beg you. Oh, Kurt said lightly, don't worry, and also, remember to take your wife's wand. As Kurt Meyer was talking, he took out a long black cardboard box from his arms and threw it to Roman Lozov not far away. He waved his hand carelessly, grinning and showing a touch of badness. Smile. I spent 12 gold gallons and bought it at a high price from a Russian official. You can use it first. Hey, you guys are really magical. Lomonosov glanced at the name tag on the carton and shook his head with emotion. Undoubtedly, the energy and penetration of these Destiny Group wizards far exceeded his imagination, or to put it another way, the rate of degeneration of the Russian magic world far exceeded his expectations. You know, a few years ago, these were still contraband items that belonged to the highest level of custody. Along with Andrei and Lavea's figure disappeared in the living room. Roman Lozov heard the sound of their heavy footsteps gradually disappearing on the gravel trail outside, followed by the slamming of the door closing, and the unpleasant roar of the car's engine when it started. Now, only him, Kurt Meyer, and 2 other wizards from the Destiny Group were left in the room. Roman Lozov raised his head and took a deep look at the old wizard not far away. The wand in his hand was turned in the palm of his hand and aimed at the old wizard's chest. Long time no see, Kurt Meyer, question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Asking for a day off? The last chapter is at the end of the volume. Well, it's the last chapter at the end of the volume. Asking for a day off, I finished writing and sent it together. Chapter 700 and 131. I'm very sorry, I haven't thought about it yet. Kurt Meyer glanced at the wand pointed at his chest and replied calmly, Mr. Romanrazov, do you have any other questions? If not, then I may need to be temporarily adjourned for a while. The flue net connected by the fireplace and the protection around the house need to be reinforced. Don't pretend. I knew it was you from the moment you stepped into my house. Roman Lozov stared at Kurt, took a deep breath and said, Gelet Grindelwald's most fanatical follower, Kurt Meyer, even if you are no longer the same as you were decades ago, I still recognize you at a glance from all over you in the disgusting breath of the devil's minions. Oh, that's really surprising. Kurt Meyer curled his lips and said flatly, I originally thought that you would at least wait until your illness is cured before you speak out. If I am not mistaken, with the severity of your illness now, there should be no other place to help you survive Lavea except us." The child landed. "No, you say the name Lavea." Roman Lozov's old arms trembled, and the wand in his hand poked Kurt Meyer in the chest. "It's all lie. The witch's sorrow is simply impossible to cure. This is just a beautiful fairy tale you wove, but it is a pity that I have passed the age of sitting on the bed and listening to the story. Don't think I don't know what you have done this time." Roman Lozov sneered, staring at Kurt Meyer with muddy eyes. "There is no mandate family in the Austrian magical world. If not surprisingly, Salzburg is what's called the Holy City, right? You have already undermined the secrecy law in secret. It has penetrated into the various industrial chains of the non-magical world, and the magical anomaly at the Ukrainian shipyard, right? Perhaps, who knows, but as far as I know, everything you say should be legal and compliant." Kurt Meyer replied casually, raising his wrist to check the time. The Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry purchased a fishing boat for transportation and fishing, and some wizards who were not well earned when using spawning potatoes accidentally produced a little more variety. According to the International Federation of Wizards, Article 86 of the Secret Society Act stipulates that without exposing the magic world, wizards can buy and sell necessities of life from muggles. As for the sorrow of the wizard, Kurt Meyer paused and said with a grin, "You're right, I also think this is a deceptive fairy tale. It's like a few decades ago, someone vowed to say that one day the union of the non-magical world and the magical world will be recognized by society. Instead of going to jail, it's a pity that he didn't fully tell you the truth, such as his personal ambitions." Roman Lozov snorted softly, with a trace of undisguised disgust and contempt in his voice. "People always change." Kurt Meyer shook his head with emotion and sighed emotionally. "Besides, we are not obedient to Grindelwald anymore, as you did just now. Either you, me, or Grindelwald, we are all old. This world belongs to young people. We have found hope for a new world." Kurt Meyer shrugged and glanced at Roman Lozov. "At least until then, no one will think about whether muggles will be hungry, right?" "Indeed, this is not Grindelwald's style of acting. It seems that your newly chosen Dark Lord seems to be an unprecedented idealist. No wonder it will come to save us stubborn dying people." Roman Lozov raised his eyebrows, and the wand in his hand moved away from Kurt's chest. "So let me guess what your plan is. Make some noise as much as possible to attract the attention of the Russian Ministry of Magic and American wizards, and use this house as a stronghold for a period of time until everyone succeeds. Evacuate." "It's almost like this." Kurt nodded. "Defensive warfare. This is what we are best at. Don't forget, you haven't won it yet." Roman Lozov shook his finger and said with a smug, "This land has never belonged to you guys. I think you need an experienced old guy to help." "How many people are there in total? How many imaginary enemies are there, and how long will it take?" "Your family of 3, the Sumarokov family, the Lermontov family, plus you and Maeve. There are no other troublesome old guys like you. Then the total should be the same. 12 or 3 people." Kurt glanced at Roman Lozov, resisted the thought of arguing with this old opponent, and said quietly, "As for the opponent, maybe there is only one person, maybe there will be hundreds of people." After half an hour, the lawn outside Lomonosov's house. "Then, the time has come. Close the Flu network and prepare for battle. I am honored to be able to fight alongside you." Kurt Meyer swept around the wizards gathered around. As he had predicted before, the evacuation of the other houses was obviously much smoother. Under the effect of the compound decoction, they succeeded. "The replacement is complete. From now on, until 8:30 in the evening, this island has not received any external support. According to the Silver Spike plan, they must drag the American Magic Congress, the American Goblins, and possibly the wizards of the Russian Ministry of Magic and the International Wizards Federation as much as possible here, until the big ship arrives. Island. If the line of defense is breached before then, they must close themselves before they are caught by the Ministry of Magic. Fate, it's amazing. I never thought that one day I would be on the same side with you." Roman Lozov sighed slightly, grinned, raised his wand and pointed it in the air. Protega Maxima Fianto Uri, expelling the enemy Repello Inimicum. At the same time, Kurt Meyer, who was standing next to Roman Lozov, and other wizards from the Destiny group also raised their wands one after another, pointed them in the air, and followed them calmly. Protega Maxima Fianto Uri, expelling the enemy Repello Inimicum. Accompanied by the sound of spells, light blue spells rushed into the sky like fireworks. The curse gradually spread in the sky, forming a silver-white magic light curtain slowly unfolding, and intersecting each other to form a huge and solid magic shield, covering a radius of hundreds of meters around Roman Lozov's house. The entire area. Finally, it flickered slightly and blended into the air quietly. It's a little further away from Roman Lozov's house. A dozen wizards in grey high-color trench coats gathered together and watched the light curtain fall from a distance. And beside them, there were still 20 or 30 little fairies. But unlike those fairies at Gringotts Wizarding Bank in London, most of these fairies had a complex expression of sly, humble, and ferocious on their faces. Oh, they really couldn't help it. Christopher Ryan gave a cold snort, chuckled and shook his head. That's it, using the multiple magic protections arranged in advance, trying to delay the activation and setting time of the door key, and then fleeing in full view, is really a clever and simple plan. It's a pity. As the head of the Magic Congress secretly dispatched to Russia, he really knows Thesa's smuggling methods too well. Compared with flu fans, the biggest advantage of the door key is that it can transmit multiple people over a long distance at a time. Although you can only go to the same destination, the destination does not need to have a fireplace, so most wizards will consider using the door key during long-distance trips across two countries. Only to use the door between the two countries, the key must be approved by the Ministry of Magic of two countries at the same time. Making an unauthorized door key is a serious crime in the magic world. If they hadn't obtained the information in advance, maybe these former Soviet wizard traitors would really be able to conceal the truth. But Ryan, a wizard standing by Christopher Ryan, hesitated and said with some worry, "We haven't been able to find conclusive evidence of their collusion with Gellert Grindelwald." "That's all I mean. We should wait for the errors from the Russian Ministry of Magic and the International Federation of Wizards to arrive." "What then?" "Everyone rushes to the air to get their evidence. Naturally there will be after catching them." Christopher Ryan glanced at the talking American wizard and said coldly, "Do it." Goo. Reserved grain distribution. Cuckoo. Elena Galvin today. Goo. Goo. As for why she knows Kevin, I can't explain this love to you. Cuckoo. Cuckoo. Because I am just a sand sculpture. Dash. Gahahaha. Reserved grain distribution. The 732nd chapter fairy tale comes. Hogwarts, Huberian. The mechanical takeoff and landing of the elevator gradually stopped, and the metal door leading to the bridge opened like a flower petal. The Supreme Fairy Queen, the third-generation Dark Lord Elena Kaslana and her newly recruited the adjutant appeared at the door. As the metal door opened, Elena twitched her hair carelessly. As a rare mixed blood in the magic world, Elena's unique bloodline is the most reliable authentication method. Whether it is compound soup, magic transformation, phantom spell, these can simulate her special magic wave. To be precise, whether the other party is a pure human wizard, a pure blood veil, or even another mixed blood shaman, no baby will work. According to Paracelsus' speculation, due to the frequent and high-intensity use of runes, and the strength of the soul and mind is far beyond that of most wizards, Elena presents an evolution that cannot be replicated. Phenomenon. In terms of physical growth, Elena completely followed the trajectory of a pure-blooded V, and perhaps only entered her teenage years after more than 10 years. However, on the other hand, the rate of increase of the mana in the girl's body is in accordance with the growth rate of the human wizard. Only one school year has passed. In terms of the total amount of mana, she has surpassed the level of many 7th grade graduates. As her long silver hair gleaming with light golden light flicked in the air, a magical ripple appeared. At the same time, A pre-recorded magic recording sounded automatically in the bridge. Captain on the bridge. All the wizards and fairies on the bridge subconsciously stopped their work. As the captain of the Huberian, Elena has absolute authority on this bridge. Whether it is Dumbledore or Grindelwald, the ranks are slightly lower than hers even if the ship is now moored over Hogwarts. Stand behind me, look more, think more, ask less, especially don't show an expression that is too surprised. Elena rubbed the head of the little Russian witch who was a little shorter than her, squinted happily, and took the girl by the hand and walked to the captain's podium at the highest point of the bridge, and whispered meaningfully, said, "Ready to welcome the new world, my dear trainee first officer Miss Ivanovic." Before the curiosity in Irina Ivanovich's eyes emerged, I saw the third-generation Dark Lord, the Supreme Fairy Queen, and the captain of the Huberian with a solemn expression, looking around on the bridge below. The crew said solemnly, "Close the bridge shading, open the stratospheric optical invisibility, activate the hull shield, expand the phantom migration barrier, prepare for the first-level launch of the Ruby anti-ship missile system, prepare for the first-level launch of the AK-636 barreled artillery." Along with Elena's voice, the metal protective walls around the bridge made a series of mechanical sounds of metal turning and snapping. The wall that was originally like a steel house gradually sank, revealing the panoramic tempered glass floor toseling windows except for the outermost layer. A light blue magic light curtain flashed quickly outside the window. Irina Ivanovich subconsciously covered her small mouth, and finally restrained her almost screaming. She looked shocked. Towards the bridge surrounded by thin clouds, and the distant mountains were like dirt. The pile is as short as that. Irina Ivanovic glanced at the huge magic light curtain gradually unfolding on the captain's podium. Red, green, black, and blue lines were staggered in midair to form the vivid hull model, like a waterfall, constantly beating with numbers, Russian characters, and English characters make her feel dazzled. If the size and proportions of the Hogwarts castle model below are correct, there is no doubt that this is not the large magical passenger ship that she and her father imagined, or an unknown remote magic teleportation room, let alone ordinary school buses or fishing boats. This is simply a city in the sky made of steel, magic, and technology. One, armed to the teeth, a fortress of war. All calibration time, 10 minutes later, ready to make the first jump. Glancing at the various weapon system panels that are being activated, Elena continued calmly. Record, this operation is code-named Leningrad Retreat. The first jump destination, 50 degrees 1 minute 42 seconds north latitude, 45 degrees 27 minutes 34 seconds west longitude, Ukraine. The outer port of Nikolaev City. Let's go save the heroes of this world. Return. Russia. Outskirts of St. Petersburg. Lomonosov's house. In the dark night, tide-like curses flew from all directions towards the Romanovs' house. The invisible magic barrier was fully revealed at this time. The curse hit the light curtain with a deafening sound, and the blue and white magic sparks burst, rippling layers of ripples, which looked like bubbles that were teetering in a storm. The battle has been going on for almost half an hour. Perhaps compared to the offensive and defensive battles in the non-magical world that take dozens of days, months, or even years, this is only a very short moment, but in the magic world, this is already a very long battle. Up, damn, only half an hour. Roman Lozov asked breathlessly, his chest aching again. No matter how careful, all wizards who are contaminated with witch's sorrow will inevitably stimulate themselves every time they perform magic, causing their already fragile body to start self-repair. I said before, your wisest choice is to follow the children to the safe house. Kurt Mayer glanced at the old opponent beside him, the magic wand in his hand flexibly stirred, the red light flashed, and it accurately hit the chest of a fairy through the light curtain. Compared to the wizard, the magic of these fairies is the most annoying. If you continue to perform magic at the current intensity, you may have killed yourself before our support arrives. Of course, it is more likely to lose consciousness. By the way, add a lot to the therapist's trouble. Therapist support? Ha! I don't believe in fairy tales, ha! Roman Lozov grinned, as if he wanted to let out a rather disdainful laugh, but the more intense pain had caused his cheeks to twitch involuntarily, and finally twisted into an extremely strange-looking expression. In fact, you know it very well in your heart, you bastard. There is no support at all. Here is an abandoned son who is responsible for the post-breaking no Oni can face so many wizards, the Ministry of Magic. Not far away, the battlefield outside the light curtain was already in a mess. More than 20 fairies and wizards lie on the pitted ground. As the most elite combat team of the Destiny Group, Kurt Meyer and others showed amazing tactics at the first moment of the attack. Literacy. In just the first round of Curse confrontation, they knocked down 4 or 5 enemies who had launched an offensive in the dark in one fell swoop. In Lomonosov's view, compared to the magical battlefields decades ago, the American wizards, both in terms of experience and tactical coordination, are really too naive and scattered, and they are almost like fighting in the alleys of the black market. The magic is the same. It's just that the number of opponents is too much. Especially after the eras of the Russian Ministry of Magic joined the battlefield, the battle became more and more difficult. Just relying on illegally reholding the wand is enough for the eras to judge which side needs to strike first. Fallen object. Even though the appearance of these Americans and American goblins seems to be suspicious, that's what comes after. At least compared to the Magical Congress of the United States, which can find a place to question. This group of criminals who suddenly obtained a magic wand and launched an offensive and defensive war without warning are obviously much more dangerous. Flu Network has long been monitoring their illegal gathering today. As time goes by, the range of the light curtain is compressed. Even if Kurt Meyer and others have gradually given up the offensive and put all their energy on maintaining the light curtain, they still cannot resist the attack from the wizards who have more than 4 or 5 times the number of them. Failure is only a matter of time. Catch it, Mr. Roman Losov. It's over. Christopher Ryan, holding his magic wand, walked steadily through the flying magic spell, and came to the stone path in the outdoor garden. Looking at the panting wizards not far away, there was a trace of victory on his face. Smile. Don't understand? Our number is many times yours. Not only that, the flu net, the door key, the flying broomstick, the phantom migration, these escape methods are all blocked by us. And you missed the last chance to escape. It is the strength of belief, not the number of people, that determines success or failure. Besides, neither of you has the advantage. Kurt Meyer supported the crumbling stubborn old man behind him, and said calmly, also, to correct it, that sentence should be right for us. Kurt Meyer raised his wrist and looked at it, smiled slightly, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a playful expression. It's a pity you missed the last chance to escape. Oh, old guy. I hope you can still be as hard as you are now in the interrogation room. Christopher Ryan narrowed his eyes and slowly raised his wand. At this moment, the surroundings suddenly became darker again, and there was a commotion behind him. Oh my God, look at the sky. What is that? Quickly avoid, quickly. Heaven? What do you mean? Christopher Ryan frowned and looked into the sky in confusion. The red rain, scattered from the far sky above the sky, was like a meteor across the sky. It quickly became brighter and brighter in his line of sight, and at the farther level, a group of shadows dazzled. The dark shadow blocked the moonlight. Wrong. This is not rain. This is boom. 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 Countless crimson spells fell from the sky, and the magic wand in Christopher's hand flew out, spinning together with dozens of other magic wands, scattered in the bumpy mud not far away. This is disarm curse! Exclamation mark. How is it possible? Where did it come from? Exclamation mark. How could the sky? The third volume summarizes and asks for votes, explains and asks for leave. Cough. In fact, The content of this volume is strictly a combination of part of the main content that was originally abandoned at the end of the first volume and the second volume. It belongs to the original mainline outline plot and naturally follows the character's personality. The plot that was derived was somewhat difficult to write because it was not in the established outline. Of course, the number of times I've cooing is also more. My breeder now calls me cooing directly. In fact, the reason why I planned to skip this episode before is because in the original setting, Gellert Grindelwald under this timeline has passed away with dignity. Specific bad end world align fine outline I let go in the group before, and in this volume, more old wizards choose to sacrifice themselves to leave their hope for a young future. After all, this kind of writing should be very tense. After all, elder brother, Jiangnan, and Squid, everyone now likes to secretly hide a blade in the tone of the story of laughter and laughter. Only the story of abuse and crying will make the memory deep. This is very impressive. Reasonable blame it. After thinking about it carefully, some time ago, I had actually been entangled in whether or not to issue a knife, which was the day before yesterday. In fact, the tone of Hogwarts on the bite of the tongue has been mentioned from the very beginning. Eleanor's journey into this magical world, or the original intention of any fancier, mostly wants to make up for it. Regrettably, let those unfavorable stories become fairy tales. If they are written for the purpose of abuse, then the truth is true, but some things are also lost. As Elena Castellani gradually matures, I hope she is not just a soulless, purely intoxicated strong man in the enjoyment of personal power. Even if she becomes the Fairy Queen and the third-generation Dark King, what she forges and pursues should not be pure material satisfaction or social status. Creating a fairy tale country is the meaning of her coming here. As Elena said at the end of the cap, there are many fantasy powers that transcend nature in this world. They can be black technology, superpowers, abilities, and celestial arts. However, when we talk about magic, especially when it comes to magic in a work like HP, there is only one definition, and that is to make the story a fairy tale. The power of. Only fairies can use magic, and witches always use witchcraft. Because of these and other reasons, the theme of this volume gradually became clear: reconciliation and fairy tales. The longer a story is written, then whether as a creator or as a reader, it is inevitable that you will want to see some new content and make changes. At this time, the original things will be affected, and it is inevitable that biases are unavoidable. However, compared to the deflection of the element's center of gravity, I actually care more about whether the core of the story has changed. Therefore, if it is to tell a nice and wonderful story, then the element on the tip of the tongue is not that it cannot be compromised, but the world must still be the Hogwarts. It is not just a castle, it should also represent a kind of the most idealistic fairy tale. Is like Elena can never become a cold demon, because she doesn't care about it. Going back to the story itself in this volume, there are indeed many problems in the middle. Too many branches have caused the story to almost collapse. This aspect is a very serious shortcoming for me. It is different from the lack of plots that most authors worry about. As a senior fat chicken who has almost brushed the reader sequence experience bar to the full level, a plot that can be derived in my mind, there are so many divergence points and wonderful plots that even the time of a day is divided into every hour to write. For example, Quidditch, Fantastic Beasts PM, Hogwarts Online Class, Bean Coins, Foundation, Visceral Revolution. Each of these can support a relatively complete storyline when they are unfolded individually, or even a combination to open a new book. Write separately. Regarding this issue, I hope that I will make more progress in the follow-up, and try to start to learn to do subtraction. What Elena wants is actually very simple. She just wants a fairy tale world where everyone is in harmony. Harry, Malfoy, Blake, Malfoy, Snape, Blake, Grindelwald, Scamander, and even the wizards of the former Soviet Union and the Saints, veterans and wizards, they may be in the past and the future will become enemies, but because of the appearance of Elena, all of them can get a relatively relieved and happy ending. Therefore, You only need to write according to this main line, and it is okay to cut down some of the other content. This is roughly the main problem summed up. At the time of the beginning of this volume, the follow-up order has not been very ideal. In this regard, there are both frequent leave requests and relatively loose plot lines. Of course, they are more updated. The number of words is too weak. After all, according to the suggestions of many writers, there are no problems with more updates. However, I think these confusions and attempts to change are very necessary, because after the completion of this volume, I have solved a lot of my subsequent writing confusion, as well as the problem of plot choice. And the following paragraph, Elena, the effect of the list also proves this point. It is good news that both the follow-up orders and all orders have resumed to rise again. The title of the fourth volume is A Certain Scientific Hogwarts, and it is also the third volume that was originally intended to be written directly. This is actually a large plot conceived a long time ago. It is about the new world created when the two paths of human civilization pursuing truth are combined. This is a very important link and the climax of the plot. Point. Compared with the previous small fights, from here, we must really try to integrate civilizations together. Decades ago, Grindelwald failed. The Aunt J.K.R. who wrote the original works of this world also failed to show the intersection of this fairy tale world and the real world very well. Most of the fans in this place will collapse to one side of the advocacy. As a result, the center of gravity of the entire worldview has been shifted strangely, and in the end it will either become a net essay routine or a self-confidence. From here, there is nothing to refer to in the plot. The characters are creating each step. The stupid half-round-faced fat chicken is actually very worried about whether he will completely write down in this volume. After all, he is engaged in academic research. It is easy to be polarized and boring and excessive, but now I am a little bit more confident. Forget it, still there is no bottom. I can only guarantee that I will never get a knife. Well, the length of the next volume is unpredictable. It may be the longest volume in history. It may even be written in one breath. It may also be a compressed plot similar to about 200 chapters in 1 or 3 volumes. Anyway, both the outline and the world line have all gone violently, and the only remaining real historical world line is also shaky, and most of it will not last the next semester. CAC. All in all, that's about it. Take a look, the number of words is more than the normal update. Today is the first day of the beginning of the month. Well, sorry, I sorted out the plot. So, let's ask for a ticket. Please. I will write the next volume well. Good night, and good morning to everyone who believes in fairy tale Smua. As for the time to ask for leave, it is naturally 8.1. and 8.2 starts to update normally. Chapter 733. Welcome to A Certain Scientific Hogwarts. Hogwarts has a total population of 1,230, 80% of whom are students. Here is the gathering of the most cutting-edge knowledge of today's human civilization. In other words, it can be said to be an academy and a mecca for scientific research, standing at the top of human civilization. Not surprisingly, Hogwarts knowledge leads the world by at least 20 or 30 years. As everyone knows, Hogwarts is the safest place in the magic world, and even the world. In order to protect the flames of civilization and protect minor wizards, Hogwarts has a complete security system. On the speeding Hogwarts Express, Elena smiled and introduced to the first-year freshman in the carriage who had not yet enrolled. In the air, a three-dimensional holographic image of Hogwarts Castle in abbreviated form was gradually taking shape. On the left chest of the girl's robe, there is a silver glittering letter P, Hogwarts Prefect badge. Prefect. This is a student who is appointed by the principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry or deans of various colleges and is given special rights and responsibilities. Each college will select a boy and a girl in the 5th grade as prefects, and they will continue to hold this position until graduation. Therefore, each college will have 6 prefects at the same time, and there are a total of 24 in the school. On the other hand, The chairpersons of the male and female student unions are usually selected from the prefects first and will not be replaced. It stands to reason that Elena is still a little bit behind the standard at this time, no matter in terms of age or education. But considering that Elena completed all the written exams for grades 1 to 4 ahead of schedule and got all excellent, plus concurrently serving as assistant professor of potions class, chef at Hogwarts, and special consultant for Hogwarts curriculum reform, plus some of the school's faculty members suggested that Dumbledore discussed with the 4 deans and finally decided to appoint Elena as the new prefect. Different from the badges of other prefects who use the representative colors of their respective colleges as the background, Elena is a little special. As one of the few students with multiple college uniforms, the background color of the badge on her chest is not a single color, but just like the Hogwarts school badge with the pattern removed. It is divided into 4 badges evenly, except that it symbolizes the position of Ravenclaw's blue pattern is still blank at this time, which makes Elena a little regretful. Of course, this is a matter of course. After all, Elena and Ravenclaw have nothing to do with each other. Ravenclaw's common room welcomes any knowledgeable and wise wizard, but this does not mean that an extraordinary wizard should belong to this place. Even if Elena has mastered the secret of the knocker, she cannot truly become a wise wizard. Wenclaw, unless go back in time and go back to when the Sorting Hat was threatened at the school dinner a year ago. Elena, hey, you are in this box. The admission guidelines for freshmen here are not over yet. Just when Elena was a little distracted, the door of the box suddenly opened. Then, a girl with thick brown hair walked in, Hermione Granger. Hermione Granger first glanced at the little guys in the room curiously, and then turned her head to look at the white-haired dumpling. Before Elena could ask, she shrugged helplessly, and took the initiative to explain. The rooms that you assigned to me before were numbered wrong, and one of them was Luna's box. He guessed that after losing the punch, all the new students over there belonged to her now. So I came over to see what else I needed. Can you help, Luna? Right. I almost forgot. Luna was officially enrolled this year. Elena looked at Hermione, who suddenly appeared at the door, and nodded suddenly realized. In this case, it just so happens that my admissions introduction here is almost finished. The next freshman trial will be left to you to continue. I will end with 2 boxes, and we will go back together later. Elena, go now. The boys should be almost over there. Remember. I know, you can rest assured. Hermione nodded quickly. Before Elena could finish her words, she pushed Elena out of the door halfway and half hurriedly, patted her chest confidently, and replied excitedly, for this day, she could practice for a long time before. Well, see you later. Boom. As Elena's figure disappeared outside the door of this train box closed again. Only Hermione Granger was left in the room, and 4 freshmen who looked blank and at a loss. Hermione glanced at the dazed freshman, coughed lightly, her face straightened, and she drew her wand out and waved it flexibly in the air. A string of magical characters emerged, and she said softly, imitating Professor McGonagall's tone. New students, welcome to Hogwarts. I am Hermione Granger in the 2nd grade of Gryffindor. I will take over the next freshman entrance trials and teaching work. According to Hogwarts, before you enter the branch campus, there is a small magic trial. Of course, don't worry, this will not affect your future school life. As Hermione spoke, a look of nostalgia flashed in her eyes, and she smiled slightly. In the next time, I will teach you a basic spell that all wizards must master. From now on until the train arrives at Hogsmeade Station, you still have a whole day to practice. Her gaze flicked between the new students, lifted the magic wand in her hand, and said with a smile, now, please take out your wands and read along with my movements. At the same time, next to Hogwarts Castle, District 2 of College City, fluorescence flickers. Along with a clear spell sound, a soft white light appeared on the front of the wand. Immediately afterwards, it seemed like a group of fluttering catkins floated out from the front of the magic wand, swaying in the air. It's unbelievable. You have shattered the lifelong beliefs of those guys in the Vatican. Create a light source out of thin air only with your thoughts. Is this the magic of the legend? It's really amazing. It's so interesting. Kormelov looked at the light group in front of him with admiration, and said happily, as the last group of scholars to evacuate from the former Soviet Union, if the series of transmissions and arrangements yesterday afternoon were aside, in a strict sense, this would almost be the first day of Kormelov's official contact with the wizarding world. This is just the most simple magic, any wizard can easily display it. Gellert Grindelwald grinned, and replied gracefully. A trace of well-concealed contempt flashed under his eyes. Had it not been for Elena's request and the moles who used their rights once a month, hoping to use the top wizarding wisdom in the magical world to jointly solve some of the problems that had plagued them for a long time, he would not be too lazy to come over. Excuse me, is there anything else? This group of light can last a whole day, and you can study it slowly. Grindelwald glanced at the group of fussed moles, took out a contract and placed it on the table, and knocked on it with great importance. If there is nothing else, please sign and confirm on this power of attorney. By the way, write down the content of your research topic, otherwise, that little girl won't admit it. According to the agreement that he had negotiated with Elena before, whenever he completes an SS-level academic commission, he can make a request to Elena within a reasonable range, including some not so excessive requirements. Of course, if he fails to complete the task for more than half a month after accepting it, then he owes Elena a wish. Wait, Mr. Apocalypse, there is one last step, and there is a small detail that needs to be completed. Kormelov scratched his cheek with some embarrassment, and gestured with his thumb and index finger. I saw the middle-aged scholar stood up abruptly and exchanged an excited look with several colleagues around. Together, they pushed 4 or 5 small mobile blackboards filled with various numbers and formulas to Gellert in front of Grindelwald. Look, you have now used magic to create light in a 3-dimensional world. According to your previous statement, when a wizard performs magic, he only needs to rely on his thoughts to complete it. Just now you also know that there is speed of. Yes, so what? Do you need me to help calculate it? Grindelwald frowned impatiently and glanced at the blackboard in front of him. I saw Kormelov drew a big crossed arrow on it, with time written on one side and space on the other side, and pulled out a long figure from 0 with a series of numbers on it. No. We already know the speed of light. Kormelov rubbed his hands and looked at Grindelwald expectantly. This is the axis of space, and this is the axis of time. You might as well imagine the light spot you created as a line moving fast on it. I remember you said before that magic can produce different wavelengths. I mean different colored beams. Yes, it's not difficult. So what color of light do you want? Grindelwald raised his eyebrows slightly, said slowly, and raised his wand. Kormelov shook his head quickly, and pointed to the long list of formulas and figures beside him. No, it doesn't need to be so complicated. You first take a closer look at these formulas and reasoning, and then try to exchange the time axis and space axis in your mind, so that the speed of light can be 0. In short, display a light spot to see if there will be what effect? The wand in Grindelwald's hand froze, and he turned his head in confusion. If it was a conversion spell, or a slightly higher level bright spell, he knew it very well. But convert space axis and time axis? Let the speed of light return to 0? This mole, what was talking about some strange foreign language? Glancing at the wizard who fell silent, Kormelov blinked, thinking for a while to explain. Well, by the way, it's actually just to flatten this cone of light. It shouldn't be difficult for you to understand, right? It's just a matter of thinking about it. If you think about it carefully, it may only be restored by magic. It's here? The corner of Grindelwald's mouth twitched, and after a few seconds of silence, he said slowly, about this matter, I still need to prepare. Magic is not as simple as you think. Or, let's change your request today, such as helping you temporarily become a few years younger, Or, sorry, Mr. Apolclus, if it's about personal needs, we still don't have to. Kormelov sighed with disappointment, and said after thinking about it, why don't you go to the college metropolitan area B? I remember Mr. Alexei and the others also seem to have a simple problem to solve. They seem to want to know why the measurement destroys the quantum wave function. Well, I understand. Grindelwald raised his hand, crossed out the Lighting Curse Improvement Commission, and said blankly, if nothing else, he should now be able to start thinking about how to satisfy that little girl's wish. No wonder that guy Albus showed a weird look on his face when he heard him accept the commission. The ideas in these moles' heads are so crazy. Fortunately, he doesn't need to be like those poor students this year. Go to mole class. I hope the little guys at Hogwarts this year will not cry too loudly. Chapter 734, Moonlight Return. The Magical Era 999, September 1st. Whether in the magical or non-magical world, it is a day that makes people love and hate. The long summer vacation has finally passed and a new semester has begun. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is naturally no exception. The only difference is that, compared to 2 months ago, Hogwarts now refers to more than just castles, lakes, forest farms, vegetable fields, and Quebec. The campus area of Ditch Stadium. In the clearing between the school gate and Hogsmeade Village, there is now a row of low houses. It's just that the little wizards who have just arrived at the school in the dark haven't had the energy to pay attention to these subtle changes for the time being. After sitting on the train for a whole day, most of them are already exhausted. The Hogwarts Express train does not serve lunch. Under the triple effect of hunger, cold, and exhaustion, even the faces of senior students are full of fatigue. After the train stops a little, the students pushing and shoving out of the car door. He walked towards the carriage stop outside the pitched platform, wanting to quickly return to the warm and comfortable Hogwarts castle. Then, let's separate here, and see you in school later. Elena walked off the platform, drew her wand and moved them on Hermione, Hannah, and Luna one by one. The invisible warm current flowed down from their heads like a waterfall, driving away the coldness of the Scottish Highlands after nightfall. I have to admit that the Scamanders are indeed quite remarkable wizards. During the summer vacation in the previous month, Elena learned a lot of magic from Tina Scamander, most of which were not in the textbooks, and were summed up by adult wizards in their daily lives. Magic. As for the Ministry of Magic to detect the traces of underage wizards casting spells. As early as the first day of the summer vacation, Gellert Grindelwald helped her get rid of it with a bowl of steaming, not so authentic New Mungard edition whose spicy soup as a reward. For the devil, it was really a bargain. Huh? Separate? Why? Hannah frowned and asked with a confused expression. Elena, shouldn't you go to the castle with us in the carriage? Xenching crosses the lake. That's why. Hermione glanced at the plain wizard robe on Elena. Her eyes slowly passed from the hands Elena and Luna held together. If all thoughts nodded, a hint of curiosity appeared on her face. Look, are you really okay alone? You know what I mean. Don't look at me with that look. I've said it many times. I'm not Lukai. Elena glared at the smiling little beaver, her tone a little weaker. I just don't have a good sense of direction. And Luna is there. No way. Hagrid can't take a boat this year, you know. While talking, Elena puffed up her mouth. Not far away. In the crowd of thousands of people, a figure more than 3 meters tall looks particularly conspicuous in it. With the spread of the fact that Tom Riddle was Voldemort, and the accidental spread of the dossier about the Hogwarts secret chamber murder 50 years ago, many voices of sympathy and praise naturally appeared in the magical world. In an exclusive interview with the Daily Prophet, Hagrid was dubbed the title of the first warrior against the mystery. Of course, the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts revoked all punishments imposed on Hagrid, and after consulting Dumbledore and Hagrid himself, they passed the decision that Hagrid can continue to complete his studies at Hogwarts. Therefore, at least for today, Hagrid is not a Hogwarts hunting ground guard, freshman guide, or key keeper. According to the regulations of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Hagrid should join other senior students in the school's carriage at the station, pass through the Hogwarts gate with winged boar sculptures on both sides, and enter Hogwarts along the school avenue citadel just like all the fourth-year students of Gryffindor College. There is no special treatment. On the contrary, Elena raised her wand and pointed it at the sky gracefully. Explosion maximum. Boom. With a thunderous roar, a group of brilliant fireworks suddenly bloomed over the station. Immediately afterwards, the huge light and shadow of the Hogwarts school badge appeared on the students' heads. The brightly colored four-color school badges symbolized that the animals of the respective colleges moved their bodies as if they were waking up from a big dream, making a series of powerful sounds. First-year freshmen, come here. Elena waved her magic wand, and a beam of light fell from the school badge light and shadow in the sky, marking her location. Compared with Hagrid's previous method of recruiting freshmen, Elena's method is obviously much easier to distinguish. It took almost a third of the usual time. All the freshmen enrolled at Hogwarts this year gathered in Irene, in front of Na. Very good. Then let me see. Everyone should be here. Elena tried to resist the urge to stand on tiptoes and tap the number of people, turned her head calmly, and glanced at the house elf on the right side of the Hogwarts Express train, and waited until it raised a lantern and shook continuously. After 3 times, this continued. Now, first-year freshmen, draw out your wands. Not far away, Luna Lovegood was already standing at the steep and narrow downhill intersection. As one of the wings that Elena relies on most, although Luna occasionally gets confused, at least her ability to find way is quite outstanding, and after a year of getting along, she has also grown up in acting. Luna turned her head and asked quietly with a serious face. Professor Castellana, what should we do next? Relax, try to remember what you tried on the train, and read it with me. Elena replied very naturally, looking around the little wizards who were looking at her. Her eyes stopped for a moment on the little witch who was similar to her in the crowd, and she gave a quiet look. Immediately afterwards, Elena pulled out her wand. Her wrist shook flexibly, and she said clearly, Lumos. Fluorescence flashes. Countless bright white lights flickered around the girl, flying around her like fireflies, dispelling the darkness in the station in just a few seconds, and it looked like a dreamlike beauty. As Elena cast the spell, the little wizards around were chanting spells. Different from the sporadic rays of light a year ago, this time almost all the newborn wand tips flickered, and countless bright and dark white rays gradually lit up, and everyone gathered together to form a moon-like bright field. Chapter 735, Unusual Branch. Hogwarts School Auditorium. In the open hall, the surrounding magic torches and the magic candles above the auditorium illuminated the surrounding environment like daylight. Under the leadership of Professor McGonagall, the freshmen passed through the double doors and gathered in the middle of the auditorium. The 4 long tables in the auditorium are now full of wizards and wizards in black wizard robes. The eyes of the senior students were cast on the group of new students who looked like little chickens, talking and laughing in a low voice, not caring about their tension at all, and countless whispering voices gathered together, and it sounded like noisy bazaar. Is this Hogwarts, the legendary top institution of human civilization? Danilova looked at the surrounding environment nervously, her cute face crumpled tightly. Even though I have read the introduction to Hogwarts countless times in the book before, the text description in the book and seeing the magic castle in person are completely different feelings. Not to mention, the content recorded in the book is mostly still short version. In Hogwarts, a school history, the tradition of crossing the lake for freshmen is just a brief introduction in less than 2 lines. But for Danilova, the past few tens of minutes can be said to be the most wonderful, dreamy, and most anticipated magic departure in her life. They light up their wands, drive out the darkness, and walk in a rugged small support each other on the road, imitating the 4 founders of Hogwarts thousands of years ago. Take a boat, cross the waves, and arrive at the quaint and majestic magic castle. As for the little pride in the girl's heart, it has long since disappeared with the glimmer of light when crossing the lake. As a mole wizard living in the non-magical world, she is too slow in learning magic, not to mention the girl named Luna Lovegood. Even the Iraqi who is also from Russia, Lina, also far surpassed her. The two of them performed a perfect light curse almost the next moment. Elena waved her wand, while lifting it up. In addition to Luna and Irina, another little red-haired witch only performed a perfect light curse after only a few seconds later. Without a doubt, for these wizards, for family children, this basic magic may be as simple as understanding Corky's inequality. Not to mention, Danilova glanced secretly at the silver-haired witch standing next to Professor McGonagall. If Irina, Luna, and Ginny are equivalent to a torch to a match for her, then Elena Kaslana, who is only 1 year taller than her, can be said to be like the difference between the moon and the firefly. Huh? This kid? Yes. That genius girl from Mr. Alexei's house. Elena's gaze happened to meet Danilova. While Professor McGonagall was not paying attention, she quietly squeezed her eyes towards Danilova and made a mischievous face. Less than 10. After learning Fourier series at 1 year old, this is also a little monster. Don't be too nervous, Danilova. I was much more nervous than you at this time last year. Immediately afterwards, a mosquito-like voice rang in the girl's ears. Danilova looked around in confusion, seeing that there was no change in the surrounding friends, turned her head to look at Elena. Well, my savvy is not bad. Elena's eyes flashed with satisfaction, and she gave Danilova a look. Her lips moved up and down almost invisibly. As I said before, the sorting ceremony is very simple. The wise and knowledgeable sorting hat will assign you to the most suitable place. If you are still a little nervous at that time, it is better to remember the transformation of Laplace in your mind. Laplace transform? Danilova was taken aback for a moment, and then reacted quickly. Yes. It's the content behind the Fourier series. It was only during this summer vacation that my father gave her some exercises about this content. The endless formulas are really fascinating. Hearing the vocabulary she was familiar with again, the tension in Danilova's heart disappeared unconsciously. During the private chat between Elena and Danilova, the singing of the sorting hat was over. Professor McGonagall took out a roll of parchment that was at least twice as long as before and took a closer look. Started to read the names in order. With the voice of Professor McGonagall, the freshman team began to stir. A freshman stepped forward in order, sitting on the four-legged stool, putting on a hat, and waiting for the sorting house. However, compared to previous sessions, the branching process this time is a bit more cumbersome. According to Elena's suggestion, some little wizards will try to actively fill in a volunteer before putting on their hats, and then wait for the branching. The cap is adjusted. Without a doubt, just as Elena said before, if a little wizard thinks that the place of the academy is very important to Heha, the sorting hat will also consider Haima feelings, and will not allocate it exactly according to its IDs. Of course, the premise you need to proactively express this before putting on your hat, otherwise, you can only hope that the sorting hat's speech speed will not be too fast. Wait, a hat full of wisdom. Danilova raised her head and looked at the shabby pointed wizard hat, with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. So to speak, maybe the sorting hat can also help you answer a few questions that you haven't figured out before? Danilova Alexei. Before the thoughts in the girl's mind had finished, Professor McGonagall's voice came from the steps not far away. As a surname starting with A, she naturally ranks in the top position. All the names on the Hogwarts admissions list are unified transliterated into English, so there is no case that foreign students' names cannot be sorted. Who calm down, think about math. Danilova sighed a little nervously, walked out of the queue and sat down in front of Professor McGonagall, muttering words in her mouth. For all T0, feet equals mathcal left equals fracant F sets. When the hat was about to be buttoned to cover her eyes, Danilova saw the crowd in the auditorium and everyone looked at her, as if waiting for the result of her sorting. Then, there was the dark world and waiting in the hat. Well, she heard a faint voice in her ear, wizards from foreign countries, welcome. Hearing the sound coming from her ear, Danilova instantly became nervous, subconsciously continuing to recite the familiar formula in her mind. C is the abscissa value of the convergence interval. It is a real constant and the real part value of individual points greater than all f's, for the continuous time function xt through the relation. Sorry, could you please pause? After the Sorting Hat was silent for a moment, he said softly with some hesitation. Chapter 736, The Most Powerful Ever. Ravenclaw? Danilova was slightly stunned, and subconsciously came to mind the motto that the founder of Ravenclaw College once said in Hogwarts, a school history: the wisdom of extraordinary humans is the greatest of mankind. Wealth. If one must choose one of the 4 colleges, then Ravenclaw is undoubtedly the place she wants to go most. Call. Danilova took a long breath of relief and walked briskly down the steps. At the second table on her right, Ravenclaw's students were applauding and cheering at her, welcoming her to take a seat at their table. No student was alienated because of Danilova's nationality. Repelled her. When she joined the ranks of Ravenclaw College, several senior students even stood up excitedly and rushed to talk to her. Among Hogwarts, students from foreign countries are really rare. Hofferbark. Ravenclaw? The Hat shouted again. A boy with short black hair quickly put down his hat and ran to the long table at Ravenclaw College. After hesitating for a few seconds, he sat down with Roger, by the side of Davis' group of boys. Harper Powell, Slytherin. A burst of cheers broke out at the Slytherin long table, welcoming the newcomer. On the other side, Gryffindor College seems to be in line with Slytherin. Whenever a freshman joins, the 2 colleges' long tables will explode with higher cheers than the other party last time. It seems to be 2 civet cats in a grudge. Danilova doesn't know much about the competition between Hogwarts. Compared with the freshmen of the other 3 colleges, she focused more on those who joined the Ravenclaw College like her. Not surprisingly, that would be her next 7 years. The peers with the longest time. Not surprisingly, at the same time, these people will also become her strong opponents in her future study exams. Kyra Carroll. Ravenclaw. These are small, shy-looking girls. They seemed a little confused when they came down the steps. They ran over with their hats, and finally slid back amidst kind laughter and returned their hats to May. Professor J. As for her sister Sir F. Carroll, she was assigned to Gryffindor. Immediately afterwards, 2 more boys were also assigned to Ravenclaw. Vern Kymond, a sunny boy with bright blonde hair and blue eyes. His face is firm but not rigid, and his body is much stronger than most of his peers, just like walking out of medieval oil painting night attendant. Alan Harris, who joined Ravenclaw's long table shortly afterwards, also has brilliant blonde hair, but his temperament is very different from Vern. The boy's soft light blonde hair is obediently attached to his scalp. The whole person looks elegant and refreshing, just like the legendary top students in the private colleges of those rich Europeans. Of course, as soon as the 2 boys joined the Ravenclaw long table, they were caught aside by Roger Davis, who was eyeing on him before they could sit down. They were on the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. Captain, Roger is so eager to have fresh blood to add to the team. Last year, they were the bottom of the 4 academies and 5 teams. Danilova found that sometimes the Hat would immediately call out the name of the academy, but other times it will take some time to make a decision, and I don't know if it's an illusion. Most of the little wizards who sit on the stool for more than half a minute will eventually be assigned to Gryffindor or be assigned to Ravenclaw. At this moment, Professor McGonagall glanced across the parchment and paused. The vice principal of Hogwarts raised his head, glanced at the little wizard standing in front of her, pursed the corners of his lips. His serious expression seemed to be softer, and a slight smile was extremely rare, and he whispered softly, "Tau, Irina Ivanovic." Professor McGonagall's pause was not obvious, and the students did not notice this little change. However, as Professor McGonagall uttered the name, the conversation at the Hogwarts faculty seat in the distance stopped almost at the same time. Everyone, including Professor Dumbledore, turned their heads and looked differently. That girl, Irina Ivanovich. Danilova looked at the thin girl nervously. If in the first grade, there are any peers who will bring difficult pressure to Danilova, then Irina Ivanovic will definitely bring the first one. Danilova almost never saw a smile on Irina's face. To be precise, a smile from the heart, not in the center of the auditorium, on the edge of the branching hat. "Welcome to Hogwarts, Miss Ivanovic." Minerva McGonagall looked at the little witch in front of her and said softly, "If you are a little confused, I suggest that you consider choosing Gryffindor. Decades ago, I communicated with Mr. Ivanovic at the International Transfiguration Symposium. I believe he is a great, honest wizard. Unlike the other child from the non-magical world of Russia, Irina's situation is undoubtedly more special." Earlier, Minerva McGonagall had heard the story of the Ivanovich family from Dumbledore as a descendant of Ivanovic's granddaughter, and Witch's sorrow. If it weren't for Albus Dumbledore and Newt Scamander's joint pressure, Irina might never have been able to enter the magic school. It's just that's all they can do. Whether it is Newt Scamander or Albus Dumbledore, most of their influence is still limited to Europe and the British magical world, and they want to cross the English Channel to influence those in the Far East. The tacit decisions made by the Russian Ministry of Magic, the Kodos Dora's School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and even the International Federation of Wizards, are indeed somewhat powerless. For McGonagall, she can do even less. Try to take care of it as much as possible. This is all Minerva McGonagall can do. "Thank you, Professor McGonagall." Irina Ivanovic straightened her back and shook her head politely. "But, sorry, I already have a college I want to go to." The girl pressed her lips into a line, solemnly lifted the sorting hat, and put on it. At the moment when the huge brim of the hat slid down to obscure her vision, Irina Ivanovic suddenly remembered that when she was standing on the Huberian Bridge last night, Elena was in her ears. The words that Bayan said softly, "Those who hold salaries for everyone freeze to death in the wind and snow. Those who pave the way for the world are stuck in thorns. This world shouldn't be like this." Miss Ivanovic, if you just intend to spend a good and nothing carefree campus time, then Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and even Ravenclaw are all good choices for you. But, if you plan to change the world with me and get back the honors your grandpa deserves, then... In the dark world, Irina clutched the edge of the stool tightly. "Slytherin?" a faint voice asked. "Are you really sure?" "You are a brave child, and your heart is not bad. As for talent, it is also rare among Hogwarts. Although Slytherin will help you to glory, it is destined to be a lonely, the icy road. For the greater good. Do you want to hesitate?" "Okay, since you persist in this way, then it is of course natural. Slytherin." Irina heard the hat calling out the name to the entire auditorium. She took off her hat, let out a sigh of relief, and walked towards the Slytherin table with trembling legs. Elena Kaslana's first pass, she passed, and the Hogwarts sorting hat proved her determination. She successfully entered the family of pure-blood wizards with the most, and is also the most stubborn Slytherin college. Next, there is only one task left to completely conquer this place, then change the world. And before that, amidst the applause and cheers of the Slytherin students, Irina responded with a graceful and decent smile, while casting her gaze at the little witch with a trance. At least not losing to another one of her age. Now, only Irina didn't notice, just as she was watching Luna, Danilova was also secretly watching her. At this time, there are not many people left. When Professor McGonagall called Luna Lovegood's name, there was a buzzing whisper in the auditorium, like a small flame-like hissing sound. Compared to other freshmen, Luna's popularity were obviously higher. More than one level higher. Not to mention that as the group favorite of Hogwarts last year, Luna of LVO reduced the difficulty of the final dungeon for many students. In addition, Luna's family also runs a series of the most popular top-level publications in the magical world, such as The Contradictory, Hogwarts on the Bite of the Tongue, and Into the Magic You Know. No matter if you want to run for prefect, chairperson of the Male and Female Student Union, or want to find a good job in the magic world, most of them need to have published 1 or 2 articles. More importantly, Luna also saved a huge score award from the previous school year. As for Luna Lovegood's academy ownership, there is no doubt. Ravenclaw, the Sorting Hat, almost touched the end of Luna's hair and shouted out loudly. Immediately afterwards, the loudest cheers erupted in the auditorium since tonight. Danilova clearly heard the neatly relieved sighs of the surrounding seniors, and then there were deafening cheers and screams. In the past academic year, Ravenclaw College has had a hard time. The college is at the bottom of the school. The Quidditch team is on the verge of disbanding. At least 2 or 3 days a month are spent in the corridor. The hot dishes on the table are always the least. The lower grades are not picked up, and all grades are comprehensive suppress. With the sound of the Sorting Hat falling at the same time, a series of ding-ding-dong-dong sounds suddenly came from the college hourglass outside the hall of the auditorium. In the swaying fire, the sapphire fell like raindrops, knocking at the bottom of Ravenclaw's hourglass, making a pleasant and beautiful sound. The stomping and cheers of the Ravenclaw students became deafening and cheering. The sound almost overturned the enchanted ceiling, and the magic candles above their heads seemed to tremble slightly by the sound. Quiet. Be quiet. The sorting is not over yet. Professor McGonagall had to draw out his magic wand to cast his magic and make his voice sound like thunder in order to overshadow the students of Ravenclaw College, especially the deafening cheers and stomping of the girls. Everyone, I suggest that you put the celebration ceremony in tonight's lounge, otherwise, I might consider removing some of the scores from your college hourglass in advance. Maybe. All, accompanied by Professor McGonagall's icy voice. The warm atmosphere in the auditorium was like pressing the pause button, and it was as if the voice had been pulled away in an instant. It suddenly became quiet, leaving only cheerful air beating on the long table. Of course, to be more precise, it should be the atmosphere at the long table of Ravenclaw College. The joys and sorrows of human wizards are not the same, and the little wizards of the other 3 academies only find them noisy. Now there are only 4 wizards waiting to be assigned. The luck of Ravenclaw College is obviously far from over. Except for Ginny Weasley, who became Gryffindor's new life without a surprise, the remaining 3 little wizards, Ivan Mason, Alex Stoke, and Zoe Siegel, all were assigned to Ravenclaw by the Sorting Hat. Very good, wonderful, wonderful. Professor Flitwick clapped excitedly and wiped the corners of his eyes. Since Elena enrolled, he has even been mentally prepared to accompany the Academy Cup for 7 consecutive years. However, this year's Ravenclaw freshman's potential has shown Flitwick again. As the reserved dean of Ravenclaw, he would not participate in the competition for a certain problem student for the sake of the College Cup results like McGonagall, Snape, and Sprout. On the one hand, it is because of Ravenclaw's traditional arrogance. On the other hand, the main reason is Elena didn't give Ravenclaw a chance to pry the corner. Even the friendship in the curse class is limited to Flitwick and Elena. Alas, what a pity. Professor Flitwick glanced with regret at the Silverhawk witch who was talking to Professor McGonagall. If Luna Lovegood had officially enrolled in school last year, he would say with the degree of idioteness of this little white-haired dumpling, maybe he was abducted to Ravenclaw. In view of the fact that Luna Lovegood is already on the final list, even though there was a brief commotion in between, the sorting ceremony did not last long. With the cry of Ginny Weasley being assigned to Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall finally stopped reciting the name, and slowly put away the large roll of parchment list in his hand. Following the previous process, next is the dinner session. It's time, Ron Weasley said, grabbing the knife and fork, and staring at the golden dinner plate in front of him. It's not that the Weasley woman's cooking skills have regressed, it's that the food cooked in Hogwarts kitchen is so fragrant. God knows how much he has missed the Hogwarts auditorium in the past 2 months or so. Delicious cuisine. In fact, it's not just Ron. As the last freshman entered the long table, almost all the children subconsciously grabbed their knives and forks. They either looked at the empty plate in front of them and began to giggle, or looked pitifully at Dumbledore sitting in the middle of the faculty seat, waiting for the meal. In the expectation of everyone, Professor Dumbledore stood up. He looked at the students with a smile, opened his arms, and made a welcoming gesture. It seemed that nothing would make him more happy than seeing the students sitting in the Hogwarts auditorium again. The old man took a deep breath. Thick the voice echoed in the auditorium. Welcome, welcome everyone. Ahem. I'm very sorry, Principal Dumbledore. Unprecedented in history, Professor McGonagall cleared his throat suddenly and interrupted Dumbledore's voice. This year's sorting ceremony is over, but there was one person who did not wear a hat in last year's sorting ceremony. I think whether it is from a traditional or institutional perspective, we'd better take this opportunity to make up this link. Professor McGonagall pursed his lips and glanced at Elena meaningfully. You say yes, Miss Elena Castellana, Minerva. Oh no, Professor McGonagall. You may not be right. Pomona Sprout, who was smiling and chatting with Miss Pomfrey, changed her face, frowning heavily, and her soft tone contained a trace of resoluteness, and said calmly, undoubtedly, Miss Castellana is a student of Hufflepuff College. This was admitted by the Sorting Hat personally. As far as I know, in the history of Hogwarts, there has never been a student repeating assignments. The funny precedent of the two hospitals. But at this moment, a slow voice suddenly floated out. Severus Snape rubbed his chin, looked carefully at Elena, and then glanced casually at Irina Ivanovic, who was sitting at the Slytherin table. Said softly, if I remember correctly, Ms. Castellana did not wear the sorting hat. The judgment about her being assigned to Hufflepuff seems to be unfounded. Put on the hat and wait for the sorting. This is Hogwarts traditions. Professor Snape. Few well, good I see. Pomona Sprout's face stiffened, and she glanced fiercely at Dean Slytherin, who was sitting on Dumbledore's right. Now she finally understood why Gryffindor and Slytherin would make an exception to award Elena a special prefect medal. And it is extremely rare to join forces to sing together. They want to compete for the ownership of Elena's year-end scores. In other words, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has the right to own the Academy Cup this year. Felius, what do you think? From an objective point of view, Professor Sprout took a deep breath, tried to suppress the unhappiness in his heart, and turned his head to look at Professor Flitwick. Since last semester, she has known that Gryffindor and Slytherin have been coveting the cabbage in their own vegetable garden. Fortunately, not all college professors have such a lack of bottom line. At least Ravenclaw has always been it's on her side. According to Hogwarts' tacit understanding, if there is a tie in a matter, usually the situation will choose to keep the status quo unless it is a special situation. Albus Dumbledore will not take the initiative to favor a certain one side. In my opinion, Elena Castellana is of course a student of Hufflepuff College. Felius Flevi was stunned and replied without hesitation. Few. Fortunately, Ravenclaw is still trustworthy as always. However, before Professor Sprout's smile appeared, I saw the small, uncontested Dean of Ravenclaw College paused for a few seconds, then suddenly cleared his throat with a serious face. I added an extra sentence. Because of this, I think it doesn't matter if Miss Castellana completes the branch of the branch. It is not us or the students who have the right to decide the branch at Hogwarts, but the wisdom of the Big Four. Sorting Hat. Felius, you. 3-1. The result is obvious. Professor McGonagall showed a triumphant smile on his face and looked down at Elena. Then, Ms. Castellana, hurry up, all the students in the school have been waiting for a long time. It is better for us to complete this ceremony as soon as possible. Didn't you also say before that when you become a prefect, you will lead by example and abide by the school rules? This. Elena's mouth twitched, and she swallowed. This is completely different from her previous thoughts. In the first version, the script she discussed with Professor McGonagall should be mixed in the freshman branch, disguised as an inertial accident, and symbolically put on a hat to deal with it. Just a moment. Rather than such a clear-cut way to deliver the nomination certificate in full view. From the corner of Elena's eyes, she glanced at Professor Sprout not far away, took the sorting hat from Professor McGonagall with some headache, and rubbed the torn hat with a sad face. I knew today, when she was. Don't threaten the hat. There is no doubt that the behavior of the older cat mother today is definitely a carefully planned act of revenge. In this case, then, Elena sighed lightly, and buckled the sorting hat on her head with a decisive expression. "Hey, Hat, let's cooperate, otherwise." While thinking about this, the girl thought of Gelert Grindelwald, Newt Scamander, the faces of members of the SCP Foundation, the scenes of the saints at the gathering, and the Huberian in the distant sea. The images of testing weapons, the war reserves of Gringotts goblins for thousands of years, the appearance of mushroom clouds rising from the ground. After the sorting hat was silent for at least tens of seconds, there was a tremor in those familiar subtle voices. "Honorable Queen, everything is subject to your will." Sure enough, knowledge is the most precious wealth of mankind. Facts have proved that a hat may not understand mathematics, but it can certainly understand art. The corners of Eleanor's mouth raised slightly, and she nodded with satisfaction. "Very well, then, read the names of the 4 Hogwarts colleges in turn, and infinitely loop." This the sorting hat twisted his body with a sad face. "Hurry up, until Professor McGonagall takes you off my head." "Ugh." The sorting hat let out a reluctant sigh, and immediately yelled like a broken jar in everyone's eyes. Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff. Super Big Chapter. P.S. All dragon sets are Easter eggs. Chapter 737. The Price of Peeking at the Noise. Sorting Hat. This can be said to be the continuation of Hogwarts' most precious spirit. It was made about 1,000 years ago, and it was originally just an ordinary hat belonging to Godric Gryffindor. Later, in order for the 4 founders to continue to divide the freshmen into different colleges at Hogwarts after their death, Gryffindor took out his own hat and injected ideas into it together with the other 3 founders. From then on, the sorting hat became angry and began to be responsible for selecting and evaluating new students, and sorting them into different colleges. For 1,000 years, the sorting hat has been passed down from generation to generation by successive principals. Except for the use in sorting ceremonies, it will be placed in the principal's office most of the time. As the most important magical treasure of Hogwarts, it should be kept properly. Stand up. Before the opening banquet of each school year, first-year freshmen will line up to prepare for the branch. The order of the branches is in alphabetical order of the students' names. After the freshman who is preparing to sort sits on a stool, this vicissitudes of life, tattered, dirty, patched sorting hat will be put on his or her head. There is a crack near the brim. When the sorting cap speaks or sings loudly, the crack will open like a mouth. The sorting cap also speaks in a small voice in the ear of the wearer, and can interpret their thoughts and respond to them through the mindfulness of panting. After a period of consideration, the hat will shout out his choice to everyone, and the freshmen will be sorted into this academy. Usually the sorting hat only considers a few seconds, but occasionally longer time is considered, even 5 minutes, called hat embarrassment. In the process of sorting, the sorting hat sometimes communicates with the freshmen, but it usually doesn't take long. People may occasionally question certain branching decisions of the sorting hat, but never question the sorting hat itself, because in a sense, this top wizard hat represents the will of the 4 founders and even the previous principals, at least in the eyes of most wizards. The sorting hat, like Dumbledore, has a reassuring magical power. Until this first day, this conscientious sorting hat is crazy. The auditorium is a sea of pointed black hats. Every long college table is full of students. Their faces are shining with thousands of candles floating above the table, and most of the people's faces are shining with a look of excitement. It's the eldest sister. "It's amazing." Ron Weasley let out an awe-inspiring voice, his face full of admiration. And beside him, the Weasley twin brothers also looked in admiration in the same way. "Is this the strength of Elena Moonlight Castellana? It's almost comparable to a humanoid leather ghost, and easily did what they couldn't do." "Oh," Hagrid shook his head, muffled, "this is not a good thing." Hogwarts freshmen must wear a sorting hat to be assigned to each college, but in Hagrid's impression, since he entered the school, the sorting hat has never seen such a strange situation in the past so many years. "Why, you can choose a college at will, isn't it the most beautiful thing?" Harry raised his head, looked at the familiar big man beside him, and asked softly, a little confused. You know, when he was sorted out last year, even if he took the initiative to fill in the volunteer, the Sorting Hat specifically asked him whether he would consider going to Slytherin College. As far as he knows, Hermione, Neville and others have also met similar problems. According to Sister Elena's explanation, this often means that a student has multiple outstanding qualities at the same time. It's not the same, Harry. Although it seems similar, it's not the same in essence. Hermione Granger frowned slightly, and looked at the white-haired ball not far away with some worry. If it's because you can't make a choice, then the Sorting Hat should be whispering to Elena's thoughts. Even if you fall into a long silence than everyone else, it is impossible to have such a strange situation. In other words, from the current situation, from the perspective of the situation, at least one of Elena and the Sorting Hat has a problem. And it may even be a problem at the same time. Then what do you think will be the problem? Percy Weasley also turned her head and actively joined the topic. Granger, in the entire Hogwarts, you and Elena should be the most familiar. Following Hermione Granger's explanation, he also noticed something wrong, especially when Professor McGonagall took the Sorting Hat off Elena's head, and the Sorting Hat continued to read the name of the academy for himself. Most of the little wizards realized that there must be a problem. This situation is like, Elena once described to them the situation where the computer fell into an endless loop. Hermione Granger looked at the hat thoughtfully, with more and more confusion in her eyes, but the question was. At this moment, Professor Dumbledore stood up suddenly and strode towards the branching ceremony venue in front of the staff table. Although Dumbledore had been high for many years, the pace of the old man was steady and faster than most people. Professor Dumbledore, Sorting Hat, Elena. Professor McGonagall pinched the crazy Sorting Hat, and there was an extremely rare bewilderment on his face. As the vice principal of Hogwarts, McGonagall has tried several methods just now, but the Sorting Hat still has no response. In view of the speciality of the Sorting Hat to Hogwarts, she dare not try something that may be dangerous. Of the curse. To make matters worse, Elena Caslana's state also looks a bit wrong. After Professor McGonagall took off the sorting cap from Elena's head, she noticed that the girl's beautiful LAs seemed to be condensed with a thin layer of ice, like a sculpture without any emotion, with a hint of lethargy. Shockingly cold and deep. Don't worry about the Sorting Hat for now, it shouldn't be a big problem. Dumbledore waved his hand. The candlelight gleamed on his beard, and he looked at Elena carefully. Where did he seem to have seen this state before, by the way? LeMay, Nicole LeMay. The human brain has its limits. This is especially true for wizards. If they suddenly recall a lot of details in a short period of time, it is easy for pure rational thinking to occupy all of their minds, thus presenting this kind of indifference like a robot doll. Even for Dumbledore, it sometimes happens that the more powerful the wizard, the harder it is to forget things. Because of this, Albus Dumbledore needed an exclusive meditation basin to store some important but not commonly used scattered memories from time to time, so as not to fall into the kind of information that was overwhelmed when he was thinking about certain things. As for why Elena is in such a state, Dumbledore glanced at Grindelwald sitting in the faculty seat, and the Sorting Hat that had temporarily fallen into a crazy state, and a dignified look flashed across his face. And not surprisingly, it should be because of prophetic memory. Easy to relationship. The principle of the Sorting Hat is actually an unlimited soft mindfulness. It will analyze and judge each piece of information based on the content read from the students' minds and the magic left by the Big Four, and then select the most suitable students to go to the local college. Because of this, the more complex and huge emotions and experiences, the more difficult it is for the Sorting Hat. And if it is, Dumbledore suddenly remembered the breathtaking deduction of the world situation that the girl had made in the Slytherin lounge shortly after meeting Elena last year, and in the past year, following Elena's subtle actions, the storms in the non-magical and magical worlds of the former Soviet Union were set off, and what Elena said that night about the prediction of the end of Hogwarts. Alas, I don't know what the poor Sorting Hat saw in the end, That's what happened. Chapter 738, New Professor and Surprise. A few minutes ago, the Sorting Hat. Do you know what is most worried about in a school? Teaching accidents, sir. Due to the words and deeds of the professors, the students or important teaching resources and facilities have suffered extremely serious damage. When this contradiction breaks out, all quarrels and confrontations will be temporarily put on hold. In the Dark Hat world, the whispers from the white-haired devil echoed in the thoughts of the Sorting Hat. The idea of dementia can only be aimed at people and cannot read the idea of magic creation. This is also the core guarantee of the performance. If you don't want Hogwarts to become a battlefield, then the most appropriate response at this time is chaos. Prologue's madness. In short, please remember, don't respond. Don't respond. Don't respond. As for me, Elena Lake's blue eyes flickered, and instantly turned into a cold and absolute sanity. Or, more colloquialith legendary sage mode. As a mixed blood veal, a bewitching three-generation demon king, Gringotts fairy queen, this kind of acting can be said to be an innate ability for her, especially with the growth of the past year. Now it is more comfortable. More importantly, lies will form an extremely terrible inertia. As the Sorting Hat compromised, the future path was almost determined. As Grindelwald taught, the true devil never bothers to intimidate others with force even if the opponent is just a hat. However, regarding the follow-up content, the Sorting Hat has no way to speak. After the last paragraph flashed in her mind, Elena emptied her mind and began to deduct a series of mathematical theorems. Danila Voelkzi verified her previous ideas. Even the Sorting Hat with the wisdom of the four founders will still be limited by the constraints of the times and knowledge when facing the most brilliant jewel in the crown of human wisdom. At this point, whether it is the Sorting Hat, Dumbledore, or even all wizards of this era, they are the same. Elena, can you hear me? After Dumbledore's gaze stayed on Lake Elena's blue eyes for a second or two, he took the initiative to look away. The old wizard sighed, and rubbed his eyebrows slightly tiredly. A look of helplessness appeared on his face. A small accomplishment of occlumency, coupled with a mathematical model comparable to the ancient evil gods, he became more sympathetic to the Sorting Hat situation. Compared to him who can actively disconnect him, the contemplation on the Sorting Hat cannot be stopped actively. On the other hand, Elena, who is the subject of the branch, is obviously uncomfortable. Not surprisingly, based on some strange ancient magical stimulus originating in the morning, the girl's mind must now be filled with all kinds of headaches. Information. In morning, Elena nodded lightly, her eyes rolled a little, and she gradually began to regain her look. Immediately afterwards, tiredness appeared on the delicate little face, and he yawned quite cutely, as if he had just woke up, and was still a little confused, and it seemed that after a whole night, he was trying hard to get rid of fatigue. Is the sorting over? Professor Dumbledore, where do I go now? Elena yawned again and stood up swayingly, with just the right amount of confusion on her face. As she had expected, at a critical time, this hot-hearted old radish would not steadfastly keep its promises, and would not take the initiative to use the mind-trapping mind. If she hadn't been prepared for it, just by looking at each other just now, it might be wear it out. Severus Snape is not the only master of occlumency in this world. Whether it's Grindelwald or Lockhart, their magic skills in this area are also quite good. After so long of magic learning, with mathematical models, Elena can only fool dang perfectly. Bullied. Yes, the sorting is over. As for you, Dumbledore shook his head helplessly, glanced at the girl's chest, and then at Professor McGonagall, who was hesitant to speak. As the principal of Hogwarts, Dumbledore naturally knew what the deans were fighting for. The annual Hogwarts Academy Cup competition at the end of the year is only one of the reasons. Elena Castellana carries more than just her scores. The most important thing is that she will improve her academy. The comprehensive strength, treatment, confidence, and cohesion of the students, and to a certain extent influence the campus lifestyle of Hogwarts students. Judging from the current state, whether it is to let Elena go to Gryffindor, Slytherin, or Hufflepuff, Any one of these three academies will inevitably cause the other two academies to produce his bias. The idea of frame. After all, according to Hogwarts's previous procedures, as the new prefect, Elena also needs to take the students to their respective common rooms, and the long table she stayed at tonight is undoubtedly what she needs to be responsible for. Area. Unless. Dumbledore paused, glanced at Elena deeply, cleared his throat, and continued. Since the Sorting Hat first read Ravenclaw, before I discuss the results with the professors, Elena, sit down at the long table at Ravenclaw College for the time being, and then the banquet is over. Don't leave in a hurry, Minerva. As for the Sorting Hat, let it be alone for now. Give it some time to digest. For now, it seems that this can only be done. Professor Dumbledore. McGonagall. Minerva glanced at the yelling hat in her hand, shook her head helplessly, bent down slightly to pick up the three-legged stool used for the sorting house, and strode towards the faculty lounge next to the faculty table. Since Elena Castellano enrolled, the sorting ceremony has never proceeded smoothly. In fact, according to McGonagall, Minerva's thoughts, she even had a moment for her to lock Elena into the next faculty lounge next year, and wait until the sorting ceremony was over before releasing her. The urge to come out. Sure enough, it was Ravenclaw. Hearing Dumbledore's final decision, the little dull hair on top of Elena's head swayed triumphantly. Okay, Professor Dumbledore, I will stay after the dinner. The girl nodded slowly, there was no ripple in the Lake Blue eyes, and she replied quietly. The future of Hogwarts lies in students, not a professor. Controlling the Sorting Hat is equivalent to controlling half of the future to a certain extent. From data collection to macro control between colleges, it is too useful. Of course, all of this is just a long-term plan that hasn't happened yet. At least until the Hogwarts College City is fully established, Elena does not need the big data analysis from the Sorting Hat and the long-term plan with a timeline of more than 1 year. Her era has just begun. This child may be a little uncomfortable tonight. Dumbledore raised his head, looked at Elena walking towards the Ravenclaw table, and shook his head slightly. Head-on collision on the Sorting Hat. This kind of spiritual confrontation, no one will be the ultimate winner. Compared with the wisdom of the four founders, Elena is still an underage witch after all. Perhaps because of Grindelwald and Tom's warnings, he was too vigilant before, so let's adjust it a bit later. At the same time, on the other side, at the long table of Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, and Hufflepuff. Elena is fine. Dad is right. Sister Elena is really dangerous. This white-haired dumpling is starting to lie again. Along with the familiar swaying trajectory of Elena's little dull hair, the three little witches, Hannah Abbott, Luna Lovegood, and Hermione Granger, breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. There was a strange look on it. This white-haired dumpling is too courageous, right? The principal dare to lie. The most important thing is, judging from the current situation, this white-haired dumpling is actually successful! Okay, then the sorting is over. Now let me think about it. Where did I just say? Dumbledore withdrew his thoughts, cleared his throat, and looked around the auditorium with a smile. Oh, yes, welcome, and welcome everyone back to Hogwarts again. I believe everyone is a little hungry, but before that, please bear with me a little bit about Hogwarts this semester. There are a few more things I think it is necessary to tell you in advance. Most of them are it's a more important thing, so I think it's best to make it clear before you enjoy a delicious meal and your mind becomes confused. I am very happy to welcome 3 new teachers to our lineup this semester. The first is Professor Lupin. With a warm smile on Dumbledore's face, he pointed to the faculty seat behind him. At the same time, a seemingly sick wizard stood up and smiled gently at the students. Compared with the other well-dressed professors, Professor Lupin's wizard robes are obviously much shabby. Several places on the robes have been patched up. Although he looks very young, his light brown hair is already a little grey up. As Professor Lupin stood up, Severus Snape's thin, yellow face twitched. Professor Snape. Harry glanced at Snape worriedly. After a year of getting along, He had almost regarded Snape as a close elder. Although the professor's face was cold most of the time, Harry knew in his heart that Snape was not as arrogant as Gryffindor's senior students said. At least on his birthday, Snape was the only gift to him. The professor, however, the expression on Snape's face now seemed too strange. With such a hateful look, Harry remembered seeing it only once on Professor Snape's face, when Peter Pettigrew was on trial a few months ago. When Professor Snape looked at Peter Pettigrew and Sirius Black expressions. Except for Harry, most of the little wizards did not pay attention to Professor Snape at this time. Everyone's attention was on Dumbledore and the new professor, who was nodding to everyone. I have to regret to tell everyone that our defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Quirrell Squirrel, has not recovered from the Street Monger Witchcraft Hospital for the time being, and Professor Apocalypse also hopes to continue to serve as the castle administrator, rather than teaching a specific subject. However, I believe Professor Lupin's ability is sufficient to take up this teaching position. Otherwise, Chapter 739, Lockhart's Gift. The huge Hogwarts auditorium was silent. Normally, when the new professor meets with everyone, everyone will applaud and welcome. But now, except for Dumbledore, almost any student or professor applauded. Albus Dumbledore slapped his chin a few times, and found that the applause echoed lonely in the silent auditorium, so he put down his hands very interestingly, and sighed helplessly. He could feel it in the auditorium air. The pervasive resistance. The students all opened their mouths and stared at Dumbledore silently, as if speechless in surprise. Adding two courses out of thin air that have never been heard before is definitely not a happy thing for most of the little wizards, especially when the names of these two courses seem to have a trace of unknown time. On the other hand, most of the professors on the faculty seats are also indifferent. There seems to be an invisible dividing line between the old and new professors, and they are clearly divided into two worlds. As full professors, they knew about Hogwarts reforms this year from Dumbledore long before the school started, but that doesn't mean that they have no opinion on the principal's decision. In fact, almost all opposition voices more than half. As I said earlier, as if not paying attention to the indifferent reactions of the teachers and students, Dumbledore cleared his throat and continued with a smile. In the next semester, all grades of Hogwarts will add mathematics and science courses, mainly to explore and learn about all the extremely simple basic knowledge of natural philosophy. And Mr. Alexei from Russia will be the main lecturer for the time being. Alexei, from Russia? At Ravenclaw's long table, Luna Lovegood turned her head and looked curiously at the foreign students sitting not far from her. Danilova, should this new professor, will it be an elder in your family? That's my father, Danilova replied proudly. But, if I remember correctly. On the other side of the long table, Hofferbach frowned slightly, and took a closer look at the middle-aged man standing at the end of the long table in the faculty seat. Unlike most professors, Alexei did not wear a wizard gowns, but shirts and jackets. According to your previous introduction, your father should be a mole. How could he become a professor at Hogwarts? I don't know, Danilova replied in a low voice, looking at her father, her cheeks bulging. Anyway, my dad is super amazing. Maybe my dad can actually do magic. Danilova only learned about her father's appointment as a professor at Hogwarts tonight. At this time, like all the little wizards, she was full of curiosity. She wished that the dinner would be over immediately, and then rushed to her father to ask for clarity. After the classmates discussed, she even doubted whether his father was a hidden identity. Wizard. In her little head, almost instantly imagined a lot of love stories between father and mother. At the same time, faculty seats are on. Noting the curiosity and excitement in his baby girl's eyes, Alex could not help but feel a headache. In fact, according to the original arrangement, Mr. Vinogradov from the former Soviet Academy of Sciences and the Shchlov Institute of Mathematics should have served as the professor of this course, but Vinogradov has since, knowing that most of the students targeted are children with zero foundation in mathematics, I have been lobbying among the various institutes to find a replacement. As the last group of experts from the former Soviet Union to arrive at Hogwarts, deputy director of the Budker Institute of Nuclear Physics, and a student of Vinogradov, Alexei naturally became the best in Vinogradov size standalone messenger. Not to mention, the fact that Danilovo enrolled in school has long been spread by some big mouths among scholars. Several factors are stacked together, and Alexei naturally became Hogwarts teacher, the first math teacher and the first mole staff member in Hogwarts history. At the same time, this is also the reason why other professors are so indifferent. If it weren't for Dumbledore's persuasion and explanation, most of the professors' faces might be even more ugly. Of course, there is another reason for this, that is, unlike other professors at Hogwarts, Alexei is not considered an official professor at Hogwarts. Strictly speaking, he is closet temporary work as all logisticians. Identity of. In addition to being able to attend school, Alexei does not have any additional rights to teach. Even the most basic deductions can only be recorded in a small notebook, and then submitted to the corresponding deans of the respective colleges after class. After being judged by Professor McGonagall and others, they will act on their behalf. Exercise the decision to add or deduct points. As for the dormitory of the professor, the salary, the official title, these of course do not exist. This is also the bottom line acceptable to the British Ministry of Magic and the Hogwarts Board of Directors, and in exchange, Dumbledore also promised not to track down Peter Pettigrew's confession, and to provide the various magic families with nothing on his own reputation. Crime guarantee. After experiencing the seizure of the Lestrange family vault, a slight influence gradually spread. Over time, concerns have emerged among many long-standing pure-blood wizarding families. The authority of the Ministry of Magic has threatened them for the first time. Between the once close British Ministry of Magic and the pure-blood wizard family, there is a subtle gap that is not easily noticeable, and in this case, the attitude of Dumbledore and Hogwarts is particularly important. In addition, another reason for the Ministry of Magic and the pure-blood families to make concessions was the disintegration of the former Soviet Union and the subsequent effects of the turmoil caused by the Hogwarts mortgage incident and the Dark Power financial scam. As a wizard, if even the most basic exchange rate conversion needs to rely on a fairy to help calculate, and even some of the simplest and inferior financial scams cannot be seen through, then it would be too bad. Under such a unified understanding, it is obviously very reasonable and necessary to add a little bit of knowledge about mathematics to Hogwarts daily courses. Even if I have to hire a few mole scholars temporarily. In the eyes of pure-blood wizards such as Cornelius Fudge and Lucius Malfoy, according to the Hogwarts 7-year school system, within 7 years at most, a complete mastery of mole mathematics will be born in the magic world. A knowledgeable young wizard. At that time, Hogwarts would naturally return to the state of being all wizards again. These educational reforms today are just short-term expedients, a mere digital game. How complicated can this be? As for another new course offered this year, the Language and Literature course, located at the podium in the center of the school auditorium, Dumbledore did not explain much about math and science. Waiting for the sparse applause in the auditorium to calm down, Dumbledore cleared his throat, looked at the students with a smile, glanced meaningfully at Lockhart who was standing on the faculty seat, and continued with a smile. This is a study conducted by the school professors, the Ministry of Magic, and the school board. Special courses are set up for everyone's basic writing ability to improve your reading comprehension, writing, expression, and literary appreciation. I am honored to be here to announce to everyone that in the coming time, Mr. Gidro Lockhart will be the professor of this course. As for teaching materials, you don't have to worry at all. In the first class, Professor Lockhart will give you a batch of carefully selected basic teaching materials suitable for everyone to read and learn, as well as diaries and appreciation. Gidro Lockhart cleared his throat and winked at Dumbledore expectantly. After a brief pause, Dumbledore continued with a flick of helplessness on his face. By the way, Professor Lockhart decided to give everyone a set of his for free as a gift for the beginning of school. Well, right under your stools. After today's dinner is over, everyone can bring them back to the dormitory for collection. Accompanied by Dumbledore's voice, the students bent down and fumbled under the chairs. Under each person's seat, there are a stack of 7 brand new Lockhart series. Each book is slightly wrapped in gift paper, and simply tied together with sky blue ribbons. And one is printed on the cover. Exquisite bow. Of course, it would be even more wonderful if there was no additional reading task card on it. Chapter 1. Chapter 740. Ravenclaw's Campus Myth. On the side of Gryffindor's long table, the air seemed to freeze. If there is any college who hates writing the most, then the active and energetic Cubs are definitely number one. Except for a few academic bullies like Hermione and Percy, most of them are most afraid of paper assignments are handed in. This is just the beginning of school. Can this be considered a gift? Ron Weasley looked at the pile of books under the chair with a look of constipation, and said incredulously, "Since going through the Big Sister's nail course in the summer, Ron Weasley has been allergic to this kind of carefully wrapped pile of books. He has no idea why anyone would give it away on such a happy day." Book. Oh, wait. Gidro Lockhart, I know him. George. Weasley glanced at the wizard with a hearty smile, then turned to look at his brothers. I remember my mother seemed to like his books, right, Fred? When I went to Diagon Alley this year, my mother seemed to have bought a set of this guy. By the way, Ginny seemed to have brought a few copies to school. It's not that guy, it's Professor Lockhart. Percy Weasley frowned and corrected seriously. If you reduce your time playing Quidditch and wizard chess, and read those books carefully, you will understand that Professor Lockhart is different from those mediocre people. He is a great and respectable wizard. Besides, Percy took out a book casually, looked at the corner mark on the back of the book, and a touch of admiration appeared on her face. These books are not cheap at all. If you add them together, there are almost a dozen gold gallons. Think about how many students are in Hogwarts. To be honest, in my opinion, he might be more suitable for the new job, Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. Yes, as an official professor at Hogwarts, Professor Lockhart originally had the right to put these in the book list. Bill Weasley nodded, glanced at the grade standing in the faculty seat, and said in a complex tone, "In fact, when you graduate from school, you will understand that when magic power is close, the art of speech and a certain ability to understand words are the most needed and scarce abilities in society for a wizard." As Gringotts Wizarding Bank Senior Researcher Leeville, Bill Weasley understands the importance of A-level personnel in the organization and the meaning of this rank itself irreplaceable. Strategic level is important and powerful, especially when Lockhart was still a containment expert sequence. It could better reflect the strength of this young wizard. As for the cost issue mentioned by Percy Weasley, Bill did not feel so much or shocked. As an extremely important A-level member, Gilderoy Lockhart does not need to consider money at all. Since the Gringotts Wizarding Bank was completely reverted to the power of Her Majesty the Queen, money is only a number for their level. That's it. Oh, no. Hermione Granger looked at the pile of books under the chair and said distressedly, knowing that Gidro Lockhart would come to Hogwarts this year to teach, she didn't beg her parents to replace her birthday gift with a full collection of Lockhart's works. She could use this opportunity to buy other books, or your favorite magic quill. It is different from several other girlfriends who made a small profit by playing the Black Demon Defense Year-End Assessment on their behalf. Hermione Granger's only income comes from the clearance rewards and the income from publishing articles on Hogwarts on the Bite of the Tongue and Singing the Devil in the past year, most of which are gold plus long is now stored in her Gringotts Wizarding Bank account. She has discussed with her parents, and she will be responsible for the school and miscellaneous expenses afterwards. It's okay, Granger, so you can have 2 signed books. Fred Weasley blinked at Hermione, grinned comfortingly. As far as I know, Professor Lockhart has a lot of fans in the magic world. He believes that many witches are willing to pay for the full set of his autographs. With your grades, it should be easy to ask the professor to sign for you things. Or you can give it to me and George when the time comes, and we will sell it for you, and then we will share the money together. Don't even think about it, I won't sell it." Hermione Granger cast a blank glance at Fred Weasley, who was grinning, and said gruffly, "I have already thought about it, and then put one set at home and one set in the school dormitory. Or wait until next year, take one set out of it and give it to new students. I don't think such a good thing can be done every year." Encountered once. By the way, Sister Hermione, speaking of. Ginny Weasley raised her head, looked at Lockhart who was not far away, touched Hermione's elbow lightly, and whispered, "Do you think that Mr. Lockhart is more handsome than the book?" It's true, it seems that compared to the previous cover, there is a touch of calmness and depth. Hermione glanced secretly at the wizard with a sunny smile, just to meet Lockhart's eyes. The girl's cheeks blushed slightly, but I don't know if it's an illusion. Within half a second, the genial smile on Lockhart's face suddenly stiffened, and he quickly moved his gaze away from Hermione. Looked at Ravenclaw College. Unlike the worry of Gryffindor College, the atmosphere at Ravenclaw is obviously much more relaxed. Seeing the newly appointed handsome professor, there was an excited discussion among the girls at Ravenclaw College. The girls quietly and excitedly looked at the young professor with brilliant blonde hair, exchanging information about his story. In the crowd, Elena, like other girls, glanced at Lockhart indifferently, accompanied by the girl's eyes. Lockhart's ears sounded like a mosquito devil's whisper. "Mr. Lockhart, please remember what I said otherwise you!" Gidro Lockhart swallowed nervously and nodded helplessly. Sometimes there are too many book fans, which is not all a good thing, you know. He just wanted to confirm what the dangerous targets that need to be avoided look like, so as not to be unclearly stuffed into the Hyperion reaction furnace. I hope he can beat Xenophilius Lovegood once next year in the guessing game. After all, according to the rules set by Lena, the next time he wins in 3 games, as long as he wins the next game, he will win. In this way, Mr. Lovegood can take over as the professor of Hogwarts Language and Literature class, and he can sit at home leisurely, dealing with the affairs of the devil, and at the same time renewing his own. Bennett. All in all, Gidro Lockhart is obviously much more popular than the first 2 professors. Not only the little witches, as adventurous heroes in the wizarding world, many boys, after reading the books written by Loa, will also worship and look forward to the magical experiences that are like saviors. Therefore, after a short pause, there was finally a round of enthusiastic applause in the auditorium. Amidst this, the applause from the long table of Ravenclaw College was particularly enthusiastic. Elena looked around at the excited little witches, squinted her eyes playfully, and the intriguing expression in her eyes became clearer. At the same time, Gidro Lockhart, who had been paying attention to the movement here, became more tense in his heart. The young wizard looked at the academy flag curtain hanging down around the auditorium with uneasiness, as if he was on a hot oven. For the first time in his life, he had a strange wish if everyone's attitude could be colder. Maybe it will be safer. At this moment, he even hopes to hide in the dark, as he did a few months ago, to control the whole situation in an orderly manner. Finally, there is one more thing. Fortunately, Professor Dumbledore began to speak again, and Lockhart finally breathed a sigh of relief. I think everyone may have noticed that in this year's Hogwarts, there are still a group of familiar faces returning to the classroom. No matter which class of graduates you are, in the next year, you will all belong to the same A class, and I, Professor Apocalypse, and Professor Newt Scamander, will be your instructors for the next year. Dumbledore turned his head, blinked at Bill Weasley, Charlie Weasley, and a dozen other carefully selected Hogwarts excellent graduates and said with a smile, "But your course starts from the second week, in fact, on the one hand because of Professor Scamander and other things, on the other hand, because before the start of the formal course, you still need to participate with the freshman A training session." Training? With the freshmen? Charlie Weasley repeated, a little confused. At the same time, Fred Weasley and George Weasley looked at each other and smiled maliciously. Yes, this is a new feature of Hogwarts. If you need fruits or drinks, remember to exchange your treasured photo book. Huh? What album? It seems we need a good chat between our brothers. Charlie Weasley glanced thoughtfully at the grinning brothers, rubbed his fists, and was about to ask him a question. Judging from the expressions of Fred and George, it was obvious that they had secretly flipped through his study book. Otherwise they would never show such a narrow look. This kind of behavior cannot be condoned. Mother will even know killed him together. Well, there are so many important things. At this moment, Dumbledore patted his palms lightly and said cheerfully, I think everyone must be starving. Let's have a banquet. Immediately afterwards, the golden plates and wine glasses on the table suddenly appeared full of food and drinks. In the steaming aroma of food, the students' attention was instantly moved away from the irrelevant content of professors, new courses, and new textbooks, and devoted themselves to the delicacies they had been thinking about for the entire summer vacation. Not surprisingly, this may be the most sumptuous dinner at Hogwarts this school year, because according to the tradition that began last year, starting next week, the exclusive vegetable gardens of the 4 colleges will all be reopened. After that, the dishes that appear on the tables of each college will still be processed according to the list of raw materials provided by each college. The only difference is that at least this time everyone will have a lot more experience when choosing seeds. There is no doubt that this is a delicious feast. The auditorium echoed with laughter and the clash of knives and forks. However, as time went by, a discordant atmosphere appeared on the side of Ravenclaw's long table, and the cause of all this was a taboo question accidentally raised by a first-year freshman. Sister Kujang, I saw in Hogwarts, a school history that every college at Hogwarts has a unique way of access control. So what is the way of access control at Ravenclaw College? Is it similar to some kind of password? Danilo Alexei asked curiously while cutting the sausage. Click. Following the girl's inadvertent questioning, the knife in the hands of Kujang, who was smiling, suddenly smashed into the golden dinner plate, making a somewhat abrupt impact, and the students around who heard the question also stopped. Down. By the way, I almost forgot Eagle Ring. Since today is the first day of school, there is not a single person on duty in the lounge. The senior students of Ravenclaw looked at each other. The smiles on their faces gradually disappeared. At this moment, they once again recalled the fear dominated by the problem of the Bronze Eagle Ring after the school opening banquet a year ago. Humiliation. Kujang took a deep breath and said solemnly, as if he was telling a terrible ghost story, well, Danny, you may need to be mentally prepared. Is Ravenclaw's door knocker? Well, it's just a talking Bronze Eagle Ring. Luna Lovegood explained vaguely and casually while chewing on the veal steak. The first question is not very difficult. Generally speaking, the difficulty gradually increases with the progress of the semester. I heard that the question on the first day of school last year seemed to be a very interesting math question, such as turning the rabbit and the raven off in the same cage, tell that there are 38 heads and 96 feet. And then ask about the number of ravens and rabbits. Oh, is it just that? 10 and 28, it's really simple. Danilova was taken aback for a moment, then she was relieved, and continued to concentrate on dealing with the sausage on the plate. With this kind of simple linear equations in 2 unknowns, she could mentally calculate within 10 seconds when she was 6 or 7 years old. When I first saw everyone's expressions, Danilova thought it would be a headache for advanced mathematics, or a very brain-burning philosophical speculation. If it's just these simple mathematics problems, it would even be a recreational time for rest. Reluctantly, Danny, you were too happy, it was only a year ago. At this moment, the prefect Miss Peach shook her head solemnly, and said in a deep voice, do you know what question Bronze Eagle Ring posed in the last week we left school? The week that their Ravenclaw common room was about to close. It wanted us to help answer a question raised by a stubborn hairdresser. Since that day, no one has answered the question in the common room. Take turns on duty, and then open the door once every hour on the hour to release people. This is our only way. Chapter 2, Big Chapter. Chapter 741, The Sure Field of Professors. About 2 hours later. So, Felius, How is the Sorting Hat now? In the faculty lounge on the side of the auditorium, Dumbledore rubbed his temples with a headache. The opening banquet is over. Under the leadership of the prefects, the students left the spacious and bright school auditorium one by one and went to the common room of their college to prepare for the second round of freshman welcome and the opening night meeting. The deans and professors of the various colleges were left to solve the problems that occurred at the branching ceremony and discuss the teaching arrangements for the subsequent new semester. Just as Dumbledore said, this is an unfamiliar one. New semester. As for the culprit responsible for all this, he was naturally called into the room alone. At this time Scourge was sitting quietly on a small velvet stool in the room. He was well behaved and cute, and looked like a harmless doll. However, apart from Professor Lupin, no one in this room was deceived by her appearance. Not so good. Facing Dumbledore's inquiry, Phileas Flitwick shook his head and said with some distress, "You should have tried it. There is no trace of magic interference on the Sorting Hat. There is no abnormality in either the magic fluctuations or the Sorting Hat itself. However, no matter how we send information to it, we can never get any response." In the middle of the room, the poor Sorting Hat was still hissing and screaming. Even after detecting that it was wrong, Professor McGonagall picked it off from Eleanor's head for the first time. There was still no way to restore everything to its original state. In the past 10 minutes, they tried almost everything. Communication methods. Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, S. In short, let it rest for a while. Professor McGonagall waved his magic wand, and an invisible spell flew out. The chattering of the Sorting Hat stopped abruptly. But from the constant opening and closing of the Sorting Hat, it can be seen that McGonagall's curse did not cure Sorting Hat's disease, she just used magic to temporarily make it. "I can't make a sound. I warned you before, don't try this kind of behavior that violates tradition." The Dean of Hufflepuff College, Professor Pomona Sprout, coldly snorted, and said calmly, "In the long history of Hogwarts, there has never been a funny case of a student repeating the sorting, let alone the student who has been in school for a year. This is simply, but according to my observations and inferences, the root cause of all this should not be repeated divisions." The Dean of Slytherin College, Severus Snape, shook his head slightly and glanced at the white-haired dumpling sitting beside Kiao. A meaningful look appeared on his pale face. The ground said slowly, "As the Dean, we have given Miss Castellana the qualification to enter and leave the various colleges. This unprecedented multi-academy reform attempt may indeed confuse the Sorting Hat. But in essence, if Miss Castellana is, she doesn't have the characteristics of each college, so she can't get this kind of privilege, let alone affect the Sorting Hat in turn." "So, Severus, what do you want to say?" Professor McGonagall frowned and asked impatiently. As the Dean of Gryffindor College, she would not naively think that Snape would be kind enough to take the initiative to complete the game. According to her understanding of Slytherin College, it is no surprise that these are just the foreshadowing of Snape's subsequent remarks. That's it. Even if the two sides have temporarily reached an alliance against Hufflepuff, this kind of tacit understanding will not exist for too long. I'm thinking maybe from the beginning, we shouldn't let Miss Castellana have too many privileges. The corners of Severus Snape's mouth lifted up. His fingers shook, and he said softly, "There are many ways to solve the dilemma that we are facing today, and I have a very simple solution. Maybe we should cancel some of the privileges of Miss Castellana until the Sorting Hat returns to normal. Personally, I think it's best to let her leave Gryffindor and Hufflepuff so as not to give students some bad hints and guidance on this point. Don't even think about it." "To be honest, Severus," Professor Sprout raised his eyebrows, glanced at Slytherin, who was taking advantage of the fire, and said sharply, "At least in my opinion, Hufflepuff College has no reason to expel this student. Ms. Castellana did not violate any school rules, she just obeyed some unreasonable request and sat in the triangle bench. I just wore the Sorting Hat again, and if it's a privilege, it should be a problem with Gryffindor and Slytherin, right?" Albus Dumbledore turned his head and glanced inquisitively at Elena, who was silent next to him. "I have to say that today's Elena is a bit too normal, even if it is from the demeanor and logically. There is no problem with the girl's trance and sleepy reaction at this time, just like any Hogwarts little wizard. The state it should be. But when all of this appeared on the Sylvan Moon at Hogwarts, there was a subtle inconsistency. Only the dean can expel a student. This is a Hogwarts rule. Severus, Dumbledore sighed, looked around at the professors around him, and concluded patiently with a light cough. From the current situation, it is clear that the three colleges of Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin have no intention of expelling Miss Elena Caslana. In other words, we first a consensus can be reached. Sorry, Professor Dumbledore, there is one thing I might need to correct. At this moment, Phileas Flitwick cleared his throat suddenly and interjected cautiously. I think it should be 4 colleges: Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Slytherin. This is a very easy to understand question. After all, when the Sorting Hat was first pronounced Ravenclaw, at least until the Sorting Hat returns to normal and its decision is corrected, I don't think there is any problem in treating Miss Caslana as a student at Ravenclaw College first. Professor Sprout twitched the corners of his mouth, and the Wellmannered Witch looked very annoyed at the moment. And like her, Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape also showed a look of anger after a brief astonishment. In the understanding of Professor Sprout and others, Ravenclaw College should be a safe option that had been out of the game early, but what they never expected was that Flitwick, who had been incompetent before, actually it is also a competitor. I'm sorry, Professor Sprout said coldly, looking around the guy who wanted to steal her cabbage. If from the order of priority, Elena Caslana should also belong to Hedge Paggy. Everyone heard this with their own ears, but if I remember correctly, she didn't wear the Sorting Hat at the time, she just hugged it in her arms. Professor Flitwick shook his head politely, and carefully analyzed. As far as I know, the Sorting Cap cannot read students' thoughts through physical contact, so even if you insist that the college in the Sorting Cap is effective, it is for the last person who put it on, not the one who hasn't worn it yet. It's Elena. Besides, Ms. Caslana was staying at Gryffindor College the first night. Professor McGonagall's eyes lit up, and following Professor Flitwick's prompt, he launched the second round of attack. I have to admit that people at Ravenclaw College really have to be more flexible in their minds. With Phileas Flitwick joining their alliance, Professor Sprout is not that difficult to deal with. After all, in terms of restrained relationship, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff are a pair of rivals, just like the relationship between a lion and a snake. You guys. Professor Sprout took a few deep breaths, and looked at the shameless group of colleagues around him with a look as if he had known everyone for the first time. The Chunky Witch turned her head and stared at Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, you are the principal of Hogwarts, you decide what to do. In the past year, especially after the 7th grade training competition last year, the professors in the school seemed to have lifted some restrictions, becoming more and more unscrupulous and shameless. *X_X missing a line. Plots, branches, contradictions, collisions, and small plots are all there, but there is only one main line of driving force or contradictory lines. After discussing in the group for a long time to no avail, Fat Chicken thought about it for an afternoon and didn't come up with it. Without this and important advancement line and kernel, it would be very scattered. X_X. Ask for a day off. I think about it. It will make up. The 742 chapters Pull Sideways and Surrender Part 1. In the Staff Lounge, there was a moment of silence. As Professor Sprout's voice fell, everyone turned their heads to look at Dumbledore, waiting for the wisest wizard in the magical world today and the head of the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry to make the final decision. On the smooth table not far away, the Sorting Hat was still opening and closing the brim, showing no sign of recovery. In the shadow not lit by candlelight, Elena sat obediently on a chair by the table, and looked at the crumpled old face of Lauxin Lauternip with a playful look. Such a melancholy expression appeared in Dengboo. Lido's face is really rare. Elena will never forget the summer life exercises that Luxin Laolio sent her during the summer vacation. That being the case, She would also like to let Professor Dumbledore have a taste of what is meant by self-inflicted and what is called multiple choice questions. My opinion? This is really a difficult question to answer. Dumbledore pondered for a moment, and shook his head helplessly. If I were to choose, then I would probably prefer the plan for Miss Elena Castellana to go to Gryffindor College. But, looking at the excited professors, Dumbledore raised his volume slightly and shrugged his shoulders. This is just because I know this college better. As the former dean of Gryffindor and a student of Gryffindor College, even if I try to keep my attitude neutral, I will still be limited to my life trajectory. As for the cognition of Slytherin, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw College, I understand more from the perspective of a bystander, rather than as a participant in it. To understand and experience the unique charm and precious characteristics of each college. Following Albus Dumbledore's explanation, the expressions on the faces of the four deans gradually eased. I understand what you mean, then Professor Dumbledore. Do you have any good solutions now? After being silent for a few seconds, Professor Sprout asked in confusion. Of course, among us, there are several professors who are wiser and more neutral than me. Dumbledore nodded openly, turned his head, and cast his eyes on the slightly special Hogwarts faculty and staff who were in the corner of the faculty lounge and hadn't made much of their opinions since tonight. Member. Oh, Professor Dumbledore, you are so kind. I just have some trivial wisdom. Noting Dumbledore's gaze, Gidro Lockhart grinned and said with some pride, on this point, I do have some good handling experience. In my opinion, when logic is unable to judge something, we can leave everything to luck to choose. I can introduce one to you. A very simple and interesting game. You just need to stretch out your hand at the same time to see whether it is the palm of your hand or... Gidro, thank you for your suggestion. And, I wasn't talking about you just now, Dumbledore said softly. If I remember correctly, you should have graduated from Ravenclaw College, so on this issue, you, like me and the four deans, are not so objective. As for luck, Professor Lockhart, why don't you just suggest tossing a coin? Severus Snape raised his eyebrows, his tone mixed with unconcealed irony. So when school starts every year, why don't you just let the students come up and throw coins once? How easy it is. Because there are only two sides of a coin. Is it not enough to throw it once? Lockhart blinked and replied with some uncertainty, of course, I think this is not an idea, but it may need to be optimized a little. For example, to toss a coin twice in a row, so that four combinations will appear. Result. Gentlemen, Professor McGonagall snorted coldly, I remember this is a school, not a bar or a casino. At the same time, Dumbledore's voice sounded again, interrupting the dispute between the three. Professor Apocalypse, Professor Alexei, Dumbledore said, the general situation of the whole incident, both of you must have already understood it. I don't know if you are doing anything better from the perspective of onlookers. What about your suggestion? Let her do it, as long as the child is happy. Grindelwald raised his eyebrows nonchalantly, and said with an old-fashioned smile, in the era when I lived, where there were so many rules and regulations, any wizard is free, and the better the person, the less he should be defined. Not to mention the vest he is now wearing is a legendary great alchemist who has lived for hundreds of years. Just because this girl also has a name called Delissa Apocalypse, Grindelwald could not help Dumbledore with good intentions. He didn't want to start the new semester. The healthy meal for the elderly was arranged. Although it is not clear how Elena did this, he is at least 90% sure that this is definitely not an accident. As for the principal or something, that is not important. In short, my little granddaughter, the third-generation little devil, is the best. Glancing at the bewildered Dumbledore and the confused professors of G.M., Grindelwald winked secretly at Elena who was sitting on the other side of the table, and then said with a serious expression on his face, in my opinion, if Miss Elena Castellana has the privileges of 4 colleges at the same time, as for her own bonus, deduction, and rewards and punishments, she will be removed from the student sequence and added to the faculty sequence. In fact, as an assistant professor in the potions class and a chef at Hogwarts, Ms. Caslana shouldn't have been regarded as an ordinary student long ago. And so Albus Dumbledore frowned and was about to speak. "Young man, don't rush to make a conclusion, listen to me first." Grindelwald shook his head, raised his palm and swayed, and continued calmly. With the passage of time, Grindelwald has become more and more aware of the superiority of the elderly vest with a living fossil grade. This feeling of being able to easily teach people with an elderly posture is really too addictive and too irritating. People are happy. I'm not going to ask you and the professors to change the name Elena, nor are I teaching you how to do things. I just want to remind everyone, Miss Elena Caslana has obtained most of the Hogwarts the college's permission is granted. In this case, adding 1 is obviously easier than removing 2. Chapter 1. Make up for yesterday's update. 743rd Stretch and Surrender Part 2. Hogwarts is divided into 4 academies. In a sense, it may not be a microcosm of the magic world. And where to base her strength, and where the final spread range will reach, is where she might reach in the future. If the idea of Grindelwald, Dumbledore, and Riddle is to lead change by the elite, then Elena's logic and method from beginning to end is to initiate a bottom-up wave, and from the current in terms of the situation, at least in Hogwarts School, she is almost succeeding, leaving only the last piece of pure academic land that is indisputable in the world. Even if I don't know the overall layout of Elena, Grindelwald knows exactly where the last piece of the puzzle the girl needs is. Ravenclaw College. This is the area that the third generation of Demon Kings have not been able to touch last year. It's just that compared to other academies, the way Elena wants to enter here and gain recognition is a lot more cumbersome. This point cannot be raised by herself, and she can't even actively express the corresponding demands. She needs some little things. Help. Of course, he alone may not be able to form a critical blow. Grindelwald paused for a few seconds and glanced meaningfully at the mole scholar standing next to him. Professor Alexei, finished. What's your opinion? Me? Alexei was stunned for a moment, with a sense of restraint on his face. If you insist, well, as a bystander who has never been in contact with the magic world, I think about it. Unlike the other Hogwarts professors present, as a top researcher from the former Soviet Institute of Nuclear Physics, he has personally seen Elena in the devil form and Grindelwald in the devil form, whether it's the Wizarding Legion hidden in the shadows somewhere in the world, the Huberian hovering over Hogwarts Castle, or the Goblin Bank that quietly manipulates the lifeblood of the human economy. These terrifying forces capable of subverting human civilization are by no means an ordinary school that teaches a group of 11 to 18-year-olds. Even if this is a school in a magical world, there is absolutely no such possibility. After arriving at Hogwarts, seeing Deriso Apocalypse in the school auditorium, and receiving a warning from Professor Otto Apocalypse, poor Alexei immediately realized this very clearly. Perhaps the righteous Hogwarts in the legend really exists, but it is just a haven in the magical world. In the cruel real world, it is not the mercy of the human wizarding civilization that saves these unworthy muggles, but a group of Demon King forces lurking in the dark, waiting to subvert the entire world. This Hogwarts castle is undoubtedly the devil's castle in that fairy tale. What's more deadly is his most precious treasure, the little angel bestowed by God. Danilova was sent here by his own hands. But this is the end of the matter, so there is only one answer left for him. Although I only met this Miss Caslana today, I can understand her excellence from your words. Alexei took a deep breath, carefully considered the sentence, and said softly, in today's cutting-edge physics, there is an extremely interesting phenomenon. When we get a measurement value of a mechanical quantity, the corresponding state is the state of the particle. But as the particle is observed, it will from the original superposition state to an eigenstate afterwards. It collapsed. In short, observations will cause the quantum state to collapse. As much as possible to explain it with more advanced, and ambiguous descriptions. While watching the professors around him, Alexei recalled the order and request that Professor Apocalypse had quietly issued in his ear just now. Although he didn't understand why he wanted to do this, it was not for him particularly difficult. Unsurprisingly, just as he described the task to Otto Apocalypse this afternoon. Accompanied by Alexi's voice, almost the same confused expression appeared in the eyes of all the wizards present. In the absence of basic scientific knowledge, let alone these wizards in the magic world, even newcomers to the research institute would do it. Confused. Except Elena Kaslana. Alexei glanced over the girl sitting in the shadow, and the sense of superiority that had just emerged in his heart instantly disappeared. As the deputy director of the Bodecker Institute of Nuclear Physics, Alexei is very aware of the normal look that people should show when facing unknown content for the first time, and that people who understand what he says may appear on their faces. Reaction. Before she knew it, Elena's posture had changed from a well-behaved sitting posture to an appearance of gently resting her cheeks. Judging from the magic in the girl's eyes, it is clear that she knows what he is talking about. At least she has been exposed to the extremely rare term quantum state, even without considering the girl's age. But from this point it is already very scary up. If the KGB's intelligence from the United States is generally correct, then this should still be the most cutting-edge theory today. You know, even in the non-magical world, starting to study quantum state-related theories, the number of scholars who understand this new concept should not exceed 200. Wait, the description on the task list, shouldn't it be? Exclamation mark. At this moment, Alexei's eyes narrowed suddenly. He suddenly remembered the task parchment in the hands of Grindelwald, which had been briefly seen for 10 seconds beside the list of task requirements they put forward. There was an extra row of strange descriptions. There are a lot of advanced brightening curse optimization, delayed transfiguration, magic micro-perception and other seemingly unclear contents listed above. Now think about it carefully, just as the premise of translating a language. If you want to translate scientific terms, Professor Alexei, as far as I know, quantum mechanics does not involve such things as consciousness. Elena looked at Alexei with a smile on her face, as if a student was asking a question. She whispered innocently, "The disturbance caused by the observation behavior will inevitably change the state of the observed object, so it is impossible to achieve a completely accurate measurement, and two non-commutative mechanical quantities cannot be arbitrarily accurate at the same time, and the two non-commutative quantities are uncertain." Product. The girl's voice stopped suddenly, and she looked at the middle-aged man who looked surprised and uncertain not far away. As a mediocre graduate of quantitative economics, she can still remember a little bit of Heisenberg's theory, which is already very remarkable. As for the rest, as long as her smile does not change, she can watch it. Doing is a test, always greater than any half of the reduced Planck constant. Alexei subconsciously continued, and immediately reacted quickly, with a touch of horror in his eyes. For him, these are just the most basic theories, but this is only for him. In this era not long after the end of the Cold War, the knowledge related to German cutting-edge physics is almost limited to a very small number of people. You know, Heisenberg's uncertainty theory is put together with his archives on nuclear physics. Oh, it turned out to be like this. The teacher didn't talk about it when he was in school. Elena nodded her head innocently, showing a dazed look. She looked at the dazed professors around her and smiled and explained casually, "This is what I learned in a hobby class when I was in elementary school in the non-magical world." Little knowledge. There is a lot of similar knowledge in most schools, and many of them are hard to remember. Is that right, Mr. Alexei? Oh, elementary school interest class. You are right. Alexei twitched his mouth, nodded silently, and continued a little autistic. All in all, I mean, if the students at Hogwarts are regarded as electrons, then the sorting hat is the photon that affects them during the observation. Since Miss Kaslana is showing uncertainty, it's better not to kill this rare possibility, and let her freely change the form among the various colleges. Noting Elena's eyebrows suddenly raised, the middle-aged man bit his tongue subconsciously and looked at the surrounding professors. "What I mean? Did you understand just now?" "Very, enlighteningly understand what you mean." After Dumbledore was silent for a moment, he took a deep look at Elena, then turned to look at the professors beside him. "Ravenclaw, I think Miss Caslana can try it. What do you think? Following Dumbledore's prompt, all the professors present suddenly realized that in Hogwarts, about Ravenclaw College, there is actually a very simple and easy to understand, but not so willing to accept, trait attributes. Anyone who doesn't understand and feels great is usually left in Ravenclaw without too many problems. Chapter 2, Gwa. The patch is complete. Chapter 744, Old Demons. Suggestion. Please allow me to say something, Principal. Professor Sprout said softly, and looked at Elena thoughtfully. Perhaps Miss Caslana is part of Ravenclaw's characteristics, but we need to note that she is not a freshman in the first grade. In the past year of study, the Ravenclaw of the same grade is her most stranger. The Chunky Witch said. A flash of slyness appeared on her simple and honest face. In the upcoming courses, I suggest to sort them according to last year's timetable. Due to the combination of timetables, there will always be some unbalanced distribution among Hogwarts. For example, in the lower grades of Slytherin and Gryffindor, the only courses that overlapped each week were potions and flying lessons. The rest of the time was spent with Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students. On the other hand, Ravenclaw College and Hufflepuff College are naturally the same. As an official dean, Pomona Sprout will not really be an honest person who doesn't know how to adapt. To think from another angle, as long as the location of the Hogwarts kitchen does not change, Elena's privileges remain unchanged. Not a privilege of Hufflepuff. For Professor Sprout, as long as Elena is still in the classroom with Hufflepuff students, she is Hufflepuff. Count Ravenclaw College, but the curriculum and homework are still in accordance with Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. After Professor Flitwick pondered for a moment, his brows stretched out and nodded. I don't think there is any problem, as long as Miss Caslana will live in Ravenclaw to most of the time. It was originally not the Chinese cabbage of their college, and now it can be named. It is better than before. What's more, with the addition of Elena Caslana, at least those little guys don't have to spend at least 3 or 4 nights a week in sleeping bags in the outer corridor of the Eagle Ring, especially with the problem of the Eagle Ring. Increasingly, it started to become weird. Then I only have one request. The Gryffindor Quidditch team. Professor McGonagall raised his eyebrows and glanced at the white-haired dumpling sitting on the small stool. I can ignore other aspects, but this year's Gryffindor team, Elena, you must come over to participate. Wood is already there. I have been reading it for a semester. With last year's Hogwarts Moon team promoted to the 2nd grade, this year's Quidditch obviously began to become exciting. Among them, Elena Caslana, as the FMVP and captain, is undoubtedly the most critical player. Even if she may not be able to beat the old teammates of other academies 100%, but at least from the probability there are also 90% of the above. The only thing that needs attention, may be Hufflepuff College. The little witch named Olbahana's talent in strange power and flying can almost be regarded as a weakened version of Elena, especially after half a summer of Quidditch training. No one knows her. Where is it now? If there is a position, I'm fine. Elena shrugged, nodding her head indifferently and replied. Since leading the Hogwarts Dream Team through the entire Quidditch copy last year, Elena hasn't been so obsessed with this aspect. At best it's an ordinary physical education class, just played casually. Just acting. The potions class is still from Monday to Thursday. The second big class in the afternoon. Professor Snape's lips twitched, and he said softly, thinking about it and adding another sentence. By the way, Professor Dumbledore approved the demonization lab you mentioned last semester. It's in the area of Mole researchers next to the school. If you want to take classes there, you need to be in 1 week in advance. I apply for an explanation here. For the potions assistant, Severus Snape is generally quite satisfied. Perhaps it was due to both age and personality. In short, after understanding some of the chemical theories in the non-magical world, Snape showed surprising tolerance. At least for now, he has accepted magic chemistry, this new vocabulary. However, since Elena has never returned to school, he is temporarily unable to carry out related ideas and experiments. I have to admit that since seeing the bright, clean, rigorous and orderly laboratory of Moles, Snape's ideal potion classroom and potion laboratory have completely changed at times. Indeed, it should have changed. Very good. Then it seems that everyone has reached a consensus. Grindelwald looked around at the professors in the room and said cheerfully, "The 4 academies each got what they wanted, and Elena was neither divided into 4, but also retained her original privileges, even one step closer, which is undoubtedly the most satisfying the result of. The only thing that is vacant, we may need to grant Miss Caslana a little privilege." The first generation Dark Lord paused, pointed at the 3-color prefect badge pinned to Eleanor's chest, grinned, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, half-jokingly, continued in a serious tone, "Hogwarts is 4 colleges, 1 color difference. After all, it looks a little strange. The prefects of the 4 colleges. This is not as simple as you think." Dumbledore rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. "In Hogwarts, there has never been a student who serves as many prefects at the same time. If Elena becomes the prefect of 4 colleges, then she is quite so the chairman of the student union. No. There are still some differences." Grindelwald raised his fingers, shook his head, and said softly with a smile on his face, "As far as I know, the Hogwarts Student Union chairperson will also be divided into men and women, and the responsibilities are also the student representatives, as well as the daily work of the management and distribution of the prefects. But this is obviously neither in line with the tradition nor in line with the standard requirements. Every year before the beginning of the new semester, the principal will appoint the chairman of the male and female student unions among the 7th grade students. The selection criteria for this position include academic performance, moral character, reputation and personality. Hogwarts can have multiple prefects, but there are only 2 presidents of the student council each year. So it is too early for second-year students to hold this position. What's more, in Grindelwald's opinion, no boy can compare with his own little devil. "I don't quite understand what you mean, Professor Apocalypse." Professor McGonagall frowned slightly and explained helplessly. "At least from the current Hogwarts school regulations, the assistant management positions that students can hold are these 2, and once they become the prefect of the 4th house, they are indeed equivalent to the president of the female student council, which will also be for the students. Cause confusion. The rules are gradually being perfected." Grindelwald waved his hand and said with a serious face, "Besides, serving as the prefect of the 4 colleges at the same time is also a bit of a problem. Don't you think this would be a bit strange? Different. So, Professor Apocalypse, do you have any good suggestions?" Dumbledore glanced at Elena thoughtfully, and said weirdly, "Of course. The method is very simple." The smile on Grindelwald's face thickened, and he waved his hand and said calmly, "I suggest revoking Elena Caslana's prefect authority and not creating special positions in the prefect." "Huh?" Elena narrowed her eyes slightly, and the little dull hair on her head stood up alertly. "This old potato, it seems that it has been a little moisturized recently." Chapter 1. Gwa. Chapter 745. Dean of the Academy? Head of the school? Okay. Dumbledore's expression moved slightly, but he didn't answer, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, he does not intend to get involved in the struggle between the old and the new Demon Kings, but if Grindelwald offers to resist all the firepower, then he will naturally not refuse. It's him. The best. However, with his knowledge of Grindelwald, such good things usually do not happen. If you express your opinion in advance, you might have become the prey of that little guy. Similar to this kind of language trap, there have been too many occurrences in the past year, and Dumbledore has to be cautious. As predicted, before the surrounding professors could ask questions, after Grindelwald paused, the conversation suddenly changed. "In view of Miss Elena Caslana's special situation, I think Hogwarts Witchcraft and Wizardry School can consider adding a new student position based on actual conditions, responsible for coordinating the conflicts between the various colleges and school logistics. Vacancy. Therefore, This position will actually be more biased towards the level of logistics professors and life professors. As for the name, since the 4 colleges at Hogwarts will be involved, then Grindelwald thought for a while, and calmly gave Elena a triumphant look, and said slowly, "The Dean of the Academy, the Dean of Hogwarts with the Hogwarts school badge as the background color. He is responsible for dealing with student conflicts, the allocation of daily meals, the construction of facilities inside and outside the school, the procurement of school necessities, etc." "How? Hogwarts the Dean?" Dumbledore's azure blue eyes flashed a little thought, and he nodded slowly. "Yes. Compared to the prefect and the president of the male and female student union, at least the description of this new position sounds more suitable for Miss Elena Caslana, but some of the details may need to be carefully determined. As the head chef of Hogwarts, Elena was originally responsible for the supply and matching of daily meals for the teachers and students of Hogwarts. On the other hand, in terms of coordinating student conflicts, as a student, Elena Caslana can obviously also provide some solutions that are different from the previous school rules and punishments. It is natural that the students can reconcile. Okay. Moreover, in terms of teaching, some of the next courses do require Elena's deep participation. That sounds appropriate. Minerva McGonagall thought for a few seconds, then said slowly, immediately afterwards, the other 3 deans in the room also nodded one after another and participated in the discussion. "I don't think there is any problem. At least the doubts from the outside world will be lower. You can give it a try. I think this idea is very good." Well, the conflict between the students is indeed a problem, and reconciliation is of course the best. With the last problem being solved, the atmosphere in the faculty lounge finally calmed down. Except for the Sorting Hat that was still silently opening and closing the brim, everyone had a relaxed look on their faces, and the atmosphere began to discuss in a harmonious atmosphere about the subsequent schedule of the new semester, and the Hogwarts Dean terms of reference. You know, the addition of 2 new courses means that the schedule needs to be adjusted significantly. Even at the suggestion of a little angel who did not want to be named, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has extended the course duration of each grade from this semester, but it still needs to carefully adjust the course schedule. Go to school in a huge castle. In addition to the basic course length, it is often necessary to consider the journey of students to various classrooms and teaching venues. If it was not for the students to take a certain amount of time to accept, according to Elena's original idea, originally planned to open mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, geography, language, these interesting and important standard subjects at the same time. Only considering the problems of teachers and the doubts from the outside world, only mathematics and Chinese were opened in the end. 11 to 18 years old. This stage happens to be the most vigorous time for human learning. At the same time, this is also the most important stage in which most people gradually form a world outlook and outlook on life. During this period, any information from human civilization is very likely to become the basis for this group of students to understand the world in the future. As for the energy of the students, this is the easiest problem to solve. In the magical world, there are really too many ways for a wizard to maintain vigorous energy at any time. Since the Hogwarts Collective special training in the past year, most of the school professors have mastered 2 or 3 effective little tricks. The gates of hell, oh no, or the stairs leading to the Temple of Wisdom, just opened. At the same time, on the other side of Hogwarts Castle, this is a long and curved staircase. A row of light blue velvet sleeping bags hangs on the wall of the corridor below the staircase, and at the end of the staircase is a door with an eagle-shaped bronze knocker. Behind the door is the lounge at Winkler College. At this time, the long stairs leading to the lounge were crowded with students who looked hesitant. A long crowd spread all the way down from the platform at the entrance of the Eagle Ring, until the corridor below was full. Freshmen, including Danilova Alexei and Luna Lovegood, all stood at the bottom. Can't see the situation above. Is this the usual Eagle Ring answering scene? It's spectacular. Danilova stood on tiptoes curiously and tried to look over the heads of the classmates in front of her. However, The winding stairs blocked her sight. Except for the motionless crowd, they could only wait for the senior students to take a look. The problem is solved. Sorry, today's topic is too difficult. At this moment, the voice of the new prefect Punlo came from the front. The beautiful girl in the 5th grade passed through the crowd and walked to the first-year freshman below, sighing sadly. If nothing else, everyone might be sleeping in the corridor tonight. If you are lucky, maybe Professor Flitwick will come over and open the door for us later, but the professors are usually very busy on the first night of school anyway. I'll take you to choose sleeping bags first, even if it's not today. You will eventually use it later. What's today's problem? Danilova raised her head and asked in a soft voice curiously, or is it a math problem? No, it's a riddle this time, or. Punlo shook his head lightly, a deep confusion appeared on his face, and said in frustration, anyway, I don't know how to define it. This is the first time that Eagle Ring has asked such a question. It is somewhat similar to the previous questions, but there are some differences. It's never been written in city riddles. What kind of riddles? Maybe we can help. Luna put down the singing a contrary in her hand, turned her head to look at Punlo, and did not move her steps. With the sound of the 3 people talking, the other freshmen also stopped their discussions, and looked up like a curious little animal to look at the senior sister standing at the corner of the stairs, waiting for Punlo to talk about it in detail. Things that happened. Chapter 2. Ma! Exclamation mark. Chapter 746 Savior 3 more. Well, if you insist. Punlo Krivat blinked, looked at the little guys around him, and said helplessly, even the students in the upper grades don't have any ideas. She doesn't think these little guys can help. This is not something that can be solved by little cleverness alone. Wisdom comes from the accumulation of experience. However, it's a sleeping bag anyway, and I don't care about this time anymore. Thinking of this, Punlo cleared his throat and said unhurriedly, the title is like this: Gran and Sly want to know the birthday of the witch Ruiwin, so Ruiwin half-jokingly gave them 10 possible dates: February 11th, February 12th, February 16th, 3rd, May 13th, March 14th, April 10th, April 12th, May 10th, May 11th, May 13th. Then Ruiwin only told Gran the correct month and told Sly the right day, and then asked them if they understand when her birthday is. Punlo paused, a touch of confusion appeared in his eyes, recalling, and trying to repeat it. Gran said, I don't know your birthday, but I certainly don't know Sly. Sly replied, I didn't know your birthday, but now I know it. Then, Jlan also replied, I also know. So, what month and day is the birthday of the witch Ruiwin? There is only one chance, and the question will be reset if you answer it wrong. Having said this, Punlo sighed helplessly and grabbed his soft long hair a little violently. How can you know this kind of problem? It's good to just try your luck, but this time the Eagle Ring still needs to provide reasons, which is very hopeless. Forget it. It'll take you to choose your sleeping bags. Huh? That's the question? Danilova was taken aback for a moment, then he muttered for a few seconds, and said with some uncertainty, the answer, it should be April 12th, it doesn't sound difficult. Oh, my lovely little Danny, it's not just a guessing one. Punlo Krivat squeezed the nose of the little witch in front of him, and whispered amusedly, as I said before, another condition for the Eagle Ring to open is the reasoning process. Only by providing this can it be shown that you have truly answered this question, rather than accidentally concealed by luck or luck. But you may have steps in vision. Danilova struggled hard, making a cute snort like a pig, and quickly explained. After the girl briefly explained a few words, Punlo's originally indifferent expression gradually stunned. Then, the expression on her face quickly changed, confused, and suddenly, there was a touch of uncontrollable ecstasy and a little sadness. Of excitement. Oh, my goodness, why didn't we expect? Punlo hugged Danilova abruptly and kissed the girl's red face. Excuse me, let us pass. The next moment, before the blush on the girl's face rose, Punlo quickly grabbed her arm and squeezed towards the crowd in front of him, unceremoniously patted the students in front of him one by one, deformed with a kind of excitement, shouted loudly, "It's solved! It's solved! Danny has solved it! We can go back to bed and sleep." After a few minutes, on the platform at the top of the stairs, there was a burst of cheers. The flow of people, which had been stagnant for more than half an hour, finally started to move. Everyone smiled at the first-year girl standing by the door when passing by the Bronze Eagle ring. If it weren't for the urging of the people behind, it would even change slower. No one wants to spend the first night of school in the corridor, especially when they have been on the train all day. However, amidst the laughter, no one noticed Luna Lovegood, who was originally standing at the end of the queue, did not follow the crowd, but turned and walked towards the auditorium downstairs, like a little ghost in a daze, silent. Disappeared in the corridor. In the place where the girl originally stood, a vague Luna Lovegood is gradually flickering and disappearing. Creaking. About an hour later, the great hall on the first floor of Hogwarts, accompanied by the abrupt sound of door shafts, the door of the staff lounge opened slightly, revealing a ray of light. "So, the new semester's course is roughly like this. It's hard work." Dumbledore's voice came from the crack of the door, bringing the discussion to an end. "Everyone, go back and rest first. Professor Apocalypse, Professor Lockhart, and Professor Alexei will stay for a while. I have some things I want to talk to you individually." Well, some notes for the new semester. Immediately afterwards, several formal professors walked out of the room talking and laughing. Although each of them is a little tired at the moment, everyone's spirit is quite high, and they are full of expectations for the next teaching life. After more than an hour of brainstorming, everyone is quite satisfied. Behind the professors, a little silver-haired Lily stood at the door in a daze. How should she walk next? In the room behind her, Old Turnip and Old Tuddu are still doing pre-job training. If she stupidly broke in and asked for directions at this time, the aura she had managed to build up suddenly disappeared. This is really too bad, especially for the two own employees Lockhart and Alexei. In front of him, completely sweeping the floor with majesty. At this moment, in the shadow of the long Ravenclaw table not far from the girl, a vague shadow moved. Luna? Why are you still staying in the auditorium?" Elena was taken aback for a moment. In her impression, Luna should have been with other freshmen at this time. As students in the lower grades of Hogwarts, according to tradition, a special prefect will be assigned to guide and count the number of people at any time, so as to avoid the new students from getting lost or left behind when they first come to Hogwarts. Yawn. "Elena, you finally figured it out." Luna Lovegood yawned and said bitterly, "Why is it so long? Let's go. Let's go back to the dormitory together. Today's question may be a bit difficult. If you can't answer, Elena, maybe we have to sleep in sleeping bags together, or find a way to go to Hermione and the others." Stayed overnight. Elena's heart warmed, and she walked quickly to the cutest little wing. She really didn't hurt Luna little angel in vain. Topic. What topic? It's just a riddle. Oh, it's very simple. April 12th, right? Chapter 3, Ma, exclamation mark, Ma, exclamation mark. Chapter 747, a different orientation tradition. In the middle of the night, a quiet castle corridor. As the fluorescence gradually spread, Elena and Luna held hands and appeared at the end of the stairs. It was late. Because they had been together for more than a month before, the two briefly talked about the Bronze Eagle ring, and soon fell into silence again, thinking about their own affairs, and shuttled through the shadowy corridors and stairs of the castle. After a summer vacation, Hogwarts Castle is still so complicated and hard to remember. As the route gradually became chaotic in her mind, Elena wisely gave up this struggle and followed Luna's little angel with peace of mind, waiting for her little wings to lead her back to Ravenclaw. Big Bed. According to Grindelwald, as the devil who changes the world, there are too many places in this world that need their wisdom. As for the trivial things of recognizing the direction and finding the road in the real world, most ordinary people who cannot see the fog of the future will be distracted and concerned, and the true wise men will never focus on the trivial and useless. Oh, by the way, Today is Sunday. Elena, watch your steps. What's wrong? Is there anything special? Click. Before the thoughts in the invincible third-generation Dark Lord's mind were finished, Luna Lovegood's afterthought voice came from the girl's ear, but with Luna's voice falling, Elena has been suddenly short. Forget it, it's okay. Luna shook her head helplessly, and skillfully stretched out her hand to pull the white-haired dumpling next to her from the pit. There are always many weird places in Hogwarts, and this kind of randomly sag stairs is the most common part. Unlike Gryffindor's fixed sinking prank steps, on the way to the Ravenclaw lounge, situations like this will be more and more interesting. They will appear different depending on the month and day. Status. Hermione was right. It is very dangerous to let you wander in the castle alone. Luna glanced at the awkward white-haired dumpling beside her, and nodded seriously. The little dumb hair on top of Eleanor's head shook fiercely, patted the dust on her body, and said with some dissatisfaction, "Call my sister, Luna, and don't listen to Hermione and others talking nonsense." But Elena just doesn't know the way, even the kind who can't take any chance. Luna shook her head seriously and corrected. As for the first half of this white-haired ball, it was selectively ignored. Strictly speaking, she and Elena are only less than half a year old. If Elena Caslana from a year ago can still create a sister aura by virtue of her age advantage and sense of mystery, then as time goes by, day and night, Luna will not be the kind of love she used to be. Lena bluffed the little girl. You know, due to descent factors, even Luna today is half a head taller than Elena. As for the older, mature Hermione Granger and Hannah Abbott, not to mention, especially since Tai Han, who has been well supplied with nutrition in the past year, has almost all people's hearts. Elena is half her head. This is one of the reasons why Elena insists on running to Ravenclaw. Compared to the background board reduced to the other two small wings, at least on Luna Lovegood's side, she can temporarily have such a trace of final majesty, if she even has to keep the magic text at all times for daily play and play state. That's too sad. While they were talking, they finally came to the entrance of Ravenclaw Tower. The students who filled the corridor a few hours ago have disappeared. Only the rows of light blue velvet sleeping bags are still hanging on the wall as they used to be, showing that they have not gone wrong. This is the most conspicuous attraction of Ravenclaw College since last year, symbolizing the limit of human wisdom and the ultimate dignity. Well, it seems that the children of top physicists are indeed much better at logic. Elena raised her eyebrows thoughtfully, retracted her gaze from those sleeping bags, raised her hand and knocked on the old smooth wooden door lightly, as if she had sneaked over to update the eagle ring before. The question bank is like that. The wings of the bronze eagle ring stretched out, and the eagle's mouth opened to develop a musical sound. Gran and Sly want to know the Witcheru I win. Ah, it's me, Elena Caslana. I gave you this question back, before Eagle Ring could finish her words. Elena looked around carefully and coughed slightly. In Luna Lovegood's incredibly shocked expression, she sneaked up to the bronze eagle ring and whispered with a smile on her face, said, "Next time, replace it with the sum and product of two different numbers within 100. It will be a little more interesting." Elena Caslana. The voice of the bronze eagle ring paused for a few seconds, seemingly stunned. Then, the gentle, singing-like voice hesitated and said softly, "Correct answer." The wooden door revolved open, revealing the ethereal and beautiful Ravenclaw lounge. It's just that Luna Lovegood is not in the mood to pay attention to these scenes for the time being. Instead, she looks at the white-haired ball next to her in shock. The beautiful big eyes that are slightly protruding seem to have become more. It's a bit older. "Elena, you, SHHH, confidential." Elena raised her finger and blinked mysteriously. In the center of the Ravenclaw lounge, where blue and bronze silks are hung, a few students are leaning on soft chairs, reading the books leisurely. Judging from the covers of the books in their hands, most of them should be It Is the Adventure of Lockhart series. Noting the movement from the door, The students subconsciously turned their heads and looked at the entrance. Luna, where did you go before? Punlo has been looking for you for a long time. Kujang put down the book in his hand, frowned slightly, and asked softly, half complaining and half concerned. Even if Luna had lived in Hogwarts for more than half a year last year, she was still a freshman this year. When she finally counted the number of people and found that one was missing, it still made the little wizards of Ravenclaw a little nervous. A bit, of course. It's just a little bit worried. Many students at Hogwarts know in their hearts that Luna Lovegood is much better than most second-year students in terms of magical power alone. Not her opponent. I went to pick Elena, because well, Luna smiled shyly, a little embarrassed, and was about to explain. Because, I don't know the answer from the Ravenclaw lounge today. Luckily Luna told me Danny's answer, otherwise I might not be able to get in tonight. Oh? Yes, I was assigned to Bullwinkle College. Elena calmly retracted her paw on the little moon's ass, and explained with a smile on her face. As the saying goes, eat a ditch and gain wisdom. Ever since Tai Han and Hermione joined forces to set off an old bottom last semester, she was quite alert to similar situations, and before Luna could finish her words, she quickly said the prepared words. Huh? You? Ravenclaw? Kujang was stunned. His eyes swept across Elena's face. Compared to the students in several other colleges, she doesn't have a lot of affection for the Silver-White Demon. After all, in the Quidditch competition last semester, this little witch led the group of lunatics and almost didn't take them all from the broomstick. Hit it up. But if, immediately afterwards, Ku opened his eyebrows gradually, and looked at Elena slightly ironically. In that case, you will join the Ravenclaw team this year and continue your brutal tactics. Sorry, as agreed by Professor Dumbledore and the deans, I should join the Gryffindor Academy team this year. However, after the game and the course, I should still return to Ravenclaw to rest. Elena shook her head gracefully, and replied softly without rushing, with a devilish smile on her face. Relax, dear senior sister Kumidl. Even if we meet in a formal game later, I will try to make you lose consciousness and pain in an instant. You just have to sleep and have a nightmare. That way, we shouldn't meet this year. The corners of Kiss' mouth twitched, and she never understood why Elena seemed to be a little bit at her. However, this is not a big problem, because they also don't like this dazzling little guy. Because of Elena, at the end of last semester, she had already withdrawn from the team early. And there are at least 2 or 3 girls who chose the same way as her as the Hogwarts Moonlighters rises to the 2nd grade and spreads to various academies. The next games will become more and more dangerous. This is also one of the reasons Kujang hates Elena. On the other hand, perhaps because of the same witch, Elena's comments in Ravenclaw College are also quite subtle. In fact, this has already been reflected in the branch of the school hall not long ago. After Dumbledore announced that Elena had temporarily joined the Ravenclaw table, the applause did not immediately sound for the first time until Professor Felius Flitwick took the lead in applauding, and the Ravenclaw table stood at the edge of the table. Only then sounded sparse applause. Except for Luna Lovegood, almost no second Ravenclaw girl took the initiative to speak with Elena. I hope you have fun in Ravenclaw, Miss Caslana. Kujang straightened up, whispered somewhat indifferently, picked up the book and turned and left the lounge. At the same time, several other girls who had been friends with her also stood up one after another, looked repellingly at the silver-haired girl standing at the entrance of the lounge, whispered a few words in a low voice, and left the common room one after another. So, you shouldn't be waiting for me, I told you before. Elena glanced at the empty common room, sighed helplessly, and looked at Luna next to her. As a freshman, you should use this opportunity to integrate into the group like Danilova. Unlike several other places, Ravenclaw College is too close to me here. A good thing. It's not necessary. Dad has said that it is the most stupid thing to abandon wisdom and right and wrong in order to gain recognition. Luna shook her head slightly, turned her head, and Eleanor's face was reflected in her pale silver eyes. "You promised before that you would accompany me to find the footprints of the crooked snoring beast. Until you fulfill the agreement, I am not going to waste my energy on those who would rather believe in rumors and slander than to explore the truth of the world body." "Well, Luna, you really are." Eleanor's eyes softened, and she stretched out her finger to lightly scratch the little moon's nose. "This can't work. If you continue like this, the grandsons of Neville and Mr. Scamander will be in danger." "Huh? Why?" Luna was stunned. "It's nothing." Elena shook her head meaningfully. "Take a rest early. You will have to take part in training for new students tomorrow. Then I will ask the kitchen to bring you some fruits and drinks. In your name, remember not to show you anything up." Speaking of, as Elena said, she looked up at the wall clock in the niche of the lounge. If the news that Draco inquired about is correct, the orientation ceremony at Slytherin College should have already begun. I don't know what surprise her appointed reserve demon Lord Adjutant can bring her. What? At the same time, below the castle, the common room at Slytherin College. This is a long, narrow, low basement, with walls and ceilings made of rough stones. The basement is circular, and the ceiling is chained with green lights. There is an exquisitely carved fireplace, and crackling flames illuminate most of the lounge. There is a large floor-to-ceiling window on the side of the lounge, and the curtains are decorated with silver-green stripes. Most of the time outside the window is grey, but occasionally you can see the black shadow of the giant octopus passing by in the Black Lake. Unlike the restrooms where the other colleges began to become deserted, almost all the students appeared in the hall. So, at this moment, in the middle of the hall, a tall and beautiful girl took a deep breath and looked around at the Slytherins. "We are different from other colleges. In order to better manage the wizards in the academy, we will launch a challenge every year at the beginning of school. We will select a student under the 5th grade as the shadow prefect to assist the prefect to manage the 1st to 4th grade students. After the shadow prefect is selected, starting from the last prefect, everyone has the right to challenge upward once, and the winner can get the position of the loser, including me. Gemma will participate in the future challenges." Chapter 1, a big chapter of 4,000 words. Exclamation mark. Chapter 748, Shadow 8,000 words double update. Along with Gemma voice, the entire Slytherin College fell into a rustling discussion. In Slytherin College, unless the 7th grade student serves as the student council chairperson, the prefect of each 6th grade student defaults to the highest status in the entire student body, and this year it is Gemma turn. However, compared with previous sessions, this postponement is not so convincing. In the past academic year, Slytherin College suffered its worst failure in 7 years. If the losses in the College Cup and Quidditch Cup can be attributed to the fact that Elena Caslana was too genius, then the common room was almost broken by Hufflepuff, and the fiasco at the end of the semester was they have their own problems. Shadow Chief Irina Ivanovic said softly, "Shadow Prefect, this is a privilege that exists only within Slytherin outside of the Hogwarts system. Compared with the official prefect of Hogwarts, the Shadow Prefect has only one quota, and does not distinguish between men and women. The meaning it represents is very simple. In Slytherin College, under the 5th grade, the magical combat ability is the strongest. The Wizard of, with the gradual promotion of Shadow Prefects, they usually default to the dominant position among prefects of the same grade. According to the information revealed from the discussions among the senior Slytherin students around, the 6th grade female prefect Gemma, who is standing in the center of the hall, surpassed the challenge and succeeded in the 3rd grade. He was a very powerful person, Shadow Prefect. In fact, this is already a very remarkable achievement. After all, in most cases, the little wizards of Slytherin usually only participate in the competition for the Shadow Prefect in the 4th grade. Before that, whether it is the amount of magic spell, mana, the disadvantages are too great. Because of this, even the boy from the Malfoy family who performed extremely well last year did not choose to stand up at this time. You know, The challenge is not just the physical pain. In Slytherin, for those of the same age who dare to oppose themselves, the underage Shadow Elders are usually not too magnanimous. Make things difficult. However, Elena Kaslana's mission is. So, is anyone planning to participate in this year's Shadow Prefect Challenge? In front of the fireplace in the lounge, Gemma glanced at the students who had stood up, and a touch of disappointment appeared in her eyes. She originally thought that Draco Malfoy would stand up and try to challenge the Shadow Prefect. After all, this little guy from the Malfoy family performed well last year, whether it is Quidditch, grades, or dual strength. Not bad. It's just that, perhaps, just as the elders in the family had evaluated the Malfoy family two shrewd businessmen. Gemma shook her head, drew her wand and waved it in the air, preparing to announce the start of the challenge. I hope that by this time next year, the boy from the Malfoy family can give her some surprises. As for this year's Shadow Prefect Challenge, it is estimated that it will be a cutscene. Most of the final winner will be from the team born. At this moment, a strange and pleasant voice suddenly came from her ear. Miss Leifer, that according to this rule, I should be able to participate, right? Huh? There are still challenges in the 4th grade. Gemma raised her head, looking curiously in the direction of the sound. I saw the person who had talked with Professor McGonagall when he was in the branch. The new student from Russia slowly walked out of the crowd, with a very solemn expression, drew out a somewhat old magic wand, and walked to Pure-Blood Wizard family with great grace. Etiquette. The Ivanovich family, Irina Ivanovic, Slytherin College, first-year student. Irina took a deep breath. A firm look flashed in her eyes. In the modern magic world, ordinary wizard rank examination is undoubtedly a very obvious dividing line, which is like a high school graduation examination in the non-magic world, which divides whether a student can be called a wizard. At this point, whether it is Cordo's Dorix in Russia, Buzzbarton in France, Durmstrang in Scandinavia, Ifane in the United States, most of them refer to HOG. The school system of Watts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry chooses to conduct a large-scale rating assessment when the students are in the 5th grade. Prior to this, the courses that the students were exposed to were more knowledge popularization and simple magic skills. In an era of relative peace, even Durmstrang, who has a relatively relaxed environment for magic, would not teach students too many combat spells before the 5th grade, just as the non-magical world would not teach middle school students in peacetime use heat weapons. Therefore, the magic world usually divides the 1st to 4th grades into the same stage. Because of these factors, Slytherin's Shadow Prefect has only one person per class, and her jurisdiction covers all students below the 5th grade, rather than as the official Hogwarts prefect, there will be 2 in each grade. People. Of course, generally speaking, people don't regard the 1st grade that has not yet enrolled as one of the challengers. Interesting. Gemma glanced at Irina with interest and nodded non-committal. Slytherin College does not admire unscrupulous courage. If this little girl is a lion who has been mistakenly classified as a group of snakes, then this opportunity will allow her to understand the rules of survival of Slytherin College, and if she really shows out of strength. So, even in the worst case, that would be a good thing for Slytherin. You know, different from Draco Malfoy, Gregory Gore, Vincent Crabbe, these students who have long been marked with the Elena mark. This is a student who does not belong to Elena Moonlight Middle. Potential stocks in the Kaslana camp. Of course, before that, we need to temporarily verify whether she is worthy of training and support. Gemma waited another 3 or 4 seconds, glanced contemptuously at Malfoy on the edge of the crowd, and shook his head again. As for some people, after this challenge, they almost knew the limitations of his small ambitions. Gemma did not hesitate any longer, drew out her wand, waved her arm across an exaggerated arc in the air. Following her movements, a shallow nick appeared in the Slytherin common room. On the central floor. The rules are very simple within this range. Fight against the spells. For a time limit of 5 minutes, you can use all the spells you know, and the last person left is the new Shadow Prefect of Slytherin College. Immediately afterwards, Gemma waved her hand casually, glanced at the lower graders who entered the venue, and whispered softly, "By the way, I suggest you better not think about moving around. Let's get started." As Leafa's voice fell, the 4th grade students in the venue were slightly taken aback. "Wait a minute, Leafa. This seems to be different from the previous rules." Lucien Ball frowned and was about to question. As the batsman of the Slytherin Quidditch team, the burly Lucien Ball can be regarded as the most powerful contender for the Shadow Prefect, especially when his only competitor, Perry King Derek, has also withdrawn. In the case of competition, in Lucien Ball's impression, the Shadow Prefect's challenge should be a near-known group duel. Monsieur Literature.net. To decide a winner in the end is not as casual as it is now, like a big chaos feint. However, before he could finish speaking, a scarlet curse cut through the silence and hit his chest. "What?" Lucien turned his head hard, looking hard in the direction of the spell. In the last second before his consciousness plunged into darkness, he seemed to see the witch named Caslana reappearing in the hall of Slytherin College, waving his wand, unhurriedly reaping the spoils. "The first one." "Woo," Irina whispered softly, and their wand turned quickly, dexterously picking up a spell that flew towards her. "Is this Hogwarts?" "The reaction is slower than I thought." Fainting. Immediately afterwards, the girl's wrist shook quickly, and she clicked in the direction that the curse was flying, and another dazzling red beam of light bombarded it, hitting the lower abdomen of the unknown senior girl, knocking her stunned aside. On the other side of her, 4 or 5 meters away, 3 other senior boys gathered together subconsciously, looking at Irina, who was outrageously attacking, as if he had seen some kind of beast that devoured people. It was filled with fear. "Since last year, are all the newcomers of the little Hogwarts monsters?" Want to take advantage of numbers and join hands to eradicate competitors? Irina smiled slightly, glanced at the boys gathered together, and shook her head somewhat disappointed. "It is never the number of people who decides the victory or defeat, but the belief this is the meaning of magic." Irina still remembers very clearly what she saw on the Huberian that day. Compared with Elena and those of the Destiny group, this group of Slytherin students is too weak, even if they temporarily formed an offensive and defensive system in a panic, but both combat experience and combat awareness are too weak. "It sucks, Armor Bodyguard." Seeing the oncoming curse, Irina raised her eyebrows and waved her wand casually. The next moment, the invisible magic barrier flashed in the air, and the 2 menacing spells bounced back faster than when they came, and fell straight on the 2 smiling faces, on the faded senior students. "This is the Iron Armor curse that is perfectly released!" As for the 2 red lights just now, they are obviously the most standard coma spell. Gemma was taken aback, and looked seriously at the Annetta 3, and never let go of the newborn. She was full of shock whether it was an Iron Armor curse or a coma curse. These were all after L's the curse that will only be required. In fact, a considerable number of students were unable to cast the Iron Armor curse proficiently even until graduation. And when these appeared to a freshman who had just entered school for less than a few hours and had not even started the spell class, it seemed very magical, even when Elena Caslana was in school. None of this can be done. Undoubtedly, behind this foreign girl, there must be a pure-blooded family backed by a powerful wizard. Ivanovic. "Maybe I can write to my parents tomorrow to ask." Gemma thought this way, watching Irina dexterously command the wand, light up the robes on the last 2 4th grade Slytherin students, and then patch them up one by one while they were busy fighting the fire. A coma spell. Indifferent, strong, eager to prove himself, ambitious, this kid is a born Slytherin. Gemma nodded secretly, then glanced at Irina with a little dread. Fortunately, as the prefect of the 6th grade, the newly promoted Slytherin Shadow Prefect has not yet been able to challenge her position, and by this time in the 2nd year, that is no longer what she needs to worry about. The problem is, however, apart from this selection of the shadow prefect, nothing else happened in the following. As expected by Gemma, Marcus Flint did not choose to challenge her. Instead, he took the initiative to help her stop another challenge from the 5th grader, which saved her less energy. Okay, then you all go back to your dormitory now. As the last challenger fell into a coma, Gemma patted her palms, glanced at Irina and said, "As for Miss Ivanovich, regarding your situation, I will explain to Professor Snape tomorrow. If you have any special needs, you can sort it out tonight and give it to me together tomorrow morning. Now you can choose which one belongs to your room is out." After finishing speaking, Gemma's eyes moved, and he glared at Malfoy, who was stunned next to him with a bit of hatred. "Ugh. I have to write a letter tomorrow so that my father can use it to deal with Mr. Lucius Malfoy regarding the Shadow Prefect. This year, it's not that she doesn't want to help, it's that Draco Malfoy, the little guy, is too ambitious, and there is not even the most basic movement throughout the night, just like an ordinary student. And with Irina's strength, even if Draco Malfoy participates, the result is probably the same. That's it. It's terrible." Draco Malfoy looked at the senior student lying on the floor and swallowed. He finally understood why when he was on the train, the eldest sister would specifically ask Bill Weasley to convey to him that he should not participate in the Shadow Prefect challenge this year, facing such a new monster. Not shooting is the most correct choice. Not to mention, Draco Malfoy glanced at Irina Ivanovic, who was surrounded by the crowd, and gently squeezed the angular metal badge in his pocket with his left hand. And Bill Y could not help but come to mind Slay's advice. "Draco, if you want to be the shadow of the eldest lady, then you need to understand the most perfect shadow will always only show value when necessary, not just like a peacock, showing off your sense of existence all the time." As your guide, the first task I give you is to make yourself look less conspicuous. The second chapter is still a 4,000 word chapter. Exclamation mark. Chapter 749 Victims. Early the next morning, the first day of the new semester at Hogwarts, when the little wizards of Hufflepuff College walked into the auditorium for breakfast, they saw Elena Castellano at first sight. The girl was sitting alone at the end of the Ravenclaw table. Except for Luna, apart from Lovegood, there were no other students around. The academic barriers in Hogwarts have never really disappeared. This is a result of hundreds of years of grievances and collisions. Compared with the tit-for-tat between Gryffindor and Slytherin, the antagonism between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff is much more subtle and obscure. The passionate Hufflepuffs do not will show rejection of self-proclaimed innocent people, and smart Ravenclaws will not express contempt for stupid mediocre people very deliberately in their words and deeds. The rising star of Hufflepuff, the man of Hogwarts. These are all deductions in Ravenclaw. Elena, Hannah Abbott hesitated for a few seconds, and took the initiative to walk over. "Or you should go back to our Hufflepuff long table and sit down. It really doesn't work. Let's go to Sprout together, Professor Special. Let the school replace you back." "This is just the beginning, don't worry." Elena glanced at the empty Ravenclaw table, and replied nonchalantly, "Besides, my course schedule this semester is still arranged according to Hufflepuff College, but usually there is an extra place to sleep." Unlike the other three colleges, Ravenclaw College can be said to be the least affected place by her last year. Because of this, compared to the gradual changes in the other three colleges, most of the conflicting reactions presented here are also in Elena's expectations. In fact, in her original idea, it may even be more harder. No matter what field they are in, literary and artistic youths will always be the most troublesome group of elites. Judging from the current situation, the Eaglering assessment alone cannot defeat the psychological defenses of the Ravenclaw students. Some clever students are not equivalent to scholars keen on pursuing the truth. The two are essentially incompatible with each other. Something else. After a school year of observation, Elena quickly realized her previous mistakes. Physical rule: knowledge crushing, friendship fetters. These methods she used to attack the other three colleges were not so useful in front of the students of Ravenclaw College. What Ravenclaw pursues is transcendence and uniqueness. Ravenclaw, they need more than pure knowledge, it's just the smallest character traits. If we consider the age, gender, and distribution of personality traits of the students at Ravenclaw College, we can draw a general conclusion. Most of them are literary young girls who are not knowledgeable, sensitive and full of fantasy. In other words, what they need is an idol, a spiritual sustenance that can be used to look forward to and carry their beautiful fantasy. And in this respect, Elena turned her head and glanced at Gilderoy Lockhart, who was smiling on the faculty seat. A meaningful smile appeared on the corner of the girl's mouth. She really couldn't imagine who else would be Professor Lockhart more appropriate. At the same time, the other side, Hermione Granger led 4 or 5 Gryffindor students into the auditorium. As Gryffindor's known lady, and one of the few little witches who can beat Elena in the classroom, Hermione's popularity in Hogwarts is not much worse than Elena. The only thing that is inadequate, maybe it's just that she can fly. Glancing at the white-haired dumpling who was talking with Hannah at the other end of the auditorium, Hermione shook her head. Instead of choosing the area passing by accidentally, she sat straight on a seat beside the Gryffindor table. Next to her seat was Ginny Weasley and her large group of brothers. This is the second grade class schedule. Professor McGonagall asked me to send it to everyone. George Weasley stepped over the golden dinner plate, handed over the timetable, and asked in a low voice at this opportunity, "Don't you care about what's wrong with Elena, Granger?" "That I mean, no need," Hermione said, taking the timetable in George's hand and looking at it carefully, and answered casually, "Elena is not the kind of fragile person. If she wants to have fun, she can sit at the long tables at Hufflepuff and Gryffindor at any time. Even in Slytherin College. Also has a pretty good popularity. After more than a year of getting along, although she still can't see the mysterious fog that looms over Elena, she is definitely the one who knows Elena's character and style best in the entire Hogwarts at least. 1. If Ravenclaw really bullied Elena, even if there was only one night, it would be enough for this strong fool to upset Ravenclaw. No, he is so peaceful and aggrieved. The only reason is that the white-haired dumpling must be planning something more important, so that it will temporarily show a well-behaved appearance. While thinking about her, Hermione turned her head, just in time to see Elena also raised her head and looked over, squeezing a grimace at her secretly. Sure enough, I just don't know who is going to suffer again this time. Anyway, she is not familiar with the people of Ravenclaw. Don't worry, Hermione wrinkled her nose and said calmly, "Don't you know Elena's character? She is such a proud person, even Peppy Ghost is not her opponent, let alone pull the girls in Wenclaw." "That's true. I heard that she defeated the entire Slytherin team by almost one person." Charlie Weasley nodded and glanced contemptuously at the long table of Slytherin College not far away. "Hey, brother," George said, "don't say such terrible things. We are the first victims." "It's just a little bit, really." There have been many times when George and I almost became ghosts on the Quidditch stadium. Fred Weasley nodded with a lingering fear, and agreed exaggeratedly. But with that said, Fred and George vaguely guessed one of the reasons why the girls at Ravenclaw College rejected Elena Castellan in those few games last year. In the Dicky game, Elena led the freshman team in the 2 games against Ravenclaw, all of which completed the achievement of the whole team fell. They still remember how sad the Ravenclaw girls were crying after they woke up for the first time. Compared with a little gentlemanly demeanor, there will be a bit of pity for the other 3 Quidditch teams. The battle between the little witches is so cruel, he even doubts whether Elena Castellana is. I also secretly increased my efforts. P.S. There is only one chapter today. Tomorrow, we will continue to guarantee the bottom of 4,000 words and work hard for 4D. PS2, regarding why Ravenclaw is not dealing with Elena for the time being, if you still don't understand the fat chickens, you can gather here. Please help me to answer the question. Cuckoo. PS3. The following is a poll about the relationship between the number of words and chapters updated every day. A double change is guaranteed, and each chapter is evenly distributed according to the total number of words. B. According to a chapter of 2,000 words, the number of chapters per day is determined according to the number of words. C. According to a chapter of 30,004,000 words, decide whether to change 3 or more according to the number of words. Chapter 750 Big Sister's Task. Is it so scary? It's just Quidditch. Charlie Weasley looked at his two petty brothers, and shook his head disapprovingly. Over the years, he has heard his mother's roar in the kitchen more than once. The twin brothers are the worthy troublemaker and pistachio of the Weasley family. Such an exaggerated description is so familiar to him. George and Fred, if you have experienced the experience of an adult female black dragon in a grumpy mood on the outer seas of Romania, you will understand what the most dangerous aerial project in the world is. Oh, Charlie, you are the one who doesn't understand. That's not the most terrible. Fred gave a strange cry and waved his hand exaggeratedly, his face showing the appearance of telling a horror story. Believe me, death is definitely not the worst thing. Miss Castellana is far more terrifying than the fire dragon. Yes, my innocent brother, you may not even imagine falling from the sky 3 times in a day, and then you hear a sentence at the moment you open your eyes. You are cured. You can continue to fly. The horror of time. George Weasley nodded with a sad face, shaking involuntarily. If there is anything more terrifying than meeting Elena, then it is undoubtedly when the captain of their team was a Quidditch fan under the dual magic of Wood and Elena. A coma is an extravagant hope. But you have to face Elena Castellana this year, don't you? Hermione Granger raised her eyebrows and glanced at the exaggerated Weasley twin brothers with a smile. Granger, please, today is the first day of school. George Weasley sighed helplessly. The benevolent Gryffindor goddess of wisdom, can you please let us have a good meal first? Fred Weasley nodded sadly, raised a glass of milk and drank it. Then after the first Quidditch game, Charlie, you remember to write to Dad. When we faced the Silvermoon Lord of Hogwarts, we did not shame the Weasleys. At least we kept our dignity as the Phantom in residence. Bang! Before Fred could finish speaking, someone suddenly patted him hard on the shoulder and almost spilled his milk. Immediately afterwards, an extremely excited and emotional voice came from everyone's ears. That's different. Hey, guys. This year is completely different. When everyone turned their heads, they saw a tall and sturdy boy who did not know when to stand behind them. Oliver Wood, the Quidditch captain of Gryffindor College, is a man who is said to be able to marry Flying Broomstick. At this time, Wood's face was filled with the ecstasy that a good person who had been single for many years could finally get married. First, he swept around vigilantly to make sure that people from other academies were eavesdropping on their conversation, then lowered his voice and said mysteriously, I just met Professor McGonagall on the stairs. Guess what she told me, Fred? She said Elena will join the Gryffindor team this year. Over the years, I have never felt that we are far away. The championship is so close, I just pass the ball to her, and the rest is to see the opponent can hold on for a few minutes. Don't be too optimistic, Wood. Fred Weasley snarled at the long table next door. Hufflepuff also has a Miss Abbott Hannah who is no less than Elena. She shot down the Slytherin player Anian in last year's final. Do you remember? I heard my dad say, when she helped at her own cauldron bar during the summer vacation, she beat at least 20 strong alcoholics with her strength alone. You are sure you can? Then we have at least 98% of the winning rate. It's not a big problem. Oliver Wood waved his hand nonchalantly. They have played against the freshman team many times in the past year. In his impression, in addition to Elena, the shortcomings of the other freshmen are still very obvious. Believe me, Goddess of Luck is obviously on our side this year. As long as we play normally, I really don't know how the other 3 academies can beat us. Ha! Unless one of them can catch the gold right away. Snitch. Wood. Luck may be. Hermione moved her lips worriedly, but in the end she didn't say anything. As a chocobo, she doesn't have much right to speak in the Quidditch domain. But in the past year she has seen so many unreasonable lucky that she started some do not believe in the probability of logic anymore. If it's the goddess of luck, it's probably neither in Gryffindor nor Hufflepuff. Just ignore Oliver, Granger. Make him happy first. Percy Weasley shook her head with a smile, and took some sausages and roasted tomatoes to Hermione. You will have 2 new big classes in a while. Hurry up and eat and go to the classroom, and then tell us what the mathematics class and the Chinese class are about. To be honest, I don't know at all how to prepare for these 2 courses. While speaking, Percy Weasley pointed to the timetable in front of Hermione. 9 o'clock in the morning, mathematics and science class, all students in the 2nd grade. 10:30 in the morning, Chinese class, all students in the 2nd grade. Unlike other courses at Hogwarts, the 2 new courses are both big courses. In Percy Weasley's impression, a situation similar to this, except for the extremely rare animal or celestial phenomenon in the magical animal protection class and astronomy, which requires all the students from the college to attend together, it is rarely the case. Class. After all, in most classrooms, professors often need to take into account the learning situation of each student. On the other hand, I don't know why, these 2 courses always give him a vague ignorance. It seems that there is some terrible devil hidden in them, but he really can't imagine what can be done with arithmetic and reading. Challenge. At the same time, Ravenclaw's long table. Elena also received her new class schedule, or a strange schedule. Well, what a headache. Old potatoes and old radishes are completely useless. Hogwarts' first lovely academy frowned, carefully examined the form in his hand, and muttered in disgust, I really don't know why these 2 guys have not bought more books on basic subjects for so many years. In addition to the normal learning content, starting from every afternoon, she also needs to go to the potions classroom as agreed to serve as Severus Snape's potions teaching assistant, responsible for guiding and caring for the students to complete magic chemistry. The content of learning is different from last year's main responsibility for field control. This year, she also needs to undertake some chemistry teaching. After the afternoon class is over, she still needs to set aside 3 days a week for more than 2 hours a day to go to the college metropolitan research area located outside the gate of Hogwarts to solve the problems of the experts from the former Soviet Union. This is not just academic confusion, but also some basic and extremely urgent daily needs. For example, the electromagnetic chaotic field in the Hogwarts area seriously interferes with the operation of electronic equipment. This alone prevents most scholars from carrying out their research work. In addition, water sources and biogas, it also needs to be replanned and sorted out. In this aspect, the facilities previously provided by Hogwarts are too simple. And there are many similar problems. Building a magic city from scratch is much harder than Elena imagined. After all, whether it is Dumbledore or Grindelwald, what they are good at is only magic. Maybe they have some advantages in politics, education and leadership, but this does not give them some basic municipal skills and experience. There is no way. It seems that at the beginning, I can only rely on myself. Elena shook her head. She has a lot of ideas about the fusion of magic and technology, although most of them may not necessarily point to the most correct result. But for her at this moment, time is the most abundant resource. Hey, Elena, Luna looked at the parchment in Elena's hand with some curiosity, and frowned slightly. Is your schedule so full at the beginning of this semester? Even on weekends, there will be corresponding schedules. Can you really be alone? Don't worry about this, I still go to class with Hannah most of the time. But look, Luna corrected seriously. The problem is precisely that part of the time. At 10 o'clock on Monday evening, the New Energy Project team. Next, at 10 o'clock on Tuesday evening, the Institute of Biology. And Luna took a close look at the densely packed itinerary, and read a little confused. Wednesday at 10 o'clock in the evening, the second class containment item contact project. Elena, I know there are many mysterious responsibilities, but don't you think that you need to do too many things every day, and it takes too late? Besides, if it is at night, starting at 10 o'clock, can you go in and out of the castle yourself without fear of getting lost? If it's so late, Hannah and I shouldn't be able to get out. Hush. Be quiet, quiet. Elena glared at Luna, and said quickly, of course I don't know the way. Then you don't forget I can fly. Elena blinked dexterously. But it's very simple. Everything is in my plan. Luna, you just need to open the window of the Ravenclaw Tower every night after 10 o'clock and light up your magic wand quietly by the window. Elena shook her fingers triumphantly, and said in a relaxed tone, about this matter, I have thought about it and verified it several times. The sky will not get lost, no matter how complicated the roads of Hogwarts Castle are. As long as there is a flying broom and a beacon, I can directly fly back. But I still think, Luna said quietly, a little uneasy. At this moment, a short gasp suddenly erupted from the Slytherin table not far away. Accompanied by a series of ping-pong tableware clashes, several little wizards suddenly blushed and jumped up, breathing ceaselessly, as if they had been cast by someone. Their lips swelled almost instantly make a circle. Among the freshmen, the only one who didn't jump up was the newly promoted shadow prefect, Miss Ivanovic. It's so spicy, so spicy, so spicy. What the devil's test is this? The corners of Irina's eyes twitched slightly, and she stared at the plates of red breakfast in front of her with solemn expression. If it weren't for an unspecified breath in advance, she almost followed the other little guys, accidentally treating these as dishes topped with tomato sauce and strawberry jam, and she was relieved and boldly stuck her mind in her mouth. But even if it only touched the tip of her tongue a little, Irina felt as if she had touched a flame at this time. And not far from her, 4 or 5 senior students were looking at her. While unchanging their faces, they forked a piece of roasted bacon, stirred it in the bile of death at dipping sauce, and then put it in their mouths. Chew slowly. This is. The knife and fork in Irina's hand hesitated. In her original idea, she showed her own strength and subdued Slytherin College. Then, relying on the dual identity comparison between the shadow prefect and the first-year freshman, she should be able to smoothly complete the task proposed by Elena. In fact, as of today's breakfast, she even thought that she had completed the test ahead of schedule. What's the matter, Irina? Is the cuisine at Hogwarts unappetizing? Next to Irina Ivanovich, a boy with pale blonde hair looked at the girl curiously, and absently pushed a stack of bright red devil pepper dipping sauce in front of her. Using only Irina could hearing voice said softly, eat, Miss Ivanovich. This is also the task of the elder sister. Hot sauce, durian, coriander, these are the characteristics of Slytherin College, and they are also the rules of access to the pureblood world. If you want to get everything people's approval, then you have to show that you can sit at the same table with everyone. Yes. Draco Malfoy smiled faintly at Irina Ivanovic and raised his eyebrows friendly.